Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Well, good evening, everybody. You have to forgive my voice. It's still kind of hoarse for some reason. I basically have a bunch of news articles lined up. Hey, Woody, a bunch of news articles that, excuse me, I've lined up about various things and trying out a new browser. I'm going to use Microsoft Edge and see if it works better than Chrome. Main reason I'm switching is Microsoft Edge has a built-in AI voice that's much better than the free Chrome add-ins. So I want to test out the AI capability, and if it works out, I'll just stick with Edge or I think Garion uses Brave, which I'm unfamiliar with. But anyway, if it crashes in the middle, then I'll roll back to Chrome and go from there. So the first article I want to look at is from The Hill. It's basically about something about Mitt Romney, who is actually leaving the Senate. He's kind of retiring and probably reading the writing on the wall. So he's more a establishment Republican. But anyway, what he has to say is pretty interesting, somewhat funny, somewhat ironic, somewhat sad. So I'm going to test out our AI reader here and tell me what you think. Oops, nope, that's not what I wanted.
Hey, yo, Stanley, is this thing trying to play sound? Because we don't hear anything.
Oh, really?
So
Yeah.
this is what I was worried about because
Hold on one sec.
yeah, because the problem is like StreamYards, like they require Chrome to do audio, but
Really?
Arian said Brave worked,
Hmm.
but yeah, Edge looks like may not. I mean, I don't know unless it's a permissions thing. You have to figure out.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Yeah, this is the painful part. That's what I don't like about StreamYards. It's like audio can only be played through Chrome. What does Chrome mean? Like Chrome compatible, Chrome
Well, I guess they
base
mean the
browser.
actual browser.
I mean, Garion said he could play from. I think he plays all his stuff through Brave, so it looks like
Mhm.
Brave works. Guess Edge doesn't. Maybe,
Well, that's all right.
maybe, but it could just be a permissions thing. Yeah.
Well, great things aren't accomplished the first time out.
Mm.
So I'll just read it by hand.
Oh my god! So you're telling me Edge has this AI thing built in, huh? So Microsoft.
Yeah, it's built right in. I mean, you can right click and basically select what does it say? You right click, and the option is
That's very convenient. Yeah.
yeah, it's
That's very convenient.
what is it?
Yeah, I don't understand why
Yeah, it's,
StreamYards has this
the
Chrome
choice.
like
The
thing.
choice is read aloud.
Okay.
So it's actually the first time I've ever used Edge.
Yeah, I've used Edge from time to time. It's gotten better. It's gotten a lot better, but it's just kind of like, it's not something so good that makes me want to do it. But I think like Microsoft really wants to do the AI stuff because they pretty much control ChatGPT, right? The company that the
Yes,
OpenAI.
I thought
Yeah,
they
so
bought
that's
it,
probably why. Yeah.
but that's all right. It's a short article. I'll just read it. And I'm glad you popped in because I can hear it on my side.
Yeah. It's not piping through the StreamYards, I guess.
Well, I'll either figure it out or roll back to the problem with Chrome is all the AI plugins, they're extensions.
Yeah.
And the good ones you have to pay a monthly fee
Right.
for.
Yeah, I get you.
So
Definitely.
yeah, I'll work it out. It's just, I read so much aloud that my voice is almost always hoarse.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why StreamYard. It's so annoying. It's just kind of like, and if Garion said Brave worked, I really thought like, oh well, if Edge is based on Chrome, then maybe it'll work too, but maybe
I
not.
guess it's not the right parts of Chrome.
This is the problem, man. It's getting so annoying with these, and Microsoft got in trouble, right? They're getting in trouble for having Chrome. The FTC is going to go after them.
Really?
Yeah. So this might fix these problems.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll try. I'll try. I'll try Brave tomorrow night.
But
And
I don't
then,
think Brave has the AI stuff though. But maybe I mean you gotta talk to Gary, and Gary would know, right?
well,
He
I
would
mean, if
know,
it's
yeah.
got the reader, it's got to have at least a little bit of AI, right?
Well, I don't know. All I like about Brave is that it's the built-in ad blocking, and it does a very good job with the memory.
I see.
Like I've opened more tabs on Brave than I could in any other browser, and it's just like it doesn't slow anything down. The memory usage is still good. It's just incredible. I'm just so amazed. Like, how the heck can I open so many tabs? Yeah, so I don't know. It's something to think about, I guess. We got to figure this out. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not a big deal for tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I have to let 12th man up, huh?
Yeah.
Darn. Well, we'll wish me luck, and we'll see how it lasts. How
All
long
right,
it
all
lasts.
right, all right.
Sorry about that, folks. The reader in I'm glad I told someone I was using a new browser. Uh, well, anyway, this article is basically Mitt Romney. Face the Nation does something called exit interviews for Congress members who are retiring or just leaving office for one reason or another, at least if they're leaving on good terms. And Mitt Romney actually kind of sounds like me. He's 77 years old. It's, he realizes, hey, the writing's on the wall. He's kind of, the older generation needs to fade out, and, newer leaders, I guess, from Utah need to come in and, start doing their stuff. He's basically saying that, Trump is doing, at least before he gets to be president, is doing what he said he's going to do. Basically, it's kind of what I'm saying. America has spoken. Trump is going to be the president. You get what you get. Hopefully, everything turns out to be great, but you get what you get. So don't be mad. And I agree with Romney that Trump's not president just yet. Let's see what he does. So that's pretty much what this article is saying. It's kind of a double entendre in his messaging.
What does he mean by
Okay,
Trump
12 man,
isn't
hold on one
president?
sec. It's kind of a double entendre with the messaging, but it's kind of funny. I guess Mitt Romney and I think alike. Let's give the dude a chance. And Trump's history is he never holds it together for too long, but maybe this time will be the charm. So what is it, 12th man?
Well, Mitt Romney, they always thought that Jesus Christ, the Latter-day Saints, always thought he would be the president,
Uh-huh.
and he tried, and he didn't make it. I get along with those LDS people, but like the Republican Party, I think is far surpassed Mitt Romney's time, no doubt.
Well, let's see. The next article, if I can get it up here, is from the New York Times. It's basically this is it looks at 4 of Trump's nominees for cabinet positions or sub-cabinet positions. Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy, and Kash Patel. It says they've been fierce critics of the agencies that they are in line to oversee. And it basically does kind of like a 4-part breakdown of these 4 people, what they've said in the past about the agencies they're going to lead, and some of the possible ramifications. It's basically more prognosticating before the new administration gets sworn in. The article says, as President-elect Donald J. Trump prepares to return to Washington, his picks for high-ranking agency positions have put into sharp relief his vow to shake up the establishment. Many of his would-be nominees have fiercely criticized the very departments they are seeking to helm. But some of the claims that they have leveled are faulty to start. Among the more radical candidates are Pete Hegseth as Defense Secretary, Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence, Kash Patel as FBI Director, Robert F. Kennedy as Secretary for Health and Human Services. So it's going to start with Pete Hegseth. It says Mr. Hegseth, a former Fox News host and veteran, wrote a book decrying the cultural chaos and weakness inflicted by top military brass obsessed with woke ideologies. He has said that women should not serve in combat and suggested that top officials involved in the withdrawal of Afghanistan should be removed. He's accused the Biden administration and the news media of inflating extremism in the military. That's an interesting turn of phrase. He was referring to and imprecisely describing the findings of a study commissioned by the Pentagon and released in December 2023. The study found no evidence that the number of violent extremists in the military is disproportionate to the number of violent extremists in the United States as a whole. But it did find that among veterans, the rate of participation in extremist ideologies and behaviors was slightly higher and may be growing. It also noted that racism and sexism continue to be problems in the military. In other instances, Mr. Hegseth has singled out what he calls poisonous ideologies of climate change and gender parity. Let's see. So we'll go on to Tulsi Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard is known for her outlier positions, especially on foreign policy. Once aligned with the Democratic Party, she, as a congresswoman from Hawaii, she is now a Trump loyalist who has drawn particular scrutiny for embracing talking points that echo disinformation from Russian state media. If confirmed,
there we go. Russia.
Am I going to be able to
all
get
they got, and they always go to Russia. Oh, it's a Russian.
Am I going to be able to read this undisturbed, or do you need to comment?
Go ahead. I mean, they always go, oh, she's a Russian agent.
I'll bring you back once I'm done reading this article. And yes, Deacon Dave, I did vote for Kamala. Let's see, where was if confirmed, Ms. Gabbard would oversee more than a dozen spy agencies and have access to highly sensitive intelligence. Ms. Gabbard has been critical of the Biden administration's support for Ukraine in its war against Russia. Ms. Gabbard appeared on Tucker Carlson tonight to rebut criticisms that she had repeated an unfounded claim promoted by Russian state media that the United States was funding bioweapons laboratories in Ukraine. She argued that she had said no such thing, but rather that she had merely warned that laboratories conducting biological research could be compromised in a war zone. Officials had said that the labs in Ukraine may contain pathogens once used for Soviet-era weapons programs, but the labs do not have the ability to manufacture bioweapons. The United Nations officials said the organization was also not aware of any biological weapons program in Ukraine. Spokeswoman for the Trump transition cited comments that Victoria Nuland, then Undersecretary for Political Affairs at the State Department, had made in congressional testimony in 2022. Ms. Nuland said that Ukraine had biological research facilities and that government was working with Ukraine on how to prevent materials from falling into Russian hands. But Mr. Carlson mischaracterized Ms. Nuland's remarks as an admission of the existence of bioweapons labs, and Ms. Gabbard concurred, despite her earlier precision. Ms. Gabbard has also accused the security state of targeting perceived political enemies. Let's see, there's a lot more here, which I'm not particularly interested in. We'll go to Kash Patel. Mr. Patel, a right-wing pugilist, has promised to reshape the FBI by firing its top officials, closing its headquarters in Washington, and going after Mr. Trump's rivals. His statements reflect a suspicion of the institution he would be in line to run, undermining its work as biased and marginalizing the FBI's efforts to hold to account members of the pro-Trump mob who threatened the transfer of power. He's cast the agency as corrupt and its inquiries as politically motivated by mischaracterizing agency procedures and laws. Mr. Patel was referring to and mischaracterizing several elements of the FBI's search of Mar-a-Lago and the federal case against Mr. Trump for mishandling classified documents. By bogus WhatsApp warrant, Mr. Patel appeared to be referring to the disclosure that an FBI agent had procured the warrant by making a sworn statement before a judge using WhatsApp. The FBI did not leak the warrant, as Mr. Patel said. Rather, the Justice Department sought to unseal it, and a judge approved the request after Mr. Trump encouraged its release. And it is standard practice for the FBI to take photos of evidence obtained in searches. Let's see, it's going to get down into ephemera. Basically, it says here, Patel has sought to rewrite the history of the Capitol attack, falsely pinning blame on Speaker Nancy Pelosi for the violence. Yeah, well, we will skip to Robert F. Kennedy and the last one of these for, quote, controversial nominees. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who ran for the Democratic presidential nomination before endorsing Mr. Trump, joining his transition team, is a leading vaccine skeptic whose views on medicine and health swerve far outside the mainstream. Like the president-elect, Mr. Kennedy is prone to sharing baseless theories based on little evidence. In voicing skepticism of vaccines, he has promoted misinformation. Interesting. Mr. Kennedy, in testifying before state lawmakers during the coronavirus pandemic, pointed to a chart that purported to show 19,000 deaths reported from COVID vaccines, more than from all other vaccines combined in 30 years, citing data from the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. But the database allows anyone to post a report and is not verified. A disclaimer on the vaccine reporting website cautions that no proof that an event was caused by the vaccine is required in order for VAERS, V-A-E-R-S, to accept the report. And VAERS stands for, where is it again? It's the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. That's what VAERS stands for. At the time of Mr. Kennedy's comments, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention had confirmed that 6 deaths had been caused by the vaccine out of more than 450 million doses, and a far cry from the 19,000 figure. So basically, this is more or less an editorial for, the 4 most controversial picks that Trump is proposing to put forward to Congress to be confirmed by the Senate. Oh, I see 12th man has disappeared. Sorry to see that. The anarchist in me? Oh, wow. Yeah, Deacon Dave, I did. As a matter of fact, I think I took the vaccine and a booster, or no, it was two for the vaccine and a booster. So, yep. And no adverse effects yet. We'll see. Hope springs eternal. Let's see. Let's see here. The next article, Trump wants to end daylight savings time. We tried before. Here's what happened. Now, this is actually really interesting. People have been trying, I don't know, maybe since the 80s, maybe even the 70s, to get rid of daylight savings time. And I know when I was in school, I wasn't particularly fond of it. But since I've been an adult, and especially since I've been retired, it doesn't really matter. Daylight savings time doesn't really matter to me. And I don't watch TV or anything like that. So It takes about a day to get used to it. An hour forward or an hour back doesn't really affect my life too much, but I know um, it does school children and other types of people in the workforce. So I thought this was actually pretty interesting. And I don't know, maybe he'll be successful. Wouldn't be the worst thing to ever happen. Let's see if this thing has a reader. Let's try this reader. Let me know, Deacon Dave, I see you down there. Let me know if you can hear this article or not. It's embedded.
Next are days before President-elect Donald Trump secured a second term in office. The majority of the U.S. saw daylight saving time come to an end, thrusting us into the winter tradition of early sunsets. Now, Trump is taking aim at the biannual custom. In a recent post to Truth Social, Trump said Republicans will push to eliminate the inconvenient and costly practice. This comes after the leaders of the new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, called to abolish daylight saving time. While Trump has not confirmed which side of the clock he's on, permanent daylight saving or standard time, there has been a growing interest to ditch the practice. Polls have shown Americans prefer permanent daylight saving time, with multiple state and federal lawmakers agreeing. Why there won't be a supplemental security income check to start December? Health experts, however, say permanent standard time is undeniably better for us. We've also seen permanent daylight saving time flounder before. A back-and-forth relationship with the clocks. In 1918, the U.S. started observing daylight saving time as a wartime measure to save energy, but that lasted for only a year. It came back in 1942 during World War II, but was so chaotic as states and localities were allowed to decide when they wanted to switch between daylight saving and standard times. In 1966, Congress passed the Uniform Time Act to standardize the twice-a-year changing of the clocks. However, amidst a national energy crisis in 1973, the U.S. again observed year-round daylight saving time. Your paycheck may be larger in 2025, even if you don't get a raise. President Richard Nixon signed an emergency daylight saving time bill into law. At first, it was well-liked, receiving a nearly 80% approval rate in December 1973, according to the New York Times. It wouldn't last, however. Soon, parents were sending their children off to school in morning darkness. In some parts of the country, the sun would not rise until nearly 9 a.m., prompting safety concerns. There were multiple incidents nationwide of children being struck by vehicles while on their way to school, including 8 fatalities in Florida. Daylight saving ends. Where do efforts to lock the clock stand? While the U.S. Department of Transportation found no clear evidence on traffic accidents in relation to year-round daylight saving time, it also found that energy savings were between 0.4% and 1.5%. Public opinion of the practice had dropped to 42% by February 1974. 8 months later, in October 1974, President Gerald Ford signed a bill to put the U.S. on standard time for 4 months of the year. We've largely been on the same schedule ever since. Why experts want year-round standard time? It's permanent standard time that health experts agree on, largely because of the increased amount of sunlight we would get in the mornings. It would be better for our circadian rhythm, which could improve other health aspects like blood pressure, heart rate, and cortisol levels, Dr. Elena Tiani, a clinical health psychologist who specializes in behavioral sleep medicine at the Cleveland Clinic Sleep Disorder Center, told Nexstar. Studies have also shown relationships between sleep and circadian rhythm deprivation and mental health problems, drug use, speeding, delinquent behaviors, educational performance, and employment salaries. Can the clocks be locked? In short, yes. It would take an act of Congress. Many states have already enacted legislation calling on Congress to do just that. What if we didn't fall back when daylight saving time ends? Multiple bills have been introduced to enact permanent daylight saving time, but all have stalled. However, Republicans will control the House and Senate in 2025 and could be nudged to pass legislation following Trump's remarks. For now, daylight saving time is set to begin on March 9th, 2025. Copyright 2024 Nexstar Media Incorporated. All rights reserved. This material may not be published, broadcast.
I know, like I said, I'm pretty neutral on it. Um, I guess what I'll say is I don't remember Trump talking about daylight savings time at any of the rallies or campaign speeches, but if he gets rid of it, I don't have a problem with it. And America voted for him, so whatever he decides. This next article is interesting. This next article is, see, it doesn't have a title. It's basically about an epidemic of vicious school brawls fueled by students' cell phones. So, just sent a high school graduate out into the world. So, for all of us with children in school, or recently had children in school, this is definitely kind of an interesting article. And then the other thing is, what's his name? There's a recent book that what's the psychologist's name? I can't think of it now. And I get a newsletter from him a couple times a week. Wrote a whole book about cell phones and how social media and this personal technology is really just kind of ruining kids, which to a certain extent, I agree. I'll think of his name. I'm going to go ahead and start this article. Then I'll see if I can remember his name and talk about his book a little bit, which I haven't read.
An epidemic of vicious school brawls, fueled by student cell phones. This article is by Natasha Singer and read by an automated voice. Ricardo Martinez, an 11th grader, was in his high school lunchroom in April when a mass brawl erupted. He watched, horrified, as a dozen teenage boys rampaged through the cafeteria, pummeling and kicking one another, overturning tables and chairs. Other students jeered and jostled to film the fight on their phones. "It was like a stampede of videos," said Mr. Martinez, now 18 and a senior. "Everyone was trying to get the best angle." But the pandemonium at Revere High School in Revere, Mass., was just beginning. Within minutes, students in other parts of the building began receiving text messages about the lunchroom brawl. Suddenly, teachers said, dozens of riled-up teenagers started racing down hallways and careening down stairways with their phones to get to the fight. To stop more people from flooding into the cafeteria, Revere High posted staff members in front of the lunchroom entrances and issued a hold order to keep students in their classrooms. Administrators called the police to help restore calm. The school said it ultimately suspended 17 students involved in the brawl. Across the United States, technology centered on cell phones, in the form of text messages, videos, and social media, has increasingly fueled and sometimes intensified campus brawls, disrupting schools and derailing learning. The school fight videos then often spark new cycles of student cyberbullying, verbal aggression, and violence. A New York Times review of more than 400 fight videos from schools in California, Georgia, Texas, and a dozen other states, as well as interviews with 36 school leaders, teachers, police officers, pupils, parents, and researchers, found a pattern of middle and high school students exploiting phones and social media to arrange, provoke, capture, and spread footage of brutal beatings among their peers. In several cases, students later died from the injuries. Technology has increasingly fostered and amplified every stage of this aggression. The arguments often begin with student cyberbullying or even perceived online disrespect among friends, which prompts in-person squabbles during school, educators and police officers said. Then classmates start filming and put pressure on quarreling students to brawl. Students later share and comment on the fight clips, further humiliating the victims and sometimes triggering additional fights. That violence has cut across some of the nation's largest school districts, including in Los Angeles, Buffalo, Jefferson County, Kentucky, and Prince George's County, MD, the Times' review found, as well as in smaller school systems. In some cases, the violent cycle has overwhelmed the schools. Some districts now face negligence lawsuits from parents, while others are seeing an exodus of teachers. Dozens of districts have sued social media firms, saying that the platform's addictive features caused compulsive student use, disrupting learning and burdening school resources. School administrators said they now spend a significant portion of their jobs working to thwart or untangle tech-stoked student beefs. Cell phones and technology are the #1 source of soliciting fights, advertising fights, documenting and almost glorifying fights by students, said Kelly Stewart, an assistant principal at Juneau Douglas High School in Juneau, Alaska. It is a huge issue. How the aggression begins. Students have used social networks to plan and incite school violence since the 2000s. Over the past decade, higher quality phone cameras and new social features like Instagram Live and Reels help spur teenagers to mass produce, stream and share videos, including school fight clips. By 2020, dedicated fight video accounts, set up using the names or initials of middle and high schools, had popped up on Instagram and TikTok. Sometimes students staged fights among themselves and invited friends to film, others attacked unsuspecting peers. During the pandemic, many students became more reliant on messaging and social apps, and less comfortable with real-life interactions. Principals and teachers said some students also developed difficulties controlling their emotions, a mental health issue that psychologists call emotional dysregulation. In 2021, as many districts reopened for in-person learning, some schools saw increases in student fights, aggression, and cyberbullying. At Los Angeles public schools, reports of student fights more than doubled, to nearly 4,800 incidents in the 2023 school year, compared with 2,315 fights in 2018, according to a district safety report. Student use of tech to spread school violence has led to other harms. In particular, educators and police officers said social media influencers and TV newscasts often broadcast school fight videos, distressing students and causing further chaos. In May, several girls planning an attack on a peer at a middle school in Novato, California, made an Instagram video beforehand discussing who would serve as a lookout or guard their backpacks during the beating, said Lieutenant Alan Bates with the Novato Police Department. Video clips of the assault, which were aired by local TV newscasts, showed several girls pummeling another as she lay on the ground, while a crowd of students hooted and filmed. The Novato police later charged 8 girls aged 12 to 14 with conspiracy to commit assault. 4 also faced felony assault charges. The aggression begins in technology, continues through the technology in the planning for the fights, and comes to a head in physical confrontation, Lieutenant Bates said. Masses of students filming also endanger peers, said Chris Hegarty, the school board chair at the Wake County Public School System in Cary, North Carolina in November 2023. He said, students recording a fight in a high school gym blocked administrators from intervening. 2 boys were stabbed. One aged 15 later died. So many students were crowded around recording on their phones, posting to social media, trying to get the best pictures, putting themselves and others in harm's way, Mr. Hegarty said. A video of the brawl, posted on X in February, got more than 660,000 views. In April, Wake County Schools, the nation's 14th largest school district, filed a lawsuit accusing Instagram, TikTok, and other platforms of negligence and interfering with school operations. TikTok said that it forbids the promotion of violence and proactively removed content showing violent activities. Snap said it prohibited graphic violence and proactively removed accounts posting violent content. Meta, which owns Instagram, said the platform does not allow bullying and removed content depicting physical bullying. Last month, Instagram took down 16 school fight accounts, flagged by the Times for violating company policies. Some families blame schools for failing to protect students and have sued their districts for negligence. In January, Adriana Kutch's parents sued the Central Regional School District in Bayville, NJ, saying the 9th grader was beaten in her high school hallway by 2 girls. Students posted a video of the February 2023 assault on TikTok, subjecting Ms. Kutch to intense cyberbullying. Within 2 days of the attack, she died by suicide as a result of the emotional distress, humiliation, and embarrassment she experienced, according to the lawsuit filed in Superior Court in Ocean County, New Jersey. In April 2024, the school district filed a court document denying the allegations. The district did not return a request for comment. Young people's fast-changing tech habits have made it harder to prevent and contain student aggression, school officials said. Many students now use more private channels like Snapchat, iMessage, and AirDrop, Apple's wireless file sharing system, to set up and share fights rather than Instagram or TikTok. Now, students might be arguing with each other or bullying each other for days or weeks online, which is hidden from the staff who would typically work to de-escalate the conflicts. Christopher Bowen, the principal of Revere High, said in an email. Many schools do not have a playbook for addressing that violence or for helping pupils engage more positively online, in part because few researchers are studying the issue, said Desmond Upton Patton, a University of Pennsylvania professor who studies social media and gang violence. What would it mean, Dr. Patton said, for a young person to understand that clowning around and filming the beating of a friend or a classmate could lead to their death? And while the use of text messages, social media, and videos to spread violence may alarm adults, students said that it is becoming a regular part of school. Kids are very used to it, said Luna Guerrero, 16, a 10th grader at Revere High who was on the track team last year. Kids don't see it as something so surprising as the adults do. Others worried that the videos desensitized students to violence. The fights just immediately become entertainment, said Endurance Inke, 17, a senior at Revere High. There's not an ounce of guilt or empathy. Phones away, stop. Opened in 1974, Revere High is a 3-story building with a wall mosaic in the lobby celebrating pioneering men like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, a reminder of the town's Italian-American heritage. The school, just outside of Boston, has for years served as an engine of upward mobility for local families, offering advanced placement courses and community college classes. Over the last decade, enrollment has grown to 2,100 students from about 1,700, as Revere experienced an immigration boom from regions like Central America. In 2018, a state accountability report on the school district noted that Revere High had overcrowded classrooms, inadequate science facilities, and high chronic absenteeism. In 2021, when the school reopened during the coronavirus, many students struggled to readjust to in-person learning. Hundreds skipped classes and roamed the school, often congregating in the gym, teachers said. In the first months of the 2021-22 school year, there were several student fights. The problems escalated in June 2023 when a spat during lunch period blew up, a prelude to the huge cafeteria brawl nearly a year later, which led to the suspension of 17 students. Students filming and texting their friends intensified the 2023 fight, said Michelle Irvin, who teaches English as a second language. It was a massive amount of kids, said Ms. Irvin, who is also the co-president of the local teachers union. If you were in their way, you were getting pushed out of the way or getting trampled. News of that brawl quickly spread, sparking false rumors by adults on social media that a stabbing had occurred. In a school-wide email that day, Mr. Bowen said parental panic over the misinformation had hindered administrators and police officers from handling a very chaotic situation. The mere presence of cameras, however, was enough to egg on a fight. One video from the last school year, provided to the Times by a Revere student, opened with a female student walking down a hallway, past rows of ochre-colored school lockers, toward another girl she was preparing to fight. A female teacher in the hallway stepped between the two girls, both of them 9th graders, and asked, "What's going on here?" Then the educator, realizing that a fight was imminent, yelled to a colleague, "Can you call an admin, please, immediately?" Seconds later, the video showed the two girls slugging one another. "Stop," the teacher screamed. Then she turned to the group of students filming and yelled, "Phones away, stop." Mr. Bowen said students often ignored or rejected efforts by staff to intervene because pupils can see the audience of classmates filming. They feel a greater need to save face, he said. Have you seen the fight video? In August, ahead of the new school year, Mr. Bowen announced a new phone-free learning policy requiring students to keep their cell phones off during the school day, except for lunch. But on the third day of classes, before the school had begun enforcing the new phone rules, another hallway fight erupted, this time among a group of boys. Amid the chaos, student videos show, one boy slammed an assistant principal into lockers, sending her crumpling to the floor. Students shared the footage with friends. Erta Ismahili, a 12th grader who chairs the Revere High Student Senate, said she soon heard about the incident from classmates asking her, "Have you seen the fight video?" "It's like a game of telephone," said Ms. Ismahili, 18. That afternoon, a second brawl involving more than a dozen boys, including 4 who had started the school hallway fight earlier that day, exploded on residential streets near the school. David Callahan, the chief of the Revere Police Department, said students sharing news of the school fight helped spark the street brawl. "If it wasn't for social media and text messaging and things like cell phones in school, they probably wouldn't have been there," he said. On local Facebook community groups, some adults blamed the violence on immigration, disparaging Revere students as animals. Several Boston news stations also aired the videos, igniting an uproar. The Revere City Council held a meeting and proposed that the high school install metal detectors. The Revere Teachers Union warned that local schools were unsafe and called for more counselors to address student mental health issues. Diane Kelly, the Revere School superintendent, said the union was spreading disinformation and exploiting the fights to help teachers bargain for a new contract. The high school ultimately expelled 12 students. Even so, Revere students said some adults seemed more focused on trying to contain the reputational damage than on examining the underlying causes of school violence or introducing programs to help students thrive. Ms. Ismahili, who recently completed a career readiness program at Princeton University for low-income students, said she was also concerned by the anti-immigrant rhetoric around the fights. In public comments at the city council meeting, she described adults' exploitation of the fight videos as deeply damaging. "Rather than adults being concerned for our health or our mental health or how we were feeling, I saw people calling us animals," said Ms. Ismahili, whose parents are Albanian. In an email, Revere Public Schools said that social media commenters had added a layer of racism to the fight, which had involved teenagers of many different races and ethnicities. In September, Revere High hired an additional school police officer, bringing the total to 2, and teachers began enforcing the classroom cell phone ban. The fights have subsided, at least for now. Rumsey Taylor and Jamie Leventhal contributed design and video production.
Okay, actually, let's see here. What do you have to say, Biola? I was watching Popaloon Seniors yesterday. Yeah. Actually, I have a new one that I've been meaning to watch, Abiola. And I maybe I'll get to watching it tonight. But yeah, the seniors are about as interesting as the young people. I guess maybe people never change or the dating behavior never improves. Let's see. I wanted to talk. The guy's name that I was talking about at the beginning of the article is Jonathan Haidt. He's he's a psychology professor at New York University. And he basically, I guess you would call him a social psychologist. He studies a lot of social phenomena. And this particular, or his latest book, is basically on this very topic of phones and kids and social media and all that stuff. So we're going to listen to this particular article. It's just a short one, kind of talking about Haidt in his newest book.
Children's widespread use of smartphones and tablets has been labelled insanity by a United States social psychologist, who says Australia is leading the way with its bold new social media laws. Jonathan Haidt is part of a movement that aims to roll back the phone-based childhood, which he says is hurting child.
Sorry about that. I thought I had selected this. So we're going to start this over. if I can.
And adolescent mental health. During an
Let me reload this.
children's widespread use of smartphones and
The name of the article, Smartphones and Social Media Toxic for Children Under 14, psychologist Jonathan Haidt says.
tablets has been labeled insanity by a United States social psychologist who says Australia is leading the way with its bold new social media laws. Jonathan Haidt is part of a movement that aims to roll back the phone-based childhood, which he says is hurting child and adolescent mental health. During an interview with Sarah Kanowski on ABC Listens Conversations podcast, Dr. Haidt said more governments, including the United States Congress, should follow Australia's lead and mandate that 16 be the minimum age for accessing social media. We have minimum ages for about 4 reasons: graphic sex, extreme violence, addiction and physical danger, but once your kid gets a smartphone and social media, they've got all 4. This is insanity, he said. We have overprotected our children in the real world and underprotected them online. The world that we have is completely toxic for children. It's doubled the rates of depression, anxiety, suicide, self-harm. Data from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare shows that since 2011, the rate that 12 to 17-year-olds have been hospitalised for psychiatric care has almost doubled, a trend mostly attributed to increases among girls. Clinical psychologist Rachel Murray is the director of the University of Technology Sydney's The Kidman Centre, which offers mental health treatment and research for young people. Dr. Murray says Australia's major mental health organisations argue that the emerging longitudinal studies don't support the notion that social media is causing an increase in mental health problems for most young people. The science isn't close to settled on this, she said. In many ways, it's leaning in the other direction, that there is not a great deal of evidence to support poor mental health results from smartphone use. The current narrative blaming social media for the youth mental health crisis is an oversimplification, and for a long time, the literature has been very clear. It is a combination of factors. Embed data wrapper hospital admissions for collective action needed. Dr. Murray acknowledges that for some children, social media has had a catastrophic impact, and that change is needed to minimize further harm. I personally have heard many terrible stories in my line of work, she said. As far as I am concerned, one lost life is too many. Regardless of whether the majority are not impacted, all parties seem to agree that a more proactive stance from the social media companies is an integral part of this solution. By governments mandating a minimum age for social media use, Professor Haidt says parents can feel supported to set tighter screen time boundaries, and children and teens are less likely to feel excluded from online peer groups. The reason why all our kids are on is because everyone else is on, so it's a collective action problem, he said. It's really hard to tell your child you're going to be isolated, because I said so. Very few parents can do that. Dr. Haidt said his daughter was not allowed to use social media until turning 16. But Dad, I'm the only one, everyone else is on Snapchat, was her initial retort. It was very hard, but I had to stick to my guns on that, and ultimately, she actually agrees it's a good idea. No phone until age 14. As well as advocating for social media restrictions, Dr. Haidt said children having early and unsupervised access to smart devices should not be accepted as a normal part of modern childhood. The norm should be, don't give your kid a smartphone before 14. I don't think we need a law for that, he said. In Britain, there has been some talk of banning sales. I don't think that's the right way. Dr. Haidt has praised Australia's approach to banning mobile phones in public schools across the country and is advocating for schools in the US to become phone-free environments to allow students to focus on learning. The rule might say you can't take out your phone during class, but they just use it under their desk, he said. Teachers tell me, Students go to the bathroom so much more often now than they used to check their phones, but Australia's done great on that. The impact of social media. Why can social media be so detrimental for children and young teenagers? Dr. Haidt says Instagram, in particular, exposes girls to relentless social comparisons, which contributes to mental health issues. It's horrible what it does to teenage girls, he said. You're not comparing yourself to the 20 other girls in your class. You're comparing yourself to literally millions of girls and young women who were selected by algorithm for having the most perfect lives. So it's just a really powerful tool for making girls feel inadequate, ugly, overweight. Dr. Haidt said solving the issue was not as simple as just leaving the social media platforms, because it takes over as the communication network. If any girl tries to leave, she's totally alone, he said. Dr. Murray says social media is not all negative and has been a lifeline for neurodivergent young people who have found special interest communities online. They can connect with others who share their niche interests, she said. These communities provide a sense of belonging and support that may be hard to find offline. Dr. Murray warns a blanket ban may disproportionately harm some children by removing a key avenue they use for connection and learning. Social media can be a lifeline for autistic children who find face-to-face interactions challenging, she said. Interacting through the computer removes the social complexities and sensory overload that may come with face-to-face interactions. Change is achievable. Despite widespread resignation that the trains left the station on technology controls, Dr. Haidt is optimistic that it's not too late to win back the influence that smartphones and social media are having on children's lives. This smart, phone-based childhood, it only came in 12 years ago. It's not permanent. We can roll it back, he said. But he said in taking away screen time for children and teens, an appealing alternative needs to be on offer through far more independence, real play and responsibility in the real world. If we are going to delay immersion in the phone-based childhood, we've got to give kids back childhood, we've got to give them back fun and excitement, he said. We are hurting our kids at a massive scale, and we've got to change. Stream Jonathan Haidt's full conversations interview for free via the ABC Listen app.
Let's see here. Why is this? Okay, this is a quick video. I just ran across this doing a quick Bing search this time. This is a video from Joliet, Illinois, that I figured I'd play right quick, just talking about attacks on teachers and stuff. And the only reason I'm playing it is just because it's interesting.
Between students at high schools in Joliet.
Yeah, parents say things are out of control. Joni is live right now with the details. Good morning, Joni.
Good morning. It's gotten to the point where the parents want out. The students are put on notice. There are up to 70 suspensions already with one arrest. And then there is that special board meeting tonight. There is video of one of the fights, and it is disturbing. This video shared on social media. The principal of Joliet West was trying to break up a brawl on Friday, and she was punched multiple times while other students took video of the fight. The superintendent of District 204 called it embarrassing and destructive and reminded students and parents that both fighting and videotaping can lead to expulsion from school. Teachers have filed grievances over safety at school. One parent telling Fox 32 that a fight here at Central High School resulted in a broken, bloody nose. Dr. Carla Guzman sent a lengthy letter to families that says, in part, "You are inciting violence and negatively impacting the students who are here to learn. We understand that you may have been affected by the pandemic, but this is not an excuse for your behavior. Your actions will not be tolerated in our schools. Suspensions and expulsions are part of the discipline plan here. The school's also taking steps with a new tardy process. They want to stop it, get the students in class, and try to reduce the gathering in the hallways. But also, there is that special board meeting tonight where they will be talking about student discipline. Reporting live in Joliet, I'm Joni Lum. Now back to you.
Now to this wild.
Abiola, you bring up an interesting point. You ask, do you think that social media is an escape code for young folks? And I guess you're not wrong, but I would actually describe it as more, it's an escape, but it's actually, I know I guess escape is a good way to put it, but you know, life can be boring. And, you know, I remember when I was a kid, sometimes, you know, school's out, it's summertime, it's the middle of the day, kind of too hot to go outside and play. So, you know, you've got a huge span of time that, you know, hey, there's nothing to do. And you don't want to ask your parents because, you know, my parents would say, well, gee, you're asking me what to do? Well, go clean that. Or are your chores done? So, you know, you don't want to go to your parents because they'll actually give you something to do, but, you know, something you don't want to do. So, you know, back in my day, we're talking maybe the early 80s, late 70s, my way of escaping was to open a book and read it. Or maybe there'd be something on TV, maybe a baseball game or something like that. These days, kids they have phones. You know, they've got, you know, video entertainment or video games right there, you know, at the flick of a switch or, you know, the swipe of a touch screen, or, you know, it's a browser or an app away. Something more exciting than what's happening local to them, but something that's not necessarily healthy, you know, to watch or see or get into. So I think that what's happening is, yeah, it's an escape, but it's not a creative escape. You know, something creative would be to whip out a piece of paper and write something, or, you know, get a piece of paper and draw something. Kids don't have to be creative. Kids don't have to learn how to entertain themselves, get a hobby or, you know, something. They just pick up a phone and, you know, dial it up. So escape, yes, but I would actually describe it as, you know, something more exciting to do than their day-to-day or real life, which is a shame. But to the point about, you know, Dr. Haidt saying that kids shouldn't have phones until they're 14. My son turned 14 before this book came out, but it just so happened that high school, you know, I basically resisted giving him a phone until he went to high school. And I was working at the time. So, you know, and I'm a single parent. So it was kind of important for him to have a phone, you know, in case, you know, he needed to get a hold of me quick. Otherwise, I might have pushed it off even past that. But anyway, we will move on to the next topic, which is a little bit lighter in tone. This is about some prank that someone in New York City did. They took a bunch of oh, I said it was in New York. No, I'm sorry. It's somewhere in Oregon. Basically, someone someone put googly eyes on all these sculptures. And which city in Oregon? I guess we'll find out. We'll listen to this article. I actually thought it was kind of funny for some weird reason, but apparently it pissed some people off.
Thanks to a prank, Sculptures Make Googly Eyes at Oregon Residents. This article is by Emmett Lindner and read by an automated voice. If you travel through Bend and have the feeling that you're being watched, it's not a stroke of paranoia. Googly eyes were affixed to 8 public art sculptures around the city, to the chagrin of some local officials but to the delight of many residents. Beginning in August, the culprit or culprits, nicknamed the Googly Eye Bandit by local news outlets, placed the eyes on works of art in the city's roundabout art route, which snakes through the area and features 27 installations made by artists from around the world. Among the installations that were hit, a family of deer, looking truly lost in the headlights, a 6-foot sphere that was brought to life and given a touch of whimsy, and a red phoenix, one of the oldest installations, which took on an air of bewilderment. While the googly eyes placed on the various art pieces around town might give you a chuckle, it costs money to remove them with care to not damage the art, the city wrote this month on social media. Some residents viewed Ben's statement as dampening a bit of entertainment in the city of more than 100,000 people. My daughter and I went past the flaming chicken today and shared the biggest laugh, one person commented on Ben's social media post. Using the installation. We love the googly eyes. This town is getting to be so stuffy.
I'm sorry, what?
What's the topic?
Well, I'm going through some news articles.
Well, you on here by yourself. Where everybody at? God damn.
Oh, I don't know. There's some folks in the chat.
Yeah, you retire, right?
Yep.
So you can be up all type of night. Most people got to work. Most people ain't retired and they got a pension, Mr. Stanley.
Yep. Well, I've always tended to be a little bit of a night owl.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different. But you are retired and you probably got pension and Social Security.
Yep.
Yeah, I figured that. You sound
so,
like it.
Let me go ahead and finish this article. It's about a place in Oregon, Bend, Oregon, where they've got this route that's got a bunch of sculptures and stuff. And somebody went and put Google eyes on all the sculptures, which I thought was kind of hilarious. I don't know why I thought it was hilarious, but I've been covering some serious news, so I figured I'd end the news articles with something a little funny.
Let's have fun. Other commenters cited homelessness and education as a better use of the city's budget. The city has spent $1,500 removing the googly eyes from the installations, Renee Mitchell, Ben's communications director, said in an email. She added that one piece, Crossroads, a circular steel sculpture depicting a set of crossing logs, was also marked with graffiti and would require $5,000 to repair. Adhesives can pull off the paint, wax, or other protective coatings on the metals, Ms. Mitchell said. If paint on steel is chipped, scratched, or removed with adhesives, the steel will rust. Without those coatings, some metals are susceptible to corrosion, she said, adding that each metal requires a trained conservator and a different process to remove. Pamela Packer-Kazitsky, co-owner and manager of Ulrich Packer Studios, whose husband's 3 Rising sculpture had been googly-eyed, according to Central Oregon Daily News, had not known about the prank until Saturday. Our first reaction is that it's silly, it's playful, she said in an interview on Saturday. It is vastly preferable for a piece of public art to have interactions with the public than be ignored. She added, though, that was with the caveat that these googly eyes can be easily removed and it doesn't damage the sculpture. Local businesses took the opportunity to create their own eye art. The Pine Tavern restaurant in Bend posted a photo with googly eyes above the building's front door, and the Unofficial Logging Company, an indoor axe-throwing facility, posted an image of the eyes, possibly frightened, above several axes wedged into a target. I think slightly harmless fun is good to do, and a little bit of light civil disobedience is always healthy for a community, said John Halen, co-owner and manager of the axe-throwing business. The prank received national attention this week when it was featured during a segment on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, in which the host took light-hearted aim at the city's reaction. "You're going to get mad about that, it's fun," Mr. Colbert said. In the past, the roundabout sculptures have been adorned during the holidays with Santa hats and wreaths, which the city has said on social media it does not condone, adding that residents should stay away from adhesives, graffiti, and all things that can damage the art. Bend is not the first city to be overtaken by googly eyes. This year, a band of Boston residents successfully campaigned to have the eyes affixed to the T-trains in the city. Although the googly eyes in Bend did not last, they remain on only the Phoenix sculpture. Ms. Mitchell emphasized that the city was not trying to squash a little cheer. Law enforcement has not been involved, and the city was not pursuing an investigation. We, too, think the googly eyes are funny and appreciate the admiration and interest our community has taken with them and our public art collection, Ms. Mitchell said. We just want to make sure the art lasts and is not damaged.
So what'd you think about that? You gonna last?
I'm gonna last.
So where'd you go out? We saw you on the last stream.
Yeah, I was on the rooftop party. They had yeah, I was in Fort Lauderdale, and they had they had a indoor outdoor, and they had people dancing and stuff like that.
Oh, you young folks.
I'm not young. I'm 43. I'm almost 50, bro.
Shoot, I'll be 60 next year. You're young.
Well, to you I am, but Stanley, I wish I can get. I hope I get the shit.
Whoa. Man, I wish I could fall asleep that fast.
I fall asleep fast. I can fall asleep anywhere. You was in the military. Yeah. I thought military people do that.
Well, I can sleep when I need to sleep, but I can also stay up when I need to stay up.
But Mr. Stanley, you got to understand that I work 6 days a week, 16, 17, 18-hour shifts.
Oh, so, no. I understand.
Yeah, so anytime I'm free, I typically come on this panel, and I'm typically already tired, but I would just want to show support.
Yeah, we appreciate it. You're working military hours.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Let's see here. This is weird. I ran across this video in this content creator. It's weird, this stuff that just kind of drops into my algorithm, because I watch all kinds of things.
Like me.
I just kind of I'm just one of these people who's very curious about new things. And this kid basically brought up something that I never, I kind of, it's funny how you'll run across something that you kind of knew, but the thought or the critique never quite crystallized.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, his YouTube channel is called Mr. Pretentious. And the name of the video is "Why Are Upper-Class Men Feminine?" And I've been actually made a joke about this about a week ago, about myself, as a matter of fact. And I, just kind of never really thought about it. So this guy has done a video, which I've watched maybe a third to a half of it, but it just kind of fascinated me. So I want to play this and see what the audience thinks, and then I may send it to Portia for her to look at, just because I wish you were here. Kind of curious. And in this particular, whoa, you went away.
I went upstairs for a little bit.
Oh, that's all right. In this particular space, and in kind of like the kind of red pill-ish, like Hood Conservative will talk about this. SKC will talk about this. Um, it, um, it'll come up on CT's channel. It'll come up on this channel. We talk a lot about gender roles and what being a man is, and men and women should be subservient, and men should be leaders, and all that. So this kind of fits in that dialogue that we're always having. Kind of fits in that space, and I'm curious to know what people think of this. And Mitt, I'll be right back. I got to run to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and start this.
Yes, sir.
Upperclassmen so feminine? Are most of them gay, bisexual? Is that what the deal is? I've been getting this question a lot, so I wanted to make a video because there is so much ground to cover on this topic. This one topic really gets at a lot of the inner workings and social dynamics that go on just in general, let alone in the upper class. And so even though I will certainly forget some of the points that I want to make here, hopefully it'll get the conversation going and you guys will continue it in the comments and it can lead to more stuff later on. But for this particular video, I'll at least try to scratch the surface of what people actually mean when they say that upperclassmen seem a little bit effeminate, two, where this phenomenon kind of comes from, and then three, what are some of the implications of that? And they'll all kind of be weaved in together, and I'm sure we'll go on a couple of different tangents. So for starters, when I posted this video on TikTok and Instagram, I used Jeff Bezos to make a point about how he is not necessarily the masculine archetype that most people expect. And everybody in the comments was whining and crying about how, no, Jeff Bezos is really manly. He's really manly. He's a bad example. It's ironic because in the video, I pointed out the only reason I even used him as an example is because anytime you talk about men with money, everybody throws out the same three characters to argue with you. Bezos, Zuckerberg, Elon, and every now and then you'll get like a Bill Gates or a Warren Buffett. And what's funny is not only are these the only three people or four or five people that most people even know about who have money, they only see them through either still pictures or very carefully curated videos. Like they're doing a presentation or they're doing some collaboration with some business or something like that where they know they're going to be on camera. So you have actually never interacted with any of these people in a meaningful way to ascertain anything about their demeanor and how masculine or feminine they're not. But even if you just look at them physically, it is clear as day that they are not subscribing to hypermasculine ideals. However, people are still sitting there, no, they're really manly, they're manly. Only because of what? Because of their resources. Not because of their demeanor or anything like that, simply because they understand that they have resources and power, especially if you look at a guy like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg. Jeff Bezos is the only one who like looks and seems normal. But Elon and, who did I just say? Elon and Mark Zuckerberg, those are not manly men at all. Like I said, I might give you Jeff Bezos, maybe. But you're not about to say that Elon and Mark Zuckerberg, of all people, if you saw them walking down the street, you would look and be like, yeah, that's a man's man right there. Be serious. And so when people say that, oh, upperclassmen are really effeminate, that's not really the case. They're actually just different. They're subscribing to different ideals of masculinity. And what masculinity looks like is very different based on your culture and based on your regions. And so when we talk about the upper class as a cultural system, there are actually very defined and very traditional roles for men and women alike, but they are explicitly and purposely kind of anti that hyper-masculinity stuff that the working class subscribes to. And so when your average person comes in contact in real life with somebody who is well off, they don't really know how to understand that, well, why isn't this man, he clearly is not trying to subscribe to this ideal masculinity that I have in my head. So I don't know. I guess he's just effeminate, and I guess he's just gay. Because since he's not Jeff Bezos, you don't automatically know that he has resources and all these other things that then you would start to say, oh, okay, he's masculine. He's masculine. And so I think that's part of it. That's kind of why people say that. It's really just a limited worldview. Because if you were to go to Paris and sit over there and just look at the average man passing by, you would think every man is gay based on that. But, we know, especially in America, a lot of people don't travel and are very uneducated and just have, again, like I said, very limited worldviews. So they're just unable to literally comprehend anything that goes against the mental model that they have in their mind.
I'm sorry,
So
what?
The point that I want to make there
most Americans are uneducated and don't travel?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did he really say most Americans are uneducated and don't travel?
Probably. Is that not true?
That is true because honestly, I didn't start traveling until I went off to college.
Right.
Before college, the only place I was born and raised in Florida. The only place I went to was Georgia and back. Mm-hmm. Since I graduated from college, I've been to like 30 different states and over 25 different countries. So
right.
Most people, when I talk to most people about traveling, a lot of people haven't been out of the Western Hemisphere, which is still traveling, but a lot of people haven't. Military wise, yeah, y'all been all over the place. Stanley, you was in the military, you've been all over the world.
I wouldn't say I haven't done much in the Far East, but here's what I think, and in some ways I disagree with him. When he says uneducated and they don't travel, well, to me, travel is a part of education. So, you have to be careful when you call people uneducated. I would have said something like, they don't, their education is incomplete or, something along that order. Because, there are plenty of smart people, who have never been out of their state. But can you say that smart person is well educated? In my opinion, kind of like what you said, travel is education. You learn so much more. Mm-hmm. So, I just kind of put travel in the education basket. My father used to say, there's book learning and then there's life. Mm-hmm. And, the two, you can use your book learning to live a life, but you gotta remember life is, probably sometimes the best teacher, and education is a part of that life. You learn a lot of things, and you've mentioned this before. Like, I actually can honestly say that I never truly appreciated the U.S. until I left it, to visit other places. And, even in a place like Spain, I can remember several times thinking like, well, what are these people, barbarians? They don't have this, that, or the other. And if you go somewhere like Egypt or the Middle East where, the electricity goes out several times a day, you definitely start missing the U.S.
Yeah.
And Phoenix, I think I did hear that Mark Zuckerberg is a black belt in some sort of martial art. But here's the deal, and this is a joke, but who's to say that Zuckerberg didn't buy that black belt?
That is true.
Now I'm making a joke. I don't know.
Mr. Stanley, I'm going to go to bed. Appreciate you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. We always have fun when you drop by.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just can't stay other now. I'm tired.
I don't blame you. You've been out dancing.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night. So I think that that Zuckerberg, yeah, I'm sure he's a martial artist, but you probably wouldn't know until he beats your ass. Before then, I wouldn't say he looks, effeminate as much as he looks like a computer guy. So, anyway, let's see. Let's see. What else do you have to say, Phoenix? I mean, European countries are so damn small. It's much easier to travel and experience different cultures. Oh, absolutely. But I don't know. The 50 states are kind of like Europe. Georgia is definitely different than, say, upstate South Carolina. Savannah, Georgia is definitely different than upstate South Carolina. Upstate South Carolina is different from somewhere like Texas. So just in the South, there are many different types of Souths. So, even going, from Florida to Georgia, Florida is definitely different than, North Georgia or Atlanta. So Miami's definitely different than Atlanta. So you're right, but you can have a similar experience just going from state to state. I think where the biggest jumps become, say, going from continental Europe to England, or just going somewhere where there's a completely, like going from the West to a non-Western culture. That is a big jump. There'll be similarities in this modern world, but, the thinking in a place like Egypt is totally different than, the day-to-day kind of thinking you might do in the United States. Yep, difference in change of language. We only have changes in kind of dialect. However, go from somewhere like St. Helena, Sea Islands of South Carolina, where it's kind of hard to understand Gullah, or and they're Gullah speakers, or near Gullah speakers. Go from Gullah to the middle of West Virginia, where there's some people I've met from West Virginia who were speaking English that I could barely understand, and you damn near have a different language. Gullah to like some deep Appalachian, North Carolina accent. Different languages. You got to learn it. But in any case, you're right, Phoenix Fish. We just have kind of different dialects here. So anyway, let's go back to this video. Phoenix, I'm actually interested in your overall thoughts in this video. I think he's probably on point, but I was curious to know how this conservative audience would take this analysis.
Have, again, like I said, very limited worldviews, so they're just unable to literally comprehend anything that goes against the mental model that they have in their mind. So the point that I want to make there is that I am not actually agreeing that upperclassmen are feminine, but I'm explaining why there's often that perception. And a lot of women carry this perception, which is, I guess we can go ahead and go there. I already told you guys we would go into some tangents, but a lot of women hold, I won't say a lot, actually, mostly men hold these perceptions. So even for myself, every day I get called gay all the time. It is only men who say that. So on one hand, you primarily have men pushing this narrative that like, oh, you're not subscribing to the hypermasculinity that I am, so you're gay. And then you have the women on the other hand, which I will say is not as severe as the men at all. You actually only have a very small subset of women who also think that way. And this tends to be women who grew up in very rough environments, and all of the men that were in their environment were hypermasculine. So they don't really know how to reconcile with a man who does not fit into that. And so they say, oh, you're gay, and they feel very repulsed and very upset by that. So you do have that group of women as well. But of course, a man in my position or otherwise would not be looking at that type of woman anyway. So it's kind of a moot point. But the reason why I bring up that tangent is because I know that there are a lot of women who are looking to, improve their situations, but the men that they are interested in are not men who are going to improve those situations because they have this discomfort with a man who's not super swole up and super hyper masculine and grrr. And that's fine, but being with that type of man is going to influence your access to other things, which we'll get into later. So that's kind of the point that I wanted to make there. Now, if we dig a little bit deeper into why this is a thing, it makes a lot of sense because when we talk about the upper class, of course, most of the stuff that I talk about is because there are all these different signifiers and qualifiers and all these things to know and all these things to pick up on and pay attention to. And so it's all about differentiation. It is all about saying, I am not like all of those poor commoners, basically, is kind of the whole thing. And so if you think about who subscribes to these hyper-masculine ideals, it's men who have to use their physical body in order to make things happen. They have to be very aggressive and very brute because in their environment, that is what gets them resources. It's very primitive. It's very caveman-like. It's very, I have to go out, I have to hunt for my own food, I have to beat up everybody else who's the competition. It's just very brute masculinity. And of course, as somebody who grows up in a very soft and safe environment, why would you want to ascribe to that? Like I said, it's very primitive. It's very barbaric even. At least that's the perception of it. And it's worn as a badge that, yes, I'm soft. Yes, I grew up pampered. No, I don't get under the hood of my car and start digging into there because I just pay somebody to do that. Unless I'm interested in cars, then I might do it. But it's literally a badge of honor to not have all of those hyper-masculine characteristics on one hand. On the other hand, it's because of this battle between brute and intellect. Because like I just said, brute is seen as very primitive. Anybody can do it. You can lack self-control, a normal instincts, you can fall into being just very brutish. It's very low level. But to understand how to control power dynamics and how to actually come into power, how to build resources, that is not something that everybody can do. And your ability to do that is greatly increased based on your ability to move within these upper class spaces. That is the type of masculinity that's valued. And again, if we circle back to the Jeff Bezoses, the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world, that's when people start to click, oh, these men are masculine because they're seeing the resource building of the masculine. And so if we take a few steps back and really think about growing up in these different environments, if you grow up in a soft environment as a man, you are going to be soft. If you grow up in a very hard environment where you don't have any resources and you have to be really rough and tough so that people don't mess with you and so that you can meet your basic survival needs, that is what you are going to look like. And these two groups of men look extremely different. And when we start to trickle that up into adulthood, these outcomes become different as well. Because, for example, I can throw on the sloppiest outfit that I have, and when I walk out in the street, nobody thinks I'm a thug or a gangster. They just don't. It doesn't matter what I could dress up in cosplay as, nobody's going to think, yeah, that guy grew up in the hood. It's never going to happen. But the opposite is true as well. When you see these, guys who come from very deeply impoverished situations, it doesn't matter if they have a suit on. They still look like they came from that type of situation, especially if they're not aware of the fact that they naturally kind of look like that and they're not doing other things to accommodate for it when they're in these spaces. And so even when we talk about things like hairstyles, especially controversial hairstyles like locks, that is a huge differentiator. If you're a little bit softer and a little bit, prettier, you might be able to get away with that, especially if they're much cleaner. But if you already look very rough and you add the locks on top, now you're going to have meaningfully different implications. And even when it comes to professional situations, You know, part of being able to control the dynamics in a room is that presence that a man has, and being able to be very direct, we're doing it this way, not that way. And in order to have that type of demeanor, nobody wants to get talked to like that by somebody who looks like they're going to slap everybody in the room. But a man who is a little bit more softer, that's a much nicer package, even if some of the other things that are being said are not as nice. And so I know I'm missing some layers to that as well, but hopefully that kind of gives a lot of insight. And there's also this factor that you can't fake one or the other, because like I just said, it doesn't matter what I put on, I'm always going to look a little bit soft. And so it's this inherent kind of privilege that you always carry with you, no matter what the situation. And others who also grew up in those environments are able to always pretty easily identify you. And so that's why we kind of have to differentiate between people who want to become upper class and people who already, to some extent, are there. Because if you do not come from a really good background and you're trying to aspire to social mobility, you need to understand that there are privileges like that, like very visible, almost innate privileges that you just do not have. You just can't get away with certain things the way that this other person can. And understanding that and then moving accordingly is all you have to do. It's not a big deal, but you need to be self-aware and understand that there are different dynamics at play for different people. And so I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can say on that front. But the other thing that I would add here is that ability to kind of recognize and understand, like, oh, we come from the same environment. That plays a lot into the dating pool. So particularly, I'll use myself as an example, because I look very soft. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, and I particularly think I will say that this is really an issue in the Black community, to be honest, where women who grew up in the hood, in the ghetto, not all of them, but for sure, I can guarantee if a woman doesn't like me, it's because that is the environment that she grew up in. And they're looking for this very super hyper masculine man, whatever, and that's fine. But for me, I have no misses, because I can very easily identify the type of woman that I'm interested in, but I also know that they're going to be interested in me because I fit the standards of masculinity that are important to her. And if I like her, she's probably already fitting the standards of femininity that I would like for her. And so I'm not really that tall, for example. I'm like 5'4". I'm not tall. And this was never an issue or a complaint that was brought up to me. I only found out about this whole like, oh, short men are this and that and that third on the internet, like after college. Because in my actual dating and social scenes, people weren't characterizing masculinity based off of, oh, are you this tall? Are you this muscular? Are you this, and this, and this? Now, of course, that's not to say, like, with any of the women that I've dated some tall women. Like, I've dated some tall women. Would they have liked me to be a little bit taller? I'm sure. Would that have been a cherry on top? I'm sure. But it wasn't this hard line in the way that it is for average people. And so it's this very average concept of women who go around checking the box of, is he 6 feet? Is he this? Is he that? Which makes sense because, like I said earlier, these traits, these hypermasculine traits, are beneficial at a lower tax bracket. They are. And in that environment, it does work best. However, when you're trying to lead a company or just be a leader in any sense, and you're actually making money through intellectual capital, through social capital, through power exchanges, the dynamics start to change a little bit. And so what you're valuing people and what you're looking for in people becomes completely different. So I think that's one of the key things to keep in mind. And when we're saying, like, what is masculinity then? So if we, again, take a guy like Jeff Bezos, you'll see that he very notably, no facial hair. And I would say Elon and Mark, I don't think they have any facial hair either. Even though Mark and very notably Jeff have been getting in the gym, bulking up a little bit, you will never see them look like a bodybuilder. Some idiots in my comments are saying, well, Jeff Bezos, he's really fit, so he's masculine. what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody said, what does being fat or fit have anything to do with what I said? He's just not super swole up. Of course, it is still beneficial for men to be physically fit. Duh. Of course. Sometimes I just randomly get upset by some of the stupid stuff that I have to see. So I think that was one of those moments. But the point being, yes, to be explicit, you will have men who are physically in shape. They will still be physically in shape. That is still an ideal. Most men in the upper class are not fat. At most, you'll get somebody like me who's skinny fat, and every now and then you'll get a guy who's just, he's a little bad shaped, but he is a genius in whatever line of work that he does. But you will never see that bodybuilder, just huge, super swole, blockhead body type. That's not what people are going for. And what is another characteristic? I'm trying to think. Clothes. Clothes is a great one. So people say, oh, Mark Zuckerberg, he dresses really plain. Like, I guess, sure. But what you don't understand is how meticulously all of those clothes are made, which to the average man is a very
Yeah, I think I've heard pretty much all he has to say. This video should be shorter. I get what he's going for here, but two things that I've noticed. I think he is A, immature, and B, not as well spoken as he thinks he might be, but then who is? I think he'll need some years under his belt. I think that message that he's giving would be better received by someone older and maybe a little bit more notches on his holster or on his revolver. But I get what he's going for. But I think the most interesting thing is his website, or not his website, but his channel description, where it's called Mr. Pretentious. I'm sure that's some inside joke, but basically what he's looking to talk about is social elegance, style, and fragrance. And then is a byline, the new high society. Well, I don't know. The first thing I thought of was Kevin Samuels. Sounds like he's trying to be like a new Kevin Samuels. And so anyway, he's got a couple other videos, which I'll probably screen. I'll screen them before I bring them here, because I'm not going to waste your time with any more of this sort of nonsense. And the hand gestures, those have to go. It's not so much that it's effeminate as much as just annoying. When you're using a lot of hand gestures, they can be distracting, and when people are kind of like, oh shit, what's his next hand gesture is going to be? They stop listening to what it is you're trying to say. So that would be a critique as well. This crept into my algorithm, and apparently my algorithm is just awesome. I watch a lot of different things because I'm curious about a lot of things. And thusly, I get stuff like this. This is Mike Tyson's son. Mike Tyson's daughter. And apparently she has a tennis coach. And this tennis coach puts up a video of Milan Tyson and like a coaching session. And he has good things to say about her game.
Good. And you close your racket. Yes, perfect. You see that the body and they're disconnected? They're a bit disconnected. And you're hitting the ball and you're moving in a way back at the same time. finish completely your motion with your body and your hand. Boom. And then after you come back. Okay? Yes. Great. Yes. Oof. Yes. Same with spin. Yes. Good job. Great. Great. There was a lot of power. Yeah. Don't forget to spin. Don't forget to spin, but it's, I think, much better. You want to do one more? Yes.
Now, the interesting thing is when I first saw her, I'm like, well, damn, she looks like she's in her 20s. This girl's, I think she's 16. So she is a very athletic girl. So I don't know whether she's going pro or just what, but caught my attention. I think she's 16 this year. I looked it up. Let's see.
Parfait. There is a very good transfer. When hold your racket. Once you hit the ball, always feel, and at the end, feel, and at the end, you spin it. So you always have the height over the net, okay? And you have the transfer at the same time. Great. Perfect. Bravo. Bravo. Okay, so if you go there, if you cross here, you're really uncomfortable. So when it's really far, you have to stop here. Boom, on the left leg. Much better, much better. Again. Yeah, super. Great. 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 Yes. Woo. I think it's better. Yeah. On the backhand side, your head has to stay here all the time. Okay. Now open stance. You here. Now do the exactly. Now if you close your stance, if no like this, it's fine. But if you do what you were doing before, do it. Yeah. Look at your head. On the forehand you can because your eye is here. On the backhand you should not. Okay. Make sure your head always stays in front. Great. Great. Stay with it. Great. Much better, much better. Woo! It's a good one. Good job.
Well, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I'm kind of captivated. Let's see. How long is this? It's about a 14-minute video. Yeah, I used to love tennis. I haven't played in years, but it was interesting that this is Mike Tyson's daughter. She's 16. You know, she's taller than I thought she was older. But anyway, I don't know. This just wandered into my algorithm, and I don't know whether she's going pro or just what. But you know, she actually looks really good. Her game anyway. So I'll watch a little bit more of it, then we'll move on to something else.
Super. Again. Same. Open. Yes. Super.
That's two. That's one. That's five.
On both sides, forehand and backhand. When you feed the higher one, what you're doing, Milan, you're moving this way, and then when the ball bounces, you go here, and you're late most of the time. Same with the backhand. Huh? Once you move, you turn at the same time. Same, easy ball on the, high ball on the forehand, open the shoulders and move at the same time. So you're always before the ball bounces. You're ready. Okay. Now, was better, but first thing you do, remember? Yes. Ready? Turn. Yes. Parfait. Again. Turn. Okay. Turn. Yes. Super. Parfait. Turn. Turn. Yeah. If I don't tell you, you forget. Huh? Boom. Yes. Perfect. Super. Turn. Yes. Good job. Up. And you're in. Very good. Amazing. Boom. Parfait. Good job. Most of the players, when the ball goes slow, they go slow also. Yeah. You know, and then at the end you're late. I always think I have to be ready before the ball. Always. So even if the ball is slow, bam, you turn and then you move. Okay? You did great.
All right. Well, now we know who she is. Don't know if she's going to turn pro or just what the plans are, but good to see that that she's doing well. Didn't know who she was before now. So doing well. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, man. What's the word?
Nothing much. Just kind of wandering around my algorithm, looking at stuff.
Yeah, I think you are. You're just all over the map.
Well, like I said, I've got an interesting algorithm. I look at a lot of different things, so a lot of different things come in, I guess.
Yeah, I'm similar. I got like this, greatest knockouts. Just there's no pattern. There's no. It's almost like 5 people have the account. You know?
Right.
So, which is good though. Renaissance approach.
I guess. This is called Marshawn Lynch visits Amish country. Wow. Again, just popped up into my algorithm, so you know this has to be a must watch. So 3 minutes long. So
I don't know. I don't
what is a
know
football player doing in Amish country, you might ask? Well, we're gonna find out.
I don't think he's like.
Like what?
I think he's more like hood, you know, like he's like pretty ghetto.
Yeah, which is even more reason to ask why he's there.
More, well, it's a good clash though, right? Like, real culture clash here.
Well, I don't know if it's a whole program. This is an Amazon video, so I don't know. Maybe there's some programming that they're doing.
Guess we'll see how it goes.
I don't think they're known for shorts.
My name is Miriam. We are in the lovely Amish country, just about 1 hour west of Philadelphia.
Do they know I'm black, bro?
Reminds me of Tough Guy.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Nice to meet you.
What's up with it?
You ready to ride Amish style?
You said Amish style?
Yeah.
I see you got your little 32s on there. You know what I'm talking about? Ooh.
We have disc brakes. There's air shock. It's full. Yeah.
I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it. Got my feet up in my Amish bucket, and we sliding. So you like the OG in the neighborhood that when Aaron something, the OG in the neighborhood? Yeah. What do you mean? You know what I mean.
$15,000 for a new buggy.
Well, 15 bands for a buggy?
Yep.
And all you get is this? You don't even get no music on.
You gotta sing.
Hell no, this ain't it. This
You
ain't
gotta
the kind of
spend time
place
with
you
your own
going to
stuff.
with your J's on, Mama. I'm sorry.
You don't have to.
What?
I was just gonna say, like they don't really do that. They're not really music. They're, you know what I mean? She said you have to think. It
I
gives you
think
time to think.
I think she was making a joke.
Oh, okay, got it.
To go far. It's just hay. It's not dirty. I promise.
All right. I'm smelling feed, cow.
Be fine.
I ain't ready to.
You know, Mitt and I were just talking. Mitt and I were just talking about travel.
Phoenix Fish is spot on now. Look what he wrote.
Yeah, let's see.
All right, go.
Oh, who knows? It's probably been edited.
All them cows right there. Yeah, that's what we getting.
They get 8 to 10 gallons of milk a day.
Oh, wow.
So there's hella milk in them cows then. Come and show me you get something out of it.
Oh no, I'm not milking the cow. This is how you get around.
That's electricity.
It's wireless.
It's wireless.
Got these new LED
Man,
lights.
you know what? Y'all Amish people think y'all slick, man. You know what? Y'all be cutting corners. Oh. And you said you got to do that until 5 gallons come out of there?
Per milking.
So if you pour one of them, it's all pulling
You gotta
from the
milk them
same.
all at the same time.
All 4 of them? How the you do? How many hands you got, baby? It's time to get out of here. It's time to go.
All right, we'll go this way.
We can get back in the buggy though.
Get back in the buggy and get some fresh air.
See, Weird Al Yankovic didn't put me on like I needed to be put on.
Oh, there goes the hoop.
Oh. Hey, do we got a flat? Hey, we gotta call an Amish tow truck.
Wow. Oops, didn't mean to do that.
So Amazon put that on, huh?
Do what?
I don't know why. I know where Intercourse is. I'm about an hour and a half from there.
Yeah, I've heard of it before.
They got a bunch of little food markets up there with like Amish food.
Mm-hmm.
And tell you what, man, all the dudes up there, they look somewhat jacked. I guess from baling hay all day and shit.
Right.
So they're all, you know, they work all day. I think that's all they do is work all day. Like that's all they do is just work. So, and I've ridden through their Intercourse, and it's up by Lancaster, Pennsylvania. You know, well, you know, Northern Virginia, you weren't far from there, Lancaster.
Oh, I know right where it is.
Yeah.
Never been there.
Pretty country. I mean, it's just all corn and it's wide open, you know. So.
As it should be.
Yeah. So what's next?
Oops. Let's see. We'll get rid of that. Here's a picture of her and Mike. It's a picture of
who is it?
Of Mike and his daughter. I don't know if this is his only child.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess probably. I mean, when he was younger, he just was kind of a screw. He was a mess, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's still a mess, just a more controlled and older mess.
Man, he seems like he's matured a lot. You know, I mean, if you remember when he was after Cuss died, he was a disaster. I mean, it was in really bad shape. You know, married Robin Gibbons, he just went off the rails, kind of. You know, then he lost to Buster Douglas. And then he was just spiraling. Didn't he spend much time in the joint? Didn't he go to prison?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah. So, and then, you know, you got to feel for the guy. So, and now he's out here fighting this idiot YouTuber. So I was hoping he'd knock it. Just, you know, it's an insult. Like Mike Tyson in my generation was incredible, right? Like he was just dominant. He was dominating everyone. And now they got this. The problem is these young people think, oh yeah, Mike Tyson ain't that tough, right? Because he fought Jake Paul and didn't just clobber him. But the truth is you know, he was a killer back in the day. He was incredible. He was an exciting guy to watch going, you know. So dismantled everybody quickly. So
how are you holding up since this election?
Let's see. This is one of my favorite people here, Karen Hunter. And the topic is, how are you holding up since this election?
Oh, wow.
Let's see. He had a child die. She was hung on a treadmill. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That sucks.
Was it an accident? Let's see. This is Karen Hunter. I'm sure some of you will know who she is. She's like the greatest not famous thinker around.
It has been quite the moment, right?
Well, I have completely checked out. So, you know, I wanted to see what this ignorance is bliss thing is all about, because apparently a lot of people are in it. So I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not bothered. I'm not every day. And it's wild because, you know, I do this daily radio show to not be immersed. I mean, again, 20 plus years, journalism, teaching, to just completely not check in. You know, of course, I read headlines. Of course, you know, I have a team, so I know what the hell's going on in the world, but I'm just not bothered. I figured I'll be bothered. I gave myself a date to be bothered, February 1st, Black History Month, the start of Black History Month. I'm going to be very bothered at that point.
I thought of, when I was thinking of our talk today, the viral photo of the Black women on top of the building with their coffee as like the rest of the city burns. And I was going to ask you about that. Like, do you empathize with that photo? Do you, you know,
I'm the second woman from the left. That's me. And I have my green tea, you know, and I'm sipping my tea. Oh my God. The TV shows, shout out to Cross and all of just finished watching Ultimatum. Like I'm watching just trash, the Queen's Court, and all of the stuff that matters not. And I get up every day and it's joyful. But I also realize that 100 years from now, we're going to need to do something today to make sure that we still have a society, that we have children that are thriving, that there's a foundation for civility and excellence that we need to establish right now. And that's each of us, that's our responsibility. So jumping back in is doing more of what I was already doing, except not necessarily banging a gong. Mm-hmm. And really tapping more people in, because this is not me. It's not even you. It's all of us. We all have to do something. So my mantra now is everyone lives somewhere. What are you going to do to make it better? You live somewhere. The option is not to run. That great migration time. And maybe if we great migrate, we need to do it in the opposite direction. Let's go into some of these red states. And make sure that, you know, our pops and meemaws are good, you know, because they're not leaving. Let's go provide them with what they need. Let's go back into our communities. Let's go into the Jackson, Mississippi's and the and the Alabamas, let's go to Memphis. Let's go to Memphis in big numbers.
She's suggesting people
Chicago,
move,
Detroit, all those places
Stanley.
are nice. But where we're needed.
I'm sorry, what?
She's suggesting people move their life into these communities. She's suggesting that.
I don't know that she's suggesting, but she's saying that is a possible thing people could do.
We need to. This woman sounds like one of the women that are like losing their, almost like the campus class of women. That's like, hey, listen, I'm being persecuted as a woman because of the changing of the presidency.
Yeah, well, maybe at first blush she might, but she's way deeper than that.
Yeah.
Not Atlanta. Maybe in some of those red counties. Texas has the largest population of Black people any place in the country in terms of sheer numbers. But we're packed and cracked into these little. Let's. It's a big state. Let's go in Moss. Let's go to Iowa. Let's go to Utah. There's a lot of land there. A lot of land there. South.
Essentially, what she's saying is, don't be stuck in Atlanta. Go to Utah, and
move all over the country because the president changed. I don't understand it.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you don't understand it, but she's saying, and I'll give you an example. My wife and I talked about moving to Utah because we liked it. And, I didn't, I kind of said, well, I don't know if I can deal with 12 feet of snow a year, et cetera, et cetera. But what she's saying is Charles Blow, for instance, suggested that Black people do a reverse migration, back to where maybe their great-great-grandparents came from, back to the South primarily, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. Mm-hmm. And she's saying, well, why go to Mississippi? Why not go to Utah? So
why not just go wherever you want?
Basically saying, don't be scared of moving to a place like Utah. It's America. Move there if a job pops up. Don't feel compelled to move to Atlanta, the Black Mecca. Go to Salt Lake City.
I guess how she tied it into the election, I didn't quite understand, unless she was changing.
Okay, well, why the fuck shouldn't she, Ryan?
I don't know how changing of the presidency has to do with.
She hasn't talked about changing the presidency yet. You have a bad habit of hearing things that people don't say.
I thought that she initially opened with post-election getting back online. From what I was interpreting, she was getting back online.
Okay, well, don't interpret until you hear her words.
And then she's saying, move. Like, you should move. I thought she was saying she was depressed because Harris lost the election.
No, she didn't. God damn. She said almost the exact opposite. Here, let's go back to the beginning.
Okay, we can do that.
How are you holding up since this election? It has been quite the moment, right?
Well, I have completely checked out.
Okay. Did you hear what she just said?
She completely checked out.
Okay, that doesn't sound like wanting to change anything.
Well, her candidate lost apparently, so she checked out.
Okay, who gives a fuck about any of that? Let's concentrate on what she said.
Okay.
How you been doing since the election? Her response is that she's completely checked out. I don't know how much you could read into that other than it sounds like she's moved on. She's not dwelling on it. She has checked out.
Okay, yes. No, go ahead, play.
So, I wanted to see what this ignorance is bliss thing is all about, because apparently a lot of people are in it. So I was like, you know what? I'm not bothered. I'm not every day.
Okay. Ignorance is bliss.
Sounds like and I think it sounds like have avoided the media or per se, like After the
That
election, she kind
seems
of checked it.
that literally sounds like she's not knee deep in losing the election.
Yeah, she's avoided it.
Avoid it, whatever. She's not upset is the point.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it's wild because I do this daily radio show to not be immersed. I mean, again, 20 plus years.
To not be immersed.
There's journalism teaching to just completely not check in. Of course, I read headlines. Of course, I have a team, so I know what the hell's going on in the world, but I'm just not bothered.
She reads the headlines. She knows what's going on in the world, but
Maybe she's not down with the campus.
Bothered. That
Maybe
does
she's on the
not
campus.
sound like someone who is dwelling on the election.
Okay.
I figured I'll be bothered. I gave myself a date to be bothered. February 1st, Black History Month.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know if is it Phoenix fish or PHX fish is right. Checked out means butthurt as fuck.
You know what? I think one of the most interesting things is the penchant when somebody says they're not bothered, or she's not actually that political. She's actually not much of a Biden fan. Don't even know that she was that big a Kamala fan. She's not. She's kind of like me, kind of like anybody but Trump. Now, I think it's always ironic that the people who are the worst at the English language are always putting words into someone who is very good at expressing themselves.
Are you saying I'm the worst?
She said this, but she really means that.
All right, go ahead.
It is totally annoying when people do that.
All right, well, go ahead and play.
Sometimes people mean what they say. Phoenix fish.
I don't know. Is that Phoenix or PHX? I don't know if that's an acronym for something else. I'm just assuming it's Phoenix.
Well, PHX is the shortened version of Phoenix.
Yeah, I think that's the airport, PHX.
Yeah, and the airport is in Phoenix.
Well, it could mean something else, though. We're assuming.
Start of Black History Month, I'm going to be very bothered at that point.
I thought of, when I was thinking of our talk today, the viral photo of the Black women on top of the building with their coffee as like the rest of the city burns. And I was going to ask you about that. Like, do you empathize with that photo? Do you,
I'm the second woman from the left. That's me. And I have my green tea, and I'm sipping my tea. Oh my God. The TV shows, shout out to Cross and all of just finished watching Ultimatum. Like I'm watching just trash, the Queen's Court, and all of the stuff that matters not. And I get up every day and it's joyful. But I also realize that 100 years from now, we're going to need to do something today to make sure that we still have a society, that we have children that are thriving, that there's a foundation for civility and excellence that we need to establish right now. And that's each of us, that's our responsibility. So jumping back in is doing more of what I was already doing, except not necessarily banging a gong. Mm-hmm. And really tapping more people in, because this is not me. It's not even you. It's all of us. We all have to do something. So my mantra now is everyone lives somewhere. What are you going to do to make it better? You live somewhere. The option is not to run. That great migration time, and maybe if we great migrate, we need to do it in the opposite direction. Let's go into some of these red states. And make sure that, our pop-pops and meemaws are good, because they're not leaving. Let's go provide them with what they need. Let's go back into our communities. Let's go into the Jackson, Mississippis and the Alabamas, let's go to Memphis. Let's go to Memphis in big numbers. Chicago, Detroit, all those places are nice. But where we're needed, not Atlanta. Maybe in some of those red counties. Texas has the largest population of Black people any place in the country in terms of sheer numbers. but we're packed and cracked into these little. Let's it's a big state. Let's go in Mars. Let's go to Iowa. Let's go to Utah. There's a lot of land there. There's a lot of land there. South and North Dakota, they each get 2 senators. Each of them. How? We got more people in the oranges than they have in New Jersey than they have in those states. Folk are struggling in these places that require a lot in California, New York. Maybe 100,000 of us descended upon North and South Dakota with a plan. Why not? These are just thoughts, Natasha.
I love the thinking. I mean, it says the song goes, "This land was made for you and me." So, no place is off limits, technically.
Well, make of that what you will. Obviously, you will make something out of it.
I don't know. Why doesn't she move to North Dakota? I mean, it's fucking cold. Who the hell wants to live in North Dakota? Unless you're in the oil business. Or like oil. What's it? Oil drip. What do you call them? Oil. What do you call one who works on the oil rig?
Well, she literally said, let's move to North and South Dakota with a plan. So they're not, she isn't saying just move there. She literally said,
convert them to blue.
She literally said, with a plan. So that suggests that you just don't pick up and move without a reason or a plan. So I don't know how much clearer she can be.
I think largely what she's saying is we need to convert all these states blue.
Maybe, but it's going to take more than 100,000 people to turn Montana blue.
Plus, if you move to Montana,
and by the way, if you haven't noticed, there are only 45 million black people. We don't have the kind of numbers to turn any state, unless we're concentrated in a place. She's literally saying to disperse.
Yeah, but she's not really talking.
Instead of being like in Houston, like every black person in Houston in Texas, she literally said to Texas is a big state. It just fucking amazes me how people will take words with obvious meaning and bend them to what they think these people should be saying. It happens to me a lot on this channel, and it's annoying.
I think what she's saying is political, though. That's the main brunt of it.
Okay, you think everything's political. Everything that doesn't align with your ideas of how things should be is
in
political.
DC. I'm in DC Metro.
Well, maybe you ought to go to Montana and relax.
It's cold in Montana. I don't want to go there.
Well, go to Alabama then.
I would go if there's waterfront, but I don't think. And actually, I would never go there because I can't. My family's local. I can't. I mean, I would go south. Believe me, I would love to go south. You're lucky for being in Georgia. You don't have to deal with snow and shit, ice. Cost of living that's exorbitant. That's 1.5 times the national average. It's ridiculous. The highest income family income in the country is now Maryland, which means everything is super expensive.
Right.
It sucks. The only good thing is you can fund, if you put 10% of your money in retirement in a higher income state, you'll have more money when you retire, and then you can move to Georgia or Florida or something where it's cheaper. Well, Florida's not even cheap anymore, but Arkansas or something, and live better than as if you were always there. It's the only advantage. Wow. I'm under the weather.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What, you got a cold?
COVID. I've COVID.
You got COVID?
I've got fucking COVID. Yeah, this is absolutely correct. Listen. Check this out. Check this out. So tomorrow, in 4 hours, I'm supposed to get a procedure done for older men.
There's a lot of modern urban.
What, a
So
colonoscopy?
yeah, so listen, I don't eat. I'm starving yesterday till 5 o'clock, and I'm coughing and I'm getting worse, right? And I literally haven't eaten any fucking
Well,
food.
should you even be in a hospital with COVID or
Well, that's what
wherever
I'm
it is?
saying. It's at 5 o'clock. My wife's like, listen, honey, you're coughing worse and you're getting your lungs are sound congested. Let's take a test. She goes in and gets one of these flu COVID tests that test for both.
Right.
And she's like, let's see if you have anything. Here, swab your nose. And then she's like, well, looks like we got to cancel tomorrow. I'm like, fuck, cancel? I haven't eaten anything all fucking day. And I'm irritated because I haven't eaten all day. And I mean, I'm just hangry, right? And sure enough, it's COVID. I'm like, are you kidding? I haven't eaten all fucking day. Okay. And I'm drinking this shit that's horrendous that when you do the clean out, it sucks, right? Like, are you fucking kidding me? So sure enough, I got COVID. So not eating all day yesterday was just a complete waste of time. So I got a call at like 7 and let them know I'm not coming in because I got friggin' COVID. How annoying. And then you have this whole thing rescheduled. So it's aggravating as shit, is what it is. But anyway, whatever.
Yeah, well,
I don't want to get them sick.
I don't know. Apparently, Nolan Ryan threw an 86 mile an hour first pitch.
I believe it.
It's
I believe it, dude. He's got 7 no
There's
hits.
a lot of modern urban myths that circulate the baseball world in the social media age, more than there probably ever has been back when things were all eyewitness accounts in print. I'm not saying there wasn't unsubstantiated stories or narratives, but the volume of them was lower, as they usually seem to be reserved for moments that were considered legendary. That's why I started this series, where I'll take a look at a narrative and try to come up with an objective answer as to whether or not it has true merit. In today's video, I want to look at what's become an iconic first pitch, being Nolan Ryan's toss before Game 1 of the ALCS way back in 2010. That apparently, according to the internet at large, hit 85 miles per hour, or even up to 86 according to some people. But was Ryan actually out there in dress shoes and pants, tossing a fastball that's roughly the same speed as Kyle Hendricks throws now? Let's get into it. So, first of all, we do have to establish that Nolan Ryan is inarguably one of the hardest throwing pitchers in Major League Baseball history, and might even have represented the largest gap ever in terms of the league's average speed and the fastest pitcher's speed, being him, of course. As back when he pitched, guys were commonly throwing in the 75 to 80 mile per hour range, and he was literally gunned at over 100 miles per hour, with some estimates having him throwing faster than that. To give some context, that would be like a pitcher today throwing around 110 to 115 miles an hour, roughly 20 to 25 miles per hour above the MLB average. What's more, Ryan played the most years in the history of the big leagues as well, appearing in parts of 27 seasons, with his last run coming at 46 years old, when he was apparently still tossing in the upper 90s at times. So, while yes, Nolan would have been about 63 in this clip, I can understand why people might think he'd be able to get up to this speed.
Had that snap.
But was it actually around 85 miles an hour? Unfortunately, the answer is quite simply no. And what's funny is, even an ESPN article cited this myth as literal truth. Take a look at that. But in a separate clip, also posted by MLB, we actually hear Joe Buck saying this.
The club president, Nolan Ryan, who did this in the ALCS, 68 miles per hour.
Yeah, right from his mouth, the exact speed the pitch was gunned at. And guess what? If for some reason that's not good enough for you, Ryan would throw out another first pitch before World Series Game 3. What speed was that one? Also 68 miles per hour. Just to make it clear, throwing nearly 70 with a tie, dress shoes, and dress pants at 63 with more than likely a little warm-up is ridiculous. It's crazy enough as it is. But understanding the nature of the internet, after multiple commenters just arbitrarily decided it was 86 miles an hour, it started being accepted as fact.
He's not even pushing off the mound right there. You see that?
Well, he wasn't even on the rubber. So
yeah, he's not even pushing off the mound. He's not dug in. He's not wearing cleats. So it's just ridiculous that they even said he was throwing 86 or whatever.
Yeah, well, myths always surround the mythical.
You gotta really drive off. I mean, these guys are throwing now just absolute heat. So, I mean, and it's kind of boring. Like if you look at the modern golf swing, there's no original golf swing. It's like they start going to these swing coaches at like when they're 10, right? And then everyone, and even when they hit the pros, everyone has about the same swing. So it's somewhat boring. They all give canned answers, like the same dumb answer to every question. You know, oh, I just tried real hard and blah blah blah. We couldn't get around on 7 and blah blah. It's just it's kind of boring now, So pretty much all sports is just routine at this point, you know. So I don't know. I feel like they've already.
Did you know that the golden eagle is the second fastest?
Wow. That's a big ass bird.
Now the peregrine falcon is the fastest bird.
Well, apparently this one's much bigger and the second fastest.
These falcons, look, I've seen these videos where these falcons will drop at just max speed and grab. No, I think it's the fastest animal in terms of like It might be the fastest animal on Earth. It drops at like 1,000 miles per hour and it'll grab a bird. It's fucking crazy. It's like a dive bomber and shit. Pretty neat.
Let's have a look at this.
Animal in the world? The golden eagle is a powerful bird of prey known for its strength and hunting prowess. With a wingspan of up to 7.5 feet, it is one of the largest eagles in the world.
Damn.
These eagles can reach speeds of up to 200 miles per hour when diving to capture prey, demonstrating their incredible speed and accuracy. Golden eagles are capable of hunting a wide range of animals, from small rodents to large mammals such as deer, using their powerful talons and sharp beaks. Their keen eyesight allows them to spot prey from great distances. As apex predators, golden eagles are powerful and can outmaneuver larger animals when necessary. So, if you see a golden eagle, you should make a quick escape. Did you know that the golden eagle is the second fastest animal in the world?
A quick escape. They hunt.
Where is this? Is this in America?
Let's see. I don't know. It was just a short.
I look kind of fake to me. I don't know about this. I mean, the bald eagle is our bird. It's probably like Siberia or something. I wonder if it's an American thing.
See, I had some videos saved up. I'll get rid of that. Oh, you know what?
You don't like that? Whatever. You don't like those climbing videos, do you? Those climbing videos make me nervous as shit.
No, I don't really have a choice. I just kind of wandered off into the algorithm. I actually had things planned, but
yeah, I watch the climbing videos. I watch like a lot of the X game type videos where they're doing crazy tricks and shit. And lately I've been watching fail videos where it's just all the worst people screwing, like, falling off of something and busting your balls, wrecking cars into shit.
Or like Jackass.
Yeah, it like the compilation fail videos, yeah. And I mean they make me cringe, man. I'm like, oh my God, seeing some of the shit, So epic fails, stuff like that. But that'll get boring and then I'll go to something else. You know how it is with watching this stuff.
And let's see here. Oh, this is I think I'll do this one first. This is a Kaya, I Hate Kaya video.
Of this young woman on TikTok.
Wandered into my
I don't even know Kaya. Who's Kaya? Just a celebrity?
She's that young chef or young cook that when did we watch it? It was Saturday morning. And she's getting a lot of hate because she dresses provocatively, but she actually cooks. Like she was seasoning chicken, and I basically made the comment, well, she's not a real cook if she doesn't marinate that stuff in the refrigerator overnight. So she does marinate it, for a couple hours. And yeah, a couple hours doesn't bother me because usually they'll say for at least 2 hours. Overnight is better. So, just knowing that after you season chicken like that, you've got to let it marinate in the refrigerator. That just convinced me she actually knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
So all these women who hate on her because she gets in the kitchen, obviously knows something about cooking and, twerks while she cooks.
People to view.
She looks pretty decent. So women are hating on her, and I think it's hilarious.
Of course.
Well, they're hating on her mainly because their men are watching her.
What's up, YouTube? It's your girl Dee Dee. Welcome and welcome back to the channel. So I am back with another reaction video. So before we get into the video, if you are new to the channel and you like the content, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe. Also share and like the video and hit that notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. All right. So listen, I was made aware of this young woman on TikTok. Her name is called Cooking with Kaya, and she basically cooks food in her kitchen, and then she kind of turns around and give you a little twerk child. And so a lot of women apparently on TikTok are infuriated with her. They don't like her. They like, oh, she's doing the most. So before I give my 2 cents on it, I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of what she actually does. And she actually was on DDG's channel as well. So he had her on her channel. They cooked together, which I thought was cool. DDG, does all kind of things over on his platforms. So I'm gonna go ahead and play a clip of what she does, and then we're gonna get back into it. Here we go.
1, 2, Kaya's coming for you. Wake up and make your man some breakfast before I do. Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Yes, you do.
Could be trolling.
Yeah. It's a part of it. It's a part of it. It's a please.
Please.
Yeah. Welcome to another video.
Wait. How much aura is that if I twerk, bro?
So that was a little snippet of her on DDG's platform, and she was trying to get him to do the little twerk because that's what she does. So she cooks all kind of meals. She's cooking in her kitchen, and to be quite honest with y'all, the only issue that a lot of these women are having with this woman is because, first of all, she's cute. She looks like she has a natural body. She has a body, and she turns around. She does a little, I wouldn't even consider it a super twerk, but she's kind of twerking, and she's cooking. And for some odd reason, a lot of these women out here, these new modern, hyena type women, they don't want to cook, child.
You can't handle the truth.
Anytime you talk about cooking for a man or cooking in general, they gonna have a major problem with it. I'm just saying. So the fact that she's cooking in the kitchen throws them completely off, because we're in a society, a modern society, where a lot of these women tell you, oh girl, he need to take you to Ruth Chris. He need to take you to these expensive restaurants to show that he really cares. It's all about a man spending money on you, not what you can do for a man. If she was just twerking to Meg Thee Stallion or twerking to Cardi B or twerking to Sexy Red, it would have been all good. They would not have a problem with her. They would be like, girl, yeah, do you, girl, come on, yeah, we could twerk together. Like they wouldn't have a problem with it. But the reason they have a problem with it is because she's cooking in the kitchen. And oh my God forbid women go in the kitchen and cook for themselves, let alone a man or even their children. But oh my God, if they're cooking, oh my God, they're taking us back to slavery. Jesus Christ. Like, we can't, what in the world? They're taking us back. It's like, how do you eat? Do you eat out every single day for every meal? So honestly, that's my thoughts on it. They just mad because the girl is cooking. And then she said on top of that, you better get up and cook for your man or I will take him, basically. And I think she was just I don't think she literally means that. That's just a part of her little, of her what she does. But I think the women are offended because they don't want to cook, child. They don't want to go nowhere near a kitchen. They don't want to do anything that makes them look like a feminine woman, anything that makes them look desirable by a man. They don't want to do that because they think that they're desirable just the way they are. Masculine, strong, independent. I don't need you, but I'll take you if you're going to pay my bills. You know what I mean? Anything that shows some type of femininity, anything that shows something domestic, child, they spinning around like Reagan. They don't want to have no parts with it. And when you start seeing women doing this, it infuriates them. It makes them feel like, oh God, are we going to have to start learning how to cook? Or are we going to have to cook for somebody? Like, what? We ain't going to be able to take it. You know, they ain't going to just spend money on us and take us out. You know, so I just think that is part of the reason why they're so angry with her. Is not just the twerking, because she's not even twerking as hard as some, in my opinion. The other reason they don't like her is because she's getting the attention of all the men. So a lot of men are looking like, okay, yeah, you gonna cook for me and you gonna give me a little twerk? I mean, you look good, you got body, and you gonna cook me a meal? What else could they ask for? So a lot of the men don't have a problem with Kaya cooking in the kitchen. They don't have a problem with her little twerk because they like seeing a woman in the kitchen looking good and cooking. That's it. And so she's getting attention from all the men. A lot of these women are coming out angry as hell, talking about, I ain't worried about no Kaya. I don't care what she do, but why y'all addressing it if you're not worried about it? You're not worried about it. Same way they weren't worried about the passport bros, but every other video, Bonnie Crew was out making videos about the passport bros, talking about they so dusty and this and that. But y'all really worried that they're going over there to find suitable wives and women. Oh, but you're not worried about this Kaya. You could care less. So why make videos about her saying you don't give a shit about it? It doesn't make any sense. I think, once again, it's the modern women who are the ones who are always complaining about men and other women. When other women don't fall into their category, they have a problem with it. The sisterhood goes out the window when another woman is doing something that's counter to what they think you should be doing. So when you talk about anything that resorts to any traditional values when it comes to women, oh, there's going to be some backlash. There's going to be some pushback because they feel like that's taking them back and they don't want to go back. But baby, that's the real reason they mad. They mad because the girl is attractive. She has a natural good body and she's really cooking. To me, the cooking part is really the problem because a lot of these women don't want to cook. They look at that as something to look down on. I cook. You should be taking me to 5-star restaurants. The man should be doing this and doing that. Y'all don't want a lot. I'm not going to put this on all women, but for the women that it applies to, they don't want to cook. Half of them eat McDonald's, fast food, and if they have kids, they're feeding that to their kids as well. They're not really wanting to learn how to cook healthy, nutritional meals for them and their families because they think that they should be catered to and taken out on a daily basis. And you want the men to supply the food for you and your kids and whoever else in your household. And it's just ridiculous and it's gotten out of hand. So really, that's in my opinion, but y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. I think that's it. They hate to see anything that resembles anything traditional. Anything traditional is like, oh my God, oh no, we're not our grandmothers and all of that. They don't want no parts in it because it requires them to do something. That's why and the men are gravitating to this woman because she's in the kitchen cooking. And this, and I deserve the best treatment.
Mm-hmm. She's spot on, isn't she? Oh, Stanley. Oh shit.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, she's right. But the
right.
problem is this video could be about half as long. She's saying the same thing over and over.
Well, I think they do that for views, right? Like to increase the advertising time.
Yeah, I'm still not versed in the ways of the creator. Creator.
I mean, I watch these weightlifting videos where it talks about which muscles do what, and it is literally, it's like a 4-minute video that can be reduced to 20 seconds. It's amazing. And I'm like, that's all it can be. I would think is like the longer it runs, the more likely you're to hit ads, you know. And I can't imagine why they'd make a longer video than these stupid hyper weightlifting videos. It's amazing. So I think that's why they do it.
I think that. Well, we'll just go ahead and finish this last.
And a man should do this and a man should do that. And the men are gravitating to this woman because she's in the kitchen cooking. And most men want a good meal. Most men would love to have a woman who can cook. And if she got a little twerk for him or, you know, she look good for him, I think that would be a plus. So I think that's what it represents to a lot of men. And listen, y'all, let me know. Chime in the comments. What do you think about cooking with Kaya? Do you think she's just another twerking woman out here using the food to twerk or what? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I definitely want to hear from you guys. Comment, like, subscribe, hit that bell. Y'all know what it is. And I will catch you in the next one. Bye.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, women attack each other a lot in those situations.
Yeah, well, I don't
More
know.
than men, far more than men, by the way.
I don't believe that's true. You ever
Well,
have you ever listened to Hood Servitives channel?
Yeah, I have, but I don't.
Don't be someone who doesn't agree with their politics and make a comment on the chat.
I should
Or
probably come up in there one
Believe
time.
me, men are just as prone to attack other men as women are other women.
Well, what I'm saying
Now,
is,
that's anecdotally.
in like men, two things. Number one, in predominantly male environments, women destroy each other. They literally, like, if you notice in an office where there's one woman that might get more attention than another woman, they eviscerate each other for whatever reason, right? They definitely don't work together. That's number one. And then number two, I think women are, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like men are hard on men, women are hard on women. But a lot of the things women do are for the other women. Like, in other words, I've had this debate before where I'm like, look, you guys are more concerned about your hair than we are because women think they dress for us and do all this shit, like get themselves together for us. They really do it for each other. Men ain't walking around talking about women's hair. We might, as long as it's fine, it's fine. We don't, we're more looking at their body, you know. You know that. I know that. But I mean, I do care about a woman's nails. I don't. They're all about that shit. So
Gotcha.
they do it for each other. Not because we're judging them. That's my opinion.
Okay.
You don't agree?
I don't think that's what I was talking about.
Well, no, it's a different subject.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but do you see what I'm saying? It's just like
I
this.
see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
women being harder. Your original comment was women are hard on women more so than men are with other men. I disagree with that. And my anecdote is being in the chat of Hood Servitives channel.
Okay.
It's mostly people, or it's mostly an echo chamber. And to make a comment, which I delight in doing, I love it when I interject or just, shit on someone's point. And then
it blows up the whole chat.
Oh shit. Stanley's in the chat.
I'm gonna have to join when you're on.
Well, I think they've come to expect it.
Am I closer to their viewpoint than you are?
To be honest, I don't know. Their viewpoint is so odd. And it
more anti-woman.
Wouldn't be odd if they just didn't dwell on it. It's like they'll have a whole, unless I provide them other content, apparently, they just want to shit on women for 4 hours.
It sounds like a fun show, though. Women do piss me off.
Well, I guess it's fun if you agree with them. I think it's fun disagreeing with them.
Well, I think,
because it's really just a bunch of whiny little children.
I'm pro. I mean, I can't stand the college campus level woman, like the campus protester types, but I do like just a standard, normal, normal thinking, intelligent woman.
Yeah,
but the campus protester
be a
types.
protest. It should be like a Tea Party protest with everybody in tricorn hats.
No, but what I'm saying is, if it's a woman that talks about the patriarchy all day and this bullshit, that's annoying. Yeah, I don't like that. It's ridiculous. It's just
Well,
right
what if
without the
they sit
paycheck.
in the chat room? I'm sorry, they sit in a sit on a channel and all they do is shit on liberals.
You mean that's what they do on conservative?
Or that's what they do on places like CTs, places like Hood Conservatives. They literally sit there and blame everything on Biden.
I mean, I
That's
don't
the
blame
content.
I don't blame everything on Biden. I certainly
I didn't say
don't.
you did. Do you have a YouTube channel?
No, I can sometimes blame everything on him, but sometimes I'm just being funny. I don't blame everything.
I see.
Jerome Powell, I blame stuff on him. Yeah. So, but I try to give it back about some of the conservative viewpoints, which are dumb, are grounded in stupidity instead of like actual facts. It's annoying, you know.
Right.
So, I've said many times that the Trump economic plan is not as good as the Harris economic plan. I've said that many times, but um, I tout it. I don't like her plan, but it's better than Trump's. So,
All right. Well, let's move on to this has popped up into my algorithm, and I can't hear to. This is Cat Williams versus Kevin Samuels, Part 4. I can only imagine the mayhem that will ensue.
What? Precise story time, nigga.
Oh wow! Why is?
You know what I'm saying? That's it for you. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, hold it. Thought I saw video on this. Uh-oh. Let me take a look at. Well, we'll move on to something else, and I'll go back and troubleshoot that because I thought I saw a video on it. And I did have videos all lined up. I'm going to start. This was odd, so I'm going to start with
everywhere.
This is a
passport,
passport, bro. And I watched this video and another piece of another one, so I went ahead and subscribed to this channel called International Passport. Basically, I think he's a British black passport type bro, and he's in the Hamburg airport interviewing this young German woman.
Sport back again for yet another classic YouTube video. I am here with the special. Your name, please. Sidine. Thank you very much. So, Sidine, first question to you is, what do you look for in a guy? Do you prefer someone who's tall, who's short, who has big muscles? What kind of guys do you like physically?
Physically,
Speak loud.
I like guys that are not too tall, when they are like me.
So
yeah, and physically, if they have muscles. Yeah.
Okay. How big of the muscles? Like mine?
Not that big.
Not that big.
Yeah, not that big. Normal.
Normal.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What about in terms of personality? Do you want a kind man, or do you want a masculine man who's like, wants to look after you, protect you, love you? What kind of guy?
I want a man that know what he should do in some situations. So in some situations he should be masculine. In some situations he should be kind.
Okay. When you say that kindness is part of being a masculine, so he wants to protect his girlfriend and his wife, so he's kind to her, he's masculine. Do you feel like being kind is a feminine trait?
No.
Okay.
I think a man can be also kind.
Okay. Are you a feminine woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Tell me what makes you feminine.
I think my physique and
yeah.
Some things that I say or I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask this: do you cook and do you clean?
Yeah.
Okay. You cook?
Yeah.
Okay, that's very feminine. Are you a family orientated person? Do you want kids? Do you want to have children?
I want kids, but I don't want to be pregnant because I'm scared of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And let me ask you this, right? So my audience is Black American men and Black British men who want to date internationally. Do you like Black men?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you like Black men?
Because I don't know. I don't look at those things. He's black or he isn't black. I also will take a black man if he is beautiful or he has a good heart. Yeah.
Okay, speak louder, okay?
Okay.
So what about, Black American men and Black British men? What's your thoughts about them? Maybe the accent is very attractive. What do you like about Black men that makes you attracted to them?
I don't think there is a difference.
Okay.
Black African men are also good.
Okay, interesting. Well, what about the accent? So like my accent and a Black American accent, is that attractive to you, the accent?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Fantastic. So tell us about German women in general. Are they kind people? Are they feminine in general? Or are they a bit, masculine? Tell us about German girls.
German girls?
Yes.
German girls are different, but they are mixed. You can find here from every country.
Yes.
A woman. Some women are kind. Some women are masculine. I don't know. I don't know what I said. There isn't a German girl.
A single German girl that represents everyone. Yeah. Okay, fantastic.
Oh, wow.
And another question for you is, what kind of dressing do you like on a guy? Do you like something like this or a lot more serious?
I don't look at those things.
Okay, why not? Because doesn't the appearance matter?
It doesn't matter.
Wearing a suit, wearing glasses,
It doesn't matter for me.
Okay.
If I can talk with you, those things are important for me.
Okay. And are you a conservative or are you liberal?
What?
Are you a conservative? So are you a conservative woman or are you a liberal woman? So are you reserved? Are you more traditional? More family orientated? That would make you conservative.
I would say I'm both.
Okay.
Because I can be this and I can be that.
Yes.
Yeah. Because with my friends that are from my culture, I'm more with my culture. When I'm with friends or other people that are not, I'm not. Yeah.
Okay. And do you have any questions for me as to what kind of girls I like or how UK guys are, how Black guys are in the UK? Anything about UK that interests you that you want to ask me?
No, I don't know. Sorry.
No problem. So do you recommend Hamburg to come to find a decent German girl to date and maybe marry? Why Hamburg?
You can find everywhere such those girls,
Okay. Okay. And one more question. How do you like dressing? Are you more of a person that wears dresses or do you like wearing trousers? What's your style?
My style, I like it sporty.
Sporty?
Yeah. That's it.
Okay. Do you go to the gym?
Sporty.
Yeah.
Okay. How often do you go to the gym out of interest? I go to the gym as well.
Probably never goes.
Sometimes 3 or 4 once a week. I don't know.
Okay. Fantastic. And are you currently in a relationship or are you single?
I'm single.
Okay. So, and what kind of guy are you looking for now that you're single? Is there a particular guy you're after or is it the vibe?
I'm not looking for a guy.
Okay. Why is that?
I don't know. I'm not interested in. I'm focused on myself.
Okay. Fantastic. So that was your name, sorry?
Celine.
Celine, thank you very much, Celine, for your time. I'm International Passport. You can see Hamburg is a very great
That's
place.
not gonna
Celine is
work.
also a very nice person. She's here to give us more information about dating. So I appreciate her time.
What?
It's not going to work.
What's not going to work?
Well, the whole idea with the passport bros is typically they're using their hard currency to exploit the local female populations, from what I can tell, Stanley. So you can't do that with the euro, right?
Okay, can't do what?
You can't. So the passport bros go into these foreign countries and
Right.
chase women, right? You can do that when you have the American dollar in Colombia. But if you take the American dollar and go to Germany, you're not going to be able to throw as much weight around unless you have a lot of money, right? So it's more difficult to do in Germany and in places where, your currency is weaker.
So
Like,
are you recommending that before passport bros go passport broing, they make sure
Yes.
they've got a
check your conversion rates. You can go to Russia, you can go to Latvia, Estonia, you can go like Eastern Europe, you can make your way into the Middle East, India, Southeast Asia, and huge sections of Latin America. But if you're going to go to Germany, you're not going to get the same conversion rate as you are with our currency, because a lot of what they do is that's one of the main, that's what I would do if I was single and wanted to be a passport bro. I would look at the conversion rates and go, okay, are there hot women? Check. And do I have a harder currency? Check. Because that's where you're going to have better luck based on their business model, based on their dating model. You know what I mean?
right.
But you can't do that shit when you can't go to Monaco, you know what I mean, and exploit the dollar because you're going to lose your ass. Like you go to take one to dinner and you're at fucking Arby's and shit, You're
Right.
you're at Taco Bell trying to impress them. So
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of neutral on this. This is actually, believe it or not, the first passport bro video that I've ever watched. And the only reason I watched is because I thought the girl was cute.
here, Mella's in the chat. Come on up, Mella.
Yeah, I see. So that's really the only reason. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like
What do you think about that? Do you think it's
I'm
exploited?
kind of neutral. I mean, the concept of being a passport bro, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I think if you want to, there's a song by an old band called Swing Out Sister. It's from, I think it was early 90s or late 80s. And there's a song she sings called, they have an album called It's Better to Travel. And that's pretty much what I think. It's better to travel. If you want to travel, travel.
Well, let me ask you this.
You will meet all kinds of interesting people. It's
traveling is awesome.
Strategy. It's as good a strategy as any to get to meet women, I guess.
Well, let me ask you this. If you met a woman where they're from a very poor country, right? And here you are living in Georgia, enjoying the fruit, this American life, right? Like, you going
Right.
fishing, you got a good place. Wouldn't you be a little suspicious? Like, does this person actually like me? Or they like the fact that I'm, to them, you're wealthy. You're super wealthy,
Right.
Wouldn't you be a little suspicious of that? Do you really like me or do you like this?
Surveyor Brooks video.
What's
I'm
that?
sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, wouldn't you be a little suspicious if the girl actually likes you versus what you can afford? Wouldn't you be a little suspicious?
You know what? I don't know that I would be any more concerned than any other woman. I mean, the thing about being young is that you're unsure about everything. So, it's just one more thing or one more way to be unsure. The only thing you can really do is, listen to your father or parents or guardians' advice and be careful.
Well, I like having I wanted to see. I want to date somebody that's similar, at least makes a decent living, you know, because then I know they pick me for me and not for.
Well, you must have been fun as a high school date.
I'm saying once I was older in high school, you just date the woman that's the prettiest, and she dates the guy that's the coolest. But I mean, once you're an adult, 25 years old, whatever, you know, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, I've dated women prior to my wife. I dated women that were
Well, what were your criteria for dating in high school before either of you had money?
looks and body,
Okay. So
and how likely I was to bed the woman, or at least make time with her. If I knew she was a prude, I was not. I was like, no, I'm not fooling with her because she's not going to put out or give me at least mess around with me. Later in high school, when I was younger in high school, I didn't think I could even do that, you know. But
what's up, Simon?
but let's say you're 25.
Hey,
Would
Stanley.
you? Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, yeah. What's up?
I'm actually glad you showed up. Did you see that last video?
What, the redhead? Yeah, no, I saw her.
No, what'd you think of the video? Because I have a friend of mine in the chat saying this guy's misrepresenting the Passport Bro movement. I know nothing about the Passport Bro movement, but the guy who shot the video says he's Black British.
He ain't. He ain't.
He's not?
Nah. Nope.
Are you a Passport Bro, Simon?
I'm from London. I was born in London. I'm born and bred. Like, that dude is not English. You don't.
Are you a Passport Bro?
He doesn't have an accent.
Are you a Passport Bro?
Yeah, to an extent. I've only dated women outside of my country.
Really?
Yeah. All my children are foreign.
Do you find that the British pound goes further in? Do you find any advantage to have using a hard currency like the British pound against?
If you understand the stock market, yes. If you don't, then you're just gonna spend, right?
Well, no. What I mean is, when you go to Germany, you're not getting them. Your dollars don't go as far as they do in Colombia or Thailand.
Yeah. I mean, the pound has always stood up against any currency. So if I go to Germany, you're talking about euros, and that's why we did Brexit, because.
But your conversion rate sucks against the euro. You guys are getting hammered against the euro, aren't you?
No. If you look at the stock market today, we're up. Like the euro is horrible. I don't want to be part of that.
The British pound just had another quarter of recession. The Brits.
Yeah, but even in that space, we're still doing better.
I know the Germans have been less productive because they're usually the strongest economy, and they've been going backwards against the rest of the Europeans, which is strange because usually they're the most productive in Europe.
Not really.
I mean, historically, they're the weight of the euro. How Germany goes.
I would say that's a misdemeanor. Like it's something that people would assume, but that's not actually the case.
With a German economy versus Italy, France is actually, I think, stronger than Germany now.
Yeah, France is weak, and so is Italy. Italy has been on a downward spiral for about 10 years.
Yeah, they suck.
And I look, I got a daughter from Italy. Yeah. Especially northern Italy is bad.
Most people don't even believe it, but Italy is a fairly poor country. It's a fairly poor country.
Yeah, especially like if you go to Italy, right? When I don't even want to say this, but I'm just if you go to northern Italy as a black person,
Well, there's not a lot of black people in northern Italy.
Let me ask you a question though, because this is kind of my thinking, being new to this sort of stuff, and frankly, I don't really care about it. It's just, again, I have
love you, Stanley.
Sorry,
I just had to let that out.
I was saying I have a son who's 18 and he's actually talking about going to Spain or Germany over the summer, one of these exchange student things. So, I'm kind of wandering into, what do young black men do? And passport, looking at a passport bro who, again, weird things wander into my algorithm. So I was just curious. And to
Spain,
me, I mean, when you're, thinking like a young man, young people don't think about dollar conversions and euros and exchange rates. That's what they have old, boring parents for. They're basically, to put it crudely, chasing tail like any other normal young, male would be, unattached, etc. So I don't know. To be honest, and it's weird to hear a 60-year-old say this. You kind of when you take the romance out of it by overanalyzing exchange rates, even I lose interest, and I know I shouldn't.
It depends what part of Spain it is, because like as a young person, I used to, like there's this whole thing about Ibiza, like there's the party scene.
Well, I haven't even it seems like he's changed his mind and now he wants to go to Berlin. So I'm gonna let him,
what's in Berlin apart from the wall that got taken down.
I wouldn't bother asking him because his mind will change by the end of Christmas.
Probably. Yeah. That's the thing about young people. And as they're
I'm being corrected. See, my friends know me too well. I know it's more than about chasing ass. Well, tell me what it's about. You know this stuff better than I do, Fred.
If I may say so before he speaks, please,
Yeah, go
because I
ahead.
don't know how reliable my Wi-Fi is at this point. I just want to get this out. When it comes to young people traveling overseas, they must be made mindful of opportunists at all times. They are not allowed to fall for sob stories. They are not to present themselves with vulnerable information. They are to protect themselves at all time. If they happen to encounter love during that, fine. But
Wait a minute, that's such a female thing to say, though. I mean, men don't actually operate like that.
no, I'm saying as a traveler overseas,
I think you're offering good advice.
yeah,
Y'all let me speak, please.
I want young people who are traveling overseas. There is a tour where there are tourists galore. There's a population in those communities that cultivate taking advantage of tourists, and I want young people to be aware of that at all times.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
appreciate you, madam, but that's something you'll say to your daughter. Like, men don't actually operate like that. Like, everything you just said, men will take advantage of all of that, and it ain't gonna be a problem. The whole point of being a young person is to explore. So you're gonna learn about what you're gonna deal with. If you can't, then how are you gonna grow? Like, you can't grow by just trying to deflect from mistakes and problems. Like, that's just gonna happen.
Oh, thank you for your feedback.
No, I appreciate you. No, you sound like my sister, but it's the scaremongering thing.
Well, your sister is wise.
Yeah, I know she is. I got a couple of them. They speak like her, but I'm just saying,
you're the youngest, aren't you?
I don't know. Am I?
No, the youngest. The youngest of your siblings, younger than your sisters.
Yeah. No, I'm the youngest out of 9. But
they're mothering you.
I'm just saying, like, I get it, because it's like, but that whole sort of misinformation thing, don't put fear into it, because at the end of the day,
Okay, I'll give you an example as to why I'm not fear mongering. Let's take, for my own personal example, when my son became of age and he was going out to parties, I wanted the address and a responsible adult's phone number. And he was really upset about that because he thought I was going to use that information to be one of those kick in the door moms. I said, no, this is where I'm coming from with this. I'm not trying to step on your good time. I want you to have fun. I want you to explore. I want you to be as free as a bird. This is what I'm saying. In the event, God forbid, something happens to you, I would look like a shitty mother if I didn't know your last known whereabouts. And that's why I want that information.
Hey,
And
before
this way,
you
and then
respond, let me
when he looked at it
introduce.
that way, he was like, "Oh, okay, cool."
Let me introduce a friend of mine, Fred. This is Simon, Mella, Ryan, all kind of regulars around the channel. So, Fred, you're in Germany, right?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Peace.
Yeah. So this is a guy who is very familiar with Europe, and you know, he would probably have a better idea of the ins and outs and all that stuff of being, you know, a quote passport bro than any of us. So, you know, any thoughts? You know, because, you know, I said, well, you know, young people, young men, you know, they're going to be over there chasing tail. You know, Ryan wants to talk, you know, hey, you got to make sure your money's right. Give us what you think, because you've got way more experience in this, in living in Europe as an American black man than any of us.
Yeah. So, as far as the passport growth thing goes, it's not about, you know, chasing money or trying to find the best place where that our money was stretched. It's just about finding a, you know, a quality of life anywhere in the world. So, like, I came to Germany and my dollar, you know, it doesn't stretch very far right here. Here, I think the dollar is like, I think I get 75 cents to a euro, something like
Yeah,
that.
I was going to say it's 90
cents to a euro.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I wanted to go somewhere where my dollar was stretched, I would have went to Mexico or, you know, I think somebody said Colombia or something like that. But there's guys that go to Colombia, but yeah, it's not about the dollar stretching. It's not about chasing butt too. I mean, you're gonna go somewhere where the women are, you know, like the Godfather says, fit, feminine, cooperative, you know, and you know, most of the guys can't find that in the States. So you go somewhere where you can find that at. And most of the time it's Eastern Europe or places where the dollar stretches. They just end up in places like the Philippines or some guys go to Vietnam or Bali, places like that. I just ended up in Germany with a German woman. So
what was I going to ask
I just
you?
want to put that out there.
It's a good idea not to travel alone, right?
For women.
Mel,
You can, I mean, I always
Fred's Army. So you've been to Germany, right, Mel? Bella's Air Force.
2 days. It was nothing. It was just 2 days, touchdown and gone.
It depends what part of Germany as well, though.
I was in London. You know, there was a lot of hops that I did in Europe, as opposed to where I was stationed at throughout the
So
world.
you think for men, it's somewhat safer. You know, I would imagine as long
In
as
the
they keep
past,
their
I
head
would
on.
say yes. In these current times, I don't know.
What, just out of curiosity, what would you say? And again, you know, I ask weird questions, but what would you say a college student, you know, black male college student, first time really outside of the United States, he might go to Germany. What would be the thing you would recommend he look out for? You know, any speed bumps, you know, just throw one out there. You know, what
All
would be?
right. First of all, the embassy.
Hold on, this is for Fred. He's there.
Oh, I thought you were asking me. I apologize.
Say it again. What he should look out for?
Yeah, just new kid, college kid coming over for the summer to Germany. What would be, if anything, what would be the thing he should look out for? Avoid this. Besides the obvious things, you don't want to do drugs. You don't want to, hang out with prostitutes. Just something from innocent.
That's hard to avoid though in Germany.
Yeah. What to avoid?
Because see, I'm a father who might be sending someone over there. What should I warn him about, son?
Each embassy posts warnings of what to look out for.
Yeah, it's not really that dangerous, but what kind of kid is he? Is he like a kid like the like a womanizer or
college
something?
kid, kind of nerdy.
Yeah, it's not really the thing. If he go to a big city,
my son actually.
Oh yeah, if he go to a big city, you say you might go to Berlin. It's fairly safe.
Yeah.
You know, if he plan on trying to pick up girls, I mean.
Well, I don't. I hope that wouldn't be
with
the primary mission, but it's bound to happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be. But just be careful with because some of these, especially the Turkish women, they have a lot of brothers and they're very protective. They're very protective of their sisters. So, but it's not really that dangerous over here. I mean, that I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's less dangerous than Atlanta for sure.
Yeah, it's very safe. So
you're probably right. Fred, my son's at Georgia Tech. So I guess
okay.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you in a while, but yeah, he made it in. He's first semester.
He stays in the barracks, or not the barracks. He stays in the he stays on campus. Yeah,
he's down there.
Okay, so he's right in.
Well, thank you. But he's talking about maybe, the first thing I'm going to say is you're paying for it. So if you want to go, and I think that might be a deterrent, at least for this summer, but we'll see. What if he actually saves the money and,
I mean, he wants to go. All people his age. How old is he?
18.
18, 19. Yeah. He should have been with somewhere out of the country. He's never been out of the country.
Nope, he never has.
Yeah,
I've been delinquent or a bad parent.
No, I mean travel is never a bad thing. Like if you know.
Well, no, Fred's saying I should have gone somewhere before now, and he's right. But he has a chance now. And
why Germany, Stanley? Why Germany?
I don't know.
I don't even want to. I never really.
Who knows how the 18-year-old mind thinks? By now, I've forgotten. First,
that old Stanley. Goddamn.
First it was Spain. Now it's Germany. Now Spain, I've been to.
Spain's really.
But anyway, I don't want to get wrapped up. I just since Passport Bros came up. I figured because I don't know anything about him. That dude is the first Passport Bro that I've ever stopped, and checked out a video, and it was only because of the girl. I thought she was cute. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even bothered.
Traveling's never a bad thing, especially for young people.
Right.
Like you learn real quick.
Is he a beer connoisseur or something? Like
who? My son?
Yeah, what is he looking for in Germany?
I assumed it was some college group going over there.
What's his field of study, if you don't mind me asking?
Computers, software engineering.
Oh, I see. All right.
It's not a culture over here. Yeah. It's a real melting
engineering.
How colleges will organize, summers abroad, that sort of thing.
There are a lot of engineers in Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But like I said, knowing my son, he'll probably wind up here. But throwing out ideas, hey, what do you think about? I'd like to know what he's thinking, and I don't.
You're never gonna know what he's thinking.
Well, I mean, actually, over the years, I might have to kind of corner him, but he'll come clean at some point.
That's the worst thing a parent could try to do is try to figure out that.
Well, I've had about 10 or 11 years of one-on-one, so I know him pretty well.
That's what you think. Okay.
Oh, that's what I know. Now, I may not, now that he's free and beyond my borders, he's free to change. So, but we have a pretty good rapport, so I'm not overly worried.
You could
probably
try
know him.
someplace. They could try San Francisco, like Silicon Valley in America.
Have you ever
I mean,
caught him in a secret before?
Nope.
Okay, that's a
See,
good.
you also have to
That was a
understand.
key. That was
You
a key
have to
question.
understand who his parent is. I actually want him to have secrets.
Yeah, she hit on the nail right there. Oh Lord. Yeah.
I think that kids.
Yeah, these late teenagers,
I don't
man,
want to know every gory detail.
they got stuff on their mind that
It should have
will catch
secrets.
us by surprise.
So, Fred, otherwise everything's going good with you?
Yeah, everything's great, man.
Excellent.
Living the life.
Excellent.
What part of
Swing
Germany
there.
you in, Fred?
I'm near Stuttgart.
Oh, okay.
He said Berlin.
No, I'm near Stuttgart.
It was me.
No,
Who
it
talked about Berlin.
was Stanley that had
Yeah.
mentioned his son was trying to go to Berlin. I apologize, sir.
Right. I asked him.
Well, that's okay.
Simon asked him which part of Germany he was in.
Yeah, I'm near
Yeah, I
Stuttgart.
apologize for
Ooh, this is
mishearing.
interesting.
That's good. It's so good.
Thanks, Fred.
Near where Porsche's meant. So that guy, Andre, if you want to know, about Passport Bros, that's a good channel.
Oh, cool.
To
Okay.
get some information.
Just
Awesome.
Without crossing borders.
Okay, well, we'll definitely check him out. I'll look at what he's got, and then we'll start looking at some stuff tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's a woman too. She's a Turkish lady. And she's in Mannheim, a German city. Surveyor
What
Brooks.
against Turkish people?
Surveyor Brooks. Okay, let me look her up.
Yeah.
When
call
you
her the Turkish
when you
lady.
said Turkish, I'm
You said
definitely
a couple of times. I was like, what?
No, but that's a big. They have a big population of immigrants in Germany. I think the Turks have the second largest. I think they have the first largest.
Second largest what?
Yeah, well, Germany had a
They have the
relationship with
largest population of immigrants.
Yeah, Germany had a relationship with the Ottoman Empire in World War II. I'm sorry, World War One and thereabouts.
Yeah. They were. Think it was coming here to work, do something. I learned that in the immigration class.
We just done a deal with Germany, like in terms of what's been going on, because that's a go-to. In terms of people that are asylum seeking at the moment, and they want to cross the border and come over here, but we have to cut out.
Yeah, y'all send them back to Rwanda or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
didn't
Britain pay Rwanda?
Yeah, I know. That's I never thought I'd see the day, right?
But I gotta go, man. I have to.
All
I
right,
might come back.
Fred, it's great. It's great talking to you, and don't be a stranger.
Nice
Yeah,
having spoke.
Yeah,
Nice
Freddie.
speaking with you.
Yeah,
And
I'm gonna be listening in, but I gotta go cook for my kids.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right, Keith.
I might say some atrocious stuff. Listen in.
No, Fred's a solid guy. I forgot to tell him that John's from
Trying to
Alabama.
be Noy. What's up? God damn.
No, I could say like stuff like which has the largest population of contortionists, and maybe that's what these passport bros are looking for.
You gotta help yourself with it. Like you are just holding it in.
Isn't that outrageous? See, you can be outrageous without being filthy.
Okay. What, Stanley? What do you know about contortionists? Because I don't know what.
All I know is they're human pretzels.
God damn! What they like to bend and twist?
A contortionist is a person
I've
that
never
can
never
bend
met
and
one.
twist to. Uh, it's ridiculous. They could fit into a suitcase. It's
Wow.
ridiculous.
Oh, like Cirque du Soleil. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. I was trying to figure out. I'm a novice, so I'm just learning.
Wow, this dude does. Wow. Yeah, this guy has love crossing borders. This dude has some depth of content for sure.
Make women great again. Oh, okay. When were women not great? It's kind of interesting. Who's that on the screen?
Yeah, we'll be taking a look at some of his videos. Some topics already I'm thinking about.
He's got a picture of himself in the background.
Leaving.
I don't know if I could ever do something like that.
Let's have a listen to this. This is The Truth About Leaving, Passport Bros and Identity. So let's have a look at this.
Couldn't sleep. Peter couldn't sleep. They had been traveling with Jesus for a few months and he couldn't sleep. Neither could Matthew. So Matthew walks over to Peter and says, "Hey man, what's the matter, man? What's going on, man? Why can't you sleep? I know I can't sleep, but why can't you sleep?" So Peter tells Matthew in the series, he said, "Man, I told my wife," because according to the Bible, Peter had a family. "I told my wife, I'll be back fishing and back taking care of the kids and back in her arms in a few months. I'll hang out with Jesus, let him preach, make sure he all right, and we'll make it back home. I'll be gone for a couple months." And I never forget this part. That's how important this line was in that movie. I don't remember any other line in that miniseries, Jesus of Nazareth, but I did remember this. Matthew looked at Peter as the moonlight was glistening, and neither one of them could sleep. He said, "Why are you lying to yourself and lying to your family? We're never going back. You'll never see your kids grow up. You'll never see your wife again. You'll never go fishing again." Because he camera panned to Jesus while Jesus was asleep. Because we know who he actually is. He says, we know who he is. We're never going back. When it comes to some of you brothers that are like me, using your passports as often as you do, the United States that you know, the black community, stop lying to yourself. You're never going back. You'll never be a part of the barbecues on a regular basis. You never enjoy TGIF. Thank God it's Friday, I'm getting off work. You'll never sit back and see high school prom dresses and suits that little young nieces that you saw that were young. Now they're about to go to the prom. You won't enjoy that moment. You're not going back. Because just like in that miniseries, you got your passports and you know what's out there now. And for you to go back is to lie to yourself and pretend like everything that you saw around the world never happened. That's why it's hard for the passport bros to stay a part of the community. And we're going to end with this last one. We spoke about it. Change. Let's go back to this real quick. Shout out to my brother, being in the building. He said, for real, my bat cave is Eastern Balkans. And oh man, look that area up. I heard of the Eastern Balkans, but I've never really did my homework on it. That gives me something to study. Thank you, brother. Shout out to you, Fadi. Shout out to you, brother, for being here this evening with the $2. I appreciate you. Last one tonight is the last reason why passport bros are no longer a part of the black community. Not because we're not black, because we are. Not that we don't support what's going on back home. We do. We encourage you to continue to fight the good fight. But things have changed. And just like I said, it's not going to be the same. Time changes all things. You've changed since you left. In the United States, and the black community has changed since you left. It's not the same. And until you come to the reality that you are no longer a part of it, you're no longer a part of the struggle, you could be in East Balkans as a black man and be standing there with a bullhorn in your hand saying, black rights, we have rights too. I am a man. And you look like a dang fool. Sir, what do you got the bullhorn for? Can we talk to you? Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of my black people back in the United States. What? Wait a minute, you ain't got that bullhorn for people here in this country? No, this is for my people back in the States. Sir, if you don't sit your drunk tail down somewhere. No, I'm going to the governor's office. Okay, you're going to the governor's office in one of the cities in Belize. Okay, cool. Gotcha. What are you going to talk to the governor about? About the rights of black people in my inner cities back home in Tampa. What? Yes, I'm going to talk to one of the mayors of one of the cities here in Belize about the travesties and the tragedies that are taking place in the United States. He could do something about this. You see how stupid that sounds? You're at the point, you're at a crossroads. And I remember a brother told me this one time. You at the crossroads of you're going to be who you're supposed to be in life, or you could be what the rest of them niggas are. And pardon my language. I'm not talking about the black people back home. I'm talking about the Pookies and the Ray Rays. You got a choice, but you can't have it both ways. You either going to be a person that decides that eventually I'm leaving the United States. If you are still in the States, and you plan on being a passport bro eventually, let me talk to you brothers. I already talked to us brothers that are already have gone and traveled and went back and establishing ourselves and preparing this. I'm talking to you brothers that got a fresh passport either coming in the mail or a fresh passport that you just got and you only got a couple stamps or no stamps on there.
Any thoughts?
I don't even know what he's talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He sounds confusing, man. He sounds like a Pookie and a Ray Ray. I mean, who speaks? It's either one. Like he's like, you see, it goes back to this fear mongering stuff. Like, you know, you can be one and the other. You don't need to be one or the other. You know what I mean? Now, you could travel and come back. But the way he's speaking is like, oh, you leave, you're gone. You're not part of anything. Well, what happened to?
Well, no. Basically, what he's talking about is, you know what? not being stuck in a paradigm. You know how you all like to talk about pro-blacks, you know, the Pookies and the Ray Rays, that sort of thing.
I mean, I don't, but yeah, go ahead.
He's basically saying, what? I'm done with the Pookie and the Ray Ray conversation. I'm done, you know, with the Byron Donalds conversation. Let's change the paradigm. Let's go.
I don't think he's saying Byron Donalds.
Let's go somewhere where, you know, I can be free of this mess and I can be me.
I think he's saying,
okay, I literally, you literally just said you didn't understand. So now you do.
I didn't hear anything about Byron Donalds though.
Okay, you know, you are very literal sometimes. I brought Byron Donalds up as an example. He doesn't want to be a Pookie or a Ray Ray. He doesn't want to be a Byron Donalds either. He just wants to go and be him.
Yeah, but that's nothing. Like what he was actually saying is nothing good to a young person.
No, that's not.
That's not inspirational.
So anyway, we can move on, I'm sure.
What I interpret is he's saying once you leave the U.S. and you go spread your wings, going back to the community or communitas, he calls it, it just sucks. It's just
no.
A bunch of
I don't
people
know that it sucks. It's just not something. It's just not something you want to do.
He's like you're not going to be
old. Hold on one second. There was there's an old saying when black people, black men, black soldiers were coming home from World War I. As a matter of fact, I forget, it's in a movie, but it's basically, you know, how you're going to keep them down on the farm once they've seen Gay Paris. Yes, exactly, Fred. Basically, don't take the American baggage with you. You can be you.
Yeah, I think it's the point. Don't. And then when you come back, don't be a part of all the crying in the social justice war.
He's saying you don't have to come back.
Yeah,
that's just about like you don't have really. Like you're gonna be like influenced and come back as a completely different person when that's not really the case.
He's not saying that either. It might be something that, you know, is particular to successful Black American males, like Fred, as a matter of fact. You know what? I've known Fred for maybe 3 years, you know, through a Discord we're a part of, and Fred is very above the clouds. You know, I think he has found his place, and he ain't sweating the bullshit that's going on here.
You're part of Discord? Wow.
Fred leaves that American bullshit to fools like me.
But when you say the American bullshit, what are you talking? Like the perpetual crying about every possible scenario?
That's some of it.
I'm just surprised you're on Discord, Stanley.
Why would you be surprised?
I can't navigate that myself.
Well, I mean, I'm only on like 1 or 2 Discord servers. You know, I'm not like a, you know, I have a 1 or 2 home on Discord, and that's pretty much it. I only have so much bandwidth for social media.
Well, there's a lot of threads, man. It's like fucking thread after thread. I can't do it.
All right, well, we'll switch gears here. This is an old an old Kevin Samuels video that I found. I have no idea what it's about. Yeah, I see that hat that says "Make Women Great Again." That's
not Kevin Samuels, though.
Oh no, that's not Kevin Samuels. It's an interviewer. It's an interviewer.
What's his name?
Of Kevin Samuels.
I forget his name, but he's kind of prominent in the Red Pill.
Oh, well, let's see. Donovan Sharp. So anyway, let's get into this.
Kevin Samuels to TSR Towers. Kevin, thanks for making time for us again tonight, man. We appreciate it.
What's going on, fellas? What's going on, Donovan?
Not too much, man. Now, you're not here to talk about style and image consulting. We are basically we're gonna have the same conversation that you and I had the other day. And this is what you and I are going to talk about is why is it that a growing number of men, why are they living with their mamas? What is going on with that?
Well, and this is something that has come up more than since I do, image coaching, life coaching one-on-one with these guys. And what I started to notice is over the last year, I was starting to see more and more guys who were either had their associate's degree or their bachelor's degree, gainfully employed, but in their mid to late 20s, still living at home with mama. And it just started getting to the point where it begged the question. I'm like, what is going on with guys in this failure to launch? I actually did a couple of broadcasts on my YouTube channel addressing it. One that was about 2 weeks ago that's epic. If you guys haven't checked it out, I strongly suggest you check it out because I even had guys calling into the show, talking about, I'm in this same position. I had a father call in who basically had to go through this. So here's the thing. It's no respecter of race, income. But it's definitely a millennial thing. And we gotta address it because what I'm seeing is so many guys out there are just lost in the sauce. They're just twisting out there. And we try to give guys, input, direction. It's one thing to be out there, but it's another thing to be out there with no plan. It happens to everybody.
Right. Of course.
It happens to everybody. But just being there, there's some standard markers. I always ask what's your relationship like with your dad. Psst. Ask you what your plan is. Psst. Then I also noticed that there's better than 70% of them identify with some version of MGTOW.
Oh, there it is.
And then there's I would say better than 50% of them are virgins. So I'm like, all right, we got to actually start discussing this, getting it out there, and start having this conversation so guys can start coming into the light to get them up and out of this. And I would say this, of the guys I actually work with, let's see. I'm trying to come up with a number. Close to 80% of them are on the way out of the house or out of the house now.
Okay, well, that's good.
And under 6 months. So
okay, good.
So
good.
That's where we're going to kind of go from. The average guy I'm talking about is making around $40,000 a year. Okay, when I was 18 years old, you turned 18. You had three options: college, military, or job. But all three of them, you had to get out of the house.
That's right.
I'm talking about guys who got out, gone to college, got a degree, and went back and lived with mother. There was a guy, I'm working with a guy who's making $95,000 a year. He's living at home with mom.
That is inexcusable.
It is not about it. So it's not about money for a lot of these guys. What it is, a lot of these guys are basically son boyfriends.
Ooh.
That's what they are, son boyfriends.
Son boyfriends, sonsbins as well, right? I think we talked about that.
Yeah, because when you ask, well, what does your dad think about it? Inevitably, my dad's not in my life because no man will put up with this shit. Because here's the real deal. People in the chat room can say what they want to. You can go get a fucking job at OnQ or 7-Eleven and go get you a $500 studio apartment. This is what you have to do when you're starting out. But a lot of these guys want to move from their parents' home, their mother's home, into this nice home with the lot. Here's what I hear. I'm saving up. I'm paying off debt. I'm saving up to get a house. Right. And then you know what? I dig 3 levels deep. One question and 2 follow-up questions, and the entire story falls the fuck apart. A lot of these dudes just don't want to grow up because here's the other side. They're not paying any rent.
Yep.
At all.
That's a sweet deal. To live someplace rent free is a sweet deal, and that's something that's very hard for a lot of men, especially millennials, to grow out of.
So the thing is, if you want to be in that situation, I'm like, okay, at least get ahead of the curve. What's your plan? But dude, there is no plan. When I can ask a guy who's 23 years old or 25 years old, how much does an apartment cost in your area? And they're like, I don't know. They don't even know the steps. They don't even know that how to do it.
Right.
I'm like, well, what is the rent like? I'm gonna tell you, some of the guys I've coached with, I've actually had to say, you need to go to a local apartment complex and find out the process. I mean, they don't even know you need to have 2.5 times the monthly rent. They didn't know you needed to go get the utilities turned on. And see, a lot of stuff is because they weren't taught by their mothers. And the guys feel shame because, by the age of the mid-20s, they would feel silly asking their friends, well, mama don't want you to leave, because when I ask the guy, what's your dad think? Dad isn't there. Say, well, does your mom have a boyfriend? No, mom's had a boyfriend in years. All right, are you paying mom any rent? No. All right, so you're a son boyfriend.
Yes.
That's really what it comes into. And
Yes.
for the people talk about in New York City, fuck that. That's what the show Friends was about. You get a roommate.
Oh, Jesus.
People have figured out how to do it up until the millennial generation. It's not like the millennial generation is better off than any generation previous. They got more education, more options. When I graduated high school, minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. Not everybody went to college. And again, I said 50% or more of these guys have at least an associate's. Most have a bachelor's. Most are making at least $40,000 a year. No excuse.
Nope.
See, the difference is we were chomping at the bit to get out and get into life.
Right.
You had to hold us back. These guys had to launch. Well, I don't want. Who gives a shit what you want? Because I asked the guys all these questions. If your mom were to be involved in a fatal accident today, what would you do? And most of them are just like, Jesus, I don't know. I'm like, life is like that. You're not making any forward progress. So here's what I say. Then you don't need to worry about any parts of dating, any parts of anything, because no quality woman is going to go fuck you in your mama's house.
There you go. That's
and
right.
then you complain that, man, I don't have confidence. I don't know how to approach women, because you don't have any, because you're living shit. You're living delayed. So you don't even have the confidence to say, even if I could walk up to this 10 and could spit the magic formula, where am I going to take her?
Well, that ended abruptly.
Damn. You there, Stanley? My mic's screwed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You broke up a bit.
Yeah, my mic is jacked up for some reason. I'll come back.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to start this longer Kevin Samuels video, since we're on that topic. Do have a pop the balloon, but might hold on to those. And this is called Young Woman with Useless Degree Wants High Value Man. I don't know. Is any degree actually useless?
I'm good. I'm kind of nervous.
That's okay. You're just talking to me. Don't pay attention to YouTube. You and I are just talking.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay, let me go ahead.
All right, that sounds good.
What do you got for me? Let me go ahead and put my view up here so you can see me.
Okay, so basically the story is I'm 22 and I'm in nursing school.
Mm-hmm.
I graduate next December, and I'm really trying to get serious about dating more high value men, and I have met one person that I would consider high value, but I'm not sure of how to go about it, because I'm 12 years younger than him. So I'm like trying to figure out what does he want from me? Like, how do I kind of go about it?
How old is he? I mean, do you know if he's, wait, first off, you got your eye on him.
Mm-hmm. He has his eye on me. He came to he drove about 2 hours to come visit me at school.
Okay.
Just someone like I've just like talked to and met. It's not someone like I went and chased down.
Okay, I need to be clear. You said that you're in nursing school. We don't do the we do yes or no.
Yes.
All right. And he said he approached you how?
Via social media.
To do what? He approached you to date?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just get to know each other.
Okay. To what end?
See, he wasn't specific on that, and I didn't say anything. I was just trying to see like
that's
how
a
it plays
problem.
out.
He's 34, approaching a 22-year-old. Yes, not a He's 34, approaching a 22-year-old with an undetermined goal. That's not good.
Okay.
He should know, and see, there's a lot of things wrong with this. One, 34-year-old man should not be approaching a 22-year-old woman without a plan. Number one. Number two, you should not be trying to figure out how to get on his plan. Where's your dad?
Me and my dad haven't spoken since I was 9.
Okay. Why?
Yeah. He was really abusive.
To who?
And so to my mom and to me.
Hold on. Let me hold on now. I gotta ask some questions here. Abusive to you. See, this abuse,
like physically abusive.
Okay.
Physically abusive.
All right.
Yes.
So again, due respect, I don't know. Do you have any siblings?
Yeah, I have a little brother.
And is he not?
I'm the oldest.
So did you mean abusive? I mean, you got a whooping or you got a broken arm?
No, it wasn't towards it was more like emotionally abusive towards me, but he was physically abusive towards my mom. So
okay, ma'am, I gotta be real with you. Your father's relationship with your mother has nothing to do with your father. He is your father. See, far too many of our women want to throw men away and then wonder why you don't know men.
I didn't throw him away. He just never talked.
Okay. I said far too. Okay, let me make it clear. Okay, you got some issues with dad.
I know.
So you're not going to fix them on this call, and you're not going to act as though I don't know what I'm talking about. You need to get this square. You need to get your daddy issues in check before you deal with any men. And when I asked you about your father,
that's an interesting.
You're telling me about what he did with your mother, and that is not your concern. That was those two grown people.
Oh, wow. Sorry about
Daddy
that.
issues end up having issues with men in general. Where is your father?
I don't know. Like, we haven't talked in like 13 years. We haven't talked. Okay. I've wanted to reach out, and I've always wanted to, like, you know, kind of. I'm not trying to make this into like a daddy issues type of show, you know, but I've tried my best to kind of reach out. But like every time it comes to family, I'm always discouraged.
By who?
To actually
the women.
My mom.
Exactly. Yeah. Parental alienation happens so often to women. See, I need you to listen to me. Okay. You're growing into your womanhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We don't do
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. Have you had boyfriends in the past?
Yeah, I had one.
Are you a virgin?
No.
All right. So you understand that relationships can be complicated.
Yes.
You cannot judge your father based upon what you saw at 8 years old between him and your mother. And I can almost guarantee your mother has not really told you anything positive or endearing about your father. And when you say you want to reach out to him, it's discouraged. That's all kind of problems. Like it or not, he is the man your mother chose to reproduce with once or how many times? Twice? You got your brothers by your father?
Just once. My mom got remarried.
Is she still married?
Yeah, they're still married.
All right. And your stepfather said what about your dad?
My stepdad doesn't really talk about my dad. No one really talks about my dad. He's just like, he's a kid. He's like, it's almost like he's a ghost.
Well, the only problem is that's
No one
your
talks about
father. I don't really give a shit about anybody else. That's your father. And you need to understand who you got a whole half of you out there that you don't know. And there's a daddy-sized hole in your existence. This happens. So it makes sense now. 22, 34. Yeah, no. That's why I say therapy is so necessary with Black people. You don't need to be really worrying about relationships until you at least address these issues. And you're not going to be able to...
I don't want to like say... I don't want to say like I haven't tried to like kind of address them, because I know I've always been extremely self-aware of like what's going on with me mentally.
You can't do it by yourself. You need to, okay, I got to move on to another call. Let me just tell you this. You're too young. You don't know what's going on. This 34-year-old man, you got all these different things going on. Ma'am, you need to address your issues, your father issues, your daddy issues with a licensed professional therapist. And you're not going to get any help with your mother, because I will tell you this, there are going to be things that will come out that you might be really surprised and shocked to hear that your mother was culpable and your father may not have been as guilty. It is not healthy to sit back and tell you, you don't need to know your dad. You don't need to know anything about him. That's suspicious AF.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for talking with me.
You're welcome.
What's up, Bliss?
We do this often to our young
What's up,
girls.
Stanley?
Let me ask this
I
question.
woke up like 30 minutes ago.
Who
I
are,
clicked in and you were here, so
Yeah, usually hear this about this
You can go
time.
ahead and unmute yourself.
I heard you eating. What were you eating?
Hi.
How are you?
Heard me what?
I'm well. How are you?
I heard you eating.
I am
What were
well.
you eating?
Chewing
have for
on my son made katsu chicken,
Oh, okay. That sounds
which
good.
is I guess it's Japanese. So it's more or less breakfast, I guess. I didn't eat it last night. But other than that, I'm just looking at this Kevin Samuels video and disagreeing with it.
Okay, let's wait. What do you disagree with? I just kind of tapped in. I saw the one with not Kevin Sharp. What's that dude's name? I know his last name is Sharp.
Donovan Sharp.
Yeah, Donovan Sharp. I saw that. I was like, okay.
I didn't have a problem with that one. It's this one. Let me put this comment up. Part about this particular young lady's in nursing school. Excuse me. I thought I heard her say she's in nursing school. She didn't know her father. Apparently her father was abusive, or at least she remembers him to be, to her and her mother. And her mother's remarried. So, and they don't really ever talk about her biological father. So she says she's kind of, interested in a high value man, in quotes, who is
What's
10
your
years,
what's your opinion? Like, what's a high value man? What is that? Like, what does that mean?
I don't know. I'll get to that once I finish the story. Essentially, what she's calling a high value man, 10 years older. So Kevin starts asking her about her father, and she's basically trying to figure out, hey, what does this man want from me? I guess to let him know that, hey, she's worth pursuing. So they wander into, hey, don't you know men? Where's your father? Then they get into, where's
Oh,
your father?
fuck. That's actually kind of funny.
Basically,
And fucked up.
she hasn't talked to her father in years. They don't really know where her father is. So Kevin's just kind of on this thing about, well, he's your father. And I'm just like, you know what? Number one, if she doesn't know where she is, where the father is, I don't know that a whole lot of something that happened in your childhood is really worth spending a lot of time going in and discovering and reconnecting and all this. If he wanted to, if he's her father and he wanted to be found, he would have been found by now. So
he's roasting her because she doesn't have a dad.
well, he's roasting her, not exactly roasting her, but he's insisting that, hey, regardless of what he did, you were a child, you may not exactly remember it as it happened. He's just basically saying you need a father figure, and you got a father. You don't.
She needs a daddy, Stanley. She needs a daddy, someone to tell her what to do.
Okay, well, you know what? I understand that, but not everybody in the world has a daddy. Plenty of people have grown up without daddy.
I know, I was being funny, Stanley. Holy shit, man.
Oh, well, I never know with you because this. Anyway, I think I don't know that I agree with him to the extent that he wants to push this. Yeah, she needs a daddy, but she shouldn't spend a whole lot of time, dwelling on the past. A daddy, if he was really that into it, would have found her by now. So that's my thing.
Oh, look at this comment, Stanley, by Young Blessed 18.
Hey, what's up, Ghetto? How you doing? Good morning.
Salute. Good morning.
Oh, isn't this a dude that was like he was fighting with me like
Young and Blessed? Let me just address this right quick. A mother keeping her from her father. She's an adult now. If her father wanted to find her, he would have done it by now. So
I think that's a stretch, Stanley.
The mother keeping away. I don't know the details and don't really care about the details for that matter. I'm sorry.
So you're back on your silliness today, Stanley?
I never left the silliness.
Salute.
What's
Hope your evening went well. See that your son is in the building. Salute to Stanley Jr.
Yeah, he's back.
That's what's up.
Yeah, we're both BBC'd up, so I mean.
But I don't know. I just think I think Kevin Samuels is on something that really can't be solved. Probably.
You think so?
If you got extra time, go find your father. But he should have found her by now if he was actually, worth being a father.
I think that's debatable, Stanley. I think that in the majority of cases, you're probably right. But I think there are some outliers where we do have to acknowledge that men are being, some men are being parentally alienated. That is a real thing. And, not just our community, but in communities all across the country. And to pretend that some women in their emotions may not have their heads right about how they ended with the person, aren't using that as cannon fodder to encourage the children's perception and encourage their children to not want to mend that bridge. I think that's just a bit disingenuous, sir.
What did I say that denied that?
You said you didn't care about that.
I don't care.
But
what I'm talking about this specific example, I really wasn't trying to make a larger point.
But that was his point.
And I think his point is right, but not particular germane to this young lady.
Expound upon that for me, sir.
This young lady basically doesn't know her father.
Right.
We are just going on what she says, and
Yeah, we're in a glimpse of time. Absolutely, we're in a glimpse of time.
Doesn't sound super bright. I think the bottom line, after picking through everything she said after the questioning, is she hasn't seen her father. He seems to have been abusive.
How so?
Well, she said so.
Would she say specifically?
I don't know, something about emotional abuse or something like that. But
She was
again,
8?
hold on before you get into your feelings.
I'm not in my feelings. I asked the question about how old she was.
You're
at
in
the
your
time.
fifis, brother.
She didn't.
I'm in my
She
50s.
didn't.
You're right,
She
lasagna
didn't
killer.
exactly say, but she's in nursing school, so I'm going to assume she's somewhere like maybe around 20 or so.
No, sir. I meant at the time she was a.
Before we
I'm
get
so sorry.
too
Okay.
far down this rabbit hole, I don't care past what I heard in this video. I don't.
Right.
care.
I'm asking about what she said in the video. She said she was 8, correct?
I don't even remember her mentioning an age. She just said he was abusive to her mother and to her.
I heard Kevin Samuels say she was like 7 or 8 years old. So how could she have a full range of that?
I don't recall her giving an age.
I'm pretty sure he said she was 7 or 8 years old at the time.
Okay, so what? She was 7 or 8.
At 7 or 8 years old, I didn't have a full understanding of of the full range of emotions that I'm going through.
Okay, why are you putting yourself into this? See, this is
because he grew up with no dad.
Hold on, before I am not.
Stanley, you didn't even let me finish my statement, Stanley.
No, I need to set the boundaries here.
Gotcha.
Okay. Other than the radio of this interview, I heard, and yeah, if I cared enough, I would start asking questions, which won't be answered by.
Oh, you're just on your simpy defend women stuff right now. I got you, Stanley.
Okay, well, I'm not even. No, I'm not defending her.
You're defending her mother's alienating of her father.
No.
You are. It's like it doesn't matter what mothers do.
Damn it! Don't
it's okay.
tell me what I'm doing.
But I'm listening to you, Stanley.
The only comment I made is I think Kevin Samuels is going too far.
How? What did he go? What did he say that was too far? I'm confused.
Just pause right there, please. My only critique is I think Kevin Samuels is going too far. I don't care about anything. That's my only critique. How is that?
You don't care about the community, sir. Then you don't care about the community.
Okay, no, I care about my comment about Kevin Samuels and what I think of what he's doing. I didn't think past that. I didn't think to universalize it.
I didn't universalize it. All I said was, sir, all I said.
Okay, I don't care what you said.
All right, then, Stanley, you're not even trying to have the conversation because you're too busy defending women's nonsense.
And before we go,
congratulations,
rabbit hole. I need you to understand how far I intended to go, which wasn't farther than the.
This sounds like this is hitting a sore spot, Stanley.
No, I'm annoyed because
he's calling you fatherless, Stanley.
I'm annoyed
because I'm not
you,
calling him fatherless at all. That's silly. He's with his father. Shut up, lasagna.
You keep trying to put 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag.
No, sir.
Yes. Now you're telling me that I'm defending women, and I wasn't even thinking about women.
This is about a woman, so how could you not be thinking about women?
I don't even think it's about a woman.
So the girl calling in is not a woman? Her mother's not a woman? I'm confused, Stanley.
Okay, I understand.
There's 2 women in this story.
I understand that you want to deify Kevin Samuels.
It's not about deifying. I'm breaking down.
You're putting words and intent in my words. I'm going to put some in yours now.
You're welcome to, sir. You're welcome to.
How it feels when I start filling your 5-pound bag.
It feels amazing.
Oh, that's kind of zesty, Stanley.
Feels amazing. Says the man who said 2 BBCs when he walked in. But anyway,
I don't care about the caller. I don't care about her mother. I don't care about her brother. I don't even care about the phone she's calling in on. All
So
I
then, what
care
was the point
about,
of making the
all
point?
I
Stanley?
care about is my comment about Kevin Samuels. I
Gotcha.
think he
I
went
know.
too far, and that's all I care about.
I know, because you want to trivialize everything else and just shoot at
You know
the
what?
messenger.
Some things should be trivialized.
It's trivial that parental alienation goes on at the clip that it does, and the effect that has on people when they become adults. That's trivial, Stanley.
It's trivial that I even played this video.
Sounds like this is hitting the sore spot, Stanley.
I should have picked something more fun.
Well, I mean, we can always entertain ourselves with silliness, but sometimes it's good to have conversations of actual context and substance.
I don't think this video was of substance, and it's only half over.
That's your perspective, Stanley, and we respect it.
Yeah. Now you can tell me your deeper thoughts on it. My shallow thought, and I don't want to go deeper, but tell me. I'm interested how you want to make this into a worldwide parable that women should know their fathers.
Are you saying that it's not important for people to know both of their parents?
I'm saying that I'm interested in your thoughts.
Well, as I was saying, and the reason I was bringing it to me is because, if you're not willing to personalize, then you shouldn't generalize. So as I was saying, I, at 7 or 8 years old, didn't really understand the world like adults do. I didn't have that level of mature understanding of emotions. I didn't have that mature understanding of how relationships.
So in other words, you were a normal 7-year-old.
Yes, sir. Just like this young lady, I imagine would have been the normal run-of-the-mill 7-year-old. I don't know she had any mental delays or anything, so I would imagine she was the normal run-of-the-mill 7 or 8-year-old, and also didn't have a full understanding of adult relationships, adult concepts.
She was only 7.
I agree with you, which is why Kevin said at 7 or 8, there's no way you understand really what went on between your parents, and you should go get the other side of the story. But if it's discouraged,
she can't find her father.
But if it's discouraged by her family, which is so common the story with so many of our women, how are they supposed to?
How do you know she was black?
You could hear in her voice, Stanley. You could hear in her voice. Let's not cap.
I'm almost certain she's black. But even if she wasn't, does it change what I'm saying?
Black to me.
It's because you're getting old, Stanley. Your ears are not as good.
I'm pretty sure
so
this is a black young lady.
You know what I'm saying? You
know,
got to count.
It's funny how predictable you can be, Lasagna.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, Stanley.
Let's see if you can find another word for old.
All right. Well, you're seasoned there. You're a mature gentleman. Do you like that better?
Sounds better.
It does actually sound better, Lasagna, to say mature or seasoned. Yes, it does.
Every time you talk to me and you want to say old, check your thesaurus and come up with something better.
All right.
It would keep the show spicy.
Noted, Stanley. Noted.
It would keep the show spicy.
All right, go ahead and preach, brother Ghetto.
Oh man, when you did that, I swear I wish I had a church sound effect at the time. But anyway, excuse me. So yeah, it's very unlikely a 7 or 8-year-old of any race or gender or nationality or religion or culture would have a full understanding of what adults are going through, adult relations, adult situations,
right?
Arguments, divorce, the whole gamut.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir. So I'm not allowed to.
She said she saw abuse. If a 7-year-old sees her father slap her mother,
but that's not what she said. She said verbal abuse.
Would that 7-year-old know that that's a problem?
Well, actually, that wouldn't even be admissible in court because of the child's age.
No.
So nobody would even take that serious.
No, we're not talking about court. I'm just wondering if that 7-year-old is capable of understanding what a slap.
Well, of course, anybody, a 7-year-old, if a 7-year-old saw somebody get smacked or slapped, then of course they would be able to see that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Would they be able to understand what is going on in that moment?
Do you think Do you
No.
think?
Number two, please.
Do you think
okay,
a
finish.
7-year-old wouldn't understand that? Well, hey, that slap might have been a love tap.
No, I don't think a 7-year-old would understand that.
Do you think like years later they might go, well, gee, I thought it was a love tap, but it turns out he was beating the shit out of her. I think a 7-year-old knows that.
No, I don't think a 7-year-old has that level of understanding, Stanley. Absolutely not.
I think she would be right 100% of the time thinking that that's bad.
100% of the and you don't see that that's the problem, Stanley?
There is never a reason.
I agree, Stanley, but she never said it was physical. She said it was emotional.
Whoa. I think she kind of said it
was. No,
was.
she didn't, Stanley. You're just adding stuff to it to make it sound bad.
She said it was emotional abuse of her. She didn't really talk about her mother.
Right. So you're just conjecturing to make it sound worse.
You know what? Now
he wants to run away from it. The fact that he just conjectured this man's physical violence.
I want to do better than run away. I want to run towards.
Gotcha.
Like say, I don't want to say like I haven't tried to like kind of.
This happens.
It's almost like he's a ghost. Yeah, they're still married.
All right. Have you had boyfriends in the past?
Yeah, I had one.
Are you a virgin?
No.
All right. So you understand that relationships can be complicated.
I think it might have been before.
You cannot judge your father based upon what he did with your mother, and that is, ma'am, I gotta be real with you. Your father's relationship
to my mom and to me.
Oh yes, not he's 34.
Just someone like I just like talked to and met. It's not someone like I went and chased down.
Okay, I need to be clear. You said that you're in nursing school.
There's nursing school, not communication.
We don't do the
These nurses are
yes
horrible.
or no.
But anyway, go ahead.
Yes.
All right.
Shout out to the nurses.
And he said he approached you how?
Well, the reason I bring this up
via
must be
social,
the second interview they're talking about.
To do what? He approached you to date?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just get to know each other.
Okay. To what end?
To the end where he gets to use up her box, which is why women should know their fathers.
On that,
anyway,
and
we'll
I
keep
didn't
going.
say anything. I was just trying to kind of see like
that's
how
a problem.
It's to crush on her box and leave her possibly with a child out of wedlock, but we'll allow that for the sake of her not knowing her.
Approaching a 22-year-old with an
listen?
undetermined goal.
I'm so sorry.
Not good.
Okay.
He should know, and see, there's a lot of things wrong with this. One, 34-year-old man should not be approaching a 22-year-old woman without a plan. Number one. Number two, you should not be trying to figure out how to get on his plan. Where's your dad?
Nursing is a great degree. No one said it was useless, JQ.
No. Actually, it says useless in the title, but it might be the next interview. And
I don't think he said nursing is a useless degree.
Well, no, he didn't say it. The title says it.
Right.
Of the video says it, but it there's a
someone else he
interview.
talked to. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's another person he talked to, but Young Blessed 18 says something about a useless degree. And let's see. It is my opinion communications is useless. I'm assuming he means a communications degree. There's nothing that she said about a communications degree. Nursing school is what she said. So
is he perhaps referencing someone else in the
interview? You know what? Young and blessed isn't young and blessed with intelligence.
Okay. Got you.
Why?
Yeah.
Stanley is on it today.
He was really abusive.
To whom?
And so
okay. So here's the abusive, and he says to whom?
I'm listening.
To my mom and to me.
Hold on.
When I was
let me hold on now. I gotta ask some questions here.
Because it's crazy that we allow people to get on national television and say these things with no proof.
See, this
like physically.
Sir, this is a internet show.
Okay, hold on. She just said physically abusive. I want to hear that.
I'm gonna listen.
Proven wrong, ghetto.
Lasagna.
Hold on. Let's just listen through Because I think I heard physical.
No,
to
I did hear
another.
that as well, and that's why I'm listening for proof, some
But
context.
emotionally,
Oh, now you're changing the
emotionally
goalpost. That
hurt.
wasn't the original. Your original thing.
Oh,
The original
hold
thing
on,
that she even mentioned
Lasagna.
it.
Lasagna, hold on. Let's hear
That's
it.
true. I
You
agree,
don't have to
Lasagna. You're right.
describe it.
Now, can I
Exactly.
get an example?
Hold,
Wrong.
wait.
Lasagna, I'm
Both of
acknowledging you. Like,
hey,
sir,
both of
like,
you
calm
are out
down.
of
I get that you're
answer.
on the panel with, as you said, 2 BBCs, so you're going
Well, I was including
crazy.
myself. I have the BBC.
You're
and Stanley
pleasing
Cross.
yourself? What?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. He's on a panel
All right,
pleasing
can we
himself,
just
talking to 2
listen to
gentlemen.
this?
This is crazy.
Let's listen to it.
This abuse.
Like physically abusive.
Okay.
Physically abusive.
All right.
Yes.
So again, due respect, I don't know. Do you have any siblings?
Yeah, I have a little brother.
And is he not?
I'm the oldest.
So did you mean abusive? I mean, you got a whooping or you got a broken arm?
No, it wasn't towards just, it was more like emotionally abusive towards me, but he was physically abusive towards my mom. So
okay, ma'am.
So now that that's solved.
No, okay, Stanley, all due respect, I get that she said that. I would have to ask respectfully, did the mother press charges?
Oh, now he's changing it, Stanley.
I'm not changing anything. I'm asking questions like adults do. So are you saying that? So you're saying that somebody
wait,
should?
hold it. I have to apologize to Young and Blessed. Young and Blessed, you're correct. I did ask you for an example. I'm sorry, I forgot I asked you. So understood.
Young and Blessed, don't take his apology. He's just trying to run. He's just running the ball up the court.
Young and Blessed, 18 apologies. I have to deal with the panel and all their problems. And I forgot I asked you the question. So
that Japanese food got him
please
loopy.
accept my apology.
Yeah, usually that happens when you get older. Like
Hey, I'm going to be the first to tell you it happens more than it should.
True.
Okay, so I understand you want to be Inspector Gadget and ask more questions, but that's not possible. What I asked was a 7-year-old understands that mom abuse is bad. There can be no such thing as
Stanley, we have
unless
no
it's on
context.
the ass. There can
We
be
don't
no
know,
slap.
Stanley, I get that you want to believe all women.
No,
but women
now
destroy
it
people's.
comes down to believe all women.
Stanley, if you're gonna let me talk,
Moving
please just
that
let me.
goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost, Stanley. I get that I respect that she did say this.
Okay,
If she's
I'm
not
not
going to provide
saying-
any
I didn't
actual
say
like supportive
anything about
context,
believing her.
we should be very careful with that, Stanley. Stanley, a woman just came out and said that the lacrosse players didn't rape her.
Okay, now
Stop,
okay.
Stanley. Stanley, we can't keep just
you
saying
are
people are telling the truth just
Reverend.
because they are.
Yes,
saying something.
Reverend whataboutism?
I got you. Did you perhaps see the Deion Sanders clip that went viral?
Oh, you're kidding, right?
At his son's graduation. Please let me may I just ask the question? May I just ask the question?
No, I haven't seen the
Okay, so I don't know if you're aware, but Deion Sanders, the former football great, he's now the coach at Colorado University.
I know he is.
And his sons, play there, and his sons are some of like the top upcoming potential draft picks. They're pretty good. They're not, great, but he also has Travis Hunter on his team, who's expected to go like 1 or 2 in the draft.
Didn't he get a Heisman?
Yes, you're correct, sir. So I don't know if you noticed, but at their senior walk, the sons tried to get the parents to come together and take a picture in the middle of the field, and Deion Sanders ran off just as the mother was approaching midfield. Everyone's mad at Deion Sanders for that. But what everyone's not recalling is back in 2012, Deion Sanders' wife and Deion Sanders' wife's best friend accused him of assaulting both of them very badly, beating them even with a trophy. The footage later came out that they were the ones that jumped him in the house and they both got arrested. But they went on a whole national press tour saying how he beat on them until the footage came out when their phones got confiscated.
It
Stanley, I get that
sounds like you're more bitter than Deion.
Yeah, exactly.
How if he literally ran off the field away from these women.
Well, that's
how
like
does
that's like me bringing up a point. That's just one point. There's countless points of women getting like shitted on. Yeah, I could bring up a point like you're just arguing one like again.
my
You're
position is that
trying
we
to
can't just
outsmart people there.
believe people without evidence. Is that not something you would concede to, or are you saying we should just believe people
Yeah, but
without
I mean it's a
having
Now,
talk show. You
wait,
can't tell her to
but
bring up.
this is why I don't care deeply to go into this. You're literally making my point for me.
I got
It's
you.
just
That
a
we should just
video.
believe people that just because they're women.
That's why I don't care about all
I
these
understand.
details that can't be dealt with. I do know what Kevin Samuels said in light of what this young lady said. I think he goes too far with
Got you.
that. You got to know your daddy point.
I think you're
That was
completely
it.
mistaken, sir. Because people
If
make
I
up
can't
abuse
believe what the
allegations every
woman
day.
says, but can't you understand? This is why I'm not taking this video that seriously.
But you are, because you ran it back
for
to
God's
this
sake.
point.
He ran because you were making. He ran it back because he was proving you wrong. God, you're so.
And I concede that. I can't ask yo, lasagna, get the fuck off my dick before I beat the shit out you, bro. Like, stop playing with me, bro. I know, bro. Like, okay, little lasagna. Like, stop playing like reverse IP searches don't exist.
Okay,
just chill, bro. Just really chill, bro.
I'm using a burner email. And I have a VPN.
I know. VPNs are
All I'm
trash, bro.
saying-
VPNs ain't shit.
Okay, find my IP
All
because
I'm
you won't be able to
saying-
find it.
I know.
all I'm
You
saying-
want to put some money in my account and see
Hey,
if I can find
what
it?
are y'all doing?
I mean, this guy's getting.
This
getting
is
mad.
why
He's in his-
I
he's
don't care about all what she says and all that jazz. I'm just saying, Kevin Samuels, in my opinion, goes too far with the whole daddy point. For all I know, she's lying that she's a woman.
Ghetto, you
She
still
could
in your
she could be using voice changing software for all I know.
You're right,
Exactly,
Stanley.
Stanley.
So going with all of that, Stanley, going with all of that, what's your point then? Because you
My
sound like you're
point-
dismantling your own points.
My
now.
point is that I think Kevin Samuels goes too far with
Got
this.
you.
You got to find your daddy point, and I don't care about the rest of it. See, I could have just said that. We could have been 2 videos down the line, but you
Exactly. Because
Lasagna.
Ghetto is fatherless, so he doesn't realize how, he's kind of emotional. I understand Ghetto.
So going with that argument, Lasagna, wouldn't it have been better for me to grow up in the quote unquote 2-family household then? Going with your argument.
Yeah,
So
I
then
do
what the
agree with
fuck are
that.
you saying then, sir? You're literally arguing my side of the point.
No, your side of the point is the girl's mom is a liar and she needs to provide proof. That's the whole argument.
That was my follow-up, sir. What my initial statement was is that parental alienation does exist, and we can't pretend that it doesn't exist at a high clip, and that has an effect on the child's upbringing
That's
and their
completely
development.
different. That's
But that was
complete-
what I initially said,
Okay,
Lasagna.
no. Wait. I think Stanley would even agree that it's more healthier to grow up with 2 parents that love each other. I don't think anybody's arguing that point. But that's
That's
not the
literally
original
what
point.
Stanley argued, sir.
No, wait, Stanley. You don't think that growing up?
Oh
with 2
no.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know what you're talking about, Ghetto.
I think if you don't now,
We should run the
there
tape.
are 2-family homes that are toxic. Now we
See,
gotta bear that in mind.
Lasagna. He's literally arguing that it doesn't
However,
matter.
I said loving though.
However,
I don't think if
What is the definition of love, sir?
I don't think a dad beating the shit out of his kids is loving.
She never said he beat her. Y'all are just conjecturing bullshit. She said he was emotionally abusive. What the hell is that?
No. Okay, so my premise is that, and I think Stanley would agree, it's better for a child to be born with 2 parents that love each other and that are.
What
good
is
to them.
love, sir? Do you mean agape love, or do you mean eros love?
Okay,
What do you define as love?
Love where either the parents don't abuse their kids. That's number 1.
But what do you define? Okay, so you don't
What do you
even know
mean,
what love
abuse?
is actually.
Oh wait, love is beating someone up. Like, are you?
What is love, sir?
Being patient with someone, trying to
Okay,
understand someone.
when you define
like-
love, are you
not
defining
flat.
lust and desire, or are you defining actual commitment?
What are you
Because there
talking
are
about?
2 types of love: eros versus agape. So what do you mean by love?
Okay, you want to get the
Ooh, God.
Webster's dictionary? Hold on. Let's
No,
get the official.
I'm asking you what you mean by love,
I
because
just told
most people don't actually know what love
Okay, no.
actually means.
You can't define your own. There's a definition of love, right? Or
I'm
like
talking about the two classical definitions, eros versus agape. What are you talking about, sir?
you're on some weird shit, brother. I don't even.
No, I'm talking about commitment versus lust and desire. If you don't understand that concept, do some reading, sir. I know I only went up to the 5th grade, but I've taken the time to read some things.
Okay, that can kind of make sense. You only have a 5th grade education.
Yeah, so I had to catch up.
All right.
So he doesn't understand actually what love is. All right, we're moving on.
Well, I mean, if you're done, we can move on to the next part of this video.
It just seems like you guys are trying to muddy the waters to make your point, and that's fine.
I don't. As a matter of fact, I don't even want to get in the water. I just want to make a comment on Kevin Samuels. I think he goes just a tad too far. If everything is to be believed that this young woman says, I don't want to go any deeper than that. There are too many things I don't know.
But you're confusing me again, Stanley, because you just said you can't believe her, but now you're saying if we take the full preponderance of the evidence.
I was just messing with you. You said
so if we take the full preponderance of the evidence,
not all women. You can't believe all women.
You can't believe all men. Like you can't believe anybody, Stanley.
Okay, you just said you can't believe all women. So my joke was, hey, she's a woman. I don't believe anything she says. As a matter of fact, I don't believe she's a woman. She's using a voice changer.
I got that part, Stanley. That was very hilarious.
Okay, so all I want to do is comment and move on. I commented on what I needed to comment on. The rest of it is just so nebulous that I don't want to deal with it.
Of course, because anytime it's the woman's at fault, we don't want to deal with it.
Oh, they keep moving the goalposts, and you have
lasagna. I don't want to argue with you, sir, but could you just respectfully wait your turn to talk?
And you don't, brother. That's why you don't want to argue with me.
You're right, lasagna. You do have a BBC in your hands that you're stroking lovingly right now, and when I get my turn, I'll let people know how it went.
So, Ghetto, I know you're pulling my my strings, right? All right.
With what, sir? Gotcha. Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
You ever go into a nightclub before?
A nightclub? Yeah, I've been to a club before. Yes.
We understand. All right. Did you purchase that car?
Okay.
Who are love? You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I am well. What do you have for me?
So I just wanted to ask more about, I know the topic was why are women so mad at high value men? And from my observation, I've seen that a lot of people just don't understand the definition of high value, which I see you explain it every time on your show. Mm-hmm. But I think that's really the major issue. People really don't know what high value is, and it's just a misunderstood concept.
Good. Well, how old are you?
I am 25.
25. Do you own a car?
Do I own a car?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Did you purchase that car?
Yes.
What make and model is it?
It's a Jeep Patriot.
A Jeep Patriot.
Mm-hmm.
It has a value, right?
Yes.
If you were going to go try to sell it, you could only sell it between this dollar value and that dollar value. Could you go sell a Jeep Patriot on the market today for $100,000 used?
No.
Because it's not what?
It's not worth the same amount.
It's not that valuable.
Right.
Versus if you decided you wanted to go sell a Bentley of the same year used, could you get $100,000 for it as long as there hadn't been any kind of wrecks or accidents?
Yes.
We understand value. Because we do understand value. We don't like to ascribe value to people because it's very cold. It's very real. You ever go into a nightclub before?
A nightclub? Yeah, I've been to a club before.
You ever see the VIP line where the young pretty girls get in for free?
Yes.
Have you ever been in that line? Or I mean, you know that line.
I have.
Huh?
I have.
And then what about the women that weren't in that line?
They have attitudes and they're wondering why they're not getting in as fast.
Hold on. Are they really wondering why, or did they know why?
They probably know.
There's no probably,
I'm sure
man. There's no probably. They know.
Okay.
Tell me why you getting the VIP for free and they can't.
Because we're dressed up. So like when you go out, we're wearing dresses, we wear heels.
Okay, if you look like Precious in heels and a dress, could you get in the VIP?
No.
Okay, so let's not play. At 25, I treat you as a grown woman. At 25, and at 25, you understand that you have to be of a certain looks value to get into this place for free. And if you don't, you stand in line and pay with the dudes.
Right.
So what's not to understand? We get this. It's just harsh.
That makes sense.
Right. So, do you want to be married?
Yes.
Okay. Any kid? You want to have children?
I do not have children, but
No. You want to have children?
I definitely
do. You want to have children? Is a question.
Yeah.
How many?
I would say 2 or 3.
Okay. Do you want to have to work to pay substantial bills or significant bills after you're pregnant?
No.
No. Okay. And what part of the country are you in? North, south, east, or west?
I'm in the South.
Okay. So if you're going to be a stay-at-home wife with 3 kids, how much money would a man have to make to have a wife stay at home with 3 kids to support an upper middle class lifestyle? How much would he need to make annually?
For North Carolina, I would say anywhere between 150 and 200,000.
What part of North Carolina are you in?
I am in like the Gibsonville area.
All right. When I say upper middle class, what I mean is, would you want all 3 of the children to be able to go to college if they wanted to?
Yes.
Okay. Would you want them to have to take out student loans, or would you want to be able to pay for it?
I would want to be able to pay for that.
All right. So when the kids each turn 16, let's say would you want them to have a car?
Yes.
Right. And I'm assuming you'd want that car to be clean, safe, reliable transportation.
Of course. Yes.
So you ain't going to get there on no $150,000 a year with a family of 5. You're talking about a man who's making $300 some odd thousand plus, because college for 3 children. See, a lot of you young ladies don't really seem to understand how much money you're looking for a man to make.
Right. Well, I'm really thinking about, like, when I think of family planning, I look at like mutual funds, different things that you can invest in to prepare for college, not necessarily it coming completely out of pocket.
But that's still not something you plan on paying for. You plan on you want to be and here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm just trying to give clarity. 3 children, each having a car at 16 in college. To raise a child from 0 to 18 is $200,000 in this country. And you're talking about tacking on an additional $50,000 to $70,000 in college bills. a man is going to have to make $300,000+, and I don't think a lot of you ladies get that. And I'm not trying. And what I'm trying to get you to understand is, if you want a man that makes that kind of money, what does he want? What kind of woman does he want?
He wants someone who's feminine, definitely. Someone who takes care of their body and who's easy to get along with.
Okay. That comes standard. So how tall are you?
I am about 5'7", 5'7.5".
Dress size?
My dress size is a 4.
Okay. How much did you weigh the last time you weighed yourself?
My last weigh-in, I think I was 170.
Ma'am, there is no way on God's green earth you are a dress size 4. I do this in real life at 170 pounds. And why is that important?
Well, I mean, I have them in the closet. I think it just depends on where you get
Again, no offense, but professional image consultant who does this in the real world, 5'7" women, 170 pounds, you weigh more than a man.
Wait, can you pause it, Stanley, real quick? 5'7" and she's 170 pounds and she's asking
Well, the last,
for a dude
I will
who's fit.
honestly say,
Oh, come on, bro.
it was.
Oh, it's Stanley. This is my point. She says she wants a man that takes care of her body, meaning she wants a fit man, but she's 170 pounds, 5'7". I mean, come on. That's. I don't think that's correct. You can't ask for.
Shut up,
a
lasagna.
safe-
Believe all women. That's what she wants.
No, but are you autistic? I'm not. This is nothing about believing. She's
Autistic.
not,
What does autistic have to do with my
she's
ability to hear?
Wait, she's saying what she is, right? Yeah, I believe that she wants that, but I'm saying it's stupid for her to want that because
No,
she's
you
fat.
gotta believe that she's entitled to that, sir.
No, but you're this. That's how I know you're dumb. Like you're
know I'm dumb.
confusing two different things.
No, I'm not.
She's not putting forth an allegation for me to believe or not. She's giving what she wants, and I'm saying what she wants is dumb because she's fat. So she wants someone who's skinny and fit, while she's not that, which is dumb.
In her mind, she might be in amazing shape.
Yeah, I know. That's why she's delusional. She's
delusional. So you don't believe in that what she's telling you is good for her.
I mean, if she's telling me the truth that she's 5'7", 170 pounds, then yeah, she's fat. So, like that's those are measurements you can. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, most women would say that the BMI is racist and it's out of date.
No, bro, I'm talking about 5'7", 175 pounds.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just telling you, most
about.
women would say that the BMI is racist. It's out of date. It's
I
inappropriate.
wasn't talking about that. My only point
You
was
said
that
5'7", 170 pounds. That those are measurements that you can quantify. What would you quantify that on? What?
Yeah, but I don't care.
Against
I don't care.
Against
Listen,
what metric?
What stat do you have that most women believe that the BMI is a lie? You're just making it out of your own ass. It makes
I'm
no
making
sense.
that about it. Sir, you just don't be in these spaces. I get it. In these spaces, that's what sisters say all the time.
Okay. So just because you talk to 10 girls and they say that doesn't mean
10. That's cute.
Can I
you're zesty, brother.
bring your attention to this?
I'm the zestiest. You're right.
Deacon Des.
When do I get my turn?
Says 5'7", 170 is heavy, but not too crazy when the average height or weight is 5'5", 180.
It's only 2 inches off, Deacon Dave. What are we saying that 2 inches is smooth it out?
My comment is that average weight is not necessarily the same thing as healthy weight. Okay, if you got a bunch of fat people and you take an average and there's someone at the far end that's super heavy, you're comparing it to an average that's fat. So
don't say that, Stanley. How dare you?
Well, what I'm saying is that the average weight is not necessarily the optimal weight. It's not the same thing. So 5'7", 160 is too much. I had a girlfriend who was 6 feet and weighed 160 pounds.
Yeah, Stanley, I'm like basically 6 foot tall. And I weigh like
She looked,
185.
I mean,
so.
she was actually really proportional. She looked good at 160. But I wouldn't have gone. 170 might have been too heavy even for her.
I'm saying 5'7" isn't bad. You're going 5'7", 170. That's what she says she was.
Yeah, that's fat.
it.
I'm literally.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
But my point is, if she's 2 inches shorter and 10 pounds more,
Deacon Dave, at least say hello. How you doing, everybody? Jesus.
no, I got to get to work.
Sir.
But
You
if
don't have
she's
manners?
2 inches
Jesus.
shorter and 10 pounds heavier,
I bet you
she's
when you go
she's even
past
fatter.
this clock, you're gonna say good morning to everybody when you walk in.
Comment, please.
God damn.
Whoa, my bad. Good morning.
You gonna clock master's clock? You gonna say good morning to them? You can say good morning here, brother.
Your comment 5'7", 170 is heavy, but not too crazy. When the average weight is height weight is 5'5", 180.
Yeah,
that's true, but you got to realize that average weight isn't the same thing as optimal or healthy weight.
They go Stanley lying.
No, it's not lying.
I think my point is that one isn't as bad as the other.
Nah.
Okay, well, why didn't you just say
Deacon
that?
Dave, are we lowering our standards to make
Why
people
didn't
feel
you
better?
just say that?
That's what I said.
No,
Deacon Dave,
you
are we
said
lowering our standards to
5'7",
make people feel better?
170 is heavy.
No, but I know that this is way off compared to what most niggas be wanting, man. They want them big bitches. They don't.
Number one,
This is a better deal than what the average is.
Want something that's not healthy.
180 is a better deal than what the average is.
No, 170.
Okay, we're talking 10 pounds.
Okay,
10 pounds is a day at
y'all
McDonald's,
go
sir.
ahead
Come on, what we
and
talking about?
debate
10 pounds is an improvement. That's my point.
Okay, you know what? I don't think it's enough of an improvement to even
it's
write
not,
a comment on it.
It's what are you talking
Wait,
about?
I calculated her BMI on ChatGPT. She's 27% body fat. That means she's
You know,
overweight.
5'5", 180, 5'7", 170.
No, 27% would mean she's obese, sir.
No, it isn't. Obese is after 29. After look at it. I put it. It's right.
Sir,
It's
you
obese.
okay.
I mean,
obese is 30 plus. I'm sorry, I read your thing wrong. Gotcha.
Okay.
I think you guys just want to argue about it. It don't matter. I'm up out of here.
No, Deacon Dave, I asked you a simple question. Are we lowering our standards?
No. Take
No,
yourselves
it's not
out of
lowering
your
the
bad
standard.
points. Take
So what is
yourselves out of your bad points.
Just say
5'7",
you like
170.
BBWs, bruh. Like, just say that.
5'7", 170 is bad. 5'5", 180 is bad. They're both
I
unhealthy.
think you guys are convoluted the whole thing.
Carry that to the hospital?
Well, you know what? That's because three motherfuckers want to talk.
Yeah,
when
can you
only
grab that for me,
one
babe?
be talking.
I think y'all convoluted the whole point. I'm saying that the average is 5'5", 180.
Okay,
She's 5'7",
170.
170.
Who the hell are you dating?
Average weight is unhealthy.
Do you acknowledge that point, Deacon Dave, or not? The point he made is the average weight is unhealthy.
Yes.
So then, what are you saying? So you're acknowledging unhealthy is okay.
That I'm done.
So that means we're lowering our standard to accept unhealthiness.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying that.
If you're saying that the average weight is unhealthy, and that it's
I'm
also
saying that.
No, right. Stanley, I'm just saying he conceded to that point. So if you're saying you concede that point that the average weight is unhealthy, then we collectively have lowered our standard to accept an unhealthy average. You don't concede that.
Yeah.
Then that means we've lowered our standard.
It's 3.
And I'm going to be honest, this is one of the things where we will agree that, I know we all have our our preferences and stuff. I prefer fried chicken every day, but it's not particularly healthy.
Damn, you're playing into the stereotypes now.
I am the stereotype if I want chicken every day.
All right, well.
All right, let me try this again. Let me try this again.
We want our curves, but the curves aren't necessarily a healthy desire.
Let me try this again because I gotta go.
Oh, and let me shoot it down again. If you're gonna,
that's fine. You can do what you want to with it. Just let me drop it off real quick.
Deacon Dave, it don't matter how many simp capes you put on this morning. We're not going to jock with you on this, brother.
You might as well just say pull so I can shoot it down.
Jesus.
Nah, it's cool. It's
Go
cool.
ahead.
I don't think y'all. I think you guys are just rejecting the whole premise before I even like really explain what I was trying to say.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Please, sir, you got the floor.
I'm saying the girl, y'all said she was fat. That's cool. I agree. I'm not saying that. I don't agree with that. But if she was 5'7", 170, it's better than 5'5", 180. That was it.
Gotcha. And I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all.
I think it's just as bad. They're both bad.
Oh, it is bad, but it's an improvement.
It's a
An
better
improvement.
bad. I
It's
got
her,
you.
it's her doctor.
Yeah, it's a
when
better
he
bad. It's
diagnosed
a
you with
better.
diabetes gonna say, oh, well, you know, at least you lost 10 pounds.
It may not, and it also do depend on how she carried it. She's not. We're not talking about a 200, 190 pound woman. If she's taller and lighter, it's better than shorter and heavier.
Sir, you saying that because you don't have to carry that to the hospital yet. But when you got to carry all that to the hospital because she's sick, you're not going to be saying, damn, this 170 pounds feels better than 180. You're going to be like, damn, this is a lot.
I'm
It's a
gonna be
lot.
carrying and trying to grab a titty while I'm like carrying her. You know what I'm saying?
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So, I mean, it's great for us to look at and ogle over, sure. But like long term, is that really healthy, sir? And is that really showing love to that person to allow them to get that big?
No.
So this
It's
is
not
so
healthy.
that, you know, it's for your own selfish gains that you want them to be pleasantly plump.
I don't like them pleasantly plump. I like them fit.
You just killed your whole argument.
You like them what?
He says he likes them like precious, Stanley.
Nah, he said he likes them pleasantly plump, and that's cool. I mean, ain't nothing.
No.
Some
You
fun
gotta
bags
say-
and some,
you
you
gotta
know, a
say
little jiggle and a
Lizzo,
wiggle.
Lizzo.
But is that healthy? Is that going to
No.
be good long term? Is that going to cause problems in your relationship as it goes down the road? Diabetes, the list goes on and on. Like gout.
No, I made my point. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
But the point is that the 10 pounds less and the 2 inches more makes it more pleasant to look at.
Well, it just makes it better than the slimmer
What's your
bitch is better
definition of
than the
better?
fatter bitch, is what I'm saying.
And you're saying 10 pounds makes her
The
significantly slimmer.
not as fat bitch is better than the fat bitch.
10 pounds is making her significantly slimmer, is what you're saying.
10 pounds on a woman is a significant amount of size.
I don't agree with that.
It is.
I don't think if you put a 170 and 180 pound woman next to each other, you could tell the difference on who weighs what. I don't think that doesn't make any sense.
I think I could, especially if the skinnier one is taller. Yeah, that would actually just look.
We're talking 2
It
inches.
would look like it would look completely different.
Okay.
What you couldn't tell?
If I stand a 5'5", 180 pound woman next to a 5'7", 170 pound woman, I'm going to be able to immediately tell, yes, this woman is 10 pounds less than that one. Sure. Okay.
Really?
I mean, I could.
That's interesting. I mean, listen, man, maybe you're into fitness to that
What
degree.
if the weight is evenly distributed? And what
Exactly. What would you
the bust and the hips are proportional? I'd have a hard time, I think.
Exactly, but
No, not me. I mean, actually, I wouldn't have a hard time. That's like saying a 5'11" man standing next to a 6'1" man. They're both the same weight. You can't. One was not going to appear more skinny than the other.
No,
but then you're talking about a 10-pound difference on a woman. I don't know how you couldn't see that.
Well, hold on though. But remember, we're talking two different weights. You're talking same weight, different height.
Oh, you guys are just splitting hairs. This shit is stupid.
You're the one
It don't matter. I made my point. My point is that the chick that's 170 and 2 inches taller is going to appear more slim than the chick that's 5'5", 180.
Point is still bouncing around between your ears, and you get it
because he likes when it bounces around. Stanley, he likes to bounce around, and I ain't
Yeah,
mad at
man,
him
come
for
on
liking
with
to
that,
bounce
man.
around.
Come on, man. Come on now. We ain't got to go there, bro. I think we agree on this whole point altogether.
All I'm
A
saying is
heavy
that is
chick.
not healthy, bro.
Unhealthy chick. Nobody's saying that we want an unhealthy chick.
That's
Nobody's
lies.
saying that.
We've collectively lowered our standards, and you're trying to run away from that.
I want
point.
an unhealthy chick if it's easier to get her. That's what I want. Because it's like, you know what I mean? She ain't gonna leave. I don't have to do that much.
These days. These days the unhealthy sisters will leave you just as fast, sir.
Because they know we want them.
Exactly. You hear how this man done put 4 capes on since we got up here? The luscious sisters know they got a market now.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? That 5'7", that 5'7", what was it? 5'7", 180? You're gonna be leaving, not her.
That's a fact.
5'7", 170. Just it don't sound like a fat chick.
Wait, are you dating a chick who's 5'7" and 170? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's a heavy woman, yeah, but that doesn't sound like a fat chick. You know what I'm saying? 5'7" is tall.
Wait, Stanley, can I chat GPT those stats and then bring up a picture of a chick that fits those stats so you can see how fat she is?
Go right. It better be a black chick.
Yeah, use a black woman in ChatGPT. Use a black woman in ChatGPT.
Yeah, if you're talking about a white woman, 170, 5'7", yeah, that sounds heavy. If you're talking black, yeah, she wouldn't sound. She would sound. She would sound like, you know, she got curves and whatnot.
You're proving my point that we've lowered our standard.
I know. I agree. We lowered the standard for sure.
So how could you have denied
that? I said that. I pretty much said that most brothers like heavy women. I said that already.
So we lowered our standard.
What if it's just white people haven't raised their standards?
Teach
Stanley, nah, don't do that.
Stanley. Teach Stanley.
No, maybe they need to come up to a black standard.
Lindy Lou, salute to you. Being big boned is not a medical term, and when you go to the hospital and they give you them diabetic pills, your big bones ain't gonna
Stanley,
matter.
I did it, but she looks fine. I'm not even gonna lie. Holy shit!
Put the picture up.
Oh, okay, hold on. Wait, do I upload it? Okay, save. Holy shit, dude.
What you put in there, lasagna? That's that 570, 170.
Yeah, I don't think this is true though.
Hey, lasagna. See, I told you white people need to raise their standard.
No, okay.
No, put it on the screen because
I'm gonna do it.
I know exactly what it looks like, and
fuck.
That's why I'm saying this shit. That's why I'm starting to question if y'all even know women like that.
How you know the next escort you order? You know exactly what you want, right?
Hey, make sure they get on the scale.
All right, Stanley, I'm gonna put it in the background. How the fuck do I copy and paste this bitch?
Yeah, I know, Fred. He's got me excited. What'd you find?
Current using. Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna stream this picture. Don't worry, I like you guys, so I'm not gonna post anything crazy that gets you guys banned or anything like that. Okay.
Yeah, what's understood don't need to be said, man. Just throw it up there.
I can't. Okay, hold on. Present, share screen. Okay, here it is. Wait, I want to make sure there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. Wait. Okay, now I don't have any porn in the background or anything like that. Okay.
Porn in the background.
Because you know how I do, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? When you get the channel taken down,
I won't. Oh, here it is.
You'll have to deal with the urban landlord.
Okay, here it is. Did you see it? Yep. What do you guys think? Okay, I put this on ChatGPT.
That is not no 170.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think so.
Yes, it is. Man, oh my God, bro!
No way in hell
you don't understand height in proportion, man. Yeah,
sir, I'm literally Googling pictures of women who were 190, 170, and then they went on weight loss journey. And they look huge. What do you like? I don't understand that. That picture is not what they look like at all.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well,
I think
this is why. Let me explain it. This is why I believe that that's what it looks like. My wife is literally that same size. She's lighter. She's like 165, but that's a 5-pound difference.
Well, she's got that weight distributed pleasingly.
Yes, she has a very small waistline.
Well, salute to you and your wife, sir. Nobody's about to sit here and start disrespecting your wife, sir. We understand.
I mean, it don't bother me. This shit is online, but I'm saying I know the dimension. I know the dimension.
Sir, if your wife looks like that, God, you have won the lottery, sir. God bless you.
I know why you're a deacon.
Listen, man, you got to praise the Lord for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at you, brother.
If I had a picture ready, man, I could pull a picture up of that, and it looks
Deacon Dave,
exactly like
if you
that.
could pass out a few more of her sisters around us, because if they looking like that, you know what I mean? If she got some sisters or cousins with that type of genetics, you know what I mean? I'm sure some of the brothers in the chat would appreciate. You know what
I mean, but y'all want to stay local, so I mean, I can't.
Where you
help
from,
it.
if you don't mind me asking? You don't got to
she's
give us
not-
the specifics, but like what
I
state?
mean, I'm in Ohio. I mean, that's no
Oh, you in
secret, but-
Ohio? Oh, yeah. Okay, you got that farm fresh stuff going on out there. Okay.
No. She's not homegrown. I got her from somewhere else. I mean, you know,
Oh, you
come
brought
to
it
that conclusion.
from overseas? You brought out
Yeah.
from overseas. Oh, listen, man. You winning the game, brother. God bless. And I don't know. You know what I mean?
If you ask me, that's the only way to
come
do
up
it.
here and
Man. I'm just
do a
telling you.
lecture. You might have to come up here and do a sermon, Deacon Dave, because you know what I mean? Some of the brothers in the chat might need some information.
Sorry about that. I thought I was muted. Sorry.
Hey, put that photo back up one more time. Put that if you can.
All right, hold on. Oh, I'm gonna upload it, and Stanley can just post it. Okay, here's Stanley. I'm upload. Oh fuck, what is this shit?
See, because like this young lady right here on Pinterest is showing her weight loss journey and yeah, it looks much different than what you guys just showed. But again, listen. Maybe we just ain't, like you said, we ain't found one that got the genetics to do it the right way. So
Viable to less men who are less desperate with higher standards than from more men who are lower quality with lower standards.
I don't understand the point. Shout to you though, eclectic.
Well, we're
element.
gonna have to find out her point one line at a time.
There you go.
while yet higher value men don't look twice at them.
Okay, this is what it is. You want to see it again?
That's nothing to be proud of. It's embarrassing. And then good for Yus Bish, your trash, Yus, attracted more men with lower standards and desperate. Yus, don't mention women like such as Melania Trump. You know what? I bet you don't look like a Melania Trump eclectic.
Well, Stanley, the guy wanted to see it. Is he done seeing this?
No, I'm sorry. Pretty nice, but it also is AI, right?
Yeah, this is AI.
Yeah, that's AI. But I mean, I could literally take a photo of my wife and fit her into that silhouette.
I put woman 5'7", 170 pounds, and I told ChatGPT to draw it for me, and this is what it came up with. Oh, I put black woman.
Well, even GPT has a desire apparently.
Yep.
And she got a little fupa. Hey, I'm not. Listen.
Someone's gonna clip that and then jerk off to it later, Stanley. Guaranteed.
Bro, you sick, man. You're a sick dude.
Facts.
All right, man. I gotta go. Y'all pray my strength in the Lord. All right.
All right.
God bless you, good brother.
Dave.
And salute to your wife too. All respect. All respect, dude.
Man, what do you guys think about the way Kevin Samuels died? He died fucking a chick because he took Viagra. Like that's
Did he?
crazy. Way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the rumor, but I don't know. I wasn't there in the room, sir.
Well, I mean, there's an autopsy and there's like
Lasagna was the escort's pimp.
It was a nurse. It was a nurse, and they were like having it. So.
Yeah, don't they call themselves nurses? Like
Oh.
the high class escorts call themselves nurses.
They indeed do.
Do we keep playing it, Stanley?
Bobby wants to know what's your favorite Biggie verse, Ghetto?
I can't remember the whole verse, but it's the one where he said, "She looks so good, I'll suck on her daddy's D." Of course, obviously.
Oh, Lord. Wow. I don't know what to say to that.
Nah, but all seriousness, what is my favorite Biggie verse? That's a good question.
I'm glad he's not here to have to defend that.
I mean, that's what he said. I mean, he said a bunch of very interesting things when you like look back over it over time. He said a lot of real crazy stuff, but we'll leave that alone. But yeah. I mean, that probably is one of my favorite Biggie verses of all time.
Hey Stanley, you were probably old enough when like Hit 'Em Up came up. Tupac, he was dissing Biggie. What did you think about that when you heard that?
I didn't hear it.
You've never? Oh my God, bro! Like,
everybody doesn't like hip hop just because they're quote unquote black.
Are square.
It might. I think I actually might have been like in the Navy. I was in my 20s.
Yeah, but it was that banging that everybody heard it.
Like, yeah, you know what? You don't hear that sort of thing.
Kelvin, I said that's my answer, brother.
Play it
I'm
on
agreeing
that
with you. That's my
Persian
answer.
Gulf radio station.
Well, can you play Hit 'Em Up so you can see what you think of it? Here, I'll put all YouTube links so you can hear it, Stanley, and then give us your feedback on this.
What? No, let's do that another time when, like, overnight.
That would actually be a funny show to just have Stanley react to different hip hop songs.
That would
be hilarious. That would be
okay. Fine, you can say this IRL, Stanley. It's this one, "Hit 'Em Up" by Tupac. He went in on Biggie on this song. I think this is why he ended up getting killed, because the song popped off so hard and he dissed his.
That's why he got killed, sir.
He dissed his everybody in Biggie's life.
I don't think that's why he got killed, but
I don't think he realized how hard it went back in the past. Like, it still goes hard in 2025. Imagine back when it came out.
No, I'm sure they were angry, of course.
Wait, hold it.
I don't think that's the reason.
Eclectic, Eclectic, you were a slave?
What?
I have no idea. This is going.
Shout to Eclectic Element. Shout to Eclectic Element.
All right. Well, I guess we can go back to this video. I hope Deacon Dave calls in more.
Well, okay, man, but again, you see what you just did there? I'm 51 years old and a professional in this. And instead of just saying, you're right, this, that, you're going to just, in your nice feminine voice, argue the point. Why?
Okay. I'm not arguing.
Yeah, you are.
But
Yeah, you are. You are. You're telling me, well, you're wrong, sir. I do have a dress size 4. Let's move on.
Well, it is kind of crazy you're arguing dress sizes.
Okay. Were you raised with mom and dad?
Yes.
And your mother and father were married?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes, they were married.
Are they still married?
My father passed away.
Okay. All right. Are you looking at YouTube or are you looking at me?
I'm looking at you.
Okay. Sorry to hear that, but I'm gonna tell you that from what I'm hearing, you have a nice demeanor right now. But the man making the kind of money you're talking about making don't want women that are 170 pounds.
Oh, this is an even better one, Kelvin.
The average height of an American man is 5'9.5". He weighs 168 pounds. Again, you weigh more than a man. And that is going to affect your mating options, your marriage options. Is this the first time you're hearing something like this?
No, I've been listening to you for a while.
Okay.
And I just started Burn Boot Camp like 3 weeks ago. So I know I took a long break with this quarantine. I should not have done that, but I'm definitely in the gym every day, at least Monday through Saturday.
Okay. But one of the things is we have to be honest.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Hold on
Hope
one
they
sec.
know my nigga gutter. Hope they know my nigga gutter fucking kidnap kids, fuck them in the ass, and throw them over the bridge. Shouts to Biggie.
Oh damn, this man's looking up the craziest Biggie verses right now.
I mean, he didn't say that. He said my
I
nigga
know,
gutter
but
kidnaps
that's
kids,
crazy.
fuck them in the ass, and throw them over the bridge. These are his words that he used to go platinum, y'all.
Well, Stanley, I wanted to add something. Someone said you should eventually, in maybe another stream, watch Patrice O'Neal. I think that's good because Patrice O'Neal is crazy.
Well, I need to find, if I can find some that I'm not worried about copyright strikes. I did begin looking at stuff. Let me see what I can find, because
wait, how? But
I've had about 5 people say we need to look at him. So
you're playing Kevin Samuels. Isn't his shit copyrighted? How are you able to play his shit?
you know what? I don't know.
What
Other than he's dead and nobody's struck me yet.
Oh shit. Okay.
I know when he was alive, he would he'd go after people,
Take
but
people to court. Yeah.
I don't think that. I mean, I've been playing this for a week. Hopefully, it's not just gathering and it's going to be a 10-pound bag of shit open up. But
probably is. You're probably gonna get like sauced up like next week with all the copyrights all at the same time.
Well, what's going to happen is now people want my number retired. So
they want your jersey in the rafters. That's what you're saying.
I don't think they want it in the rafters. They want it in the dumpster out back.
Nah, we're not trying to let that happen, Stanley. You too good for these YouTube streets. You're a good time, as they say, Stanley. You are a good time.
A good time. Thanks. Okay, do we want to continue this? To me, this Kevin Samuels thing was getting kind of boring.
I want you to play Hit 'Em Up and then give your opinion on it because it's a goated song.
I'd rather do it like overnight when there's not so much going on. I mean, we do have a morning drive audience, and we don't want to get too just out there.
Oh yeah, it is 6 o'clock now. Sheesh. All right.
See, Master Kim has forced me into adulthood after 6 a.m. in the morning.
Salute to Master Kim. I haven't seen him in a minute. Hope all is well with that, brother.
Yeah, Master Kim will come and he will call me all kinds of names like gutter snipe.
Gutter snipe, what the fuck? He'll call you a coon and Uncle Tom, which I've called you that many times before.
Never anything that good. It's always just worse than that.
Mm.
Because he knows people like SKC who think coon is a compliment. Where is that?
Oh, Master Kim. Oh, Master Kim wants to get rid of you. That's what JQ says, Stanley.
Oh,
Master Kim's the op. You gotta find where he is and snipe him.
Master Kim is like the captain of the Get Rid of Stanley Brigade.
Jesus.
What'd you do to him, Stanley? What the fuck?
I think it was just myself.
Maybe he's jealous of the BBC because
he is not, believe me, he is not jealous. He is and you know what? The sad part is I can't go, you were so wrong, because he's probably right.
Mm.
I am a handful.
So 6 a.m. is morning drive. All right, so we can flip up the conversation for the morning crew.
I'm trying to respect the channel. It is not my channel, so I mean, even I have limits.
That's very commendable.
No. Actually,
very commendable.
This is something we could do, but this will give people time to line up what they want me to hear. I just rather do it, before, because the other thing is, I just rather be able to concentrate on it and nothing else. Plus, I'm already kind of, I had a direction for the show, and it's too big a change. Does anyone watch this lady here? I actually like her.
Who, Cynthia G? She
Kendra
actually
G.
did Kendra G. I'm sorry. She actually did a very interesting interview with the late great Kevin Samuels.
I heard that. As a matter
Before
of
he
fact,
passed, yeah.
I saw it and I thought I logged it somewhere. I'll have to go find it. Because the title was "Women Can't Something or Another." It didn't sound positive. But I happen to like her. She's just kind of weird. Now she's probably 5'7" and 180.
Yeah, about that. But like you
She-
said, it's in those well proportioned areas.
Yeah.
I love that face.
And she's got great wigs. I think there was a wig.
I love that. She
Oh,
looks great.
wow.
Y'all can always
Stanley, Master Kim wants you to chop him in the throat. What the hell's going on?
What is he? Where is he?
I don't know. JQ is saying.
Oh
that.
yeah, you know what? This is. I think he goes easy when he knows I'm there. God only knows how he is afterwards. Like when I'm not there.
Does he have your picture up on his boxing bag when he's like practicing his taekwondo and he's round kicking?
I think he's got Stanley Cross toilet paper. That's how bad it is.
What's funny is Master Kim is creative enough that he would do something like that.
You wipe my ass every day.
Wipe my shit on your face, Stanley.
Yep. You know what? It's probably special ordered.
Yo, Stanley, not to no bullshit though. I think Stanley toilet paper would actually sell. I think you can make a killer, man.
You know what?
It
would not only sell, it would be like, you know how everybody has merch?
Bro, I think that would be amazing merch. Like, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful, sir. I think that would really
the John Galt merch store featuring Stanley Cross toilet paper.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Lasagna, you into all the new age stuff? Like, help us coordinate that, man. Let's get some Stanley toilet paper popping.
Yeah, there's got to be a way to do it.
That is hilarious.
As long as I get like a 30% cut.
Good life.
And that'd be only right, sir. That'd be only right.
What the fuck did I walk in on? Jesus.
Now this title is she has
There
a dope,
he is. Good morning, sir.
a dope personality.
Morning, everybody.
Actress and a producer. Mom to one, wants real man. Well, that would be me, man.
She looks nice.
That would be me.
Hey.
My name is Fancy. Nice to meet you.
Hello,
Name is
Fancy.
Fancy?
Yes.
Fancy. Where you call me from, Fancy?
Atlanta.
Where else?
ATI, how old are you? Younger, 40. What do you do for a living?
I'm an actress and producer.
Okay, actress and producer. You have any kids?
I have one. She's 21.
Okay, ever been married?
Oh.
No, I haven't.
What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Taurus like you, girl. Janet Jackson birthday, 5/16.
All you gotta say was Janet. I would have gave the date. Yes, you are. Okay, with us.
Yes.
Okay, my Taurus.
Hey.
All right, let's get into it. So she is ready. I love this. Well, you're a TV producer, you said?
I'm an actress, but I'm also a producer as well.
Okay, so you probably do like self-tape auditions because you have I can tell you your setup. You have a ring light.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's do it. We got Fancy, Atlanta, 40, actress, producer, mom to a 21-year-old, never married, right? All right, and she got the same birthday as Janet Jackson. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Gotta make
Looking for a girl.
Girl, look, my friends think I should get a man. Okay, my friend, I was on my way home from Target. She talking about, sent the link, talking about, go ahead and get on there tonight. Because I'm like, oh, Lord, child, keep trying to get me on this latest show, honey. She done made me download the app and everything, child, okay?
So your friend told you to call me?
Girl, yes, my friend Didi, girl, she's been watching you since forever. She been trying to get me to come on this show for months, child. So I'm like, girl.
Hey, Didi, girl. Thank you, Didi.
Girl, she texted me tonight, talking about, get on, she on right now. I'm like, God damn, girl. Okay, let me get on here. Y'all can leave me alone. Shit. Damn it.
She do got some nice personality. I will say that.
Yeah, I like her personality.
A man, baby. Okay, a man. Okay, a man who's in charge.
Come on. She has so much energy for
No
Stanley.
liar.
Like as you get older,
Everybody
like,
everybody depends on. He's a man, baby. Okay.
She says she's tasty. Stanley. Hey.
She damn, she is fancy though.
Do you have any deal
True. She's got that
I
chinchilla
just
on.
don't
girl.
like hygiene. I'm big on
She
hygiene,
has a
and
nice
also I
smile.
don't like cigarettes, child, and I don't like
got nice
diets. Like
skin,
we
too.
grown as hell, okay? We can just be
Cigarettes
honest with each
and
other. I'm
diet.
40. You
Yeah,
however
she's
old you
she's
are,
shiny
like
as shit. Damn.
let's just be honest. You don't
She's
everybody be
I
lying.
mean,
glistening.
that's that. I'm a actress stuff. You know, she keeps it glossy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so be honest. What about, should he look a certain way?
No, so that's the thing. I never go for looks.
Well, Bobby, I'm sure you could find things for y'all to do that don't require much talking.
Looks at all. I've dated fat men, skinny men. I've dated them all, so I don't really go.
Yeah, bro. Take her to the movies or something. Take her to a place where she's required to be silent.
She says she doesn't go for
So
looks.
I talk to men in
never
all
seen
different tax brackets. Okay, my thing is as long as you can
Oh,
afford.
good
wherever you
salute
wanna
to
go,
John
whatever you
Gold.
gotta
He
do,
just
whatever you
stepped
wanna
in
do,
the
that's all that
building.
matters to me.
Let's get a point of view.
Let's do the Kendra Cam.
Oh yeah, the little thing. Okay.
Oh, you look good, like you're in shape.
Oh, thank
Hey,
you.
hold on now. For
That
40?
little
For 40?
sachet of her suede
For
top.
40?
So I'm not from here. I'm from Houston, y'all. Well, Port Arthur, but I've been in Houston since a teenager, and then I moved to Detroit for a year, and now I'm here. So he can live really anywhere. I'm not from here. I'm just here because of my career.
So you will
yeah.
relocate.
Yes, I would.
Did she specify what type
Yes,
of
he can
actress
have
she is?
Okay.
No.
And
Nah,
do
but I
you-
mean,
Hopefully-
in Atlanta, she
hopefully
probably
the
do a
type
lot of
of
extra
actor
work.
she is
My last
Do a lot of like
relationship was
smaller
almost
projects.
8 years ago.
Yeah.
8 years ago. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Child, it was like 3 months ago, and before that, I was trying to practice abstinence, so I was like 5.
We'll drop that 200.
Okay.
5 months is abstinence.
3 flaws you have to work on.
Oh my
Time
She was
management,
trying,
child,
Stanley.
I'm always
She
late,
said
Lord. No
trying.
matter if I take 5 hours.
You just haven't found the right man.
So I definitely got to work on my time management. Oh Lord, probably a
Yes,
whole bunch of other stuff,
tipsy.
child, because I ain't perfect around here.
She's swaying.
Yeah, all other kind of stuff, child. I don't know.
You only know
honey.
one
I do talk
flaw.
too
You
much.
can't
I
think
love
of 2
talk.
more flaws.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them probably around here. Let me see, time management. Probably listening more because I'm a talker. I love to talk, child. Y'all can see.
Oh, she's self-aware.
And
That doesn't really change much.
oh, girl.
I mean, it's
So
I mean, in her
you know-
industry, she probably has to be self-aware.
Maybe exercise. I need to exercise more, I guess. I don't know. I'm a clean eater, but I don't work out, so I want to start working out.
like she's self-aware that she's like this. That's even worse.
I mean, to be fair, it's better than most.
Okay. I mean, like you're in shape.
I would
Are you
have to
on
agree
know
with
what?
Gary on that one.
I can tell. I can tell she's going to come up during this colorism talk.
Yes, I have like.
Oh yeah, she could be on there.
It's
Jesus
like
Christ.
I'm going to be able to deal with this mouth because she's light skinned.
Nah,
Okay,
nah,
so I think
nah,
someone might know you from some TV
Yeah.
movies.
Oh,
that's
hey,
that's fucked up.
listen,
God
y'all know-
damn.
Yeah. I'm wrong, right?
Stanley says she'll look good in his Hallmark pictures for the 25th.
Sorry, she's not my type.
So what's the age range you would date, Fancy? You're 40.
Yes, I'm 40. So I like older men, child. They say them young men.
Oh, older men?
Stanley,
I don't know. I
Stanley.
don't
Older men?
like them too much. So I like the
You know what? I'm gonna have to protect. If I wish I had hearing aids so I could turn them down.
older men, honey. Because you got to be a man for me to respect you, baby.
Gotta be a man.
Oh,
Man,
look
man
at
to
her.
respect her.
Really?
Okay.
You got to be a
Good
woman.
child. Why would a guy be like to be with you?
Well, so because as a woman, I offer companionship. Like you can talk to me, you can cry to me. Like I can support you. Like we're gonna have a good time, child. I'm not
Oh
gonna bother you.
no!
We're gonna
This
do what
is
you gotta-
all of a sudden.
She said she won't bother you, Stanley. You could go do what you got to do.
I'm channeling Kevin Samuels here.
Uh-oh.
She offers companionship. Is that what men are looking for in a woman?
And submissiveness and
Probably
cooperation also.
We are not looking for
Probably not.
companionship.
Probably not.
come together. We're gonna be happy and be
Not
one.
from her end.
So
You did make a point there,
over here,
Stanley. You did.
child.
Yeah.
You a lot, I could tell.
What? You say that?
Stop it.
Ooh.
Well, I love your assertiveness.
I mean, all of that stuff
You know,
would be
you know
great
what
on
you
camera,
want, so
but
that's
yeah,
great.
to live with
You
that
know
on a
yourself.
day-to-day would
But I
probably
can
take
tell
me
that,
I do agree.
you know, you're gonna need a guy that's gonna be able to.
It's like, you know what? When you're reading a book, you'll be quiet.
Yo,
He's with me, I feel.
I don't know what
Well,
your son
so
put
the
in your
thing
food,
is,
sir, but
you
I
can
think he
bring.
should do that more often because you've been on a batting 1,000 today,
I
Stanley.
love being
That is
home.
true.
It's
Sources
No, I
are
got enough
homebody. That is true.
yesterday.
Yes, like it's a Friday
You got
night, girl, and
Yeah,
I'm
you
at
see,
home. I
Stanley,
came
I'm
into
happy.
Target.
You
I
need
went
to
to
get
walk
more
with Target,
sleep,
girl,
sir.
with the footers, got me some little snacks, and I'm in, child. I was gonna get in, get the scrolling or doing something. But yeah, as long as you're a man that can come through and make me listen to you and everything, like put me in my place and hush me up, then I'll be like, okay, well, let me shut up then.
Well,
Let me not
Stanley
do
can
too
do that.
much.
Uh-oh,
So
Stanley, she
yeah,
said she'll shut up.
girl, I can't
Put her
believe
in
you
her
said
place.
that,
But will
Kendra.
Wait, when she says put her in her place, does that mean she wants to get like beat on or something? Like,
No,
where's
not like
Stanley?
not like that.
You know what?
Nah, some of them,
When
you know what,
she's
I'm going to leave it
shutting up,
alone.
she's talking to her lawyer.
Mm-mm-mm.
No,
I
she
would,
just
I
like
would
a man who's
clip
a
this.
little bit of assertive. You ain't gotta fucking smack her up or anything, unless she's into
No,
that shit.
you know what? That would. You
She
know
might
what?
be into that.
I would never slap her. It would leave a mark. She's so light skinned.
Not even on the rear end, Stanley, if she says to smack it.
The light skinned women can't even get beat right.
Y'all are evil.
Okay. No, I do like. No, I love your personality.
Thank you.
I love your personality.
She said, Stanley, you better leave a handprint in this
You're on
buddy.
the app. You said that at the top of it.
Better
Yes,
make your
girl,
mark.
on the app, Fancy Jones.
Okay,
Make
I'm
your
gonna
mark,
pull
Stanley.
you up. I'm gonna
Yep.
pull you up so
Colonize.
the guys can know how to reach out to
You know, this
you.
old man's getting tired just
A
hearing
lot
her
of people
talk.
in the ATL.
She is like that.
A
Somebody
lot
out
of
there.
people in the ATL. I'll be in Atlanta next year for our speed dating event.
Yeah.
Is it Fancy? Is Fancy Jones?
Yes,
Fancy
Fancy
Jones.
Fancy Jones.
Hey, yo, she look way better in that
Fancy
picture.
Jones. Fancy
You know
Jones.
what?
Put in Fancy FAN.
Oh, those pictures are
If you will
catfish.
come up,
Like,
Fancy
oh,
Jones.
god damn.
Okay.
She looks nice at
You
the
need
bottom.
you said you need to lose weight.
Well, I just would like. I got like. Come on, Kenzie. You know how we all got like little stuff we don't like about ourselves. So
But
this turkey.
that wouldn't be. That's not your flaw.
Lena Horne.
I need.
looks
Okay,
better.
listen. I done got my body this far at 40. I need to get into the routine of working out. Okay, I ain't gonna look like this.
Yeah, you can work out,
kinda
but
like
you've been
this,
blessed
girl.
with genetics. Then, like, thank God that you.
Say that again, John.
She's attractive to me in some way. You know?
Yeah, she's attractive. She's attractive. Like,
She's not unattractive, but you know what? If I were deaf, I'd be in love with her.
Yeah, she do got that mouth on
You
her.
you
That's
can
a
get this body without working out.
I still need to work out, Kenzie. I
No,
want to
I'm
stay in
not
shape.
saying you. Okay, every woman, everybody should work out for the health reasons, not the aesthetic reasons,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
yes,
yeah.
yes.
But what I was saying is you don't your body is you look good.
Thank
You don't work out, so you gotta bless. You're blessed.
Yes, and yeah, I'm about to be a big mama. My daughter is pregnant. Okay, I'm about to be a big mama.
Okay, so you got a grandbaby on the way.
Yes, child. So
Wait,
I'm
how
a
old
big
is she?
papa.
she said she's 40, but I don't know if she's telling the truth because I mean,
Maybe
Well, 40 with a grandkid?
She's Stanley. What you mean?
heck. If she's older, that's
If the daughter's 16, nigga, baby, it's grandma time.
Well, that's my point. You know, she's sitting here talking all fancy Jones, and it's like, you know, maybe she had her baby at 20 and her daughter's 20.
well, she said her daughter's 21, so she must have had her daughter when she was like
19?
17.
18, 19, yeah.
18, 19.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. You know what? 40 and a grandmother. Interesting.
I mean, that's more common in our community than we like to think, unfortunately, Stanley.
Well, to be honest, I mean, technically, that's not a bad thing.
Nah, no one's criticizing.
Heck, even if she is lying about her age, that's even better. The fact that she look like that, if she's like 50 or 60 or whatever.
No, Garion, she's hoping to meet a young man like you.
I fucking hope not.
Yeah, and she will come Fancy Jones. She's an actress, a producer.
I'm not into that fancy shit.
That's gonna put her in her place. No lies. Don't play with her time
At all, baby. I get rid of you in a second, baby. I don't play. Don't come over here wasting my time, child.
Oh, Jesus.
Child must be, because I started saying child around 42. So maybe child must.
Is Scarlett O'Hara a black?
Child must be the word that you say when you turn 40.
Girl, no, I've been saying this because I'm country. I'm from Texas, girl. So I'm just always saying child, honey.
Texas,
Okay.
Texas lady.
I think I
Stanley,
started
she
saying
got some
child.
southern
This
comfort
show
there for
started
you.
me saying ooh child.
Oh, really?
Texas is the West.
Yes, child.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
girl.
the
Well, listen,
Southwest,
Missy,
Stanley.
I enjoyed this. Keep me posted how it goes.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Bye, no
All
problem,
right,
baby.
Kendra G singles, the dating.
I know.
Kendra G putting out this app. She turned her hustle up to another level, man. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. You about
You know
to say
what? I'm not mad at her. I actually like her.
Yeah, I've heard good things about her.
Yeah. But that was the smartest thing she could do because she was relying on other social media platforms. But now she gets to consolidate all of that data, consolidate all of those contacts, and now she can get into the business of selling data and stuff. She just turned her hustle up to a different level. Salute to her, man.
Gotta keep pushing. And just
facts.
Indeed.
Yo, John Galt, I want to ask you a question. I know you're. What did you think when "Hit 'Em Up" came out? When Tupac released that, like you were probably like 20s,
yeah, I remember
right?
the song. Yeah, I remember the song.
What do you think of it? Did you think it like hit super hard?
Yeah. I mean, it was a popular song at the time. That was what came first? The Biggie song.
The Biggie, and then that was Tupac's response to Biggie, and that's why he probably got killed because it went so hard. And he talked about a lot of crazy shit.
He had the other one, the one that you didn't hear much about. Was it Toss It Up?
I don't know. That seems. I feel like that's a rendition of like a gay one.
Those.
Hail Mary, maybe? I don't know.
It was the one where he was dissing Puffy and LL Cool J. He may have hit Jodeci.
Oh yeah, hit him up. I think that is.
Hit him up.
That's what I'm talking about.
A gilf.
Oh, wait a minute, Kevin Samuels versus Kendra G. This should be interesting, Stanley.
Yeah, this is. I've never seen this one. I meant to watch it and never got around to it.
What would they even go with odds on?
Say that again.
I said, what in the world would they even go with odds on? Be interesting.
Well, this is from what I gather. This is like before she blew up.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
And
this
I
might have been her
remember
catalyst to going up there.
It was something. There's another person who has this up on YouTube somewhere, and it was more like, can women be good advisors to women or something along those
yeah,
really
that makes sense.
much because I don't want to fulfill what they desire. And one of the things you mentioned the other night is you got to share that man. A lot of times that man, if he makes $400,000 or more, he may have another woman. And I know I cannot deal with that. So I think a lot of women sometimes say they want these men, but they've never dated it because if they had, they wouldn't be just focusing on the money. There's a lot of women that have men with money, but they're not always happy either.
I don't judge by what women want. If you want to focus on your career, do that. But see, one thing that women have not been told in this country is there's cost to all of it. You can't have it all. Men can't have it all. There are trade-offs and choices. If you chose to focus on your career, I am all for that. Do it. But it comes at a cost of your prime childbearing years. I don't make human beings the
right now.
That was her when she was young. I think that's what she's posting. Like,
Damn.
when she was young.
Well,
look at her face.
I'll
She
put it
looks
to you
young
this
right here.
way: she has changed. She's much heavier than that now.
Yeah.
And she looks
But I
much
mean, that's
meaner.
a-
Look at her face. She looks angry now.
All I have to say is, wow, I had no idea.
way they are. So this is the choice women have to make.
I wholeheartedly agree. And I was engaged into my college sweetheart. I went to Hampton and I chose to focus on my career instead of becoming a wife. I have no regrets. And just as I hear what you're saying with statistics, one of my best friends just got married last year. She's pregnant, due any day now, and she's 41, and she's a black woman. So all I'm saying is, yes, you're right. Maybe the statistics aren't there, but in my reality, that
Yeah, Stanley, it's a little loud.
Doesn't change the fact. Anecdotal evidence doesn't change the fact. You know people like you. That does not change the reality.
okay.
We're actually having a conversation about women having babies in their 40s. That's how warped we've become in the black community because we cannot get it together in our prime mating and marrying years, because so many of our women value these so-called
No,
careers.
actually, it's
Now, I
called
don't doubt
medical
that you have a
technology,
career, but I
Kevin.
gotta let you know how many women I've talked to over the countless
Stanley,
years
how many
have
women
called their
successfully
job a
have
career.
used the medical technology to their
People have
benefit?
jobs. Most people don't have
Well,
careers.
my wife
And
had
it
my
seems to be
son
Mike
at
and
40.
Becky, Marisol, Nylene, and I
Beautiful.
all go out and have jobs
Is that
and
the
careers.
is that
Just
Now, I
like
will
black
tell
women
you,
have
I
normal?
will
jobs,
tell
careers,
you
and still
something.
be able to
I actually wanted a daughter, to try again. And we kind of sat down and said, well, hey, we got it right the first time. We're both over 40. Do we really want to take that risk?
My sister almost died having my nephew when she was
Oh,
42.
oh, wow.
Yeah, like most women go through very serious problems trying to have children in their geriatric time. That's not
Right.
That's not
Well,
men being mean. That's science, Stanley.
Oh, no, I'm not. Look, I just told you that I was like, hey, do we really want to take that risk?
But you prefaced it with saying that the modern
Well,
medicine would allow that to be easier.
oh, no, it does. I mean, Janet Jackson had kids at 50 something, right?
Janet Jackson has millions of dollars to throw at that
Right.
situation.
Well, I didn't add that part. But yeah, medicine will allow you to at least have a fighting chance.
Do
I'm
most
not
women
saying,
have access to the level of medical
I
assistance that Janet
understand.
Jackson
I
has?
don't disagree with you. I just threw that out there. Like, it's not impossible.
What's the probability, though, to
Well,
borrow
I
from
think,
Kevin Samuels?
like I said, I think sometimes Kevin Samuels could say something once and be done with
Oh
it.
wait, Stanley, I just chatted with you. This guy's wrong. So it says Clomid, a common oral medication that can induce ovulation in women who don't ovulate on their own or who are older, is effective. So there are cheap medications. Clomid, bodybuilders use Clomid.
What's the percentage of women who've had successful births using Clomid?
But the argument was that there is the medication that is available is too expensive. But I just proved that wrong by saying Clomid is very accessible.
I'm happy that particular medication is accessible, sir. What
That
is the
was the whole point.
percentage?
That was the
No,
whole
that
point.
wasn't my whole point, because I first asked him what's the percentage of women who have successful births geriatrically, even with the medications. That was literally my first
Okay,
question.
so fine. That one I can look up. But so do you kind of agree now
Well,
that
let's not
How
belabor
much is
this
Clomid,
point.
sir? How much is it?
it's a very common medication.
How much is it?
With insurance, it's free. Without insurance, I
Oh,
mean,
my
With what?
Lord.
With insurance?
yeah, with insurance, it's free.
So you're
Like,
saying
you get
Medicaid
a
and stuff
job.
covers Clomid?
Yeah, definitely. Wait, Medicaid, like, when you get a job, even if you work at like Popeyes, you get regular insurance. It's free. Right?
But does their insurance cover? Sir, I know you don't understand this because you're young. Everybody's insurance doesn't cover every single thing. Some people's insurance doesn't cover these type of things. You're making a broad stroking
No,
statement.
but I'm saying the medication is so cheap that you could have shitty
Yeah, but
insurance.
he's
What
giving
is how much is it? What are you saying?
It's okay, so you can get it for
citing it to the king of broad
$32.92.
A dose or how much
Hold on, let me
comes in
see.
that dose, and like how many times does a
There's
woman need to
also
take this?
There's also coupons you can use on this shit.
I'll
$37.
coupons.
I don't know the dosages, but I would probably think it's like that much a month, right? So like $32 a month for a bottle, and then you have to refill it every month or some shit. Usually that's how medication prices work in general.
So I'm on rxlist.com. Clomiphene. What is Clomid? It's non-steroidal ovulatory stimulant for women who, after other reasons, pregnancy failure, have ruled it out, desire pregnancy, and follow additional instructions that make pregnancy more likely to occur with this drug use. So it's not this drug alone. You'd have to also do other stuff at the same time.
Yeah,
in addition,
cocktail.
Right. In addition, these women and their sperm donors usually undergo a number of treatments and tests, including taking the Clomid, scheduled by their OBGYN before the Clomid is even started. So, sir, you're being so you're not looking at it from the full scope of what these women would need to do on top of even taking this medication.
Lasagna,
Yeah.
His ghetto, it is all my fault, because this is the problem. Generally, when Lasagna comes to me with these little things, I'll just go, well, Lasagna, I don't have time to go in and research and counteract your point. Lasagna, not everybody is as lazy as I am.
Well, I can counteract that point because his original point there was no medication.
You
So
know,
obviously,
That's not true.
Hey, yo,
My original point, if you
want to throw out
oh my
the
god,
video,
this is crazy.
we would get much farther if we just finished the video and commented on that.
yeah, true, Gary.
Lasagna, when you wanna don't do that with Ghetto because he will out research you.
Yeah, Ghetto will bring up a whole damn library on you.
Yeah,
we'll have a whole screen dedicated to this argument.
Yeah, he's used to dealing with lazy men. Ghetto is not a lazy man.
Why can every other race of women seem to be able to do that, but black women are doing that at a 1 out of 4 ratio, and the next closest women are white women who are married twice as much as you are? And that's married to anybody. You're not marrying anybody.
Can I respond to that? I hear what you're saying. But I also think that if women are realistic and they are open to dating and maybe not always focusing on the money and maybe to give up some things on their list, it is possible. I know you said yourself your mother got married at 50. There's people that do still find love in their 40s, and I just think that I don't want women to feel hopeless.
And her 3 sisters died alone.
Huh?
And her 3 sisters on the way to dying alone.
Also, do you know this drug is known to cause birth defect? Jesus Christ, what are you telling people to take, Lasagna?
Yeah, dude. Also, Tylenol also has like adverse effects. So I don't know what you're talking about. That's like me saying don't take aspirin. What are you talking about? Everything.
Nobody takes aspirin to have a baby, Lasagna.
No, but that's not the point. That's what I'm saying. You're dense. Your argument is that that medication has adverse effects. Yeah, every medication has adverse effects.
This is known to cause birth defects. It's not an. It's a effect. It's destroying the thing you're literally pursuing.
Oh wait, can you link that so I could actually read it?
I just linked it to the back chat, sir.
Oh, you didn't. The last thing linked is the "Hit 'Em Up" song.
Right before that, sir. Right above it.
But I posted the "Hit 'Em Up" song before we even started discussing the clothes.
Stanley's normal weight thing is at 546. Then in between your Lasagna 601 is me putting a link to rxlist.com, sir.
I don't think you posted on the right one. It just says
Lasagna. Didn't you go out and come back in?
I'll
no.
post it again for you, Lasagna.
Okay, if you log off and back in, those links aren't persistent.
Yeah, it might have disappeared if you logged off and logged back in. Sorry, I just posted it again for you, sir.
Okay, I'll read it.
All right, well, back to this beautiful picture.
Keep it in the pants, Stanley.
I'm trying.
Do you think black women have been given the accurate message for life?
I will say no. I'll give you that. But I will say this too. There's a lot of things I do agree with you on, Kevin, and that's why I came on your platform. But I will say the die alone things. I don't want to give women. I don't think women should be fear.
I do. I think fear. I think we need some healthy fear. Because here's the thing: when we do this whole coddling, don't act like it is what it is. No, we need to tell you smoking causes cancer. Right. We don't need to tell you smoking causes baby. Smoking makes you happy.
Common side effects: uterine bleeding, vaginal abnormality. What the fuck?
Yeah, there's also crazy symptoms. Yeah,
Ghetto, what the fuck is this pill, man? I'm reading it too. This shit.
This is what he's saying women should take.
Wait.
Common side effects.
Okay, look at Tylenol. It also has. No, it's not common side effects. I'm looking.
Lasagna,
sir,
he doesn't just kill lasagna.
Oh my god.
He's not. Oh wait, Stanley, we've caught him like so many times, just like spouting bullshit.
It doesn't say the common side effects of Clomid include abnormal vaginal uterine bleeding. It doesn't say that's the top common side effect.
How is that crazy? Yeah, girls sometimes bleed too much, and it's like crazy. Like I don't think that's a huge thing. Like that's very normal for women.
Not while fucking pregnant, Lasagna.
Crazy. This dude is. But again, when you only deal with prostitutes, you don't understand like what a woman has to go through to have a baby. So it is what it is.
Well, I mean, this is because these are women that want to have a baby, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna deal with like some uncomfortable situations.
If a woman's bleeding while she's having a baby, that's something
bro. That's
wrong.
bad for the baby, bro. What's wrong with you?
Well, Clomid, if it was that bad, then these physicians would not give Clomid.
This pill is lowly rated. They don't.
Yeah, they do actually. Clomid is one of the most common.
Got some bad doctors then.
Well, so you know more than the general consensus of most doctors. Okay.
Please
I mean,
show
most
some
doctors
research.
suck nowadays, so I probably do.
Okay, yeah,
Hey,
exactly. This is
hey,
utopia. What's
Lasagna,
your degree,
have
Gary?
you thought about being a pharmaceutical rep?
I probably should. I'm good at this shit.
Sure he is.
Obviously.
Rapid weight gain, diarrhea, vomiting, nausea, little or no urination. What the
Bro, have
pain
you
when you
seen?
breathe?
Oh my god.
A common side effect is pain when you. So that happens when you take Tylenol. You have pain when you breathe, rapid heart rate, shortness of breath, no urination.
Those are not common. Those are side effects.
Sir, it says those are the
side effects.
Okay, sir, you got it. It says common side effects.
No, it doesn't. I'm looking through it. It doesn't say common.
I love you, Lasagna. We got it. We can move on, guys. We can move on. I've shared the link. Anybody with eyes can read it themselves.
He's the patron saint of dead fetuses.
Damn, Stanley.
Don't need a man to make it through life. No other group or race of women is so bold to stand outside and say, put all the pressure of the world on me because I don't need him.
Well, I don't believe that. I believe men are very important. I love the black man.
It's our culture.
Okay, I agree with that. Let me ask you this, Kevin. Do you think a woman, because I hear you
Can we pause real quick?
I always wondered your answer to this. Should a woman be with a guy who might be cheating on her, not cheating?
Chris Reed, the studies have been done on women using cannabis since the 80s. There's actually an excellent study where they tracked 50 women who were using cannabis throughout their entire pregnancy, and there were no adverse effects. So I don't know what you're talking about. I can actually link that study. That's a National Institute of Health study. So relax, sir. Cannabis is not Tylenol. Cannabis is not clomiphene. You got to stop.
Man, what a body.
Treating her the best. Do you think it's better to have a man than to not have a man at all?
Yeah, see, that's a disingenuous question. See, when you come in setting the table as if is the choice between a negative and a man, I reject that question. Why don't you give it the other way around? Do you think a woman should have a man who actually she can build with and partner with, such and so forth? Why come in assuming bad faith to begin with?
No, I'm not.
No. Yes, you did. You came in and gave me a negative versus having a man. And that means if he's going to do this, should she choose that? Why don't you give me the other side? Give me the good faith argument.
Okay, well, no, there is a good faith argument, but I just heard you say several times. I think sometimes women.
No, what I'm saying is, why didn't you come through the door giving the good faith argument? Why do I have to ask you for? I don't celebrate you. You're supposed to celebrate him.
But what I'm asking you, Kevin, is this, and I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just simply asking you a question, and I'm really trying not to be combative here. Is there some women?
You have to try.
Right. There's some women who date men who might not be treating them the best. And I always just wonder, because I know you preach a lot about settling and being with men. And
I talk a lot about settling because that's what a lot of women talk about all the time when they really ain't settling. See, what I'm saying is I asked you the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
One of the two things wrong in our community is, one, so many of our women come into interaction with black men in bad faith. Yep. You assume the worst, the negative. Ma'am, go rewind this part. You gave me an example. Do you think a woman should settle for a man that's cheating on her, abusing her, such and so forth, in order to just have a man? That is a disingenuous French toast ass position when you could have easily come in and gave with the positive, good faith. Do you think it would be better for a woman to be with a man who she can actually live with, to cooperate with, and build a life with, or have nothing? You could have made that choice to come in the door, good faith or bad faith. You chose to come. No, you chose to come in bad faith because that is the default position in our community.
I used to desire those type of men. I don't really desire them that much because I don't want to fulfill what they desire. And one of the things you mentioned it the other night is you got to share that man. A lot of times that man, if he makes $400,000 or more, he may have another woman. And I know.
Hey, Ghetto, turns out this pill has a 40% conception
a lot
rate.
of women sometimes say they want these men, but they've never dated it because if they had, they wouldn't be just focusing on the money. There's a lot of women that have men with money, but they're not always happy either.
Well, okay. So the follow-up question to that would be, that's the kind of man you would like to have, you just don't like that aspect of it.
Well, I would say say this. I'm 41, right? So when I listen to the women, when I was in the 30s, when I heard the girls from up here, they remind me of myself because I was like, he got to have a lot of money. He got to take care of all the bills. That's what I was on, and I run in those circles. But what I've learned is a lot of those men just couldn't be faithful. So then I learned, well, that's my deal breaker. Faithfulness is my deal breaker. So I've been blessed.
So the question I have then is, because I hear what you're saying, but then I also like, that sounds good.
Okay.
Because you 41 years old, married, any kids?
Nope, I froze my eggs though, so I got a safety net just in case.
So you're accustomed to a certain standard of life.
This is true.
And if a man is making the median of what a black man is making, $42,500, he can't afford your standard of life.
So is that my problem?
It's the reality of the world. See,
so is that my
what happens far too often, especially in our communities, black women wait too long to get married. You wait till you're too old. You wait till you have too much experience, and your experience and your income has gone up, and that is inversely proportional to your sexual marketplace value.
So can I speak to that?
So let me finish making the example because I hear women come on and say, you know what, that high value thing, I really don't want that because I don't want to have to share him. All right, but then are you going to be able to look at a man making $45,000 a year and respect him to the same level that a high value man would be respected?
I would respect a man who's hardworking, and as long as he doesn't try to minimize me in any way. Now that's the biggest thing. If he's okay with me being my full self.
You didn't answer whether or not you respect him to the same level you respect the high value man.
Now you guys pay close attention. She never comes outright and answer any damn question.
Oh, this has comments.
That shit is so annoying, ladies. Just answer the freaking question. Yes or no.
No, I think you're wrong there, Mr.
I'm going to say yes, only because
Commentator.
I'm going to tell you this. I've dated high value men. I've dated the men with the Rolls Royces and all the cars and all the glitz and glamour. And they always thought because they had the cars and the glitz and glamour that you got to bow down to them. And
I get it, but I'm talking about the man who's working at the post office.
Right.
I would say, now, I'm going to tell you my requirements. I want you to be attractive. So if you're a guy that's working at the post office and you're...
Did he ask her about appearance? You see what I'm saying? She just want to talk about what she wants to talk about.
Man, this dude is as bad as
overlooking.
Attractive and you...
Hold on, let me time out. Hey. Why do you want to be attractive?
I can't have nothing.
No, let me explain. See, this is what's so wrong for so many of our women. You're supposed to be the attractive one, not us. Okay. Black women today have atavistic mating standards, very primitive, meaning I want you to look good. So he can make $40,000 a year as long as he look good.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he can make $40,000 a year. I'm not.
That's what most black men make, $42,500.
Okay, so Kevin, so are you saying in your perspective that it's over for me? Then I don't have.
No, it's not. No, what I'm saying is your price is too high.
Oh, that was funny. Is it over for me? Yes, it's over for you.
Well, first of all, you asked me, and I'm going to. You're 41 and unmarried.
Right.
You're freezing
eggs. By choice.
Yeah, that's no.
Well, no, I can say that. I was once engaged when I was in college.
Okay. No.
I just got
out of this. Go ahead. But do you understand that example I just gave? The inverse proportional relationship.
I understand, but can I speak now? Because I'm being respectful. This is your platform, so I definitely want to honor your rules. I just got out of a relationship in January, and I could be married right now if that was my goal. But I would rather be happy than just married to say I have a husband. And I don't think that should be looked down upon. I don't think that's my honest truth. You could, feel away, but that's an honest truth. I was in a relationship that he wanted. How long
were you in it?
We were together since last year, 8 months.
Okay.
And he was ready to be married very soon, very early on. And I don't want to be married just to be married. I'm not going to live with fear and say, oh, okay.
So do you want to be married?
Huh?
You want to go back to what you want. You control access to your body, and for a time frame, women control access to whether or not kids are born. But see, what older women, especially accomplished women, have a hard time accepting is your value has a shelf life. After 35, you're at geriatric pregnancy. If you met a man that you found that you thought was the bee's knees and he wanted 3 children, you can't carry it.
Okay, but Kevin, I would say this, right? Can I just
That's
say
harsh.
This?
Is that true?
I agree with you. I'm not.
So either he would have to forego having the children in his legacy, or he'd have to go find someone who could.
Or it could be a man that might already have children and doesn't want children.
Not my example. That's not my example. That's not an example.
Can I just say this? I respect your insight. I really do. That's why I came on your platform.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna allow what you think.
This shit almost sounds sad on her behalf.
It really does. But you see how she's evolved her position since this, right?
Lady, Ginger, ma'am, I don't know you.
Okay, so
the thing is, I'm not going to allow you to start getting upset because
I'm not, Kevin. I'm not upset. I'm not upset.
You came to my platform and asked me my opinion. Okay, so to tell me what you're not going to allow me to do, that's not necessary.
I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just ultimately.
But what would you call it? What would you call it? I'm not going to allow what you say to do what?
Because I mean, listen, I hear you, but I don't.
That's very rude. You should apologize,
that
Kendra.
had babies in their 40s, that gotten married in their 40s. It can happen. So
I'm talking black women.
Yes, I'm talking black women.
1 in 4 black women were married. 1 in 4 black women were married in their lifetime. So you telling me about the aged black women who marry after 40 and have babies? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. That is unfortunately. And here's the thing: if you're waiting till your 40s to marry and have babies, you did something wrong in your 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I will say this: I focus on my career, which I know you feel could be something wrong. I have no regrets. I have no saying is yes, you're right. Maybe.
But how come women in other cultures can have their career and be a good wife? Why is it our sisters feel that they can't? It's crazy.
Anecdotal evidence does.
American women, period, are starting to be like this, though.
Reality.
Well, okay. I'm not taking away from that.
What I'm saying is, ma'am.
I'm just saying that.
Listen to what we're doing in the black. Listen to what we're doing in the black community. Take it away from you. Take it away from your friends. We're actually having a conversation about women having babies in their 40s. That's how we've become in the black community.
It really sounds crazy, don't it?
Prime mating and marrying years.
Yeah, that shit sounds crazy.
Because so many of our women value these so-called careers. Now, I don't doubt that you have a career, but I got to let you know how many women I've talked to over the countless years who call their job a career. Most people have a job. That's
very true.
Most people don't have careers. And it seems to be, why can Becky, Marisol, Mylene, and Anu all go out and have jobs and careers just like black women have jobs and careers and still be able to spin that plate and find a husband? Why can every other race of women seem to be able to do that? But black women are doing it at a one.
Stanley, pause it right there.
And the next closest women are white women who are married twice as much as you are.
I think that may have been the best. You know, this is probably the most Kevin Samuel I've watched in total since he's been around and was around. And damn, that was some brutal, hard commentary to her, his opinion. But you can't argue with it and say, well, it ain't true. You can't argue with that. But I feel myself almost feeling sorry for the woman because I don't know about ghetto point of view, whoever else is up here, lasagna. But I've heard so many women over the years, I could have been married, but you're not, right? And it was something about that man that wanted to marry you that you didn't want to marry him. And so when I heard her say that, it just struck a chord with me because I've heard it so many times over the years.
So many times.
Have you ever heard that? You've heard it too?
Tons and tons of times. I grew up in a house with majority women. Like I had a bunch of sisters, and then being in my aunts and all of them, we all lived in the same building, and like this was all of their stories, time and time again.
She was too respectful to say, "Well, you're not married."
But he was married multiple times.
Why couldn't you keep a marriage? Maybe that man that I turned down reminds me of you.
Well, I think what he's saying that would have been a very good counter punch.
Yeah, well, you know what? He better be glad he wasn't talking to me.
Yeah, but you know, even with you, Stanley,
Are you a middle-aged woman, Stanley?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Well, no, if I were, I would own him.
But Stanley, women ask him about his divorce rate all the time, and his response is, "Well, at least I was able to get married multiple times. Like,
And
y'all
you
haven't
know
even got
what?
down
And
the
you know
aisle
what?
yet."
I would have loved that. You were able to get married, but you weren't able to keep married, stay married. It's easy.
Right, and he said he failed his wives, and he acknowledges his
Okay, well, then
failures.
you know what? You are not the man. You are not the man to be talking marriage when you couldn't even fix your own.
That doesn't make any sense, Stanley.
Oh no, it makes sense. It might not make sense to you, the Kevin.
It doesn't make sense to most people, Stanley, because people grow up and they evolve. And
Bullshit.
the man that he is now, it wasn't. He acknowledges it wasn't the man when he was in marriage.
I think people have to be perfect in their field in order to talk about what they know.
What Kevin Samuels wants to do is he wants to pull rank. Okay, this isn't a debate of equals.
Right, he's the one that has been married. She's not, so he has experience over her.
That is the oldest trick in the book. These gurus never debate their equals.
What do you mean? Who would be somebody in the space who's been married multiple times that could have this conversation with him?
Finish my point. You asked me to elaborate. They are not equals. Okay, she is his junior, both professionally and age-wise. I want to see him debate a John Galt or a Stanley Cross or someone that is his equal, both in age and stature. Now, I'm not saying I'm Kevin Samuels, but I was married.
But what would a woman be that could do that?
Ben Shapiro and all those conservative fellas over at the Daily Wire do the same thing. They'll go to college campuses and quote, debate college students. Those students are not their equals in any way, shape, or form.
I do agree with
that. They're going to win every time.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, that is kind of stupid.
But to keep it in the frame of this, like, who would a woman be in this space that would have the experience that be comparable?
Well, no one would. And
modern Kendra G, I guess.
Would, and he knows that. Now, here's the deal.
How does he know that?
Well, here's the deal. The reason she's not being combative is because Kevin can make or break her.
She's being very combative, but okay.
Kevin could make or break her.
I don't know about that.
I think the thing is, Stanley,
it is a mentor-mentee debate.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, Stanley, that she is coming to him for advice.
That is true.
He probably doesn't have many other places.
That's another disadvantage, mentor-mentee.
Yeah, and I think that
she conceded that.
And I think that, he just hit on point that struck home with me.
And look at this fool. Why do I want to defend a woman? I'm not necessarily defending her as much as saying Kevin Samuels is full of shit. And I still admire him, but, he's not right all the time.
But I think that it is rather interesting, the point that he made, in that these women, black and white, so it's not a racial thing, are pushing, and maybe it is more exacerbated in the black community, pushing their childbearing years to damn near geriatric pregnancies. That's fucking amazing. I don't know if you see it, but Ghetto, how old are you? 35? You about
40 now, sir. I'm 40 now.
And I'm here in DC, and the black women, the professional class, it may be a little bit more pronounced here in most places. In New York, I think you're in New York, so you may see it as well. But there are large numbers of black women that I came here, met in my 20s. And they're my age now, no children, bro. There's more of them than the ones whose children. They're educated, the professional class, right? And I remember their focus on their careers or their jobs, whatever it really may have been, early on. And, and now, I see a lot of women my age with no children at all. It's rather interesting,
Now, see, I agree about the pushing back. artificially. You know, when you got to take these drugs with all these weird side effects, you know, you're either people should have choices and they should have to make them. And the medicines are, I agree with that. Don't be pushing it back. You know,
it's very interesting. But go ahead. I ain't gonna.
It's like we're almost fighting against nature. It's like we want to be gods so badly.
And that is not a good thing. But then man is kind of built to do it. Everything from damming up rivers to...
Wait, I want to say something. That's a stupid take. That's like saying, oh yeah, nobody should take the polio vaccine because that's against nature. Yeah, like modern medicine has helped a lot of people. Are you basically saying there should be no medicine?
If you actually know about polio,
hold on.
Know about polio vaccines.
Now, as an example, Stanley, I mean in general, like polio has saved people.
That's a horrible example.
It's a bad example.
But you understand what I'm saying? Like, okay,
no.
If we want to go back to nature,
no. Don't say, but I understood. That means it was a bad example.
It wasn't. Polio, you don't believe that polio was a problem before?
I believe you can develop immunities to it. So basically what you're doing is souping up.
Okay, that's
do you understand how many people the polio vaccine hurt, sir?
Do you know how many people died before it was invented?
Not many, sir. Like the numbers are out there.
Okay, let me research.
Hey, people die of coronavirus, and there's a vaccine for that.
Yeah, I know. What's the point?
Not that many people died of coronavirus without the vaccine.
Because of the vaccine, right? Like,
yeah, they died because of the vaccine.
No, that's not true.
If you say so, Stanley.
Is
coronaviruses have been around since the beginning of time,
Stanley. We can debate it, and I will.
Oh yeah, how could you even know that? That's such a stupid comment.
All I have to say is
that's not what he's talking about.
There is no vaccine that is perfect.
Yeah, I agree with that. But at least there's a vaccine, right? You have some
but
chance.
The point is that things like the polio vaccine, not the RNA, that's a different story. But something as simple as a polio vaccine, they're assisting nature. They're not doing something.
I don't think the polio vaccine is simple.
Well, you're not qualified to know this, so I'll accept that dumb answer.
Also, like insulin. Also, like you know what I'm saying? Insulin. Like,
why
you want
people need
to
insulin shots, sir?
Why the fuck are we bringing up insulin?
Well, the whole point is
trying desperately to win.
No. The whole.
And he's comparing insulin and polio to women's reproductive.
No. You know, you're saying we're going against nature and that humans should be humans, but again, like, then you're just saying there should be no intervention at all, right? Like,
no,
I mean, if you
that's
want
not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
Do you think that babies with I won't go there.
Come on, yeah, Stanley, don't bring that up. If anything, you can no, not that. You can bring up hormone imbalances. A lot of these pills throw off women's hormones to where they don't feel like they want to get pregnant or they don't want to get horny. So that's one thing that we're going against nature for.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, I think it should be in the middle. I think you can't just be like, oh yeah, we should just go completely back to how nature was.
That was nobody's point.
Nobody said that.
Didn't you say like that's your problem that people keep trying to play God?
No, I did say that, sir. I did say that.
I personally think the problem is that the first solution to damn near every medical problem is some sort of drug. I think that should be the last resort.
Well, you're talking about. So then, would the first protocol be like a herbal?
Yes,
type of medication?
Something natural. There's a natural remedy to damn near everything.
That's a very I don't want to be no, I'm not gonna say that, but that's a very like I guess your people way to think. Just pray to the
lasagna. I'm gonna tell you,
you do understand that
lasagna. The next time you get sick, look up home remedies. You'll find at least 100.
Okay, I get okay. Well, whatever.
But lasagna, are you saying that most of these things that you're championing, like Tylenol and stuff, they don't go out into the forest and try to find like a herb-based formula for that and then try to replicate that in the lab? Are you saying that that's not how they make medicine?
I mean, do you know how they make medicine?
100%. Like
Okay,
literally.
okay, go ahead. What,
Yeah,
how does that make sense?
most medicine is made from plants anyway, so why not just deal with the plants?
What is he talking about? They literally make doctors in their final years go and find herbs. Like, what are you talking about?
No,
bro?
they don't. No,
Vaccines are
No,
literally
they
made
don't.
from genetically engineered white blood cells, stuff that you already have in your body.
Yeah, but
no
okay,
problem.
man.
We
That's
done with
such
this
a stupid.
conversation.
That's such a
We done
stupid
with this
statement.
You mean stupid? I'm telling you how vaccines are made.
Yeah, I know.
Most medicines is made from natural shit, so why not just make the natural shit or
Okay,
just
yeah,
deal
so
with that?
Okay, then try to split up white blood cells. However they made that medication, do it by nature. You can't.
Try to
You need
split a white.
specialized.
You hear how
specialized
extreme
tools.
he goes to
You need
try to sound right?
You need,
This is
you need
crazy.
specialized tools to do all these things.
It's
Specialized.
it's
You need
medical
specialized.
jeopardy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. When you get sick, or you have like,
Acting as though
take
women don't
some
have
fucking-
accountability
some tree shit.
and consequences.
A great way to try to
No,
throw the
man,
conversation off
I'll let you
lasagna.
go on for 30 seconds, and you say a man should be celebrated. I don't know why black women come in and talk about men should be celebrated. You're supposed to celebrate the man. He's not supposed to celebrate you. What other race of women runs around talking about that men need to celebrate them? What are we celebrating?
Well,
who's on top? Who leads?
Well, Kevin, okay.
Who's on top? Who leads?
I do say that yes, the man leads, but I have to just speak for the men that I know that are happily married. They celebrate their wives. They do.
All right. Okay.
But listen,
you can sell. Okay, man. But who? Okay. This notion is toxic. To come in, it's toxic to like. Yes, it is. Because it keeps women with this overinflated stuff that they need to be celebrated to where asking women. Yesterday I had a woman on Instagram thinking that being a traditional housewife was tantamount to slavery just because she had to actually cook a damn meal.
I saw that.
So that's a woman that shares your reflection.
Right. How?
She's black.
Oh, so it's my reflection. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes. So my notion, the notion, the way so many women talk as though you're some sort of god or deity that's supposed.
They do talk like they're God, like they have control over this, and they don't.
Okay, let me ask a question. Do you think that women should have the choice to abort a kid if they want to or not?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Do you think that women should have the ultimate choice to abort a kid or not? Like their own kid.
Are you asking me if I'm pro-life or pro-choice?
Can you just answer the question without reframing it? I'm just, god damn it, man. Like, what the fuck?
I'm just trying to get clarity on your question. Sir.
Like, what did you not understand about my question?
It's actually a dumb question.
How?
If I didn't understand the question, am I not allowed to ask? Never mind.
What did you not understand?
I don't want to.
Exactly.
Okay, women are gonna have the ultimate choice no matter what. So
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, Stanley. I agree. But what I'm saying is like, my question to him is like,
so my personal perspectives on the sea of women out here doesn't.
No, I don't think so.
Stop them from doing anything.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I get that, but I'm saying like, what do you like? Because like, for example, in some states, if you do it, you can go to jail. So if they find out you did it, if you do it after a certain type of months, it would be considered like murder.
Well,
so like, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
no, it's not.
That's the law of that state, sir. I mean, I'm not. I don't write the laws.
Most states, yeah. I thought you meant all states. Sorry, I thought you said all states, Stanley.
I don't write the laws, sir, so I can't really.
Yeah, I know, but it's an opinion. I know. God damn it, I'm not. I know you don't have any government position. That's why I'm not arguing. God damn, you're so dumb.
So if I'm dumb, why are you asking me questions, sir? I would.
Okay.
I would hope you
never
would waste
mind.
your time
My
asking
bad.
dumb
You're right.
people
You're right.
questions.
You're right. My bad.
Well, the answer is women are gonna have the final choice no matter what.
Yeah, whatever my personal opinions are, have nothing. I have no control over what women do with their womb.
Yeah, but this whole thing's about personal opinions, right? Like
No, it's
whatever
not.
we say.
No, sir. If it was, then we wouldn't be bringing up BMIs and all these different resources. We're trying to have a conversation based on substance.
We wouldn't be saying that 5'4", 200-pound women are fine.
No, yeah, but that's opinion. That's what I'm saying. It's all opinion. Some other person could say they're fine. That's what I'm saying.
You have so much to learn.
He'll be all right, Stanley. I think.
Did you not see that picture?
Feel like the little
Lasagna, you did say you wanted to die young, so
yeah, boy.
We'll let you do that, bro.
Somebody's gonna beat him up.
I think you might take one of them pills.
is men
Which
of
one, clothing?
value lead. Women of value.
At least he'll have twins
follow
before he
them.
dies.
You celebrate your man. You praise
Was
your
on you?
man.
Do you want
What
kids?
y'all do on your side
No.
is good for you. Hope it works for you. But more people
Good.
on this side are winning. More people on that side got opinions and no husbands, especially no husbands they value. So if you talk about Russell Wilson, I don't know many men on this side that respect Russell Wilson, not because he married a woman with a child, it's because he's a simp.
Why is he a simp? Why is he a
Because that's an entire program. And here's the thing. How about this? Because the men say he is.
Well, okay, as a female, then I want to simp because if there's a man.
Well, then go ahead. Then you so you want to have a again, and thank you guys. Listen to what she said. And she wants to simp. She wants to simp. She wants to simp because a man like Russell Wilson who put Sierra on a pedestal, pedestalizing a woman is. I said this 3 weeks ago. Show me a culture or a race of competitive people where the women were pedestalized above the men, and show me a competitive civilization. You don't. Men's purpose needs to be pedestalized, not the female. It doesn't mean that see, this is a problem. So many women in the Black community want to be sitting up like this queen, and if a man is sitting up there looking at you, he cannot fight everybody else, compete with everybody else, and defend the world. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
This is literally the Moynihan
so
report.
Many women, Black women, are by themselves because if they can't be treated like the queens that they think they are, then they'd rather have nothing, and no one's going to stop you. Because if it ain't, because the problem ain't Black men. It ain't Black men because ain't no man marrying you. When it says 1 out of 4 Black women were married, that means anybody.
Chinese,
Your career,
Japanese,
your job, your
Vietnamese.
accomplishments.
Well, have you guys seen Candace Owens' husband?
Great and wonderful about yourself. That works well until you're about 55 or 60. Then what?
Yeah, she's married to some British guy, right? Some British Jewish guy.
Some white dude.
The ultimate point is we get nowhere when we have.
But most women in our community hate Candace Owens. So
Well, I think they should celebrate.
Oh wait,
Well,
somebody say Candace Owens?
yes.
Yeah.
He was talking about Candace Owens' husband.
Yeah.
What about him?
He's bringing up the fact that he's a British Jew, I guess. I don't know.
Is he?
Well, because Kevin Samuel said that nobody wants to date them, and then like Candace Owens, like.
Well, wait, hold it. The farmers are Jewish? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he is.
Interesting.
Yeah, because her father did an op-ed in the Jewish Times, like going
Whose
against
father?
her position. Her father-in-law did an op-ed in the Jewish Times because he's like, I guess he's like really big in that community where he had to like separate himself from her positions.
He's a Lord farmer.
Yeah, so he had to do like an op-ed saying, that's her positions and I don't support any of the stuff she's saying, and
Yeah, because she's anti-Jew.
I mean, that's debatable, Stanley.
Let's just say she likes Jews
it's
physically.
very debatable, and I'm getting hungry.
No, she likes Jews physically, but not mentally.
I don't know what we're calling Jews, but okay.
So
Stanley, you ate like 2 hours ago. Sorry, John.
Nas 415 said he's not Jewish. She converted to Catholicism.
Yeah, that's right.
Her father-in-law is
Nas-
Jewish.
oh.
Stop it, guys.
Okay, well, no. Nas is right.
Because of what? Because he read the op-ed
So
her father did in the
used to it,
Jewish Times,
Nas.
or what?
I said you're right.
She said, yeah, talk about the husband.
But so is the father-in-law Jewish? He's really Jewish?
Yes.
No, the father of her husband.
He's Jewish.
Yes.
But the son her husband is Catholic?
That I don't know.
Maybe the mother. The thing is if the mother technically, if the mother isn't Jewish, then the baby's not Jewish.
Yeah.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, ghetto. That's Jewish law. If the female
that's
isn't
Ashkenazim law. The
No,
classical Hebraic laws goes down the father's
no,
line, but you got it.
No,
you, sir, you're the wrong person to talk to about
this. You know what,
Stop it.
Ghetto? You can be wrong every now and again.
I can be, but these are not things I'm wrong about.
Okay, well, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you were wrong about that
I'm
COVID.
afraid you're just gonna have to eat this one.
I'm not, because you guys are wrong.
Nope.
Okay, you know what? I'm not.
I
Jewish.
understand that modern
I'm not Jewish,
Ashkenazim
so I'm
law.
not going to debate this. Maybe Kimmy will know.
Yeah, Kimmy probably knows. She's up in their community.
Sir, I ran a
baby,
business in their
you
community
can
for over
stop
15
now.
years. What are you
Kim,
talking about?
Kim
Like
is
those fake
Jewish.
Nazims, yes, they go by the mother's
Kim,
line, but that's
Kimmy,
not classical.
okay, you're not going to get this point unless I pause this video again. When Kim rules, she will be the ultimate yes or no on that.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. So we don't need actual
Oh, no,
research. We just need
You
people's
think
feelings.
you think I'm feeling this?
That's your feelings, because if that's not
Stanley, you're in your
substantiated by
feces.
research,
Saying
it's
you're
just
in your
feelings.
feces, brother.
Yeah, I hear him. He knows what's up.
I don't mind the man being the head of the household.
What do you mean you don't mind?
I don't mind.
That was the wrong answer.
That's funny.
Yes.
Like, I think if a man.
Okay, so who should throw the ball? So who should handle the ball on the offense side of football?
How many
I don't
years
mind
ago
the
was
quarterback
this?
handler. Who should throw the pass? I don't mind
I
the
think like
quarterback. Or is
4.
that the quarterback's job?
Oh, so this is somewhat recent. Okay.
I thought I was giving you the. I think we're giving
Okay,
the same
so
answer.
No,
Kimmy
we're not.
says
We're not
Candace's
because I don't
husband
mind.
converted
See,
to
it doesn't matter
Catholicism.
if you mind or not. It's what it should be.
Okay, so the man leaves the household. I don't feel like the female can't have an opinion on anything.
Well, she can. She's valued counsel.
And I do think the man should be celebrated, but I also think, and I witnessed it, men who hold their wives to high value and will do anything to protect her and would say that they would not be the man they are without that particular woman.
Okay,
I
well,
have men, high value
Kendra,
men that you call high value men say things like that. So I know
And what do the women say about their men?
Say again?
What do the women say about their men?
Oh, they love them. They appreciate them. They think that they're their king. So it goes both ways. They're celebrating each other. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Okay.
But people are different when they're around company. That's what she don't understand.
So,
all right, here's
Stanley.
our judge.
Stanley.
Wait, Kendra's here. She's Jewish. She will tell us what it is.
Hey, Kendra.
I mean, Kimmy. Sorry.
What do you mean by Jewish?
She was born of Christ. That's what we mean.
And
I don't know what the hell that means.
I'm just
in the Torah, it doesn't say your mother or father has, like, it doesn't matter which parent is Jewish. In God's eyes, if you in the Torah, it doesn't say like your mom has to be Jewish for you to be Jewish. That came in culturally when people try to identify who is a Jew and who's not. But in the eyes of God, like, you could be a Hebrew or you could have the heart of a Hebrew. But whatever it was, if you were chosen by God, it was marked in your heart. That's the original.
That's not true at all.
Hold on, wait. Then when it came into culture, because it's not in the Torah, I'm going to tell you that right now. If you can find it, show it to me.
If I could find what in the Torah? Be
that
specific.
your mother has to be Jewish for you to be Jewish.
No, it was your father's line initially was my perspective, Miss Kimmy. Not your. And then it got switched culturally to your mother later by Ashkenazims. That's my position.
Okay, that would be correct. But even in the Torah, it doesn't say your father has to be a Jew for you to be a Jew. It just doesn't work like that.
That's not true at all.
It doesn't work like that.
Okay, then bring it up. Bring up the verse.
I'll bring up tons of verses, sure.
Right.
But right now I'm on JewishLearning.com. Who is a Jew patrilineal descent?
Abraham.
Who is a?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the Torah says.
Yeah,
it.
we said
it does say it, and I'll bring the Torah later. But can I just quote this real quick?
Let me just finish about because I'm going to get to the point where I can.
Okay.
And you can quote it after. So Candace's father-in-law is a Jewish man, and they converted to Catholicism later. Just like a lot of Muslims are actually Jewish people that converted to Islam because the Arab state forced them to. No difference there. Jesus himself is a Jew, so I don't really get the big deal. And
but Jesus's lineage goes back to.
Well, the big deal is Candace has taken some very controversial positions on Israel.
But they're not controversial. They're
some people think they are.
Okay, well, that's what they think. But if they were paying attention
well,
to what's actually
it was
happening in
controversial
Israel,
enough that
they
she
will
basically
see that. They
had
will
to
see.
leave the Daily Wire.
They will
Because
see
it's
that
ran
the
by
same things
people
that
that
she
don't want
said
her to
was
tell
not
the truth.
Right.
Exactly.
But they will see that the same things that she was speaking against are things that people are protesting.
That's why she got banned from Australia too.
And a lot of the Israelis are really upset with Bibi, and they don't the same thing she said. Anyway, so when it comes to like father and mother, in Jewish culture, if your father is Sephardic, you're Sephardic. If your father's Ashkenazi, you're Ashkenazi.
And that's in
Thank
the
you. So it's the
current
father's
time.
line.
That determines what, I guess, Jewish tribe you're from.
So it's the father's line.
That denotes what Jewish tribe you're from. So if your dad's
Wow.
Sephardic, then you're Sephardic. But it doesn't mean that you're not Jewish or Jewish. It just says that what type of Jewish culture you follow, pretty much.
I disagree. We can respectfully disagree.
And the Ethiopian Jews, they don't follow that. The Jews in Uganda don't follow that. The Jews in South Africa don't follow that. So
How do you know this, Miss Kimmy?
well, I am Jewish too, and I know several Jews. I'm actually part of a women's group from Ethiopia, so I know
That's
all
beautiful.
the Ethiopian Jewish women. They are from the tribe of. They say they're from the tribe of Dan.
So that means they're basing it off of patrilineal lineage?
Well, they go by the fact that they were
Patrilineal
just
Dan would be a
always,
man whose lineage they're basing their claim to Judaism off of.
not necessarily,
Dan is not a man from the tribes of the Jews? What?
because in the tribe of Judah, for example, they go off of the lion power.
This is
And
crazy.
I mean, I'm just telling you.
But you just said that they base
who
it
is-
off
who
of
is
them.
Dan? Who is Dan?
Dan was one of the sons. Are you serious? He was one of the 12 tribes. Dan, as the Bible described him, he would be a otter and
Right.
a snake
But
on
what-
the heel
but
of his
what-
people.
But
He
what
was one of the
but what
sons.
they describe with the 12 tribes is just the diaspora.
Yo, Stanley, I think we might have opened Pandora's box with this one.
So you're saying
That's
even though you're saying they use Dan to describe to connect
Not just
themselves
Dan,
back.
Benjamin, all the other tribes. Levi.
No, but you made a specific statement about a specific patriarch.
Mhm. And look, in Judaism, in
Shmuly's
Orthodox
box has
culture, the
been
prayers to the ancestors go to the patriarchs. And like more modern Judaism, the
Got the
prayers
Shmata
go
box.
to the patriarchs and the matriarchs.
I agree with you 100%.
It's a box
in
of
more
appropriate
common
There's
time,
nothing-
they're doing it
there's
by the
nothing-
mom, but in antiquity, it was the father's line.
A box of shawarma.
Okay, we're still waiting for the Torah verse. You said
I'm going to pull up several, but she told me I'd be able to quote this from,
It's a
from
box of
JewishLearning.com. So
I would like to hear that.
JewishLearning.com, who is a Jew? Although the Hebrew Bible
no.
defines Jewish identity in patrilineal terms, defined by the identity of the father.
Okay, that's a subjective view from
Right,
from
The
a
mission-
Jew.
it
We
say
want
in the
in the
Torah?
Torah. We want it in the Torah, brother. Like,
Right.
So
do not get
myjewishlearning.com is
Okay,
subjective
no,
to
you
the Torah.
keep moving the goalposts. We're talking about the Torah.
I'm
So
subscribed
stop
to
I'm
giving
going
us.
to pull it up in the Torah as
Okay.
well, but I just wanted to quote.
No. We don't care about
No.
subjective viewpoints.
Right.
We want the Torah.
That's what I'm saying. You're not gonna find it in there. Even the Shumash explains why you won't find it in there. Because that's something that
You're
came
reading a
into
lot of
culture.
Ashkenazi literature, but okay.
Well, you don't know
What's
what I
wrong
read.
with that?
That's an
Wait,
assumption.
no, that's what I'm saying, Kimmy.
That's an assumption.
He
Who
keeps
wrote
trying
that?
You don't know what I
He keeps trying to
read.
dodge. He keeps trying to dodge. Just
I
find
didn't dodge
Torah.
anything. I asked
Okay,
if I
find
could
it in the
quote
Torah.
this.
Just find it in the Torah. We don't care about subjective viewpoints. Find it in the Torah.
What did the
And
little
prove us
brother
wrong.
say? Go. Somebody.
I don't think
go
you
get
guys
him
know
a-
who actually
Exactly,
operates
because you
my
can't.
Jewish
Because you
learning.
can't.
But
Because you
okay,
can't.
I'm
You keep
actually.
sidestepping. You keep sidestepping. You can't find it in the Torah. Just admit
Somebody
that.
go get him a bowl of life cereal.
So in the Bible, when it brings up the lines of Abraham, the lines of Isaac, the lines of
Tyrone says.
Okay,
the
are
lines
you
of
gonna
Jesus,
find? Are you gonna find the
I'm pulling.
quote?
I'm actually pulling it up as I'm.
Okay, so we'll wait for you, but we'll carry the conversation on the Torah.
Ty Sly, thank
Just
you,
mute
Ty
yourself
Sly.
until you
That's an
find
excellent
it.
one.
Just mute
But
yourself
yeah, I
until
just
you
wanted to bring that up about Candace more than anything.
You literally proved my point, though, Kimmy.
Oh my
No,
Kim,
I'm waiting for you to prove your point.
But
Kim,
you already
I'm
did.
going to go against my Kevin Samuels training and put you up on a pedestal.
Awesome. Awesome.
I'm a formidable opponent, and I actually don't want to be, but I think I was just built this way.
You're built like a linebacker. I'm just playing. I like roasting sometimes, but I don't even know how you're built. So
No,
wasn't
I'm
roasting.
not
That
roasting
wasn't
anybody.
I said
Like,
I like
I just want
roasting.
you to know.
It was
okay.
microwaving.
No, but I don't even believe in putting people down. Like, that's not my style.
Oh yeah, because you like usually when you play sports, like people just shit on each other just for fun. It's not like at
No,
bad
I get
things.
that. I get that, but I'm not like that. You know. But we don't know each
Oh.
other, so.
I'm like that, though. I like to
Oh,
fertilize.
we know Stanley.
So
why they
Stanley,
have entire
basically like
streams
to shit
dedicated
on
to you.
people is what you're saying. When you
Oh,
fertilize.
not only that, I do it with glee. I bring a newspaper with me.
Oh damn.
They have streams dedicated to Stanley. It's crazy. It's getting out of hand.
Crazy when people who don't read the Bible.
That's why I'm tucked away at night, safe.
Stanley, what did you get to eat? You said you're gonna eat again. Didn't you just eat like some? I just ate a burger right now, but what are you gonna cook up?
I don't know. I'll get around to it.
Just get some Uber Eats, dude. Like, you're retired, you deserve it.
What? No, you know what? Half the problem with Uber Eats is the food is never warm.
True. That is a good point.
And takeout food put in styrofoam, and like the bread gets all soggy and stuff like that. Uber Eats isn't all it's cracked up to be. And if you can cook, why not just cook?
And the fees make it so expensive.
Right.
Oh my God.
And I mean, I honestly have the time to cook fancy stuff.
Well, that's good.
You should put down your dating profile. That I feel like that's such a huge plus. Be like, I have a lot of free time to cook or some shit.
Women my age can cook too. It's no big deal.
But I think he's saying it'll make you more attractive to like.
Yeah.
What if someone's looking for someone that knows how to cook?
Yeah, just be like, I can be your private chef or some shit like that. And then at the end, you know what I mean? Just like, that's a good point because bitches like to eat. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my Lord! You don't call women my age.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's a turnoff.
Sorry.
You can't be calling 60-year-old women bitches.
I don't think they're going.
They don't like that.
Okay, wait. We have a 6-year-old woman here. So, Kimmy, what do women your age like to be called, if not bitches?
Oh my Lord!
You got to ask someone who's 60.
Not 60?
Oh shit, my bad.
What the hell is wrong with you?
He's a child. He doesn't know anything.
Did you not see the picture the other day? The short?
No.
Excuse me.
I dipped out early. I didn't stay the whole time because I was like, you remember? I didn't stay the whole time.
He had things to do.
Andre, really?
I think he might just assume that because I responded, but I was just using my common sense and what sounds like respectful language.
Hey, Andre, I literally live in a small Georgia town. All the restaurants I get Uber Eats from are like probably 10 to 15 minutes away.
How are you? I'm good.
So,
Yo, can we finish the video?
Okay. I was just trying to patiently wait. Never mind.
Oh wait, no wait. He has a quote. Do you have the quote from?
I was literally just pulling up like tons of verses because like I'm not dealing with this nonsense with y'all right now. So are we just using Old Testament or are we doing Old and New Testament? Kimmy, what's the stipulations?
Our stipulation is the Torah.
Right.
Okay, so we just using Old Testament. Got you. So.
Jews don't believe in the New Testament, so what are you even talking about the New Testament about?
Well, some do, some don't. That's okay. That's a different conversation.
Are you Jewish? Whoever's talking.
I know that. I'm not even, and I don't even study Jewish. And it's common
I describe
sense.
myself as being Hebrew, but not Jewish.
Jews don't believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Therefore, they cannot believe in the New Testament. It's like pretty common sense.
I mean, some of them are converted, but
some do. Some
don't. No, the point. I'm saying that's not the point.
They converted to what though?
Jews converted to a myriad of different
Christians,
religions.
right? If they believe in Jesus, there's some type of Christian, making them not Jews.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Oh, okay.
I'm talking about ethnic Jew. I'm not talking about like religion or anything like that. I'm talking about blood.
Jew?
Yeah, like blood.
I'm confused by what that even means.
Yeah, I don't think there's. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's a kind of like a very debatable subject. Ethnic Jew, non-ethnic Jew. It's like.
So, what would you describe your religion as? You said you're not Jewish, but you're Hebrew, and you're ethnic. You're ethnic Jew.
Am I of the tribe of Judah? Is that what you mean?
I'm just asking you what your religion is.
I don't really have a religion.
Oh, so then, okay.
I think around 9, we're actually going to be switching topics. John wants to talk about something. He mentioned 9. I don't know if it'll actually be at 9.
Is John still here, or did he leave?
No.
Is he coming back? Is he coming back at 9?
He's still here. His PFP's right there.
Well, he's
Well,
like
yeah,
the,
but yeah, that happens a lot. He kind of just leaves it up there.
like,
Some.
He's just
John
chilling
is
in the
like the
background while
wind.
we
He
do
is
the
here
nonsense.
and he's not here.
Okay. So what's happening at 9 o'clock?
Fucking topic switch.
Yeah, I think that's when the morning show officially
It
starts.
might happen at 9. It might happen whenever. I just
Whenever the hell John gets back.
Yeah, I just want you to know it's gonna happen.
So when John comes back, Stanley, your time is
I
over.
won't even say then, but he mentioned he had a specific topic that he wanted to talk about.
Okay.
Nothing.
Do y'all want to continue watching the video?
Oh yeah, we can finish, and even if we don't, I mean, I can save it and watch it later.
Okay.
I mean, the reason I brought it up is I actually had been wanting to see Kendra G because she's really popular right now. Got her own dating app and all that jazz.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
That's interesting. I'm trying to get a sense of what they're talking about.
I will.
Got
Maybe
caught up
what
in the
I'll
comments
do is
about
I'll see.
lasagna's abortion question.
I mean,
Stanley, she liked that question. Can we ask Kimmy about that?
Miss Kimmy, may I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you familiar with Genesis 11?
Wait, let's bring that up. I'm gonna bring that up. Genesis 11. Hold on. Genesis.
No, I'm out. Okay.
Just go ahead. Just say what you got to say.
Are you familiar with Genesis 11? Because I don't want to just. It's not
Just
trying
say
to be
what
a
you gotta
gotcha.
say.
I'm just asking a question.
Just say what you got to say.
All right, never mind. I don't even want to do this if you're not
Wait,
familiar with the
Genesis
verses.
11. What verse? What verse? I pulled it up. What verse?
I'm asking about the entire
Okay,
chapter of Genesis 11.
hold
If
on
she's
one
familiar with
second
it.
here. Let me address
talking
this.
about two different things.
Andre,
exactly.
what other? I mean, single mom, but I've seen people, women who don't have children, so it's not exclusively for single moms.
I would assume that a dating thing.
And
would be
thank
everybody.
God, I mean, we don't want married moms.
No, they actually be married women that call into, and Kendra curses them out. Like, why would you call my show when you're still legally married? And
Yeah.
women call in while they're living with their husbands, living with their boyfriend. It's crazy. It gets crazy up there.
Really?
Functional.
Wow.
There's
Anyway.
a lot of dysfunction. So I mean, I'll make it very simple. So, Miss Kimmy,
Yeah, just make your point. That's all you have to do.
when it's talking about the genealogy from Shem to
Read it.
Abram, you want me to read the whole chapter? Because it's like the whole genealogy. That's why I asked you if you were just familiar with the chapter. I thought it would be kind of. It would take me a while to read the whole chapter.
I read this. This doesn't prove your
Just
point.
give the answer. That's what I'm saying. Just get.
It's just giving lineage, but it doesn't prove your point.
It's
You
giving
asking
lineage from the
questions
men
is
or
not
the
gonna help
women,
you
sir.
I mean, you can't have a child without a woman.
No. Is it giving lineage from the men or the women, sir?
That doesn't prove your point. You're just
Got you. Okay, so okay, you're right.
No, we're
So-
saying in the Torah, where does it say that specific statement that lineage is given from men only? You're just deriving your conclusion from what you read, but it doesn't directly say that.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Where does it say that
Sir,
lineage is given
show me
through
some
the man?
women. Show me some women's names across this entire list of genealogy.
Okay, that doesn't.
Don't
that
worry.
doesn't
He
matter.
just woke
You
up
need
from
a
his nap.
direct.
Show me some women's names across that entire list of genealogy.
Again, you're just making up.
So-
things.
so-
We can give you the women's names because they didn't procreate by themselves.
Hey,
I completely agree with you.
Tyrone
Miss Kimmy,
says
that they
all you
didn't.
need is numbers 118, well, 1 through 18. Is it 118 or 1 through 18, not Genesis?
It's 1 verse 18. Chapter 1 verse 18.
But what book? What book though?
Numbers.
Torah.
Oh, Numbers. Okay,
The book of Numbers,
let me
sir.
add that up. All right, hold on.
This is what book? These are people who don't even read the Bible.
What
are trying
book?
to sound like experts on
Yeah,
the Bible. This is
the book-
crazy.
How do you know what
You
people
mean the
read?
He just said what book, and when he told them the book was Numbers. Come on,
No,
Kimmy,
no,
you're just being disingenuous at this point.
You know, people call chapters books as well, right? Like that's
The
how they say
book
in
is
my
called
church.
Numbers, and you said what's the book?
Okay, relax. He didn't put like numbers on it, right?
He did. He wrote Numbers 8:118.
Hold on, let me check if you read.
Book of Numbers, chapter 1, verse
Okay, hold on.
18.
Screen.
Numbers.
Sir, you wouldn't be that stuck on that if you were more familiar with the text. That's
Okay,
literally
I'm
my
reading,
whole
I'm reading,
point.
I'm reading, I'm
These
reading.
people
You know
who
what?
don't read this are
Lasagna-
now trying to play like they know what they're talking about.
All I do. You said that Jews believe in the.
You really don't,
Miss
because
Kimmy, I would
you
love for you
mixed
to
up
come on my
books with
page and
chapters.
let's do a.
Oh no, he said that.
I'm
Jews
mixing
believe
up
in the New
books with
Testament.
chapters. What are you talking?
Oh, not
Oh,
you.
said
I'm
me.
talking about
He said
lasagna. Kiddo.
Wait, Garen. He said the Jews believe in the New Testament, which is completely stupid. Jews
Not
do not
on
believe in
that.
Jesus Christ.
Some
Well, that's what I'm
do
saying. He
though.
also
Like
made
that's
stupid points. That's what I'm saying. He made stupid
some
points.
do though.
Then they're
That's
not
why I
Jewish.
asked her.
Jews cannot believe in Jesus Christ by logic. It doesn't make sense.
What?
Okay, so
But
when
that's
it
not
You never
necessarily
heard of
true, though.
you never
That's
Jews
not
heard
for
of
necessarily
Jesus.
Jews
What
true.
for
about them? Are you
Jesus?
saying that those people are not really
and
Jews
they call
because you say so?
I know people
and
Mizrahi Jews in Manhattan that believe in
and they
Jesus.
call. Okay, I'm reading.
Jesus.
Hold on, I'm
Miss,
reading. And they
please say
call.
that again, Miss Kimmy Cakes, because I
I
don't
know a
think he
group
heard you.
of Mizrahi Jews and who are Iranian Jews, pretty much. They're Iranian Jews in New York City. They believe in Jesus, and Jesus is a Jew. But I think the problem with Jesus in the time when he was alive, he was like one of the first, like what you would consider a Reformed Jew. Like he
Yeah,
didn't
but
really
no, I'm not.
believe in.
Me, I'm not. I said I'm
Oh,
not
he
saying that.
was
I'm not saying
considered
that
a
they're
zealot.
denying that he ever existed. What I'm saying that you can't believe that he was the son of God because Jews do
Now
not
he's
believe
saying
that.
you don't know what you're talking
There's
about, Miss Kimmy
still
Cakes,
Not,
so you
but
deal with that.
I'll be honest with you, Lasagna. Not all Jews adopt that belief.
okay. Wait, so I mean, if you're Jew, like okay, so Jews they're still waiting for their Messiah, right?
That's some sexed believed lasagna. That's not all.
Well, then, okay, this is just my opinion. In my opinion, I don't
It's
think
your
it could be.
opinion, exactly.
Okay, but
Yo,
you guys
Stanley,
also
did
have,
you bring this up?
you guys also have difference of opinions.
Bring
But in
what
my
up?
opinion, I don't think you could be
This
Jewish
page right here.
if you believe that Jesus Christ
And that's
is
your
the Son of
opinion,
God.
sir.
I don't
No,
see it.
I think that's a general consensus.
That how can it be a general consensus if there are so
I don't
many
see your
sects
screen,
that
Garen.
don't subscribe to
The
that?
page that's on screen. This website right here.
Because the Jews only believe in the Old
Website.
Testament.
This
So
is
you
crazy.
mean the
Miss
one
Kimmy
I'm
Cakes
doing?
literally just brought you a
Yeah.
whole sect that doesn't subscribe to that, and you're
Okay,
gonna say
yeah,
that whole
just 'cause-
sect is wrong because you feel that way.
No, I'm saying the majority of Jews do not believe
Majority
in the
of
New
who?
Testament.
Majority of Ashkenazim,
No,
Mizrahi,
all
Ethiopia.
of them.
Which
All of them. In general, all of them do not believe in the New Testament.
So when Miss Kimmy Cake said that a bunch of Sephardi's do, you're saying
Okay.
they're all wrong because of what?
No, okay. Listen to what I'm saying. I say the majority of Jews do not believe in the New Testament. That's
What are you
I'm not
counting
saying.
as the majority though?
Oh, okay.
But I will
The
say
majority
that
is more than 50%.
I will say that the Jews I know that believe in that Christ or Yeshua is who he is. They don't necessarily read the New Testament and all that. They believe that Christ existed in the time he did, and that based on what was documented that Christ was able to do.
Yeah, but they don't believe he's the Son of God. That's a problem.
Well, they will refer to it as a Messiah, someone who came.
Yeah, Messiah. Like the same. Jews are still waiting for their God, for their Savior, their.
Some sects are, some sects are not, sir.
The majority of them do.
But in the Mizrahi synagogue, you're never going to see them like reading from the New Testament. They're going to read from the Torah. They stay strict to Jewish culture, but they do.
Miss Kimmy Cakes, you be in Brooklyn, right? Isn't it true that a bunch of the people who practice at Shabbat Levovich believe their Messiah already came, and it's not even Jesus? It's some other gentleman who helps.
I live in a Lubavitch community.
Right. So you understand that they believe their Messiah already came. They have pictures of him up all around, and it doesn't have anything to do with Jesus or Yahshua or anybody like that. True or false?
I think it's controversial. I think some of them.
I do agree with that, but is that not their perspective?
Not necessarily, because
That's
some of them
not their perspective. That their Messiah already came. They don't have pictures of
Wait,
this
are you
man all
asking
around
a
the Shabbat
question? Why
Levovich
are you
Center.
interrupting? See, all the things Kevin Samuels talk about, you're doing.
Yeah, dude, you're lame,
That's
ghetto. You don't
crazy.
even listen, bro.
Yes, man. No problem. So you're saying
Yeah.
that's not the case, that they don't think there's Messiah already came.
There's some in the Lubavitch community who believe that the Messiah already came in a past time, and there's some who believe that he's still to come. And
Isn't the person that
Oh,
that founded the Shabbat Lubavitch, don't they see that as their Messiah?
no, they don't. That's Rabbi Rebbe, and they respect him a great deal, and he's the most famous rabbi in the world, but they don't think he's the Messiah.
None
They
of
do
them
have
do.
pictures
That's
of
your
him
position.
everywhere.
None of them do, because I'm literally about to share a link. So
I
that's
don't
your
know. I
position. That
can't
none
say
of them do.
No, my position is not.
She never said none of them. She said the majority of them
You're
don't.
saying
What are you talking about? Yeah, you're saying that.
I said
You're just-
some. I said sex. My position is, how can we be
No one
making
said
such an
none.
absolute statement
I'm
when
telling
there
you,
are?
as someone who lives in the Lubavitch community, There are some that,
And nobody's arguing that some of them don't exist. I also agree with you that there's some
Kimmy
Jews
Cakes, I
that
lived over there for
believe.
almost 20 years. Like, I get
and
what
it's
you're
an
saying.
argument. One thing you'll understand, like, I mean, you've never probably been in Jewish ceremonies, but we literally sit down
I've
and have
never
debates
been in
about
Jewish.
these things.
Miss.
I said you probably
You're
have
making a
never.
lot of assumptions.
I said you probably. It's not an assumption.
That's
John,
not
what
what
the
you said.
fuck are
That's not what you said.
I said probably. I said probably.
And then
You don't
also, I don't know
listen.
what point we're
You kind of,
arguing.
no
Like,
offense, but you kind of
yeah.
like talk like a woman. Like you interrupt a
Yeah.
lot.
I'm
You don't
talking like
listen.
You don't
Alright.
listen. Like, you don't listen at all. Like,
I've been
we're
so
not-
respectful to you. I'm even using miss, but like if you want to go there, we can. Like I don't think we need to just to have a
Oh my
conversation.
Look, and
God.
now sign
We
language.
watched
And
the
now sign
Jewish
language.
conversation.
And now sign language. And all for what?
God damn. Shit ain't even that important.
True.
All for what?
But we're not
Well,
arguing
God
the
bless
point
you,
that
Miss
some
Kimmy
of them,
Cakes.
some of them
You
exist.
take
Like,
care.
Thank you.
It's cool.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
also agree that there are some Jews that believe in the New Testament. That's not the point. The point is the majority of Jews
That's
don't
not
believe
what you said at all, though.
It's
Like you're
What are you talking about? I
backtracking to
just
try
said
to
that. No, I
sound
didn't.
right.
I've always said that. Yeah, there's some people that are insane and believe the moon doesn't exist or the Earth is flat. Yeah, I know
It's
that.
important
That's not the majority.
It's important that you agree, Lasagna.
Yes.
I never
It's not-
disagree that
it's
there are
not
crazy
important
people out
that
there. What are you
he
talking
agrees.
about?
Yo, y'all
You know,
guys are crazy.
Stanley, do you have another Kevin Samuels clip, specifically one that has nothing to do with Candace Owens?
Yeah, true.
Or Judaism? God damn it.
This actually didn't.
I forgot how we got here, to be honest with you.
Somebody brought up Candace Owens, and then it all derailed from there.
Yeah,
and like
let's
every,
squash that, for fuck's sake.
everything Candace Owens like is associated with devolves.
I was just trying to point out the difference between like what was in the Torah and what's halakha, which is Jewish law. And there's two
Oh my
different
God,
things.
Kimmy,
Halakha is
it's
culture.
fine. It's fine. Can we
It's not
please stop talking about it?
It's Candace Owens' fault.
Yeah, it
Right?
doesn't matter.
Candace Owens.
Doesn't matter right now. Jesus.
So you can't really go off that.
This is crazy.
No, well, one way works and one way doesn't.
Right.
Well, I mean, I will say this. Maybe maybe I live in some exceptions to the rules because I'm just speaking on the things that
Yeah, you do. 1 in 4 black women were married. You do, and I don't know where you if you I don't know if you just look at my show Monday through Friday, that's the world.
Okay, well, Kevin, can I just say this one thing? I feel like you do give good advice, but sometimes when the women come up here, you make them feel hopeless because there's certain things they
No,
can't.
I don't make you feel anything. You're responsible for your own feelings.
Okay, I will take that back. I will retract that. But I will say, if a woman has, I don't have any kids, but if a woman has children, and if she's a certain age, and you feel like there's no man out there for her, then what is she?
So if I tell a woman what the statistics are, and what the men and if I tell you what the men are saying, see what you don't seem to realize is if I had a drone follow me every day when I go out into Atlanta or around this country, how many men will come and say from high school to on walkers saying thank you for telling the truth, thank you for saying what I can't say every day. Dozens of men. Can I take a picture with you? Thank you for telling the truth. I'm so glad. So it ain't what Kevin is saying. And see, the problem is so many women are focusing on the messenger, the tone, or whatever. You're losing the fact that you're finally getting some accurate information that ain't telling you don't forget your crown, you're a queen, and all this other kind of stuff. Because all those people want to sell your books, sell your dream. When you talk about leaving hopeless, I think many women who bought this bullshit that these men have been selling and then turn around and find out they're cheating just like everybody else, and ain't the man they say, then they should feel hopeless. At least I'm telling you 2 + 2 is 4. Make a decision what you want, 2, 2, or 4.
Okay, well first of all, you're absolutely right. I know plenty of men that speak your praises. Like I even said, there's things that you have said that I have agreed with, and things that I know high value is a thing with money. Men with money would tell me certain things that you do tell the people on your platform. So I'm not disagreeing with you there. If there's any disagreement that I would ever have, is just the accord of women, if they don't, they can't get married in their 40s. Or
They said they could get married. I didn't say they couldn't get married.
Wait, it seems like Kendra's not familiar with his work.
You're not going to keep, I hate when you ladies do this. You oversimplify what I say and then expect me to actually hold that. When have I told a woman that she can't get married?
Well, I know you have this thing called the danger zone, and you
What does that mean?
wants you.
What does that mean?
The danger zone is she's in a certain age bracket. Like if she has kids, if she's overweight, and if she's a certain age, you have.
Kendra, you've just proven that you don't know what I talk about. That's not what the danger zone means.
Educate
me. So this is what I mean. You're a professional woman, and you're in media too, right? You run
yes, I am.
And you watch my show. I've defined the danger zone countless times, and you still were saying something it ain't. The danger zone is the years between 27 and 35.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm saying.
That's not it.
Okay.
Yeah.
27 to 35, when a woman needs to really focus like a laser on the outcome she wants. If you want to be married with children, you need to focus like a laser, because after age 30, by 35, you hit what's geriatric pregnancy. That's not Kevin. That's nature. That's biology. See, what happens so often is you ladies get triggered. You think you hear what I say. You're going to try to make the danger zone be all that stuff, and it was none of that stuff.
Okay.
You're going to try to say, well, you tell a woman that they're this and they're that, and I don't say that.
Okay.
Ma'am, you'll be able to go back. This is going to be up. You'll be able to hear what you said. And the fact of the matter is, I don't tell women that they can't. I tell them it's unlikely depending upon their particular situation. And yes, let me reiterate. If you are a woman over 35, overweight and with children, it is highly unlikely that you're going to find a man making 6 figures plus who wants to marry you. Because those men want something in return too. And they typically don't want somebody else's children. Now, is that meaning them hopeless? No, what it's telling them is you've made your choice to allow yourself to reproduce 1-2 times with or without the benefit of a husband, most of the times without. You've allowed yourself to become the physical shape you are. That's your responsibility. It is not this man's responsibility to lower his standards, settle, when he's had to work to become this thing. No one gave him this. He deserved to get something from this. But see, we're so busy trying to tell women that they should be celebrated that we forget to think about, what about your men? We need to start celebrating men, black men, and forget the black men. What about the boys? Fuck the men. What you doing with the boys? All these women with children, what are you doing with your boys? Black boys reading at the 4th grade level. Black boys are behind. Forget us. You don't have to like us. But what are you doing with your boys sitting next to your daughters? And more often than not, women are telling their daughters, get an education, do this, and so forth. And they're making their
women are looking for their men,
putting them in Jordans and pink shirts and making them son husbands. And they are raising the same men that you ladies complain about. Prioritizing sooner or later this old nasty, old bad, old patriarchy.
Okay. The women are looking for the men who abandoned them. Any disagreement with that?
Oh,
No,
you mean they're
I
like
don't
looking for their dads, or like their dad, father figure or something? Like,
Yeah.
Single mothers
I think
don't get single by themselves. That's kind of a pun, but not really.
so you're saying that women that grew up with no
No,
fathers are
I'm
looking-
saying
Yes,
these
question.
women don't get pregnant with turkey basters.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
No, but your question was, are they looking for the person that abandoned them? That's what you said, right?
No. Kevin asked, what are the women doing with their boys? And I'm saying, well, they're actually looking for their fathers, the boys' fathers.
Oh, my bad. Wow.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not. That is the one thing that I earnestly disagree with him on. It's not all the women's fault.
Are they 50% responsible though, Stanley?
You know what? I'm not. I have to think about how much blame I assess, but I know they're not blameless.
Well, how much blame would you assess
No,
if you had to think
I'm
about
not playing your little ghetto games. They bear.
You love to play in the ghetto.
responsibility. I'll have to think about how much.
So they're not even 50%
Okay, no,
responsible for their own lives, is what you're saying?
You're gonna keep trying to lure me into your
They're
little
grown
web.
women, but they're not 50%
Okay,
responsible
let
for
me
their own
counter
lives.
your
That's
question.
insane.
Are you saying that black men bear no responsibility for this problem?
I'd say that they equally bear 50% of the
Okay, well,
responsibility.
you know what? The answer is they
they're
bear
both
some responsibility. Thank
What
you,
percentage would
sir.
you put on them?
You didn't have to take the trouble to assign a percentage.
Yeah,
But I think
I
that's
think that
important
I
though,
think that's a moot
because
point. I think it's a moot point. The
I
percentage.
disagree that that's a mute point.
All you had
It
to
has
do
to be.
was say yes.
I disagree that that's a
See,
mute point.
I'm
And it's
gonna
not
give
even
you
my
more.
point. Shouts to Sister
Ghetto,
Shahrazad Ali.
ghetto,
She's actually the one
ghetto.
who started teaching that.
I've already said that I'm very
Sounds
lazy.
like one of those.
Yes would have been enough.
But I'm just saying, Stanley, what if the father was incarcerated? How is it the mother's fault?
I don't really care about any of that.
Why would she
Women
choose
don't
a
get
man
pregnant on their
of that
own.
stature to have
Men
children with?
bear some responsibility for this single mother problem. Period.
Those
You know
men,
what?
not all men.
No,
Because the majority of men are single and childless.
Okay, ghetto. You know what? You make a profession out of misquoting me, or
I didn't even quote you there,
all
Stanley.
I think
I
it's the way he
said
thinks.
is that
It's all or nothing.
men bear some responsibility.
And I just
literally
asked you what
said that.
percentage of it would you put on the men?
Oh, you're just gonna keep this bad habit of yours up.
I try to be consistent, Stanley.
I give it about 50% for choosing bad women.
I'm not going to even assign a percentage. I'm simply going to say, well, shit. You know what? They might bear most of the
I
responsibility.
mean, Miss, I don't think it's a mute point because
moot, not mute.
Moot. I apologize. Moot point
All
because
good.
if we take a moment to just give the example of a court, and when you let's say somebody has a car accident,
I'm going to
Well, that's
start
why
the
it's a moot
video
point, 'cause
because
you can give a million
now you're
examples.
you're going to channel your inner hood conservative.
Conservative.
You have to realize that it's the one thing that's made this world evolve.
Okay.
I want hood conservative to make a whole show around me mocking him. The courts.
all right, so let's take it off court. How a woman lays down with a man, they're not both 50-50 agreeing to lay down and be intimate at that time?
The courts.
I guess that's a no, Stanley.
She's gonna give
So
birth.
the women are being essayed into having children. All right, no problem.
She's gonna give birth to a judge.
The men are graping the women, so they have no responsibility over their own lives. Got you.
You know what? Look at you trying to put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm saying that's my position. The men are graping the women. The men are essaying the women. So that's why that women have no.
You want to stuff in my mouth?
Stanley, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Stanley. Don't tempt me. So yeah, women have no responsibility because they're just being assaulted.
Did I say women don't have any?
No, that's my position. My position is women have no responsibility because they're being assaulted.
I have to admit,
every intimate encounter is assault.
That is a novel idea.
Every intimate. It's actually not. A lot of women say this.
We have until 9 o'clock, y'all. 9 o'clock.
Wow. Okay. Well, I had no. Women hold sway over your thinking. I like that.
I don't live in a world by myself, Stanley. I wish I could live in a bubble like you, so I have to be observant.
You live on that same island Wonder Woman comes from.
I wish. Oh my God, I wish, Stanley. Whew.
If you allow it, I know it's your platform. The dying alone, because I feel like the dying alone thing. I know my uncle died alone. He was a man. My father found him dead a day after he was dead.
Your uncle died alone. He was what?
I said he was a man. So I'm not sure when you talk about dying alone, it can go both ways. Now,
see, that's what we start. That's what we started off today, right? That's exactly what we started off talking about.
Is that bad for me to say that?
Yes, it is.
How?
Because this is exactly. You can't make this shit up, guys. It's always when it gets tight on women, we got to make it always go both ways. This overgeneralization. See, here's the thing about men dying alone. Men have always died alone. They've been called weirdos, hermits.
Evan, at least you didn't die alone.
It's loners. But men at least have
He died in the puss. He died in the puss, Stanley.
Which is more common than we like to think.
He didn't die alone.
It's more common than we think.
They'll sit in there.
What, men dying in coitus?
Yes.
I don't think.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that.
But that's a good death. That's a good death, Stanley. Would you not agree that's a good death?
Good what?
That's a good death.
Are you
Good
saying
way to
that's a
go
good
out.
way to go?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
I don't know.
Letting
Depends
the
on
last one go.
depends on how heavy you are, I imagine.
Yeah, because then
Hungry
you all
Man
on
or
top of the
Swanson
lead.
or
Yeah, that's crazy.
The poor woman having to push you off, having to push you off.
ramen noodles. They'll even go homeless. What do you think all these men out here are homeless? Show me groups of homeless women. Nowhere in the world where women are by themselves. They not
There are
require and
homeless
demand
women, aren't
stuff
there?
from the state. It's killing Japan. It's killing China right now. Women who are unmarried, living in communes or groups of one another, but then they're getting older and older and older, and the state cannot support aged people. It used to be your nuclear family, your extended family who took care of mama and papa and granny and auntie, but now you got to.
You know what? I think half the time these black conservatives invent a past that never existed.
What do you mean?
I mean exactly that. This nuclear family that takes care of mama and pawpaw and all these relatives, that never really existed in the black community.
That's not true.
It is.
Well, maybe not in your community, sir, but that's not true.
Okay, well, if it happened in your community, I meant in general. I wasn't just talking about your community.
I mean, I'm of the black community, Stanley, and most people I know, most families I know in the black community take care of their loved ones until they transition.
I'm talking like 100 years ago.
You saying that didn't happen 100 years ago? So what were they doing?
Not
Putting
saying
them in
it didn't
homes?
happen. I am saying it did not happen like to the extent
in mass. You're
seems
saying
to be implying.
So you're saying in mass people were putting people in homes 100 years ago?
Nope, that's not what I'm saying at all.
So how were they being taken care of then?
If you would allow me to say it, I'll say it for about the third time.
Yes, sir.
It did not happen to the extent Mr. Samuels is implying.
And plus, 100 years ago, people lived only to like 50. That was the median age. People were dying not at old age. This whole old age thing is just a common thing because of modern medicine.
That's a good point. Not everybody lived to be, old enough to get out.
Most people didn't. Most people didn't, Stanley. Most people died at 50. You were lucky to live till 50 100 years ago. Or like 150 years ago.
Be independent, making $60,000, $70,000 a year when they're in their 30s or 40s, doing decent, but they're not living high on the hog. But you don't have no retirement. All you away for is one illness or one fall from being broke. So, dying alone, women don't sit around at 50 or 60 years old and not demand government assistance, benefits of some sort. They're demanding something on the system. So, men are still supporting you. And that is going to break a society. We cannot afford it.
Yeah,
so, like it or not, ladies, when we start seeing homeless, elderly women like we see homeless men, then women will start getting the picture. Because, like it or not, the coffins are empty.
Right.
You can't not gonna just be because many women still think, yeah, well, if it get too bad, I'll just go to the church. I'll go to the Jesus house. What about when all that's closed? What about when there's no more resources? Where those women gonna go?
Well, not to
Same
your
place
sorry
homeless
ass.
men have always gone. Outside.
Not to their sorry ass baby daddy.
Do you believe that marriage benefits men too?
Well, then why'd they choose a sorry ass baby daddy, Stanley? Oh, I
You
forgot
know
they
what?
were assaulted. I'm so sorry. I forgot they were
I
assaulted.
have to give you that. These women are crazy for selecting these sorry ass.
Nah, they were raped, Stanley.
No, I think
they were assaulted.
Like I said,
because I know I have to ask.
Women are choosing these sorry ass men, and the men are sorry ass, and the men are choosing to be sorry ass men.
Nah, these women would never choose sorry men. They're getting assaulted.
What?
These women would never choose sorry men. They're being assaulted and raped, Stanley.
Yeah, okay.
Words. So I know that you believe women, marriage is a benefit to women. Do you believe that marriage is a benefit to men? Like, should men try to find wives? Like, is that important to them?
Well, it used to be. It used to be when women valued marriage and valued men, but today, more often than not, women value a man's resources and his ability to provide. That's why I stick in the high value area, because I realize that most women don't want a man making $40,000 a year. I asked you that 30 minutes ago. Would you respect a man making $42,000 a year And the answer you had was no. I didn't say no. No, you didn't. No, what you did not do is answer. I remember what you did. You did not answer it directly.
Any man, first of all, that has a job. So I did say that. That's not true.
But no, the answer was ultimately the lifestyle. Would you be willing to lower your lifestyle? Are you willing to lower your lifestyle?
Oh, lower my lifestyle.
Yeah, because I'm assuming you make more than $42,000 a year.
Yes.
Okay, so if he's making $42,000 a year, he's only going to be able to pay whatever percentage of his overall income towards the mortgage, the lights, everything else, and even the car. So if you drive a BMW, what, he's supposed to get a bicycle?
So I'm supposed to get a lower car then? I'm just asking.
Let me explain. That's what a man would have to do. That's what a man. That's what a man would have. That's what a man would be expected to do. If a man was earning more than his woman, the world would expect that man to get him a decent car and her a decent car. The world would look at that man crazy if he was driving a car that his income could afford and she was riding around in a Honda Civic and he was riding around in a Mercedes. The world would look at him all kind of craziness.
But see, now, can I say...
What the hell? I drive a Honda.
That's on the man to have more stability and confidence in himself, because if you're worried about the world...
Ma'am, that's not... We can't skip past... No. You asked, is it on me to lower my lifestyle? Well, if he can't afford to go... See, a man making less than you is not used to going to eat the places you do, go to do the things you do. So you're going to have to forego doing those things. Unless you want to pay for
what?
I see what you're saying.
And I know that, and I'm a smart enough man to know that comes with a woman lacking respect for a man. So we can play around this all we want to. You can say, I don't want to deal with a high value man if every.
I have a question though. What would be the problem if she decided to marry like a McDonald's manager or something like that? What if she made so much more money, and she would? What would be wrong with her paying the bills and all that?
I think what he's saying is that the woman wouldn't want that. Like, she wouldn't be attracted to that. That's what I think he's going at.
The vast majority of women wouldn't be attracted to that scenario, Stanley.
Really?
Well, yeah, I don't think.
What's wrong?
Yeah, well, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I'm just saying, I think women, like in general, in my opinion, I think they would be turned off if they paid almost all the bills. They'd be like,
okay,
the guy would have to have.
If that's the case, then basically women are screwed. So that's basically.
Wait, Stanley, are you
Women
popping
are
Viagra
screwed,
or something? Are you popping pills right now, Stanley?
Well, no, I mean,
Skinny Cakes, you're the lovely lady on the panel. What's your perspective on this?
Well, hold on. Let me piece this together for you.
Okay.
Most men don't make Kendra G money.
Most women don't make Kendra G money.
Correct, but the women who make Kendra G money,
less than 1% of them,
probably. Right? Their chances of getting someone comparable in salary and all that stuff isn't that high, especially at her age.
Right.
So she's screwed because she has a better chance of getting someone making $60,000 a year than someone her age or older making $250 kind of money. Right. Yeah. So she's screwed. She's
not screwed. She'd have to make the concession.
Wait, Stanley, I would go out with her, and I would wife her up.
Concession is, one type of being screwed. Being alone is another type of being screwed. But the bottom line is she's screwed. Why doesn't he just say that? Y'all are screwed in the conversation and just be done with it.
I think he said that, Stanley.
I think he did say that, though, sir.
Oh, he did? Well, then why is he still talking?
Because she said she didn't accept that. She said, I'm not going to accept you and your definition of what is going to happen to me. And then that's when the conversation went here.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thanks for catching me up, because I'm like, okay, well, that conversation should have ended.
No, he did try to end it with her, but she said she would not tolerate his perspective and allow that to run her life.
He didn't put her in her place. I'm disappointed.
He did it respectfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, when respect doesn't work.
Stanley, I don't think he wants to lay the smack down on his student now.
Okay, I'm just kidding.
Wait, so what did you want to ask me?
So Miss, do you, from, anecdotal, of course, because I, you don't know every single woman in the world or even every single woman in America, but
True.
from your perspective, do most women want a scenario as was laid out where they are the predominant breadwinner and, they are just connected to a man who may have, some income coming in, but it's not enough to maintain the lifestyle she had already accumulated for herself before they became an item?
I would say of the single women I know, they fall in that category. The married women are different.
Expound. What do you mean?
Like the single women I know, like they don't want to do any of like what he said. The scenario is what it is. Like for the single people, like they don't want to like help, support, pitch in. They don't want to do none of that. They actually don't even want a regular man. They're waiting for Chris Brown, some NFL player. That's kind of what they.
So they would rather a CTE prone ex-football player.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It comes with the check, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, Stanley, you see why escort all the time? This is the shit.
Wait, hold on,
hold on, let her finish. Hold on, Lasagna, let her finish.
Hold on. Please. Just 1 second, please. I've even said to friends, like, even like when I was in my 20s, like Lasagna's age, like, why don't you find a guy who makes like $50K, he's a nice guy, has a good job, and you know how many people like told me that I was like disrespectful for even saying that to them?
But you saying that married women have a bit of a different, more open mindset to it?
Yeah, that's why they actually are not single, I think. But that's just
well said.
That's
well
just my
said.
own assumption, I would say.
You,
Like,
you might have a fair point with that, though.
Well, I think
no, of course, but I think you might have a fair point.
I think when you're married, it's like the girl's more invested, so she's like willing to do more because she's in a marriage,
Like my husband bought a bunch of stuff he needed
Very
or
well
wanted.
said.
And I was like, you know what I'm going to do for his Christmas? I'll just pay off the rest of his bill. Like, he's not even going to know. He's going to go to pay his bill, and, like, the balance is going to be good.
Damn, that's beautiful.
But I know a lot of single women that would never do something like that.
It's like,
do you think it's that mindset that's keeping them single?
I think they think that they're all going to find, like, these ballers. And, like, I don't think they realize that it's not, like, that ordinary. And if it was, they would have it already. But I also, like, I mean, I guess in my own prejudice, I have a lot of friends who are like really good looking women. So I think, and because they look good and because they have certain features, I think they think that they have to have a guy that matches the way they look in terms of finances and career.
Wait, but how old are they? Kimmy, how old are they? Like, they look good, but how old
Well,
are they?
now I would say now they range between like 28 and maybe 42.
Oh, damn, you got some 28-year-old friends? What the fuck?
Yeah.
All right, never mind.
Yeah.
So has their beauty become a gift and a curse?
Hit Lasagna up.
For
Has
real.
their beauty what?
Has their beauty become a gift and a curse to them? Whereas like they
In some ways, yeah. I've even seen some of my girls not even like do anything with their lives because they're beautiful and they think that someone's going to show up, but like they're just wasting all their years. They just don't do anything. Like,
I appreciate that. Thank you, Miss Kimmy.
yeah,
All right,
I don't
so-
say nothing because they tell me I act like I'm their mother. So I just mind my business. I just mind my business.
But you're a well-educated person, so you're just trying to give them some gems. I understand.
We'll go ahead and finish up this video. I see John popped in and out like my mother used to turn the lights on and off for me to. It's time to come in. So this is about 4.5 minutes left, and then we'll see where John is.
This man over here is not going to get high value man respect. And he's going to always know that this dude was really your first choice, but you didn't want to deal with this. And you're not going to put him at the same level of pedestal that you would have to put this man on to share or honor him like they need to be. So honestly, is there any value to marriage to an average guy today? No, because modern women are not marriageable like the women of before. They're not. Modern women today are not ready to be with their mothers, well, their grandmothers and their great-grandmothers were. They're not. I didn't make it that way.
There's I guess I'm gonna live in the exception to the rule area.
But you can live in the exception to the rule, and that's fine. You can, at 41 years old, I try to do that too. But when I'm talking with people across the board, I don't do that. When I talk to 24-year-old women who tell me that they could not marry a plumber off rip just because of the title plumber, and she's a political science major, what do you want me to tell them?
My kind of get confused because if I'm not judging the
Your
guy
choice.
for
It's
what,
your choice.
right? So if
It's
I'm
your
not
choice. Okay, ma'am. You keep asking me, is it your fault? I don't know why you keep asking me this. Your choice. You choose the outcomes. Here's the bottom line for me and you and everybody. Relationships are reflective. You attract what you are.
Okay, I agree.
So if the man you were with 8 months ago wasn't up to standard, you allowed him in your life for 8 months, 8 valuable months at 40 plus.
I'll be okay though. I don't have.
Did he say you attract what you are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's harsh.
A problem in that area. And one day I'm gonna get married.
Do you disagree, Stanley?
I'll be invited to the wedding. And when I have my
You act like I'm sitting here cheering and saying that you're not. But what I'm saying is, modern women's estimation of themselves, modern Black women's estimation of yourself is you're more prideful men than average men.
I'm more prideful.
Black women are more prideful than Black women, in my opinion. My personal opinion, have more pride than most men. Let me explain what I mean.
Right,
because
very
we ask a lot of
way.
educated sisters, the first thing you lead with is your accomplishments. That is a masculine thing. when women, that's not a feminine thing. Go on my show. I got it. Where do you think this song comes from? I'm a PhD. That came from me asking a woman, "Where's your husband?" What? Husband? I would not choose to be. I'm a PhD. And the thing is, if the ultimate goal for so many of these women is they want to be in a emotionally significant, profound relationship, having their own children, these PhDs, these masters, these careers, especially when the truth comes out that they really don't want to have to pay significant bills after they're pregnant and don't want to have to pay but a small portion of the overall financial family load after marriage, then these careers and jobs are just ego projects. Because what you plan on doing is if you get the kind of man you want to get, you're going to jettison it for a period of time anyway, while everybody else is working.
Boom.
So these careers are ego projects for most.
Got punched.
So if that's what women choose to do, great, do it. But then you come out here at 35, 40 years old and talk about, I can't find no man on my level. All these men are beneath me, yada, 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 yada. And then act like the problems with the men. No, you waited too long. Your price is too high. Your eggs is dried up. You're out of shape. Your attitude is not where it needs to be. And then you think somebody should value your socioeconomic status when it's actually your looks, it's feminine, cooperative, submissive, the things it's always been.
Oh, that was Kendra G. Oh, I remember that.
Well, I don't know that this is such a happy
What's
hour.
up, HP?
Hey, Kimmy, how are you?
Good. How was your weekend?
I pretty much slept the whole time. It was really good.
that makes two of us.
Yeah, I'm feeling refreshed. You know, I had to help an African this morning.
An African?
Yeah.
Who, Gary?
Nah, not that kind of African, a real African. He was
Oh wow.
Hey, yo.
he couldn't get his truck out of
gear?
Out of gear. And you know, the Africans always begging for help, you know. But
Jesus Christ.
So I was like, bro, you gotta push in both of your parking brakes, man. You only pushed in one. Oh, I forgot. Oh, it's so early. Like, oh God.
Oh shoot. Why didn't I?
This guy's gonna kill somebody one day, man. Goddamn Africans. But yeah, Stanley, how you been, man? You been all right?
Pretty good, yeah.
And people haven't been pissing you off too much, have they?
No, I got the jump on Solid Snake and 12th Man. I pissed him off before the show started.
Ooh. Wow. Little Jedi mind tricks, Stanley. Okay.
Stanley's adapting. Let's go.
Yeah, wow. I thought he was too old for that, man. Wow.
No.
Can't teach. Apparently, can teach an old dog new tricks. Jesus.
Well, no. I
Apparently.
mean, you teach an old dog new tricks by just beating him up every night. Finally, he'll stop tucking his tail and just find another place to be.
Dang.
Oh, damn! Wow. Stanley actually had a relaxing weekend. Wow.
Oh yeah, actually, I mean, you're right. I did.
Jesus Christ. Guess these people are. I guess you're beating them into submission at this point, man. Wow.
Dominatrix.
Well, I think what it is they're not getting the message. I mean,
Yeah.
but it'll all be all right in the end.
Maybe
I mean,
they're not the men that they thought they were.
Well, see, I think what it is they mistake this soft voice and kind of gentle humor. They think I'm fucking weak, and
Oh yeah. I definitely did that.
That's just not how it is.
I thought that was disproven after the whole. What's the name of that woman who came up here, giving Stanley trouble?
Yeah, you're talking about Janet.
Yeah, Janet. I think that was this. I'm pretty sure that was disproven after the whole Janet incident.
Lightweight. She thinks she's a heavyweight.
Stanley said, "Don't let these rugged good looks fool you." But,
way before that, but I think the Janet situation kind of confirmed some things for me. But I had already knew.
Stanley had that premium pimp hand. That's what it confirmed.
Yeah. See, I have been saying it, but nobody believed me until Janet pulled up, and you heard her begging Stanley to put her in her place. She was over there like playing with herself. Stanley screaming at her. She over there playing with her. Like this nigga Stanley is.
He was like, I'm not coming back, Stanley. No, you can come back as much as you want. You're appreciated. No, I'm not coming back. Oh, that shit was funny.
She was like, yeah, Stanley, talk to me dirty, Stanley. Oh, I'm gonna talk to you dirty. Like, oh, fuck. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Because I got this velvet glove. Don't think you won't catch this backhand now.
Really a pimp, man.
Jesus. Listen, I want you all to have a wonderful morning. I gotta go have breakfast. I'm being told I've been on here too long.
You don't know how much I enjoy your company in the mornings.
Nah, man, you definitely get me going and get the day going bright. So I appreciate it. Agree or disagree, it's a good conversation. Everybody enjoy the day.
You too.
Give me cakes, lasagna, Stanley, Gary, and HB. Everybody enjoy the day. Everybody in the chat, salute. Y'all have a good day, man.
You too.
See you, man.
Thank you.
Oh man, Kimmy? What are you eating for breakfast this morning? I already know Kimmy about to be eating some sprouts and avocado.
Sprouts.
And goat
I have a
cheese.
tea called. Actually, I don't have any. Anyway, I actually have a tea called Costa Nuts. It's like lemongrass with ginger and orange peel.
Ooh, I was close with the sprouts. I was there close. I knew it was some type of.
And a parent just dropped off a really beautiful gift box to me, but I'm not gonna open that till later.
Is it like assorted cheeses and meats and stuff? That type of gift
No,
box?
it's Ghirardelli chocolates.
Ooh. What sort of sweetener do you use in your tea?
I don't use sweetener in my tea. I drink it plain, but if I use anything, I'd probably be agave.
Oh wow.
Wow, agave. Ah,
Yeah, that stuff is super sweet.
yeah. I think
That's
it's all
why it seems like
natural.
a drop. Just a drop.
I use honey.
Yeah.
Walmart makes organic honey like a Walmart brand.
Funny enough, Stanley, honey never gets rotten. Like it never gets.
Yeah,
old.
germs can't grow in it. It's antiseptic.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy.
It's like over the past 3 years, my son and I have been back and forth because he wants to use the sugar, and finally, I just stopped buying sugar. And the only thing
Oh, like he drinks tea too or coffee.
Oh no. He drinks like I finally found like a decent alternative to Starbucks morning blend. It's blonde roast coffee. So he drinks the good stuff.
Hey, Lasagna, you drink coffee yet?
Yeah, I've been with Stanley since like 2. Dude, I woke up like at 2 in the morning. Luckily, Stanley was up, so me and him were shooting the shit, and then Ghetto came on. Then we were talking about Jews, and we were talking about all types of
and like the pharmaceutical.
It was
Start
not
talking about the pharmaceutical industry.
Comedy hour.
Wow. I think Kimmy's here, so we have to call
Really?
the Jews in front of Kimmy.
Oh no, Kimmy was going at Ghetto too because they were like trying to be like, because we're like, bro, finding a Torah, you couldn't find a Torah, but you know how it is, like you can't find it in the Bible, you can't say it's true. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me find out. I thought John was going to come to this stream.
Where is John?
I think he's making his new stream, ain't he?
He started another stream.
Oh, what did he? What's the title of the new stream?
Hold on one sec. I just saw it. It's something about dark-skinned women, which I definitely wanted to.
John, come on, man.
You can start two lives in the same channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can literally start unlimited lives from the same channel.
Yeah, the most I've seen was like 5 at the same time.
I don't even know. Wow.
Yeah, Jay Boogie, I didn't start drinking coffee till I got out of college. Like I didn't start drinking coffee till
Yo, HB, have you ever done an enema? Like, have you ever boothed coffee? That shit's so crazy.
Nah. I hear.
How
Yeah,
that and mating
You should
choice,
try
how that
it.
shows
No,
up
hold on one
professionally
sec.
for them. I think education may even play a little bit of a role, but definitely socially and how they respond to one another, and also in their comparison to white women as well. So one thing that we want to do is just kind of tease this out a little bit. Again, not a new concept; it's been going on for a while. For myself, John, you know, I came across this phenomenon really all my life. I've seen the difference. Living in Minnesota, we have a lot of biracial.
Damn,
here.
that's a nice
A
place.
lot of them, and they always got preferential treatment. They were always, you know, preferred from black men over things. We don't have a ton of dark skinned women, but dark skinned women do get played too. But typically, what I've noticed is a lot of dark skinned women, especially professional dark skinned women, they get more play from white dudes. White dudes love them a dark skin, especially if she got natural hair. Dark skinned women with natural hair, they get a lot of attention from white guys. But this is not a new phenomenon. We've seen this with Whitney. I don't know if you remember the show A Different World.
The thing I always kind of notice too with dark skinned women, like they're always talking about colorism, and you know,
yes,
I've never, I don't think why doesn't that apply to men? Colorism.
What do you mean apply? Why don't
men talk about it as much?
Yeah, why? Because when I hear women talk about
colorism, you mean like about women?
Right. Like no, this is what I'm saying. Like women say that colorism matters, like as far as like guys prefer light-skinned women, but when it comes to men, there's like dark-skinned guys, ever since I've been growing up, like a lot of times really dark guys, they get a lot of fucking play. So it like
actually I have 2 stories. One, I dated a dark-skinned woman who I thought was just gorgeous. And she used to always bring up, like, you know, if I were light-skinned like you, Stanley, I'd look at her, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Bro, Stanley, it's the same thing for me. One of the most beautiful girls I've ever dated was dark skinned, like the baddest fucking body, you know, like it.
And you want to know what, HB? I wasn't looking at the color of her skin. I was looking at the shape of her ass.
Me too. That's how I felt too. It was
sorry, Kimmy.
She never brought it up.
Okay.
Like she never brought it up. No. She wasn't that type of chick, you know. Like she
no,
was
well, this woman, she had a sharp tongue, kind of like me. That's why we broke up twice. But I used to like, you know what? If I didn't think you were attractive, I wouldn't be with you.
Yeah.
Nah, you think you're a chick? Am I a welfare guy? Am I giving you welfare? No.
But yeah, I've never heard a guy say like, I'm too dark, colorism, women don't like me because I'm too dark. Like usually it's the darker the guy, they get way more play than
Well,
the
it depends. The dark guys are more a class thing. I've heard many people like the Jack and Jill types.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I mean, like, oh no, he's great. He's got a great job, nice guy, but he's kind of dark. I've literally heard people say that.
Do you think it might be an area, like a location
And it's
thing too?
women saying it.
I don't know. I just never heard guys talk about colorism.
Oh, guys never do.
Yeah, it's just a women thing. Kimmy, do you know what that is? Like
Well, they want their children to look a certain way.
see,
No, hey, I'm not guessing here.
But wait, what was HB's question? I didn't hear it. I just heard Kimmy.
why do only women talk about colorism, but black men don't really talk? Black men, it doesn't seem like black men are affected by colorism. Why do you think that?
I'm not affected by it either. So I don't know.
But
I can't really relate.
Don't you hear it more from black women though?
No, I think it's a Southern thing. People in New York.
No,
don't
you
talk
know
about
what,
it.
Kimmy? Bingo. I was about to say, neither of y'all know the South. Oh,
I don't think it's just a Southern thing either, because I've heard it. People talk about it in different countries as well, especially Caribbean women.
Right, but I mean, I don't know so much about the Caribbean, but I can tell you right now.
I've heard it a lot. That's why a lot of Caribbean women have been doing that skin bleaching thing, to where they want to seem lighter because they want to attract a lot of dark skinned men.
No.
A Georgia,
I know Caribbean, like they skin bleach as a part of, like, I know it sounds crazy, but as a part of fashion, like to get a certain look, like, but not to attract. Most of these women already have men that know what they look like already, but they would tell you it's like fashion, like it's a fashion trend.
No,
like, you know how you might want to dye your hair
way deeper than that.
Yeah,
I mean,
Kimmy, I'm going to disagree with you on that one. They've been doing it for too long for it to be a
you're not
fashion.
disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with them because that's what they say.
Well, shit.
Yeah, well, they can lie.
Go back to slave times. There's been a color divide forever.
Yeah, that's what I'm with Stanley on this one. I think it's more than a fashion.
House slave, field slave.
I mean, I think it's a hard concept to understand because, like, let's say there's like a big event coming
not
up,
if you're from the South.
I'm just saying this. Like, let's say there's like a big event coming up in the Caribbean. Like and it really honestly happens only like from what I know in Jamaica, like the really uneducated population, like the ones that like live in like the ghettos and the slums and can't afford to go to school. Like, let's say there's like a big event coming up, they'll change their hair color, they'll put on contacts, they'll change their skin color for the event, and then they go back to like regular when it's when it wears off.
That's also kind of why I think it's a location thing too.
Kimmy, the thing that I've noticed though is it's the more educated women that complain about colorism than the not. Like the women that I know that don't really complain about or that don't even think about colorism are usually the uneducated ones, like the hairdressers.
I guess it's the opposite here, but like in Jamaica, when you see skin bleaching in Jamaica, usually it's an uneducated population doing that. But I guess here in America, I've only heard people in the South talk about colorism. Like, you're not going to walk in New York City and hear like, let's let her skip the line because she looks Asian, but she's black. Like, no one gives a fuck. Like, you're going to wait online like everybody else.
No, not like that, but like.
But not that type of colorism. I'm talking about picking of men.
Yeah. Like
the men don't care here. They love them all.
Yeah,
they're not going to be like, well, I only.
Yeah, that is New York. New York's the exception when it comes to that.
We don't really hear that. Our men don't talk like that. They don't say pansy ass things like that. Like, I'm only gonna date her because she looks with sweet eyes. Or like, they're not weird like that.
Yeah, you're kind of right.
And they think all women beautiful.
I think it is more of a Southern thing, but maybe it's just because I've heard it so much on the internet where it's it almost seems like dark-skinned women are more insecure about their
okay, well, HB.
Color. Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not.
HB, it is literally a slavery thing. Like it is. You can find literature on it. You can find academic papers on it.
Like Stanley, you remember that African girl that got popped by all those guys for having a deep voice?
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're on the internet. They're talking about it was a colorism thing with her.
No. Nope.
That's what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm talking about. It's
No.
I just think she wasn't attractive. I don't think it has anything to do with her complexion.
yeah.
It was all voice.
Yeah, I think
I was going to say she didn't look that bad either. It was just
No, I looked at her Instagram. Oh, she looked really good.
Yeah.
I thought the problem was that she was a man.
She had a figure like
yeah, that figure was no man.
Had her voice been more feminine, she would have left with someone.
You know what's crazy? I didn't even think her voice was all that bad. I don't
No,
know.
it was it was bad. It was so bad I actually thought she was a transsexual.
Yeah, John, not John. Stanley thought, Stanley did think she was tranny for the longest.
I was first thing I said is they did it again. I'm like, what the hell are these people doing?
Anyway, when it comes to the whole colorism argument, I think it might be a location thing. Like if you're like the only dark-skinned woman in a sea of light-skinned women, those light-skinned women just so happen to get picked more, then I can understand if some dark-skinned women get insecure about that. But if it's the other way around,
I just can't believe adults speak like that. They sound like a bunch of 15-year-olds. Like, I feel like teenage boys and teenage women, like teenagers talk like that. Like adults are really talking like that in this world.
yeah, especially on the internet. Can be, especially on the internet.
I think people got to stop living on the internet. Like, the internet is not real life. Like, live life.
Well, the internet is real life to some sense because people do say things that they feel on the internet, but they don't say it in real life because it's not. If you're going to be looked down upon.
Yeah, I actually agree with.
Yeah, I'm with Lasagna on this one. I would look down a woman if she started talking about colorism.
No, but
Well,
I think
they don't use the word colorism. I mean, like this girlfriend of mine said, I don't even remember what the conversation was like, but it was like, well, light-skinned people like you don't have to put up with this. And
what?
I looked at her and I'm like, I put my hand next to hers. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm almost as dark as you are. But
I don't hear people in the Caribbean talking like that, and I don't hear people in New York talking.
Well,
like
the
that.
Caribbeans are more well-adjusted than. Let me tell you something.
Plus, there's not that many light skins in the Caribbean.
Slavery fucked the black community up. And those who say, "Oh, get over it," I don't know. I just think they've never read a history book.
Mm.
Yeah, nah, it definitely did.
And that's not to say we can't deal with it, but you need training, you need good parenting, you need a lot of things to be well adjusted in this America. Even if you're white, you need a lot of shit to be well adjusted. There's some fucked up white people too.
So there's adults who really think low of themselves because of their complexion.
Yes.
Yes.
That's wild. It's wild to me.
Wait, the fact that you're saying it's wild to me because I feel like that's like common knowledge. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think that's such a for it to be like so crazy for you to even acknowledge that. I feel like you're living under a rock. I'm not trying to be offensive when I say that.
Do you know what though? I've known light-skinned
Thank you for sharing,
people.
Lasagna. Thank you for sharing.
I've known
No problem,
light-skinned
Kimmy.
people,
I fuck with you, especially since 28-year-olds that are
depending on where you are.
Yeah, are they light skinned? Are they light skinned, Kimmy? He only cares about them.
Light skin, like if
no,
you
I didn't say that. God,
no, I'm joking.
Hold on, folks. If you grow up light skinned, say on St. Helena Island, you're gonna stand way out, and you're gonna have, some self perception issues as well. Because you go over to places like St. Helena Island out in the seas of South Carolina Sea Islands, all the people are dark. So, if you come in light skinned, the first thing they're going to ask is which parent was white. Oh, you think you're white. So
exactly. It depends on location.
Oh, yeah, that's the South. Hey, it's the
Yeah, I
South.
think it's a Southern thing. I'm telling you, I lived in New York City my
Well, it's a
whole life,
slavery thing, to be more
and
precise.
no one would even ask you that shit. Like, no one cares.
Unless they're
And
from
no one has ever told me, well, I can't date you because you're dark skinned, or I don't like dark skinned women. Like, I've never been told that.
I have
Well,
I have
'cause
seen
you're
that.
a
I have seen
woman.
that on I have seen that on Pop the Balloon a lot though. Like what's your type? Oh, I like me a dark skinned dreadhead nigga, or I like
Yes.
me.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
it happens. It happens a
That's what
lot.
I'm
Kimmy.
saying. That's what I'm saying, Gary. And like when you watch, that's why it's weird to me that women talk about Pop the Balloon, because on these shows, and I just see a lot of dark skinned guys getting a lot of play.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I don't get it.
I'm not denying that it happens a lot or doesn't happen a lot. I'm just saying, like, in my world, it doesn't happen. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Well, let's see what
Y'all ain't never heard me
Universal.
talk about it. Y'all ain't
Yeah,
never
we're
heard me
gonna.
talk
Yeah,
about
we're
it.
gonna. Yeah, we're
But I
behind
haven't
on the
noticed-
screen.
But at the same
Being
time,
the
too,
lead.
Kimmy, you're not like dark skinned to me either. You're like a butter brown,
Character,
Yeah,
light
brown
mocha,
toast.
A lot of black people
mocha.
have said that to me. Like, you're not even dark skinned. Why are you saying that?
Yeah,
And I'm
Kimmy.
like,
Kimmy.
I
To
can
be
claim
fair,
dark
you're
skin.
kind of not.
Yeah, you're not.
You're
Gary
not
is dark
Kimmy.
skinned. John is dark skinned.
John
If
is
I would
dark
say,
skinned.
yeah, John is dark skinned. Gary and John, but you're like mocha, buttercream. I'm trying to think of some. I don't know.
Kit Kat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kit Kat's the perfect term.
Yeah, Kit Kat.
I like that. I think it's gonna be my new
Basically,
name.
Pretty Woman Jasmine Guy, and how a lot of people would flock towards that. And I remember that used to create a lot of controversy. So this light skin, dark skin thing amongst women, I think, is a topic that has not gone away, and it has manifested over time.
One of the things that I bumped into this whole dark skin or just the black women thing, but clearly the light skinned women have more success, was fibroids. Are you familiar with fibroids at all?
Yeah, I am.
So many black women hold off on having children because they have professional careers that they want to advance. And here's one thing that I noticed in dating women as they got older. Take a look at this, Universal. You ever see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, and so you see here, what does it say? Black women are 2 to 3 times more likely to develop fibroids than white women by age 35. About half of black women have fibroids, and by age 50, 80% do. And fibroids really prevent you from having children.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're aware of that. And so by the fact that it prevents them from having children, or by the fact that they're waiting so long, that it is hindering them from having. So
Well, I mean,
that's
you
how
can
I
get
kind of
those. No.
into
You
this
can
whole
get those
dynamic
treated.
of black women.
It doesn't have to be that big a
stuff
barrier.
like that. And here's one of the consequences, as you can see here. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think a lot of black women have dove into the modern ways of the world. They got to get out here and work. A lot of them have bought into getting higher education, not just any education, but keep going. Get that master's degree, get that PhD if you can. And that comes with the trade-off of a family a lot of times. And that's
This
a
is
decision that a lot of them are
dime
finding.
store Kevin
Now,
Samuels.
as I get closer to 40, I ain't quite 40 yet, but as I get closer to 40, a lot of my peers, a lot of women who are 34 and up, they are looking to settle down. And
Kimmy,
a lot of the
what do
women
you
that I
think of
know,
this
they're
comment?
professional women. So they've gone and they've had their careers and they've advanced.
Kim,
I'm sorry, what?
what do you think of Lupin's comment?
What did Lupin say? I'm sorry.
Look, the Caribbean has a color line. Look at most of the Jamaican prime ministers from the 50s and 60s, Michael Manley, Sega,
Oh,
etc.
and Balenciaga. Yeah, they were
Yeah.
they were not black. If that's what people are trying to get to.
Okay, well, they weren't black at all. They were white.
Well, Edward Siaga is from Lebanon, and Manley, I think, was from the UK.
Okay, well,
Mhm.
Lupin, you have your rebuttal.
And they're having a really hard time finding men because of that decision that they've made. And especially black men. And let's be honest, a lot of black men aren't in that quote unquote position where they don't meet the standard for what a lot of these women are asking for. So their options are quite limited, but they are struggling if they don't already have.
Let me ask you a question. This whole point that Universal's making and the point of Kevin Samuels, essentially they're just not coming out and saying it, but they're basically saying, hey, black women, if you decide on a career, if you decide to get your PhD in something or another, you will suffer consequences, or you're more likely to suffer consequences, including, hey, there's no black man that's going to be as educated as you are. You are either doomed to marry down, or you're doomed to be alone, or you might be doomed to marry a white man. And I have a whole argument, for the white man part of it. But essentially, are they being crabs in a barrel? Are they actually saying, hey, you shouldn't do it?
That's kind of how it comes off to me, because I think it's really I think that messaging is kind of counterproductive. Like, especially if I had a daughter, I'm not gonna tell her, hey, I want you to settle down at 18, 19, so you won't be alone for the rest of your life. I think there is two sides to it though too. I do think it is better for women to get their education and be productive. But
Well,
at the same time, though, I do think it does kind of alienate them from a lot of men, because they think that their education makes them more valuable to men than they really are.
Well, yeah, that's true. But it also, you know what? I'm just going to be down. I'm just going to come out and say it. I would rather a woman who has read fucking Plato and Shakespeare. She's just going to be more interesting to talk to, rather than someone who didn't.
I feel like.
Wait, I want to say something. HB, it's funny you say that. Like, if you
How about you wait your turn?
No, let him go, because I feel like he's more.
God damn it, Stanley! I know you're.
I'm sorry, son.
Stanley, you're cooning hard. I like to.
You know what?
Cooning.
Whoa! Oh wait,
I had to throw that in just to get.
Hold on here. Did I just hear?
Stanley's a coon now?
Oh shit! No! I got something for you, Sonny boy.
Sonny boy.
Did I just hear a 26-year-old white kid call an elder black man a coon, or cooning around?
Yeah, but remember, I said this multiple
Okay,
times.
you better apologize now, or I am gonna boot you off this panel.
Oh,
You've
damn! Come on,
gone
Stanley.
too far.
Come on, Lasagna, apologize, man. That wasn't right, man.
Okay, Stanley, I apologize that you're a coon.
All right. It was nice talking to you, Lasagna. It was nice talking to you. I really wanted to hear what he had to say, man. Jesus Christ.
Well, you know what? Maybe next time. Well, shit. Tell Lasagna, go ahead and write it down, and you can put it in the back chat. You put it in the back chat for HB2N to read.
Yeah, Stanley, I just think it's like
I like how you stood on business, Stanley. Go ahead.
No. That's fucking beyond the pale.
You stood on business.
Man,
I didn't really think you was gonna boot him, but you did.
Stanley,
no, he's backstage. If John wants to talk to him, that's fine. You can talk to him when I'm gone.
Plus, this ain't the first time he's been booted.
Yeah, Stanley.
After HB makes his point, over this.
Yeah.
Well, he left on his own. I didn't boot him.
The thing.
No,
I just feel like if women are gonna get all that education, they, as far as like economics and stuff, you should, I don't know. It's just, especially like in my family, I've always all the women in my family, like my aunts, my great aunts, they're all super educated. The uncles and great uncles, they're all super educated. So they've always all worked, You know, both of them work. It's
Right.
never been one of those situations, and they're all black too. So it's never been one of those situations where it's like just the man works. It's always been both of them work. And I thought that was the kind of the point of getting your education, so you can bring something to the table. You know, like it. So I think what hurts a lot of black women is that they get all this education, but then they want to be stay-at-home moms too. It's kind of like what's even the point?
What Lasagna doesn't understand is that if you had said that, HB, let's just face it, you know, America's a racist country. If you called me a coon, I'd probably laugh and go, no, I'm not. But a 26-year-old white kid, the gall.
I don't even know what you said that was cooning though. That's what
I
was
don't
confusing
either.
to me. That's what was
I
confusing to me.
I think it just popped in his head as funny, and he just spouted it out. It's almost like a form of autism.
It was kind of funny.
Not autism, Tourette's. It's like racist Tourette's.
He said it to be like shocking.
Yeah. I think Lasagna is just tired. He just
the last thing I'm going to say is that, you know, I think it was Roots years ago, like the Roots 2. I remember this one line, you know, where a white, like Southern property owner goes, well, how you going to keep them down on the farm? And that's what these guys, now I'm not saying John and Universal are like that, but it strikes me as how are we going to keep these women, you know, furthering the black race? It just I wish there was a way to do better messaging. You know,
well, I want to share one point because I think they said something about fibroids, and I know a lot of women that have struggled with that, and all of the fibroids have children, and not only black women. I know like a lot of Middle Eastern women who struggle with fibroids who also children had successful pregnancies. One girl, she bled a lot during her pregnancy because she had a fibroid while pregnant and it kept popping. Said like, don't worry, it's not you losing your baby, it's just the fibroid breaking. So I don't know about that. You know what I mean?
Well, I know that fibroids can
contributing to the low birth rate. Oh yeah, and that's the thing too. A lot of people get them removed before
and my mother, for instance, had a lot of issues, and you know, I think my mother was 35 when my brother was born. We were born, you know, 13 and 12 years before, but she'd have to go into to have them removed periodically, and she had 3 kids. In the pregnancies, as far as I know with my brother, it was actually like a pleasant, she didn't have any major issues.
Yeah, and then
but she also had great health care.
That's true too.
You know the thing too, some women are just like my little sister, she's like just fucking brilliant, you know? Like there are just some women who are just gonna make a lot more money than any man that they deal with. Just because, like my sister, listen, Stanley, she probably makes double what her husband makes, like literally. So it wouldn't even make sense for her, and she's making double sitting at the crib. So it wouldn't even make sense for her to, you know, I'm gonna be a stay-at-home mom. Why? She literally makes like $250 staying at home.
Is her husband smart?
He's smart, but he's not as smart as her. like I'm telling you, my sister's always been straight A's, and she's the type of person that straight A's was like easy for her. I remember one time she got a B and she started crying. Like she's one of those girls that like
my son did that once.
she got a B one time. I can only remember her getting a B one time. And I just feel like for women like that, you know, you can't just say, you know, I'm gonna just sit at home and be a stay-at-home mom. How many people are that smart where they can make that type of income, you know?
Does she have kids?
No, she doesn't. And I think that's one of the things too. I think she does want kids, but I'm not. I think because with her high education, she's got to get rid of all that debt first. So
Oh.
yeah, she's waiting until that. So that's another aspect of it.
Uh-huh.
But yeah,
Well,
she's still on the fence about it.
oh, well, she might have to run the risk. Babies aren't that expensive.
And then my question was, I just wanted to know, like, and maybe I'm just, but like, why is this topic important to two men
That's a
with
John
children?
thing. That is a John thing. So let me go ahead and start this up again.
Have kids, they are struggling to find a husband and create a family.
It's a topic that keeps coming up on the main channel no matter what the topic or the intended topic, dating and primarily women and the complicated dynamics there. You remember Hood Conservative talking about what was he talking about?
Well, Hood Conservative,
some domestic violence, child
domestic violence, child support. Yep.
And so,
I think John is saying
and
that
I imagine that
sounding
too.
bitter.
And I think I heard someone say on the stream yesterday that the light-skinned women, you can't just hit them anywhere because they'll.
Oh, that was. Oh, God damn it! It was a joke, John.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe facetious a little bit, but the point was being made. At the same
HB,
time,
you might have missed that
thought
joke.
was being made to what he was saying.
Oh,
But you said you
were
had some
here.
articles, and we've been batting back and forth some things. So let's get into it, Universe.
Well,
yeah, let's get into it.
See, the thing,
But first, let's show that
John needs to remember these jokes and give me credit for them.
photo. I'm gonna share the photo to kick us off. This is from
the audience too. Before you get started, what's your poll question, University? What do you prefer?
No offense, but I think
you
these are the
prefer,
worst two to have this
dark
conversation.
skinned women or light skinned women?
Oh,
what would you say, Kim?
I said no offense, but I think these are the worst two to have this.
Kimmy, why you say that? Why you say that, Kimmy?
Both a mess when it comes to love, I think. So I don't know.
Oh, wait, say that one more time.
Like they comes to love, they have children, not in marriages, so the potential to create more families is wide open. Like I don't know, I just the ones like the experts on this topic.
Well, he is,
and I say that with love.
Universal is a trained,
colorist,
professional.
Oh, I thought you guessed.
I think I have the same degree.
I thought you were
I'm the
saying
same
that
license.
versus a trained colorist.
And are light skinned women more attractive? Light skinned women, black, more attractive.
What's up, Tyrone? Good morning, Helen. What's up, Andre?
Do you? And light skinned black or attractive? Yeah. Guys, answer the poll. Honestly, if you can, we would love to hear your feedback here. So go ahead. You got the first article up there, Universal.
Well, I'm gonna share the photo to get us kicked off because I think this is the center of what's really happening and what we're talking about. So, folks, what you're looking at here is a Christmas party photo from 2 years ago of the New York Knicks. Now, several of these players are on different teams now, but this is from a couple seasons ago, and this sparked a lot of controversy in the black social media space, or what most people used to call black Twitter. It's all over now. But this is a photo of several of the players. Now, 3 of the players here are black or will be considered black. The other 3 are white. But what do you notice in this photo? There's a couple things that I noticed off the bat. The first thing is the black players, as you can see here, we have Jalen Brunson, who's like the star player of the team. He's got him a nice little flat back Supreme. She's got some curves on her. She's a brunette. here we got I forgot this dude's name. He has a weird last name, but he's actually mixed, believe it or not. His dad is a biracial black man. His mom is white, but he appears to be a white dude. He now plays for I think he plays for the OKC Thunder now. He's got him a nice little, flat back Supreme as well. Then you have this guy. I don't know who he is. He might be like, I don't know who this dude is.
It's another term for white women, Stanley.
He's got him, this looks fitting. They're about the same height. This looks fitting.
Oh my goodness.
And this is the dude that pissed off a lot.
What's up, Lupin?
Well,
Nothing much, Stanley. How are you?
Good. This is your first time up on a panel?
Yeah, because I'm usually busy, so I just wanted to say thanks. Enjoy the program, and I got to definitely start kicking you guys some funds because I listen to you 24/7.
Yeah, we are more than willing to thank you.
No problem. I love it.
Lupin, HB, HB, Kimmy, Garion. This is Lupin. He's
Hi, Lupin.
an overnight.
How are you? How are you?
Hello.
How's
It's
everyone?
supposed to be a full moon tonight, Lupin. Don't switch up.
Oh wow.
No, he's
No.
a wolf.
I don't switch. I'm very direct. Never switch up.
Well, what do you think of this conversation so far? Actually, Kimmy,
Interesting.
Lupin's the one who talked about the Jamaican prime ministers.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's an age gap anyway because, like I said, no, I said, okay, when I was in Jamaica, I have cousins that are Syrian, half Chinese, and they definitely got treated more different. It's more different than the darkest skinned ones because I'm dark skinned, right? And during the time that I was there and all the history that I know about Jamaica, the only thing that I was saying is like, what, 98% of the people down there is dark skinned. If you look at like the previous prime minister, Siaga, Manley, Bustamante, those guys, they're all light skinned. That's the only thing that I was saying. So we do have those colors.
Yeah, 'cause I think PJ's the only. I think PJ's the only one that's actually dark. All the others are light.
Exactly.
But
They look like white people, most of them.
Lebanon.
Right.
And I think
Non-black.
Manly's from the UK.
I'm looking at a list of them right now. There's only one dark guy.
Non-black.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they're all
They're from
mixed.
the UK.
They're all mixed or white. What
Right.
the fuck?
Right. That's what I'm saying. And if
But
you look at Jamaica, the population is like 98%. So
But
that's all I was
Jamaicans are
saying.
not going to say, Jamaicans are not going to say, I'm going to put this prime minister in place because he's a non-black person. Like they don't vote.
No, they might not come out. No, I agree with you. I'm saying they might not come out directly and say that, but I'm telling you,
And PJ was garbage. No one liked
my grandmother, my grandmother that I grew up with was as dark as PJ, and my grandfather was as light as Buster Mine. And I'm telling you, it's always like that preference. Even when I grew up here, because when I left Jamaica, I grew up in Brooklyn, East Flatbush. You see the color differences because, like I said, you always have the light skinned girl. They want a dark skinned guy, and most of the guys that I used to say they always want the light skinned girl with the wavy hair, and so it's like with the brown or the green eye. So I mean, it's just always been something, but most of the time people just not honest. So that's just my 2 cents.
I mean, it could be. I just honestly never experienced that in Jamaica. And people talking about
No, we're not going to
more
experience
difficult for them because
what part of Brooklyn you live in? Because where I grew up on 91st between Rutland and Winthrop.
well,
So I'm saying when I was
lived in 2 parts. I lived in Crown Heights and I lived in Mill Basin.
okay. So, but I'm sure your experience is probably similar to mine because when I grew up in New York, all the people that I live around look like you. You know what I mean? Darks, that. So you never, it wasn't no thing.
Not really.
Mhm. No, East Flatbush. I grew up in East Flatbush.
Oh, I didn't. I went to Mill Basin. So when I got to Mill Basin, all my neighbors were like Italian,
Right.
mostly Italian, and Native Americans. And there were some Jews in Mill Basin. And in Crown Heights, it was a mixture of like Puerto Ricans, Caribbeans, and Jews that are still there, still the same.
Right.
Now
But see, you're talking about a different time. Because I came here or in New York in '69, and we were living right across the street from Prospect Park and Carroll Street. So that's what I'm saying. And my grandmother and them bought their first house in 70, 71. So the area when we originally moved in the 90s in East Flatbush, it was all Jewish. And then as soon as the black
Yes.
people, because everybody over there was Caribbean, started moving in and by, they all started leaving because I always remember that the people that sold the house to my grandmother and them because of a brownstone with 2 apartments upstairs, their daughter, one of the, I guess the little, I don't know what you want to call it, the thing that they had with the people that they sold the house, that the daughter could stay as long as she paying the rent. So then she stopped paying the rent and they put her out. And then she went on by, man, tear up the house. And she was at the church to see somebody like doing that. You know what I mean? So then it turned all black. So all of my neighbors, everybody on the block that I lived in, they either from Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados. Yeah, everybody was all from everybody from the island. No black Americans.
Oh, okay. All I know is
So
that like
that's
Heights still look the same. Heights is still Jewish, Hispanic,
hmm
and Caribbean. Now we have more white people who are not Jewish. That's just like
of
a new
course.
thing. And Mill Basin is still mostly Italian and some Jews.
Well, I've never been over the
A
Mill
little bit of
Basin, you know, because like I said, I used to just stay. All of my people them live over in East Point, Flatbush, Church Avenue. You know, over that way and also over that way, Lefferts and all up there.
See, I wasn't allowed to be over there. Or I would never live there because my mom doesn't like Caribbean people that lived in Flatbush. She thinks they were like ghetto.
Right.
I
You
couldn't
see?
like.
That what is that neighborhoodist?
No, you see what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
That's what I'm saying. We just grew up in different times. Because I'm
Yeah.
63, so you're much younger
My
than me.
mom would always be like, "Oh, keep away from those Flatbush Jamaicans."
Right? Because I mean, because it was always like shootouts. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the navigate. It's yeah, because I mean, I live in East Flatbush, and if I traverse and go over to like Church Avenue, there's a whole different crew over there. And if you don't know nobody over there, it's automatic gunshot. That's just the way it was.
Damn.
You go down in Brownsville, you don't know nobody else, it's automatic gunshots. So I'm saying that's how it was.
Wow.
So you still just stay in your little area. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Because I moved out. Luckily for me, I moved out of New York before I moved. I moved out of New York in '84. You know what I mean? I was living out of New Mexico, then I moved here to Atlanta. But prior to that, that's when the crack stuff started to
You
come
left New
online
York when
because,
I was born. You left
right.
New York when I was born.
You know, I went to high school. You know about
Yeah.
Wingate? George Wingate. That's where I graduated from. I went to Wingate.
Okay, I
Y'all
only
know
know about it
Wingate?
because they have the free concerts there. Well, yeah, it's there.
Well,
The
they changed the
wrestling
name.
is
They
there.
changed the name. It's called something else now. It's not George Wingate.
No, I think it's
It's
still
called
Wingate
something else
because
now.
they. No, I think it's still there. Concerts every summer.
So imagine I graduated from high school in '80. So I'm saying so I was
Right.
moving around, and then like I said, I was still in New York all of them times prior to that, and I'm like saying it was starting to get bad. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to leave and go to college because it was really getting bad. Because like I said, you really can every minute, you know, people getting shot and killed, and you know, and like I said, you know where Rutland Road is?
What's it called?
Rutland Road. You
Rutland.
don't know
Yeah,
about
yeah,
them
yeah.
places, the Rutland Road.
I've passed it.
All right, you see, and I never knew him personally. I never knew nothing about Mike Tyson. But if you ever hear Mike Tyson reference to the crew like Rutland Road crew that he used to hang out with, I went to school with all of those guys. I don't know Mike Tyson,
Mm-hmm.
but I see all them guys, RLC, Rutland Road, all of them went to PS 219, Wingate. So I know all of those guys. Grew up in the same neighborhood with them. And they was like the local bad man. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. My mom was like, Jamaicans live over there. So I just
Yeah,
grew up
but
living in
now
those areas.
those are the Yankees. And then with them, well, I shouldn't say all Yankees. The funny thing with them was those guys over there, some of them guys are Haitian, some of them are Black American, some of them they know Jamaicans, but then you go like over to Lefferts, Boulevard, they all of those guys over there are Jamaican.
Wait, so let me more like
Flatbush,
relevant
Church
to the
Avenue.
conversation. Let me
Hmm?
ask you a question more. Let me ask you a question a little bit more relevant to the conversation. So
Hmm?
um, I was going to ask you a question more relevant to the conversation. Do you believe that
Sure.
in Jamaica, colorism prevents people from like dating and procreating and all that?
No. Not like it
Yeah, that's
does
what I'm
here.
saying.
No, it's different. There's more of us in there because, like I said, I'm used to dating dark skinned women. My wife is dark skinned, but then when I'm saying when I came here, especially living in the South, not so much. New York has a bit of it, but when you come south, you really, really get to see it because when I went to Morehouse, I've never ever seen so many light skinned people in my life between Morehouse and Spelman. I swear to God. I thought it was white people. I thought I was at a white school. I was like, oh my God, a bunch of light skin everywhere. I was like, what?
Well,
Yeah.
you've seen
And I go ahead.
Spike Lee's School Days. It's all about that.
Yeah. And then when I was there when Janetta Cole, it was a guy by the name of Donald Stewart who was the president over at Spelman. So I was there when Janetta Cole first came as the president of Spelman. That's when all them sisters over there, because you used to walk through there, everybody then, that's when they switched up and everybody was going Hotep and wearing the Nefertiti outfits and respect the black women. And what they would do, like I think I put it in the chat, one of the guys when I was over at Morehouse, it was like a long-standing joke. He said, "Dude, all you got to do is go stand out at the Spelman parking lot on a Sunday morning. You see all the white boys, well, no offense, white guys dropping off these chicks because when they're over there, they're pro-black." And then one day, we actually went and sat in Spelman parking lot, and all of these girls had white boyfriends dropping them off weekend. It was a trip.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. That's why I always say pro blacks are really just pro white if you pay attention.
No, the real ones, you have ones that are real, like down with it, like
yeah. Especially
you
the
have ones that really they live the life, but a lot of them, I gotta agree with you, is like a lot of them play, it's just wordplay, but they're just trying to get over on the system,
But I
like,
think
but
complexion
you do
people.
have people, that are
I think
true to it though, because I mean,
I think in the Caribbean, especially I think like a lot of light skinned people, but I don't think we refer to them as light skinned. We just refer to them as what they are. Like if they're Syrian or if they're Chinese or
red,
if they're what, just get
red
referred to
man.
as
We call them red, like a
right.
red gal, and
Right.
we don't call them light skin or red, we
Or
say
they might be
red
called
gal, and
like Chinese or
yeah.
instead of like light skin. If that makes sense.
Because like I said, I got a cousin in New York. Well, I grew up with her. If you see my cousin, she's half Chinese, but she looks Puerto Rican. Real pretty. I mean, these dudes used to go
I
crazy.
have Chinese
I couldn't
cousins
go
too. None
nowhere
of
with
my
her.
cousins are
Yeah.
fully black. Cousins are fully
And
black.
then I got other
Even
cousins
my
that are
family don't
Syrian.
date black people.
Nah, she don't date no. All she date is black dudes. That's what
But I'm
she
saying
date.
my family, they don't date black people. So all my
Oh,
cousins are like
Lucky black men.
something else. But grandmother was Syrian.
nah, more like worthless. The women in my family was married with worthless black men. Oh, they don't know. No, they don't. Because I mean, they're doing 10 times better, and they always pick up these. It's like, why you marrying this big dreadlock, smoke weed, don't have no
And people in
job.
my family
You
don't
working
date
in
black
corporate
people.
America. I got nice
But
house. And,
funny
So they're
enough, they're all
marrying a bunch
Jamaican.
of hood conservatives.
But
yeah,
they
and then
date
one
black
of my
Chinese.
cousins married this dude, man. And let me tell you how much she loved this dude. The dude ain't want to work, so she set him up in a restaurant, Jamaican restaurant. She financed everything. And this dude was such a buck.
Wow.
All he used to want to do is sit up in the back and cook curry goat, drink rum, and smoke weed.
Wow.
I'm laughing because it's funny. I'm just,
Was
Why I
the
keep hearing
food
myself talking?
was the food good at least?
Yeah, the food was good because she could cook like me. That's what I'm saying. I've been cooking ever since I was 7. That's how I learned to cook because I was the oldest grandchild. I started to pick up my cousins them after school. So what they used to do, they would season up all of the food, and then they'd call me like say 3 o'clock, and they would say, "Hey, put this on, do this, fry this," and then we used to have this thing called an ice ricer. Kim, you know what that is? They probably call it something different. They
What was it
used to
called?
call it like you said. It's this thing that he used to have you could put on the stove like the eye, or like if you wanted to like cook something like what they used to do to us, they said put the ricer, they call it a ricer, put it on the flame, and you would turn down the fire way, way down where the food wouldn't burn, it
Oh, I
would
know what you're
still
talking about.
yeah, that. So
Yeah.
then after I cook it,
I've seen it when I was
put it
little.
on, and they would come in about 6 o'clock and then we couldn't eat until they came in. So that's how I learned to cook. And even when I was in college, I mean, I work at Chili's, and you know, because back then it was a nice little hustle for working in the kitchen, and you could pick up all kind of hours and make money. So I mean, I learned that's how I learned how to cook.
Hey, back to this video.
Sorry.
I think
No, no, no.
no,
You
you
good.
guys are good. But I'm just thinking about this picture, and I feel like, the thing that people aren't taking in consideration, none of these women are like, none of these women are I doubt any of these women are like highly educated women. I doubt any of these women do anything besides Instagram. Like, I doubt that they actually
We don't
work
know.
or anything.
Probably
I
so.
They're all
got it.
beautiful.
I mean, I don't know, but I think like me, I just couldn't deal with like just an IG model. And yeah, you're
Really?
right, Kenny. I don't know, but like I think these are certain types of women, and I think people are forgetting that too. Like, people
Are they lasagna women?
basically
Nah.
these are sex workers to a certain extent.
Oh,
There
wow.
might
I don't know. I don't know.
there might be there might be a couple high school sweethearts in here, but more than
I
likely,
think so.
I don't know, Kimmy. I think if you look
Let me tell
into
you
these
something,
women.
man. I spent when I left New York before I went to Morehouse, I spent 2.5 years out of the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. And that's all I used to see. And I never understood like those relationships, but because I was always used to dealing with black women. But I understand sometimes, I mean, I'm not an interracialist, but I, do you? But the attraction that I used to see with a lot of these guys is like these white girls know how to, what's the word that I'm searching for? They know how to work these dudes. Because I'm saying when
Yeah,
you're out there, the black girls, all of them, attitude, or they all want to, the only thing, the little few little black girls that was out there, they all dating a white boy. So what's left? And then most of those white girls out there, I'm like, man, that's the first time I've ever seen a white woman with a body. Because they coming out of Kansas, Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, and they bodied up like, they look like black women, the shape. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
So they used to
yeah,
and the only thing that used to trip me out, like when they would come to the room, because I'm a very, very clean person. And then the thing about it is they wear the same pair of jeans like a week and they be sitting outside in the grass and the first thing they want to do is sit up in your bed. I used to be like, yo, get out my bed. You kidding?
yeah,
And they would look at you like, but I understand the attraction because they're culturally they're a lot easier to deal with. And they're
Yeah, I don't like
very
nobody in my bed
pliable.
either. That must be a
They're
Jamaican.
very
I don't like nobody
pliable.
in my bed.
The
Culturally,
sisters, that's what I'm saying. The sisters are rough.
culturally
You know what I'm saying? I love
I
my
don't like
black women. Don't get me
Jamaicans. I
wrong,
don't
but
like.
they
I don't
rough,
like people
man.
in my bed. I don't like people in my bed. You
Yeah,
can't
but
sit on my bed.
that's their thing though. They like to they wear the same pair of jeans and they sit out on the grass. Hey, and first thing they want to do is come in your bedroom,
Absolutely
bump
not.
in the bed and
Absolutely
roll up
not.
in the bed.
No, that will just destroy Jamaican spirit. I'm sorry.
they
No,
probably
I
got
used to
Everybody
that
send them
has
in
a
out of the
right.
room, and they get mad at me and say like, "Hey, like," because they wasn't used to it. Because that's what they doing. And I had to kind of like dial it
Teach them
back a
like
little bit
all
to
right.
understand. It was totally different.
Yeah, you're
But
supposed to
like
be.
I
You're
yeah.
supposed
said,
to
when
say
they
good night,
like
love.
you, when they like you, they coming at you. Because like I said, here the difference. You talking to a black chick, they come by the room, they want to play games. The white girls, when they come by the room, they're ready business. That's what they come with. They don't play games. That's what I'm saying. So I understand the attraction, but still like my black women.
Oh, I think. Well, aren't most of them white couples here? Or am I bugging?
Yeah. And then
are
you
you
have
talking?
also the other ones too. How many of them are probably Spanish? Because I forgot to mention when I was living out there, there's a lot of them that look white, but they have them white
You go
names and
by the
they act
last
like white
name.
people.
The last name
Yeah,
is a good giveaway.
Salada, Martinez, but then they act like white people when they got the
Yes.
blonde hair and the blue eyes and they talk white and you're like, oh, what's your name? Cindy Salada. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Archuleta. It's a trip. It's different. Well, let me
Yeah.
shut
I
up
think
though. Talk to me.
I think at least one of these women is Hispanic. I think at least one.
Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I think they're all nice looking couples. They look happy with their counterpart.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you like. You just like, everybody got a preference. And I'm like the type of person, like I said, I'm like, was it JB, HB? People do it. People like what they like, and you like what you like. Fortunate for me, I just like black women because nobody has the type of bodies or the shape that black women have. Beautiful out of this world. Never seen anything like it. I've been a lot of places.
Yeah.
Speaking of white women.
What up, Virgo? We got a white woman on the panel.
Y'all play too damn much. Y'all really do.
Hold on. Before we go,
Virgo from Brooklyn, what's up?
Natasha.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Natasha, if you're nasty, Natasha.
Oh God.
Virgo.
I have known many black girls and women in my life, and I've never known a Natasha.
Damn, I don't think I have either. Now I think about it.
Natasha sounds fierce, like an assassin.
Yeah, I've met a lot of Latashas.
In with apostrophes.
I met a couple of Ishas.
Natasha.
No, it's Natasha.
I know a lot of Natashas, especially many of them are Haitian women.
Yeah, I don't know what we have with that obsession with the Russian names, right?
Or Russian, yeah. Even Haitian men.
Yeah, that is a Russian name.
Even Haitian men. I don't know any Haitian men I know named Vladimir.
No, the one that kills me is when I moved down here.
Vladimir,
on your name tag, it says your name is MIA, and you're like, my name is Maya. No, your name's Mia or Lowry. It's like Lowry. Your name is Lori. No, my name is Lowry. No, is it like Lowry salt? Like the enunciation, it's just.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of Black American names are like that.
Stanley, let's watch some more of this video. Maybe
Okay.
Let's see.
A lot of people right here.
Who is that?
That's Julius Randle, who's now a Timberwolf. Julius Randle, he's got him a nice blonde white woman looking cooperative. Actually, this is his wife. I think they have 2 children together too.
They're married. Okay.
Yeah, they're married. Yeah, so they didn't like that. Then we have I forgot this dude's name, but he won the dunk. Did he win the dunk contest? I forgot. He's out of Dayton. I remember that. But he's got him a nice little red head. She's got some curves on her. But this is the thing that really sparked the frustration in Black Twitter. Was you have this guy here. Now I thought this was Dante, but that's not Dante. It's another player. But he's the only one with a black woman, and she looked good. She looked good. Now, interestingly enough, they all got black on, and she decided to wear white. I don't know what that's about, but we can.
Yeah, that's kind of
be
funny.
some subconscious thing. I don't know. I find it fascinating that they all got the black memo and she didn't. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what happened there.
I'm waiting for them to say one of these things is not like the other.
She might not be a part of the girl group just yet. That's definitely could be part of it. But she looks good. She looks happy to be there. But it's interesting when you look at this photo, and we've seen other versions of this. A lot of prom photos that go viral where you have the black student, the young person dating a white girl. Like that's we see this almost every April and May. Yeah. People just getting mad about this, but this is what's taking place. We are having
April and
this
May.
interracial mingling going on. Yeah, Opie Toppin. Thanks, Nas. Opie Toppin is
the player at the end. That's the player at the end, right there. His name.
Opie Toppin is the light skinned dude with the redhead woman here.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't remember who he is. I gotta figure him out, but this is going on, and it's not saying that black women aren't dating these guys, having sex with these guys, sleeping with these guys, because they are. I know some that are, sleeping with Timberwolves and Vikings players till this day. But when they are making their selection, when they're making their outward selection, who they choose to put in the photos, not just who they flying out and flying in, but the ones that they're settling down with, they're typically white women or light-skinned black women. And it's been like this for quite some time. But now that we have social media, we get a little bit more of an insight to a lot of these guys' lives. It's starting to be highlighted more. And it doesn't just stop with the athletes. This is with every common day people as well. And I think that this is fueling the divide amongst black light-skinned women and black dark-skinned women. And there is a just the combative nature amongst themselves. Until it's time to bang on white women, that's when they come together. So that's what we wanted to preface and start today's conversation off.
Is there any coincidence that
I
she's
think you're
fairly
so
light
wrong.
skinned?
I got a thought
Yes, I think so.
about
She's
the, on
not that dark.
the
She's probably about my complexion, which isn't.
Would you say, Lupin?
no, I heard like in another a while back I was in another panel, and these guys were talking about the same subject matter. And one of the guys was on the panel mentioned that it could be because of endorsement deals because they tend to be a little bit more savvy. And in certain instances, depending on the sort of African American that you're with versus like a white woman, it tends to open more doors. How true it is, I don't know, but that's what I heard. So maybe that's just some food for thought.
I wouldn't even.
I know
I
what
wouldn't
this
even
is,
know.
but I just don't know how, like, cause even like really wealthy guys who are not pro athletes, they have dark skinned wives, they have Asian, they have all. I just don't see it. I don't know. And I just think this argument makes no sense to me. I think it's a waste of time for two adults. And I think that
I have to agree.
yeah, I
I
just
think
don't
Yeah,
there is
I'm
something
kind
to it,
of
though,
I'm
Kimmy.
kind
I
of
think that
with you on this, Kim.
I think there is something to it, though. I think
What
you
would
know,
that be?
Stanley, I hate agreeing with you, but I do think it does kind of go back to slavery, where you got the lighter skin is in the black subconscious, the lighter skin is more
Well,
valuable.
see, I don't think it's in the black subconscious. I think it's taught.
Hey Stanley, have you ever heard of? Have you ever listened to BGS?
I did, as a matter of fact. My friend Fred, actually, I've kind of known who he was, but I've never
Yeah,
really listened to him until yesterday. As a
he
matter of
has an
fact.
interesting take if you find some of his videos. Or ask Andre because he spends a lot of time over on that side because that's where I know him from.
As a matter of fact, yeah, I'll do that. 'Cause
Yeah,
he fed me all the Kevin Samuels, so I'll ask him to do BGS.
because
BGS
Kevin Samuel.
from what I heard yesterday is politics are
Yeah.
to me
No, he
over.
has some other. He has like a lot of videos, and he goes in on the subject like it's called. I think the theory of Miss Anne, something like that. He's got a whole bunch of different videos, but he has an interesting take on it. Not that
Yeah.
it's true, but it's just interesting the perspective.
Okay.
And like I was very familiar with Kevin Samuels because I remember because that's how I got introduced to him and a lot of those guys because about 5, maybe 6 years ago, they used to always have these like panels like you guys, 24 hours. They used to call it a Coliseum. And all those guys, Angry Man, all those guys, they used to all be in that one little clique. Then all of a sudden they started fussing and fighting. And then I remember the first time that they brought Kevin in because he used to always do the perfumes, and none of those guys like Kevin over there. they, used to,
Interesting.
they hated Kevin.
I watched a guy called Mr. Pretentious. He's got to be in his 20s. I think he's trying to be a Kevin Samuels wannabe. He just
Probably.
started making videos. But some of the titles at least are interesting. So I'm going to start looking at those this week.
He sort of reminds me of what is this other guy? I forgot his name. I don't see him anymore. He used to always clap his hands and oh gosh, the name escapes me. That's what he reminds me of.
Oh, you
Another
saw that
content creator
video
from
this
way back.
morning?
Yeah. It was interesting. His take was interesting. But he reminds me of this other guy because, like I said, if you've been around as much as I have, listening in the clouds, you can kind of like pick up where some people have. What they've done is kind of like juxtapose all of these different individuals and spin it off and made it to something else, using maybe different word phrases and salads and that thing. But I'm like,
Yeah,
okay, you got that from BGS. You got that from, I can just point it out because like
yeah, you get
Kevin.
that a
Well,
lot. You get that a lot.
Kevin,
There's,
Kevin,
the thing
Kevin's
is,
like a combination of BGS, Angry Man, Reg the Bad Guy.
you know,
Who
I
else?
noticed that a lot too.
It's like a combination because that's what they do. Yeah, sorry about that.
I've noticed that.
I
I've noticed
admire
that a
that.
lot too, man.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
I
like
mean,
they
I think
try to act
taking
like
different.
it's their own idea, but it's like, bro, I've heard this shit like 5 years ago, man. You gotta.
Well,
Exactly.
no, though. I mean, you're supposed to. I mean, if you can take different narratives and interlock them to make a new narrative, I find that awesome.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like I said, he spun himself off and kind of like just blew up. And I mean, I liked him. I've always liked him. I just when I used to hear him speak and his dictation, and then how he started setting up the background. Because remember, these are things that these guys used to sit up and talk about. You should do this, or you should look at this particular metric. He took all of that and went off and did it, and it actually was successful. So much respect to him. You know, that's
Fred says that BGS mentored Kevin Samuels.
I don't know if he mentioned it. He brought him into like the Black Manosphere,
BGS is
and
he's in his late 60s.
yeah, he's like my age, a little older than me. I'm 63, so
Yeah.
he's yeah. He's well read, But here lately, I kind of
he is very. I heard him talk. Actually, he talked red pill, blue pill. I heard a short red pill, blue pill, black pill. And I have to think about it. Probably have to re-listen to it. I'm not sure that I understood the framing, but as a matter of fact, Fred is the guy who put me on to BGS. So it's man, I'm just learning all this new shit over here.
He has a massive library. See, that's what I'm saying. You have to go to I don't think he keeps most of his stuff on private, and he's got a lot of stuff on there. But here lately, I still love him and respect him. But I guess with the whole same situation, like with you guys with the Republican versus Democrat, all of those guys over there sound like Republican operatives, like they're getting paid. That's how they sound.
Well, yeah,
they're never really objective. They don't sound very objective. That's why I'm over here.
Yeah, the framing of neoconservative and neoliberal, I find that quaint and old fashioned. So, but I mean, he could be right.
Yeah, he's right about a few things. No one's ever all right or all wrong. Like I said, it's like why I like to be over here because with you, it kind of like gives a balance. And I'm like you, I'm very pragmatic. And I mean, I know the history of the Republicans versus the Democrats, and here lately with this whole Donald Trump thing, I don't think a lot of people are being totally objective. It's just kind of like they're just on the
what they're
cult of
being.
personality thing. Yeah.
They're being ahistorical. There's a book called The Loneliness of the Black Republican. Are you familiar with it?
No, and I'm writing it down as we speak. The Loneliness of the Black Republican.
Leah, she's a woman. She teaches at Johns Hopkins. It's Leah, and I can't remember her last name. It's kind of a French last name.
I'll Google it.
She's been on Michael Steele's show, but she gives a very good and very succinct history of the Black relationship with the Republican Party, and I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I will definitely, because I'm like you, I like to read. You want to know a fun fact? I wanted to be a paleoanthropologist at one time, and I changed my.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. I suspect sometimes, and I'm kind of tooting my own horn here, but there's some things about the Republican Party that I actually know that some of these so-called Republicans don't know. And I find it amusing when I know more about their shit than they do.
They don't read.
You don't know how satisfying that is.
No, they don't read. That's why I said I like to listen to you.
I'm going to shit.
And it's like I don't. I mean, I respect.
Republican point.
I respect John's perspective. I mean, I admire and I mean all those guys. Like I said, they just have a different perspective. But when they get in pile-on mode, like okay, that's why I said, hey. Give me a price. Can we just have a show where you guys can sit down and actually go through all of the things the Republicans have done, never done, and the same thing with the Republican? I'm quite sure what you will find. They're almost probably dead easy.
Can I say something? related to the
Good.
video.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Kim.
Sorry, I'm just interrupting like thunder. But was just talking about like who gets put in the picture and who gets whatever. I just feel like who cares? Today we all have to live with the choices we make. We all,
Right.
we make
That's
our
true.
beds, we sleep in it type thing, right? And ultimately, never seen any of these guys have super successful families and relationships. They usually are. Someone's always suing for a lot of money, and not all of them, but it's kind of like norm. And
Kimmy,
who
you're
Yeah,
cutting out
cares?
a
Like
little bit.
you cutting in.
Yeah, Kimmy, you're cutting out a little
Sorry,
bit.
it's just a lot of. Like who
Kimmy,
cares?
like I
Because they
said,
have to live with
Kimmy,
who they. Right?
go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
that's true. And to be honest,
and parent with that person. Like it's not. Yeah.
well, I find it ironic that, the people that are, wanting to talk post-racial, stuff are the ones talking about colorism.
Yeah, because Stanley, like I said, I mean, I'm a historic history. I mean, it's embedded in the history. And as a
Right.
matter of fact, have you ever heard of Frantz Fanon?
Oh, yeah,
Black Skins,
absolutely.
White Man's?
Yeah.
Perfect book. That's what I always think about. I
No,
mean, reading
I
it,
think
you get a better understanding.
Wretched
I
of the
think
earth.
Wretched,
what they're
yeah,
trying to say though,
exactly.
I think what they're trying to say though, John and Universal, it's not the skin color, it's the disposition of a lot of black women that
What
keep
does that
them.
mean?
It's that
So they're saying it's culture.
it's culture, yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah, culture, different culture.
Okay,
Like,
well, yeah, well, I'm not going to belabor the point now, but I think when they look at culture, they look at one side, just like Hood Conservative
yep.
does. They don't do a 360 degree, they do a 180.
Yeah, I think it's
I
I
mean, and
think
look,
it
you
I
can
think
have
it's a
someone
little bit
who's
of
a light
both.
complexion or a white person.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, but they try to act. But sometimes, they try to act like it's just one or the other. Like, oh, I don't. These guys prefer lighter women just because darker women,
You know what? And it's so
Soft
funny.
skills. That's the word I was looking for in dealing with a lot of these white women and the ones that I've interacted. They have excellent soft skills. Those soft skill traits. A lot of black people don't have it because we're never taught these things.
Good
That,
customer
If that
service.
makes sense.
that's an interesting thing to say.
I
Yeah,
think you
that's
can
what.
see
Yeah, soft. Yeah.
some soft skills.
Only time I've
You
ever
can see from other
seen.
people from your
I
experience.
learned it. I learned it working in corporate America when I didn't know these things. It's like those interpersonal and how to BS and just be. It's just we don't learn that. It's just like we have this. We got to keep it real. No, you really don't. You
But you
shouldn't.
can't speak
Oh,
in
that is
generalizations.
funny.
You didn't learn that. You didn't learn that.
That's
No, you
very
really
Generalizations,
don't.
though. Like,
that's
because
very
you didn't
British
learn
of
that
you to
doesn't mean
say.
that we didn't learn that. And that's the thing I have. That's the
No,
problem I
I
have with like
didn't.
a lot of
I didn't
black
come from
folks.
that kind of household. That's what I'm saying. I was like the
So that's
first one in my household to go to
right.
college, and then
But
all of my
I
other
did.
cousins. But right, see, what I'm saying, you're different. But I'm saying for me, that's what I'm saying. All of
Right,
the
but you
things
just
that I
right. You still
learned
need to say that I
going to work in
did.
corporate America. You know what I'm saying? So that was the only thing, and that because when
I just think that
young,
Hey, Kim,
sorry, go ahead, Kim.
yeah.
the other day we were talking, we were looking at that Twitter thing where the black people were basically teasing these kids learning, table skills,
Yes, yes.
a soft skill. Knowing how to sit down and kind of knowing which fork goes where. That's a soft skill. It's a social
Yeah,
skill.
Yeah.
yeah.
I grew up
And that's
watching
what I'm
cable
saying.
movies. I didn't have to go to
The
school to
only
learn it.
the only black
I learned it
people that
right at
I've ever
home.
seen. Right, but I'm
yeah,
saying the
I
only
learned it
black
right
people
at
I've ever
home.
seen with good soft skills, if they come from a household where like both of their parents probably
Like
went to college,
Jimmy's. Yep.
both of their parents, But I'm saying if to me, I came from a household where my parents they never went to college. But I'm saying these are things that I learned on my own, and I didn't realize that these are very important skills to have because it was never taught in my household.
Yeah, I just learned this summer that
You
that sort of
actually have
thing.
given me an arrow to use in arguments. Um, no, yeah, I have something special for American Man the next time I run into him.
I don't even see why
Oh
you entertain
Lord.
him because American. That's what I'm saying. These guys, I mean, Stanley do an excellent job. But why do you entertain the ignorance? You should be like, what's his name? John. What's his name? What's that quote that he have? All others, you, I mean, they're not even on your level to debate. What he knows nothing. He's just debating from emotion.
I don't think
He
he's,
doesn't read any
You know,
books. He doesn't do anything.
Stanley's like that. Stanley likes beating on people though. He actually enjoys beating on people that are kind of intellectually beneath him. He enjoys it.
well, I was about to say, I don't think you're giving him enough credit.
He knows enough to be dangerous. What I'm saying, he's not your intellectual equal in no stretch of the
That's a
imagination.
dangerous
And
thing to
if you,
because when you
I'm sounding democratic now, that's what they're going to say. But I'm saying, if you listen to some of these other programs, a guy like him, if he went over on BJ, get off. They just kick him off the panel. They want to listen to that.
You know what? You are absolutely right about that.
He messes with the flow of your show. He's not on topic. I mean, at least have the common decency and like respect. That's what I'm saying. Respect him because it's your show. And if you tell him to shut up, shut up. Kidding me?
But I
I
just
guess
think
that's the
that
Jamaican side of me coming out.
people should select their partners based on compatibility more than anything because you can get someone who's quote unquote your preference and that person can make your life a living hell, which we see a lot. So it's best to select based on like true compatibility and truly being ready. I think that's a key factor,
Yeah.
especially for men. Like you can't
Something
force
else you got
men.
to add to that, Kimmy.
Huh?
Proximity.
Yes.
Proximity.
Yes. And the man
Proximity.
has, and the
It's
man
who
has to
you're
be
around.
ready. And the man has to be ready, and the woman has to be okay with that. That's another thing.
You think proximity is the reason why they keep getting white women?
Yes,
I
That's
don't
what they're
I
absolutely.
around
don't
because
know.
that's what I'm saying. When I shared my experience when I lived out in New Mexico, I went to the University of New Mexico for a little while, and that's what I saw out there. And it boggled my mind because I was never into interracial dating. But then when you start talking to these young, white women, they move a little different. Culture, they know how to. What's the word? I don't want to say bullshit. It's soft skills. Let me just say soft skills.
Well, they know how
While
to
when you're dealing with they know how to
flattery.
buddy you up and all of that. And black women is just like, this constant, you got to show me you love me, beat me upside. It's
I
like you
don't agree
always
with
battling
that.
and
I don't
fighting
agree
them.
with that.
Of course, you're not going to agree with it. I mean, I don't expect you to.
I will say too, white women are very forward too. I've only I've been hit
Exactly.
on. I've been like white women hitting on you and black women hitting on you is two different things.
I don't hit on
Yeah.
men. I don't hit
Black
on
Yeah.
men.
women are
Black
they'll
women,
just black women are they'll just give you that eye, look you up and down, and you know it's go time. But white women will actually
yeah.
approach you. They'll actually approach you.
Yeah, they'll try to.
They'll
White women will try to start a conversation with you. That's the crazy
Yeah,
Oh
part.
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
wild
exactly.
In
thing.
my single years, I've never hit on a man. I just sit
And
there and
that
they come to me.
and that's
Because you're
Yeah,
Jamaican.
you're kind
yeah, that's kind
you're
of the
kind
point, Kimmy.
yeah, you're proving my point, Kimmy. Like
Yeah.
black women will not.
And
They'll give you that eye, and you better make a move. But white women, they'll approach you.
I
Hey,
wouldn't even
how
give a
are
man the
let me
you?
add to
eye.
that. Let me add to that black woman thing. I think it depends on the man, the degree of how fine you
Yeah,
are.
it
Because if you're
definitely
super
degrees on the
duper
man.
fine, they rolling up on you. Believe that. They're
No,
gonna roll. They're
no,
gonna roll up on not
not
you.
this
That's what I'm
girl.
saying. Not you.
Mm.
Right. But
I believe
look,
men should come to the women. So I don't really go out of my. I never went out of my way to like catch an eye
look,
or. I ain't doing that shit.
I
I'm just
gotta
gonna sit there and look pretty.
let me share a story with you. I got a friend of mine, right? He's one of these, he's like what you call like a jawline dude. He's a cute. He's probably like 6'2", about 250, chiseled up like he's about 50 something. I mean, I've been knowing this guy 30 years, and when he goes out, these women will literally come over and just throw their underwear in his face all the time. And you get used to it because you're always out with him. It's like it's a joke. Like, hey, whatever. Some of them usually a lot of them always weigh 300 pounds, but He gets some cute ones, but 9 times out of 10, this and one time I had to ask him, I said, how does that feel, man? It's like, here it is, you're probably like an 8. You got these 3s punching. Like, you don't really know how to stay there. Huh?
No. I'm just saying salute the dirty dude in the chat. Yeah, not the 300-pounders don't really count.
Yeah. I wouldn't count the big. I wouldn't count the big backs now.
Yeah.
No, he gets a variety, but those tend to be the most aggressive ones that I've seen. He gets the good looking ones too. They're the ones that'll
My
sit
husband
back
is
and.
that guy. He's 6'4".
I mean, they kind of have to be.
He's 6'4", 180 pounds, freckles,
180.
hazel.
He's
Yeah,
wait, he's
180.
6'4" and 180.
yeah. He's played basketball
Christ.
his whole life. He's a basketball
Looks
body.
like a rail. 180.
She
He's
got a light
basketball
skinned dude with
body.
freckles. See,
But he came
a
to me.
slimmer.
Like, hello.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a slimmer. But see, he light skinned. He like the dark. He like the dark chocolate. See right there. They already made a point.
I date dark men too. It's just the lighter ones like me. You know what I mean? I don't know why.
Always. It's the blend, man. It's that mixture. It's the blend.
Yo, Stanley, can we get on? Can we watch a little bit more of this video right quick?
Yeah, I want to.
Yep. Let me put myself on.
Yeah.
It isn't that dark, but yeah, I think that there is a connection here. She's definitely got a nice weave in, and it's looking like it's about the length of some of these women's hair already. So she's fitting the mold.
You think he marries her?
No, that's a good question. Depends on his stage of his career, but usually the white dudes, they will marry the chicks they with.
You don't think he'll pull a Travis Kelce?
No, I think Travis Kelce was a late bloomer. I think he kind of glowed up after he grew a beard, and then he got good. And I think that he's just kind of basking in his newfound kind of glory and success. And will he leave her for a white woman? It's possible. It's definitely possible, especially if she's not cooperative. And I think we learned a lot from that Travis Kelce dynamic once he broke up with that black woman, because she's been showing her ass ever since. So he probably knew what she was on anyway, and he upgraded to Taylor Swift. So,
what you got next? You going? How about the Philadelphia Eagles? Did you see that one? I think I sent you that one.
Upgraded.
The Eagles. Let's see. Oh, the Eagles Christmas party. Let's see. Yeah, let me pull that one up too.
Christmas time. We're gonna see probably some more of these right here.
Yeah, Andre. I definitely have been watching Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams.
All of the Christmas party time coming up. We're gonna see kind of like who's going to the Christmas parties and who's not being invited there.
Yep.
Who's
We're
been
gonna see a
naughty
lot
and
of
who's
it.
been nice.
All right, hold on, John. Let me pull it back up.
And these who you date type events, you're seeing basically a group of black women more or less being left out of an entire kind of strata of society.
Right.
Or so it would seem,
Yeah. And I do think class plays a role in this too. I do think class plays a role. I think if you have a dark-skinned woman who's from a middle or upper middle class, she's gonna have a better chance. But if you put a light-skinned woman right next to her with the same credentials, I think she's gonna get beat out the dark-skinned woman's gonna get beat out every time.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you on that. The lighter, the better in terms of their prospects, for sure. You got another one you want to bring up? University?
Yeah, so this is the Philadelphia Eagles.
I've seen this one.
Not a black woman in sight. Photo of Philadelphia Eagles wags sparks social media. Social media war on interracial relationships in about 70% of a black league.
Wow.
Now this is the girlfriend, wife's social. This is the photo they all take together. They're all happy. Now we do have two women with their heads chopped off in the photo. You can kind of tell one's got a white hand, but we'll give them to the benefit of a doubt. We have a racially ambiguous woman. I'm gonna say she's probably a Latina. Another racially ambiguous woman. She definitely does not look black. She's mixed. That's my type right there. I can tell that one right there. Then you got your ginger. Nothing wrong with a redhead. And then you have a sea of white women. Now these are all young girls too. These girls are young.
Yeah.
So but they are there. They are happy. Now, the party was led by Jason Kelsey's wife, Kaylee Kelsey, and kicker Jake Elliott's wife, Ann Elliott, which is another trend that we see when it comes to the professional athletes. A lot of these white guys, they will marry these women. And with a lot of the black athletes, they don't get married. They don't get married.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of Hispanics, I mean, why not get into the meat of the day, which is probably all over social media, the Hispanic fiance of Travis Hunter there. I know you've been all on that. Again, I think if it turns out to be true what they're saying about her Universal, I think there's going to be a world of hurt there.
Yeah.
I mean, for the sisters, these type of videos, with the basketball players, they may be able to stomach that a little bit. These players were so far disconnected from the black community by the time they got with these women. Travis Hunter, is poor, not very attractive, and now he's being snatched up by a Latina.
Yep.
You can't even argue with the white women anymore.
Nope.
The Latino woman is snatching up, a stripper no less. So it's not even class, as you say. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. And expect more of this to happen as we get more migrants and more Latinas here. We're going to seriously. Give it 10 years. They're gonna start assimilating, and they're gonna start picking off the little bit of black men that are here as well.
The real black and
Especially
brown
if they're
coalition.
cooperating. Another clip went viral, John. You just reminded me. I don't know if I'm able to find it, but it was one of those street interviews. People love doing these like on the street interviews.
Yeah.
And it was two Latinos. It was a Latino guy and a woman. And the Latina woman, she didn't speak the best English. I think they were in Miami or Florida, somewhere in Florida. And he was like, "What do you like?" And she was like, "I want the BBC." She was like, "I want." She hit him with the lasagna. She said she like niggas. She was like niggas. Yeah, did you see that clip, John? It just went viral. Oh man, I gotta find it, man. Oh man. Yeah, she like niggas, the BBC. I was like, whoa. So
Wait,
it's happening, right?
Where is this?
We seen lasagna.
She's at Miami.
Generation, They
Miami.
are obsessed with porn. They are obsessed with these archetypes of who people are. And that BBC thing, man, that stuff has a hold on that culture, bro. Like the men are envious of black men. The women want to see if the myth is true. Like there's a transitioning taking place. And I think as we get more Spanish-speaking folks into this country, they're going to be diving into it as well.
Really? I would have thought their culture would have kind of mitigated some of that, in that it was such a distinct culture between the Hispanics and the blacks that would kind of mitigate it. But, fair enough. Travis Hunter, I guess, crossed the borderlines here.
Yeah.
Should I pull up the Travis Hunter? We should play
Across the border.
Let's play this guy. His name is let me see if I can find it. His name is it's on YouTube. I just played it. I may have sent it to you. I may have sent it to you. And I think we can play this guy without getting in any trouble here. Let me see if I can
I found the clip I was talking about, John. I found it. You want me to share it real quick?
Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm about to stop using Google. Just go to X, man. You can find everything there.
That is true.
Damn, I found that so quick, man. That's crazy.
Let me find this guy. What's it? Why are you doing that? House of what's the word? House of, oh, that's it. I found it. All right. So there's this guy that's really been going on deep diving into Travis Hunter's girlfriend. We've talked about this.
Oh yeah.
You mentioned her, Patty. Dion having to tell her to get up so that he could congratulate Travis Hunter on winning the award. And so this guy, House of Hypocrites, that's the name of his channel. He has a rather interesting. I'm looking for the short where he does enough exposure to give you a good idea of what's going on. Let me see if I can find it. Where is that video? Is this it? 2 minutes. It was one about 9 minutes. Let me see if I can find it.
The one you sent me?
Yeah. Was that about 9 minutes?
Yeah, it was a little longer.
Was it longer than 9 minutes?
Yeah, I can pull it up for you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
Yeah, it's 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, pull it up.
I'll show that one, but let me show the one.
Okay.
Oh shit! Did I just click off of it? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, that's the guy right there, the House of Hypocrites guy right there.
Yeah, I'll pull that one up in a second. Damn, I think I just clicked off on. Hold on 1 second, John.
Take your time. While you're looking for it, I'm gonna find this video. The House of Hypocrites guy. He has really done a deep dive. What do you think? Right now?
Yeah, I just had it. Where'd it go?
Are you looking for
Here it is. Here it is. So let me know if you can hear I'm gonna play it. Let me know if you can hear the sound.
It's blurry right now.
It's blurry.
Like,
damn.
blurred out. Yeah, like.
All right. Can you hear the audio though?
Turn it up. Play it.
Did you hear that?
You got to turn it up a little bit.
Said something Negro.
All right, hold on. Let me reshare it. Share audio. Boom, boom. All right, it might be a little low. If it doesn't work, I'll send it to you. I'll send you a link, and maybe you can play it on your end.
All right, go ahead.
So pretty much, it's a street interview. He's I'll put the link in the back.
I think we get the gist, Universal. I think
you
Stanley, remember, you can fast forward this at any time because we're on a delay.
Yeah, I got it up right now. Can you see my screen?
No.
Yeah, there we get the gist.
Okay, do you want me to bring it current?
Yeah, we can't hear nothing yet. Okay.
I actually want to hear what they're saying. Maybe just put it on 1.25.
Yeah, put the speed up a bit.
Yeah,
okay.
1.25.
Medellin. Okay. And how is dating in Medellin? Fantastic. Yes. Really? Why?
It's Medellin.
And I'll put the link in the back chat.
It's good?
The people is very good.
The people is very good. But let me ask you, what about in terms of dating? Because I know the nightlife is good, but many people say the nightlife doesn't equal to the let's say if you want to meet somebody for real, like if you want to have a
I actually like it when people talk at this speed.
It's easy to find a husband in
Yeah,
Medellin?
me too.
No, it's very difficult.
Me too.
Really? Why?
I wish I could do it.
No, como digo, pues porque como digo, ay, es que no sé, pues porque no son tan interesantes. Como digo,
They're not very interesting. The people are not very interested in Medellin?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. It's best in como se dice, extranjeros.
Oh, okay.
What did she say?
It's better to be with foreigners. So there's a piece of that clip missing. I didn't realize it.
It's best in como se dice, extranjeros.
Oh, okay.
I'll find it. I'll find it.
She likes foreigners.
She likes foreigners. Now the next thing that she says is she tells you what type of foreigner she likes.
It's the niggas.
Yes, the niggas. I'm telling you.
Do you think they'll come here and be less politically correct in their desire? Mostly you don't see typically white women saying things like that. Do you think this foreign woman will come here and just be more outspoken in her desire?
To that,
yeah, I think they don't know a difference, right? I think they've been bombarded with hip hop music. They think this shit's just cool. Like that's just like what's in the culture. So they don't have the same racial lens that we do here.
Yeah.
So they'll lean in as much as they need to, until they're told different. But you look at that woman, man. What black dude's gonna tell her something different? Hey, you call me nigga all you want.
No. Okay, gotta stop it there.
Come on, Stanley. You know a lot of, especially a lot of young black men would definitely.
You know what? If I've dated a Swedish woman and I've dated a Danish woman and I've dated a Nicaraguan woman. I've dated the Europeans, and they don't have any concept. Now this is years ago, before hip hop. But the first time a white woman uses the N-word with me, that's not the white woman for me.
That's not going.
I don't give a fuck if she walks a mile on her knees to apologize. Tain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
And you know what? I might give. I can honestly say, maybe one girlfriend of all the black women I've I've dated has used that word. It's not a word that, you know, I would encourage romantic partners to use with each other.
Yeah, Stanley, I'm glad you made that point. I can't deal with even a black woman that refers to me or refers to any black men as nigga. Now I say it because, you know, I'm a, you know, scumbag, but I for some reason I just don't think it's ladylike for women to be saying
You know
like
what? I
nigga.
think if you're using that word, in, you know, YouTube is one thing. We all joke around and, you know, but like in real life, like in my house, like we're talking, you know, like everyday interactions. If you think like that, you probably don't need to be with me.
Yeah, nah.
So, you know,
Like
now
that's
Deacon Dave says I'm sensitive, but my answer to that is, yep.
like even when I was growing up, like I would hear it outside of the home, but my mom never said the N-word in front of me. Now I'm sure she said it, but she never said it in front of me.
Yeah, yeah, true.
I've never heard that word being used in my home. You
And
know, like
Deacon Dave, I'm sure you're kidding here. Race play is where it's at. Yeah. If you say so.
That's just weird as hell.
Tell that to Thomas Jefferson.
A couple of niggas that I know are into that weird stuff. That's why I think it's a little sad these days.
yeah, I'm not doing that, man. I'm not about to play Chicken George for some white woman, man.
Yeah, I don't know how far it gets into the black community, but I just know it's there.
HB, I have to tell you that the one or two stories that I got so pissed off at something my wife said and turned to her and go, "Yeah, Miss Ann." She did not like it.
You know, I saw a crazy statistic too. They say 85% of households watched Roots back in the day. 85%.
Oh, absolutely. I'm surprised.
85.
I'm surprised it's that low.
85. Could you imagine?
I was there. I was one of the watchers.
To be fair, they did massively show it back to back to back on BET.
I watched
No. I'm talking the original network premiere.
Oh, the original. Okay.
It had commercials, but we still watched it.
They said, Gary, they said 85% of American households watched it. That shit is insane, man. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's insane.
And the sad part is I wonder if anyone's ever done metrics on how much it changed anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder how many people liked it or didn't like it. I wonder if there's like...
No. I think it changed everything, honestly. I think it changed everything. I think Roots was... I think it was one of those shows. You know, we didn't grow up on it, so we don't really know. But you know, we obviously all saw it. But I think it changed like race, you know, and how white people and black people looked at each other.
Maybe up north it did.
Wait, can I ask my original question? I don't think I ever got an answer. Like, why is this important? Why is this conversation important? Is there like a point, like this is going to happen in 10 years? Is there some like point to this?
I think
no.
Interested in the social dynamics of it.
Hey, good morning, Asperoon. Hey.
Oh yeah, HP. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing?
Jesus Christ.
Good.
Oh, that's loud.
Hey, good morning, man.
Are you in a long hallway in Castle Varun?
No, I mean like I'm sitting in the hall, so it's echoing. That's why.
I see.
How are you doing, Stanley?
I'm good.
Okay.
We're just talking about the show that John and Universal Jones are doing.
Okay.
So I know if you have any I'm sorry. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Okay. Fine.
You might not even care what you say at all.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
How many passport bros go down to those countries?
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. There's a phenomenon taking place. There's a transition that's happening. And it doesn't just stop there. We're going to see a lot more Afro Latinas and all that. This is the impact of putting a Cardi B in front of you and accepting her as a black woman. Like, you're going to see more men engaging with these Latinas.
How do you think this affects the sisters?
Oh, they're just going to be mad. This is because they're already
The
they're
sisters
already
not
upset
going
about the
down.
white women. And then amongst themselves, it's the colorism battle. And then you throw another woman in there, the Latinas, that they are not going to like that. They are not going to like that at all.
Let's get into that,
I
Travis.
wonder if they'll
All right, the
form
link's in the back. So
mobs
if you
and
want to go ahead and bring it up, I brought it up for
loot
you.
and kill.
Right.
You think they're gonna mutiny against
This is the guy who's
against other women?
right?
We're gonna have a January 6th of the dark skins.
Got it.
Yeah, he's reacting.
I don't think they would care.
Yeah, he's giving a reaction.
If John or Universal came out with a white woman today, literally no one will care.
You see it, right, Universal?
Oh, I
No,
bet
you're not
you
sharing.
will.
Try it again.
Bring in. You know, Chris, can you hear it? Can you hear it, by the way?
No, we can't hear it or see it, John.
I'm surprised. I wonder if they bring up the Jamie Foxx joke.
Hey, bro, I used to.
You guys.
This YouTuber here exposed the fact that Travis
This YouTuber right here is the House of Hypocrites guy right here, and this is the guy doing a react to his video.
Hunter's girlfriend worked at a strip club, but in what capacity? Was she a stripper, or did she have other roles? Well, let's get to
I go in my comments and I see this.
So one of his followers, his subscribers, they go ahead and let him know, hey, bro, I used to, frequent this strip club in Atlanta called Cheetahs, and Travis Hunter girl was a dancer at the strip club. She was a dancer. She used to dance here, all right? And here's what
Now,
happened.
some comments that just be BS, you feel me? You just don't pay no attention to. But this one was just too detailed and like just seemed accurate on why somebody would just randomly say this girl worked at a gentleman's club in Atlanta. You feel me? So I told bro to DM me. Bro DM me.
So apparently the dude who exposed her, he had all the contacts to all the strippers and dancers at the strip club. Now, I don't know why he had the contact, bro. Was he like doing out calls and in calls? I don't know, right? But he had the contacts to all the women who work at the strip club. And
It might be because he missed his favorite girl.
Is this thing working?
No, I think Stanley paused it.
Oh. Oh.
Wow.
If anyone's interested, I'm eating an acai berry bowl. It is so good.
Oh.
Kimmy,
And
it sounds good.
Yeah, no, we can hear.
Hey, Kimmy, but this goes to my point where a lot of these guys, they're just dating sex workers, and
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
that's why I don't really like to use like athletes and celebrities as a benchmarker for race relations and relationships, because
But wait, do
me
they know they're
personally,
dating sex workers? Do they know? You think they know?
yeah. They specifically date strippers and OnlyFans models and like IG models, pretty much models and stuff. They date these specific type of women. And
Peace, family.
for me, me personally, like I can't afford to date a stripper. You know what I mean? I just can't afford to. I can't afford to date that. I need an educated woman. I can't. I don't got that type of money where I could just date a
Yeah,
stripper.
you don't want to get a disease or something. That's no good either.
I mean, even just.
Hey,
I
do you
just feel
been
like
up before Mulatto Rights?
Yes, I've been up before, family. How y'all doing?
Oh,
Is
hey,
that Michael
okay.
Jackson as an East Side Crip?
It's
yeah,
been
no,
a
that's
while.
Stanley.
How have you
That's
been?
Stanley.
Yeah, I kind of like this one.
I love this.
Now, what I don't like, well, whatever. I'm sure Portia did that at some joke.
No, that was me, Stanley. That was me. That was me. I wanted people to respect your cripping, man. Like they gotta
I
respect
see.
respect Stanley's cripping, man. Don't.
Okay, Mulatto,
It's
you
all-
got any commentary so far?
Well, yes, this be very brief. I'm trying to understand the angle of the particular interview with John and the brother on the screen. I think his name is
Universal Jones.
Yeah, Universal Jones. Is it their point of view that, and when I say this, I'm asking genuinely, are they saying that the black woman is undesirable, or that the black women has limited dating options? Is that their point?
You know what? They're actually live. You can go over there and ask them.
Are they live right now?
Oh, it's happening
Yeah,
right now?
yeah. I think they're still live. Go ahead. If you look in the back chat there, I put the YouTube link. Just click it, go over there, and then click the link
Yeah.
to join the show.
All
I
right,
want to
thank you. I
ask them why
appreciate you.
this is important because I don't understand.
We're just doing commentary over it because obviously this is something that they really wanted to talk about. But I just think that they're missing the bigger thing that most of these women are sex workers. You know, like yeah, they might be. Maybe that's a bigger thing to talk about. There's a lot of black women who, get educate. They get education. They're not in the
Well,
strip clubs.
I'm going to be
Shaking
honest
their
with you,
ass.
HB. Even I don't know that I would call myself a race man, but, I have a very definite point of view about how race, historically has affected America. And I don't just mean black people. We're all in this racial boat. And I have a very definite opinion about how race does, interacts and still plays a role in everyday life. However, I also don't think it matters in 2024. Okay, you could pretend that race doesn't exist and get away with it. You can be transracial and get away with it. So I basically think that we are hanging up ourselves with some of these attitudes. I mean, if a black woman thinks she can't get a black man, then she's not going to get a black man. Same thing with a black man, same thing with everyone. And you pretty much go and get who you want. Okay, let's see. It matters to those that are offended by race play. Well, Deacon Dave, for those who might be offended, I assume you mean like what happens behind closed doors. If you don't put a camera and film what's going on behind closed doors, who's going to know? So that's my soapbox soliloquy. But I think we trip up ourselves when we think race matters that much.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Stanley.
Yeah, and I think you get into a slippery slope when you start focusing on what like women are talking about, because you don't really hear guys talking about this type of stuff. Like, I mean, you do. Like
Well,
the
wait,
guys
we're listening to guys talk about this stuff right now.
Yeah. But I think the
Yeah, but Stanley, it's not a casual thing men talk about. It's something that's usually.
yeah. They're kind of like talking about what women's issues with black men are. And for me, I just don't care. Like I really don't care what women are talking about, honestly. But I do hear some guys, like when they've been kind of beaten up by black women, they get put on child support and then they got to put hands and feet on them. Then they start saying,
the thing is, I think the mistake they make is it's not black women, it's the woman you married.
Yeah.
That black dude over in Germany who's having the problems with his Teutonic wife.
Right.
That weak nigga.
She's not. Yeah, but the point is his wife's not black.
Nah, she's not. She's a German.
It's the woman you married, not the color of her skin and the fucked up things you did.
Yeah. That woman is she was in the her ancestors were in the SS, man. Like they were.
Well, all I'm saying is that don't slap your wife and you'll avoid at least a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like when you try to put like race on it, it really does kind of oversimplify things. And
yes,
people are way
well. What
more
it is
complex.
it's a crutch.
Yeah.
You know, you can F up and be an asshole, and then you just it's black women. That's why I had to do this because
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
black women, that's bullshit. And
Yeah.
when you call them on it, you're a feminist.
Yeah. Like maybe women just don't like you in general. You ever thought about that? Nah, it's black women's fault. Like, oh, okay. All right.
Exactly.
All
Exactly.
right, buddy.
I never had these problems with a white woman. I'm just gonna tell you that now. I never had these problems with a white woman.
Because you treated her, because you gave her white girl privilege. That's why.
Yeah. And plus, you probably never dated a white woman too. That's why.
You know,
Like, I don't know.
you treated Grace Thorpe like she was Grace Kelly.
Yeah, because I just don't see the whole white women being better thing. I just don't see it, man. I think it's so much. I think it's just individuals. It's not a race thing, man. Or Hispanic women, man. Listen, man. I've dated some crazy Hispanic women, man.
Yeah, I've never dated a Hispanic woman. I can't. I don't think I could handle one, to be honest with you.
Oh,
They're
I tell you
insane,
right
man.
now, I dated a Nicaraguan woman, and it was awesome. It was like a one night stand that lasted for like 6 months. Oh, I have to tell you this story. She lived out on Cape Cod. She was staying with relatives out there, taking care of a sick uncle. And it's funny because she was about my complexion. So one day we're sitting there talking about something or another, and she goes, "Well, the black people in my country." And I looked at her, I'm like, "Well, aren't you black?" She's like, "No," and she goes into this whole thing. But what was the kicker? I came home from work one day. It was a long day on the ship. I come in, and there's spaghetti and 2 lit candles on the dining room table. And I'm like, uh-oh. She took the time to cook this elaborate dinner and there's candles. So, I sit down and we start eating and she proposes to me. She goes, "Will you marry me?" You know what? It scared the shit out of me. I was like, you know what? Let's go. I drove 50 miles from Middletown, Rhode Island, all the way out to Cape Cod to drop her off. It's like, oh, oh man, I'm revealing these stories. Oh, I was a bastard. I never called her again.
Did she get down on one knee too?
You know what? I was so shocked. I don't think she did, but it was. We were sitting right across from each other, gazing at each other through candlelight, and she scared the shit out of me.
Here for the T said, "Don't ever eat a woman's spaghetti. That's not your wife's spaghetti." I agree with her on that. Don't cook me
Well,
no damn spaghetti, man.
I tell you what, she could have been. What if I'd said? And the thing is she was actually really good looking.
You don't know what was in that spaghetti, Stanley. It was probably some.
You know what?
blood in there, man.
I think I know the spaghetti got cold because we didn't finish it.
There was something in the meatball, Stanley.
All I have to say is I don't like driving on Rhode Island winter nights with ice and snow on the ground, but I took her ass back to Cape Cod.
Yeah. She
You know
after
what?
6 months too. 6 months, yeah.
Well, I can tell you right now, I regret that, but it was like I didn't know what to do. I wasn't going to say yes.
Stanley about got Bill Cosby'd. Jesus.
Well,
No, Stanley. I'm gonna keep it real, Stanley. Any girl that proposes to a guy, I think
we hadn't even talked about it.
Yeah, I think she is a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie. To me, that's a red flag.
My name is Corey. It's short for corazon. It means a heart. I was like, oh my God.
Did you say corazon or corazon?
Corazon. I can't do the Castilian. But no, Corazon was her name, Corey for short, and it means heart. That's what she told me when I met her.
Maybe she wanted your kids, and that was her way of telling you. But I feel like you know she should have just went that route. Like, hey, listen,
Maybe she
No,
wanted a
you know
green
what?
card.
You know what? All I had to
that
say,
too. That too.
well, all I can say is I was a cad and a bounder. But hell, I knew she wasn't pregnant, so I wasn't overly worried. So that's anyway. So the crazy Latinas, yeah, they get out there.
It's crazy in everybody.
Oh, no, I don't
Oh,
know.
trust me.
I don't know. She had a
Yeah,
little. She
yeah,
had a
Virgo, I went.
little. She had a little hot
So you don't
pepper.
think any woman could be crazy no matter if she's Latina or black or white?
No, 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 no. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there was a little bit of a chili pepper on her crazy.
Oh, her individually. Oh, hell yeah. That's crazy.
All right. Well, now that I've revealed my inner monster.
And he sent over the contact where she was listed as one of the dancers at the club in his phone.
And then he sent me her phone number. Now, I'm on the phone with my cousin. I'm like, hey, bro, I'm doing the story, yada, yada. Oh, God might be, you know what I'm saying? One of them things. One of them, yeah, she was getting down in the line in one of them club type shit. He was like, bro, if you want to figure out if the number real, put the number in Cash App. Boom, put the number in Cash App.
So he put it in Cash App, and it's her number, right? So the guy who had her number saved as one of the dancers is on point now. Her number is saved. Yes, it's her. What he does, he made a mistake. He sent her a message from like Text Now or one of these third-party apps. He lets her know, hey, bruh, I have evidence of you being an ex-dancer or stripper at Cheetahs in Atlanta, and I'm reaching out to get a statement. She sees this, and instead of her responding back to give a statement, she changes her name on Cash App immediately.
This is her exact number. I almost
Immediately.
FaceTime to be like, you feel me? Just to get it like, you feel me? Oh yeah, this just got shot down. On my Instagram, then I said,
he checked the Cash App again, and she changed the Cash App name to Me, Lollipop Yummy, and erased all trace of her identity to that Cash App, so people can still wonder if this number is still hers. All right, so they're like, hold up, bro. Why would she need to do this if it's not true? Turns out it is true, right? It is true. So if you go to the guy's page, man, shout out to House of Hypocrites. If you scroll down, turns out this chick is now threatening to sue the YouTuber. Because he called the Cheetahs and confirmed with them that she used to work.
years ago, she said she probably worked like around 18, 19 years old. I'm not sure. Hey, I'm asking the question. Is Travis Hunter's girlfriend trying to cover her track? Well, he seen it, and she seen it. And they immediately came with threats of a lawsuit, right? But as in, she seen it. And they immediately.
So then she DMs the YouTuber.
Y'all let me know if you need me to
You
skip
might want to
ahead.
take that video down before your YouTube is taken down completely. A cease and desist is also in order. So hold up. She's threatening to get the YouTuber's video deleted completely because he exposed that she used to
Yeah,
work.
Stanley. We
Because
can
the
skip
person who
ahead
had his
because
face, who exposed
I
the
think
guy
we
who
get
used
the
to
point of
go to
this.
Cheetahs all the time.
I think
He
we
said
get
she
the point.
was one of the dancers.
Not all the way, just after this video. Just after. Oh, there goes Kimmy up there. Ah, come on, Kimmy. Kimmy.
Yeah, she left the second y'all said John was live.
Yeah.
Well, that means we have to hop to where she is.
Yeah, she like, y'all nigga
With
boring.
Sam. No, I want to hear what Sam has to say.
His nickname was the Sperminator.
Oh,
Hold the fuck on, what?
Did you hear about that story?
Maybe I did.
Well, he was he came into fame a few years ago as he was outed as fathering, I think it was like 170, 160 children through artificial insemination. And he was donating his sperm, and he's a decent looking white man. He was donating his sperm to all these women. But you'll notice an interesting pattern of the women that he was donating his sperm to conceive these these children. You probably did cover this, and I probably was around that time when you did.
Was he a Jewish guy? And most of them like minorities. I think I remember.
Yes.
I don't remember his name.
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's kind of like what you were saying, though.
But that's what I'm saying. You're going to see a lot more of this, not on this scale, but on a smaller scale. You're going to see this. Like I think I told you one of the dates that I went on this summer, I was talking to this woman, and she was like, "What do you think about if I had a surrogate child?" And I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I've never talked about that with a black woman ever. She was like, "Well, I'm seriously considering it. You know, I'm turning 36 this year, and I don't know. You know, I don't know if I'm able to find somebody to settle down with. You know, you already have kids." And she said, "You already got kids. So I don't know if you want more and all this shit." And she was like, "I think I'm gonna go through with that. Do you think that's weird?" And I was like, "No, you want to go freeze your eggs? Go ahead." And I asked her, "Would you carry the baby, or would you have somebody else carry it?" And she said she would want to carry it. But black women are considering this option today. That's what I'm ultimately saying.
You know, I heard a video
How
earlier
can you
today.
say that from
It
just
was a
one
woman.
encounter?
It was a woman.
That's
No, it was on
fucking
Kevin Samuels yesterday.
Universal, I don't know if you can hear me, but just you're going to say black women are doing it just from an anecdote? Ugh. It's fucking crazy.
And it was like a 27-year-old woman from Philadelphia, and Kevin Samuels.
Yeah,
was
Stanley,
doing
I
it
think
straight.
that's
think
just
she's
a
27.
woman
She may be
thing
older
in
than that.
general. I don't think
And
that's just black
she
women.
did say she's already.
So surrogacy is just a woman thing?
No. I was more towards freezing your eggs. I think women do that just in general. Like I don't think it's now how that baby comes to term. That's that's up to
Is that
women. But
well, no, surrogacy is carrying someone else's child.
yeah, but
No, surrogacy is not carrying your own eggs. It's like, hey, if you're a couple, like a couple who can't have kids, you hire another woman to carry a fertilized egg. So there's a third party involved in surrogacy. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe he's not using the right word.
yeah. I think his whole thing
Okay, well,
was
if she meant freezing her eggs, that's not surrogacy. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never heard it called that. But I don't know how it could be surrogacy if you're carrying your own genetic material. Or maybe what she's saying, okay, so she's taking her frozen eggs and getting someone else to do it?
if
But
she
she
can't
said she's gonna carry the baby. You know what? I'll just
well
have to
no
ask Universal.
yeah. I think what she was saying, since she was 36, it might be harder for her to carry it. But since she has
Why
her
would
eggs
a
already,
36-year-old is young enough to carry a child?
yeah, I agree.
All right, well, I'll talk to Universal.
Frozen her eggs. So they are taking advantage of this technology. I've known a few that have done that as well. Damn, that's very interesting if it turns out that way. Damn.
Again, this is a millennial and down thing. Now, think about your lady friend. Right? I'm assuming she's 40 or plus.
As a matter of fact,
She's not going to take this
I'll
option. It's so
ask in the
foreign. It's like a
chat.
sci-fi thing for her.
Right.
But for the folks, the younger people who are 35 and down, this is not outside of the norm. You know, they're not afraid to go out of the country and get cosmetic surgery done. They're not going to be afraid of freezing their eggs either. This is an option.
Yeah, well, they were doing that during my day. So
and the tech is better now.
Yeah, the tech is probably a little bit cheaper too. Probably insurance covers it.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
So you think a lot more black women would be having babies this way?
Hell yeah.
Ending up child.
Yeah, they don't want the baby daddy thing. Brings too much shame, especially the professional women. It brings too much shame.
So
You're
what
better off saying that you did a designer baby.
You think that'll be mainstream? A designer baby?
I think it can't. I think if the right celebrities did it, it'll be more accepted mainstream wise. Yes. I mean, hell, Beyonce, she's had surrogates carry her children. A couple of the Kardashians have. We have enough examples of people who have done some version of this that it's going to be. I think it's going to be more acceptable pretty soon.
Damn. That's very,
No, it's not going to be more acceptable. There's
one more thing
costs
about the
involved.
whole motherhood
Can
child.
your
child
average
support thing.
like regular
How do you think that all
salaried
plays
mother
out?
do
These
this?
on the Pop the Balloon, we see a lot of these mixed blended families and all that kind of stuff. I guess if they go to the pharmaceuticals to have their babies, the lack of a baby daddy will be good for their dating in some sense, right?
Right. They don't have the quote unquote baggage. And honestly, I think it could also become a clout thing too. Like, yeah, I went out and I was able to afford this for myself, and I think it can. It can definitely make ways. Yeah, I ain't got no baby daddy.
Wow,
I did this. It furthers the independent woman narrative as well.
Oh shit, guys, what do you think about that? That's an interesting concept. Are designer black babies on the way? Right, we got a race of designer babies.
Hell yeah,
designer babies.
They're gonna develop their own Travis Hunters. They don't need us. Just like the mama said, don't let your mistake can be a blessing. Don't give up.
That is amazing. That is.
Yeah, you didn't think about that, did you?
You got me on that one, you know. And I was gonna go to motherhood and does that because I think we'll cover that another time. As a landlord, I've seen, different, people in the house. I would almost say the majority of the people that I see in Section 8 are dark skinned. And that's what kind of led me to this topic, to be honest with you, is that I think the light skinned women, they do well clearly in the professional sector better than the darker skinned women. But somehow they're staying out of the homes of John Galt. Even most of
Okay, I just have a huge problem with some of these points they're making. So John Galt has never seen, many light-skinned women in his experience. Therefore, it means all across the country, it's like it is in his experience. Even if that's true, just the way the argument is presented is just, it baffles my mind.
my tenants who rent rooms now are dark skinned. The women, right?
Yeah.
Like, you ain't gonna find no light skinned ass, fine ass girl up in no room that John Galt ripped her. Don't happen. Either her daddy, some nigga, gonna get her up out of there, gonna pitch in a few more dollars so she could go live in a nice neighborhood, have an apartment as opposed to a room for rent. You're scared somebody might rape her, attack her. But with them, like the dark man, I wish I could have taken a picture of that dark skinned woman that stopped up my tub the other day, right? And she's over in the ghetto. Her boyfriend leaves her there by herself with other men in the house, and she just doesn't happen if they're pretty, And I think it all up and down the scale of these things. I think there's just a difference in how their lives are lived.
Yeah. And it's due to how we've been racialized. Like we do have a racial lens in this country. I think it also plays out in other places where black people are as well. But we have to be honest about it. There is a preference towards lighter skin and beauty. Just like there's a pretty privilege, there's a lighter skin privilege.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Like it is what it is. We can't, negate it. Hell, Juan just got up here and said he's not even attracted to that. He's like, me no black poppy. He's like, no.
Yeah, Juan, that chick magnet.
He got a reach out detective. He got a reach out detective.
Damn. Oh man, I didn't even think of that part of it, but yes, that's great.
Kelvin said he's gonna put a Gucci sticker on the baby.
Hey man, my name the baby Gucci, man. You never listen. In these times, man, just expect the things that you didn't think were possible to be possible. Because again, with a lot of black people, we have a lot of irrational thoughts. So don't be surprised by this shit, man. In this secular world where there's not a governance through religion, you're gonna see a lot of different cultural things pop up. And like this lady's talking, this ain't just her. There are thousands of black women who think like this, and they got degrees, and they're making decisions on school boards and the city councils. I deal with these women damn near every day of my life, man. Like this is a thing. It's here.
The Crown Acts and all that kind of shit.
Like what the hell is a Crown Act? Like that does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. But it gives her the empowerment to wear her hair like this. Like what is this?
Jesus fucking
I wish.
Christ.
Do you think that hair is more or less a rebellion? Sam, feel free to chime in. We only have about 23 minutes here, so feel free to chime in, Sam.
You know what, Universal holding it down. I don't even know if I should be on here.
You're more than qualified, Sam. Go ahead.
Doing a fantastic job. So
well, let me ask you, Sam, since you're a man in the dating scene, right?
Yeah. I'm not married or nothing like that. I kind of got a chick right now, but you can always move on.
Is your chick like this?
Got a kid.
I told you, John. I didn't even know that. I told you they coming.
Dude,
but you know what?
He did say that.
But you know what? I will say this. I am extremely attracted to fit and feminine dark-skinned women. I actually do like dark-skinned women, but when they're good looking and stuff like that, they're hard to come by, and they tend to be a little bit more plugged into the Black culture, and I find myself kind of not as much. And so I think we're just sort of uncompatible in those ways. You know, it's like once you do find that needle in the haystack, you find out that you're incompatible with them for the most part in a lot of parts. Although I've had a lot of dark skinned women like me because I'm lighter skinned. But
Oh, you're light skin. Do you think they like you? They like you because of, you know, they think they're getting some genetics that will give them lighter skin baby or something like that?
I didn't always think that, but I
He took
definitely
a
think
survey.
that as I've gotten older. So I believe that's true. Yeah.
Really? Universal, I have thoughts on that. Well, what are your thoughts? Why do you think these dark skinned women would be now reverting back to, you know, seemingly attracted to the dark skinned men?
Options. I think that they are just trying to cling back to darker skinned men. You know,
Well, he's light skinned. He's saying he feels like he's getting more options now as a light skinned man.
yeah, I think we have these waves in society that, and this is this could be other cultures, but I focus mainly on Black folks. Whatever the current trend is leads into what the preferences are. Like in the 90s, you had Michael Jordan and Wesley Snipes and these dark skinned dudes, and they had a huge preference during that time. I remember hearing my aunts swooning over these niggas. I remember. Right. Then in the early 2000s or the mid 2000s, 2009, 2010, you get the Drakes of the world, right? And he had.
Hold on. We got to talk in here, Universal. Hold
on. Go ahead.
Oh, you on with John Galt? Hello, you on John Galt?
Hey.
Yeah, you on with John Galt. Yo, you calling in about the Black women's subject?
I am.
Okay, all right. We got a woman calling in. All right, tell us. Are you dark skin or light skin?
Yeah, I am brown skin.
Okay.
I'm brown skin.
What can we call her?
And
What's her name?
Brown skin color.
Call her not impressed with your picture.
Yeah, I'm brown.
Do you think there is a color privilege, like in the dating environment amongst Black women?
I think there is, but it's probably also sometimes with men as well. I think some of that is changing. I mean, I've never felt as a brown skin woman, I've never had an issue with my color. I felt like it impacted my dating experience. And I think there are some guys who might have chosen me because I'm not light skin or because I don't have naturally straight or curly hair. But it's never really bothered me. You know, everyone has their preference. So there's some, but there's some women who are darker skinned than me, that have darker skin that have been impacted by that. And I think definitely growing up, I recognized that at a certain point that, the light skinned girls were probably going to get picked before me. But I don't think it really bothered me. Maybe because I still got picked.
Do you think if you didn't get picked, it would bother you?
Yeah.
And how do you?
But that's just like if I was overweight, because overweight people probably don't get picked as quickly as someone who's thinner or someone who's hippier. Maybe like they're not skinny but they have hips or they have breasts. Because it's also me as well. Like I'm not hippie. I don't have big breasts. And there's some guys who prefer women like that. And so there's guys who aren't going to pick me because I'm not that girl. But then there's guys who will. And so I get the same thing. Like growing up when I was younger, there were guys who would overlook me and look at my friends who had bigger hips. And I was okay with that because there was someone who did pick me.
Have you ever noticed all of these athletes and famous people marrying and dating white women?
Hey, HB, anecdotally, though, watching Pop the Balloon, I've never heard anyone say I prefer lighter skin.
Yeah. That's why I don't think it's really good to look at the celebrity world, because I think that's a totally different environment. And when we see just regular Black folks and white folks, or just regular Black people, most Black women do prefer darker guys, and most darker guys prefer lighter women. So there's like a balance there.
You know what though? I've heard. I think it's light preferring dark. I haven't heard many going back the other way. I've heard light skinned men say to women who are the same tone, and this is all just on Pop the Balloon.
No. That's what I'm saying though. I think it's like the balance. Like you see light skinned guys prefer dark skinned women, and then you see
I like
light
some
skinned women.
chocolate.
Right. And I think it all kind of balances itself out, where there's, people just like, a little bit of balance. But I think when you just look at the celebrities, like, it's more like a status symbol for them. And a
Right.
lot of them, these are women that are, they're fucking whores. So it really doesn't matter. Of course a millionaire can afford to date a whore. You know what I mean? Like that's the point.
Oh wow. Well, they say yeah, they can afford to keep them. Unlike
Yeah, right.
lasagna who has to rent them.
Right. Lasagna's he's got to pay by the half hour. These guys, they can keep them for years before they bail out on them. But like us in the regular world, we got to date women with, we got to think about how is this woman going to raise my kid? Like,
Right.
do I really want a sex worker raising my kid? Absolutely not.
Wow.
Stanley, they can afford all the, the private tutors, and, they can afford all that shit. I can't. I need a woman that has a good head on her shoulder. I can afford all that.
Right.
It doesn't really bother me though. I just have not been that girl who like gets upset that black men are dating white women.
Anyone have any?
But I have a friend who actually, she told me whenever she see a mixed race couple, she was just like a guy dating with a white girl, she was just there, so because it really bothered her.
Did she ever say why it bothered her?
She was dark skinned.
Yeah, so she just said she didn't like to see black men dating white women.
How dark was she?
Was a little scared, I guess.
Give us a benchmark. Like, was she Idris Elba dark?
No, a little lighter than he did. Yeah.
Did she ever complain about if you flip the genders? Did she ever complain about black women with white men?
No, because it's probably not her concern. She's looking at more probably comes from the same place. She didn't get a whole lot, and so that maybe if she was eating more, it wouldn't have bothered her as much. So she wouldn't have, you complain about good men being taken by the white woman. So if she had someone, my guess is it wouldn't have bothered her.
Do you think that's true?
Probably at all.
Do you think that's true that the good women, good men,
The good kids?
are being taken by the white women?
No, I think they're.
You can get the picture of the NFL players.
I don't think that's true.
You think that's
I mean,
true?
there are. Everyone has their. The other thing I think about is the fact that even as black women, a lot of us is changing. Society is definitely changing. The culture is changing, but a lot of us have gone through a period where we were also trying to look right. Like we're altering our hair. We're in a way that's not naturally ours. Not wanting our edges to curl up. Always trying to keep those smooth, just like a white woman's edges. And so I think just like it has impacted us, like just looking at white people as like a standard of beauty, it has also impacted men as well. And so that whole notion of like good hair and a woman sometimes wanting to marry a man that's light skin or has curly hair, so her child can come out with curly hair or light skin.
Do you think a lot of black women are going to start just getting surrogate, just fertility treatment and for sake having the babies all together by men, avoid the whole baby daddy issue and just have them surrogate?
Because of color, or you're just saying in general, it's a different topic.
The whole issue, all these black women, what do we say? Howard has 89% of their income street population is black women.
Black women, yes.
Black women, right? 11% men. Some of those men are going to be gay. Those women are not going to find a partner. That's a game of musical chairs where you just ain't enough chairs, right?
Yeah. Okay. We're not necessarily talking about color.
Well, the light skinned girls clearly are going to have their first choice at Howard. And outside of Howard.
Mm-hmm.
The darker skinned fat women, I mean, like, I don't know what becomes of them.
I think someone will. I think we definitely can see that. Because you still, even if you don't have a part, even myself, I had said when I was younger, if I wasn't married by 30, I was going to adopt because I still, like, yeah, it would have been great to be married, but if I'm not married, I still want to have a child.
Let me ask you a question. So people are trying to figure out who you are. Have you noticed that there are no dark-skinned black women tenants staying in our rooms? You ever notice that? Them niggas shit. I mean, no light skin. Them broke ass nigga women that be in our rooms, they be black as hell, dark skin, ugly, mother, fat. You ever notice that?
You ever notice his
Have you ever noticed?
southern accent gets deeper when he starts talking like that?
Yeah. Black ass nigga. They shit in the toilet. They shit. The dreads.
What you got?
In the drain.
You got a what? A private jet?
I'm beginning. When he's passionate, that southern accent be kicking in. Real tough.
I'm like, you know, the first thing I think of is Son of the South.
I'm not going to agree with you because honestly, I don't pay attention to what everyone looks like.
Yeah, I do.
And
See, I do.
so only you can really vouch for that. I don't know if I actually trust you. Even I'm biased because I know.
But I do go in and out and see, right?
Yes.
Let me show you one of the ones that was over here in the ghetto. Right? I don't know if you're watching the stream, and I don't know if you remember this one. You remember this one? She was over here in the ghetto. You remember this one? This is what over in the ghetto right here. We don't have any pretty women.
Okay, but see, well, you first you just said light skin, right? And so I was just.
She fat. Hey, what color you think that woman is? Like, if you had to guess what complexion that woman is.
I would think brown.
But I'm talking about the woman that had the baby with the nigga that didn't have $100. What?
A brown-skinned black woman?
What complexion do you think she is?
Well, I'm assuming because you're asking me, she's dark skinned.
There's some other reasons that you come to the same conclusion.
If we weren't having this discussion, no, I would not come to that same conclusion.
Is she up in
Because light skin women will have babies with wait a minute now. You know what? I got a good example. The tenant that you moved up and had all those sheep in the room wasn't his baby mother. She was like, yeah.
And nigga, you on his side. Yeah, you on his side. She made. You gonna be something. But you let him be about 30 years old, right? And maybe you stupid. She probably looks stupid too. They let him go, baby. And, you know, they're always gonna be in sense. And she probably wasn't that attractive either, right? She just light skinned. But we don't have that many.
We're talking about it. We weren't talking about whether or not they were. We weren't talking about age. We were just talking about color, right?
These liberals.
Now you're bringing
the liberals can always find a good reason. They can always find that one exception to tell you.
I'm not finding good reason. I'm just pointing out we were talking about color, not age. We were talking about.
So all the people that be over here in the ghetto. We should start doing a compilation and just show the people in the ghetto versus the people in Northwest, the women. I guarantee you, you don't see any attractive light-skinned women come over here in the ghetto and live. They have a man that'll go get an extra job and keep them out of the ghetto. I believe, you know, they have a man that makes more money. It's something that, anyway, we won't hold you long. I know you're pretty busy. Any other questions for her while she's on the call here? We got a fairly, you call yourself, you want to always call yourself, you hit a little different right here. When they
Let me first say, John, you ain't shit, but could continue on.
Hey, when that light-skinned woman told that dark-skinned nigga this, that shit hit different. That shit hit different. You hear me? That shit just hit different. I'm telling you now what I know. You guys come in for me if you don't mind.
Yeah. I'll you know, I don't know if you guys touched on this at all, and I didn't understand the degree that dark skin do, because I used to always hear about this colorist stuff, and I didn't really buy into it much. But when I moved down south, I started noticing it a whole lot more, because I think a lot more black people in general, and a lot more dark skinned black people in general in the south. And so I would hear dudes saying very explicitly, like, they have a very strong preference for light skinned women. And that was kind of new to me, just because I kind of favor dark skin a little bit. Although, to be fair, I'm open to whatever, but I don't dislike dark skinned women at all. But you know, there was something there. But also too, I'll say that the people that seem to be making those complaints are majority overweight dark-skinned Black women. I've found that slim and in shape dark-skinned women don't seem to have much of any problems dating and things like that. So I think it might be a little bit more of a weight issue than a color issue. But I think if you combine that weight with the color, I mean, that's just a lose-lose all around.
Yeah, I agree. What are these texts, John? I haven't seen this. Cardi B.
It's from Offset and Cardi B. And look what he wrote. He said, "Damn, you look pretty. Come over here, give me some pussy." He said, "Nigga, I told you, you never get any license pussy, Puerto Rican pussy ever again." That shit hit different. That shit hit different. and I believe, we talked about the university. I think it, you know, that shit probably struck him harder than anything. You know, and I think they know that. You know what I mean? I think that is a privilege that they know. You know, she can always probably upgrade from this motherfucker, even with all these children. But he probably have all the time finding another Cardi B. You know, I think that's very true, even with the children.
He'll have a hard time finding another Cardi B, but I don't think he'll have any problem finding another light-skinned chick or a Spanish chick. So
yeah, but
he got the money and the fame, so and there's plenty of them out there.
He won't find women with money like that.
No,
you know
that specific vagina, he's not gonna come by anymore. But
nah. Hey, you know, I just found something universal. It
oh Lord.
Everybody remember this?
Oh.
Everybody remember this university?
We gotta put this on the list for the collective karaoke. All the girls want to put that coochie on the sideburn. And so, I remember this.
What did he say right here? What is he saying right here?
Oh, I like a long head, thick red bone. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I just want to have every girl in the world. Man, when this song came out, boy, oh Lord. I was like, me too.
You might remember this one as well. Universal. Let me see if I can pull this up. I remember this from years ago. I mean, it's looking more drastic nowadays. I'll share my tab here with you. And of course, I can't play it, but I can share with you what I noticed in the video. You remember this video?
Yeah, I kind of do. This is a little before my time, but yes.
This may be my video. I was thinking about the what's this song? Ice Cream Cone song.
Ice Cream Cone song.
Isn't that from like Dipset or something like that?
Raekwon.
Oh, right.
Anyway, this video. This before you turn universe.
Yeah, this is before me and Sam's time. Like we're the Cash Money generation.
I remember this. I remember this, but not super well.
Look at that. This is, you see what I'm going with this universe, right?
Believe so. This is the Hoochie Mama face.
It's talking about the colors of ice cream they like. Caramel.
Yeah. Sound like Dr. Umar Johnson. That's how he be describing his women. He be giving them flavors. For a pecan. I remember this song, though. I do remember this song.
Yeah, even a caramel, son. Even a caramel can get touched.
Yeah. And you know, I think Black women could champion this better to have so much quote unquote diversity in your look, in your skin complexion, in your sex appeal. But they don't utilize it in that way. They fight amongst each other instead of using it as a strength.
Look at this universe. Look at the women.
I see an Asian or two up in there.
Ice cream. Vanilla.
Yeah.
Fresh vanilla. Butter pecan.
Now just look at how they're dressed compared to the Cash Doll photo we just looked at. Like
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're still a little hoochie mama-ish, but that ain't what we seeing today. We seeing everything today.
You know, I think part of what we're seeing in the Cash Doll is, I mean, Cash Doll got to compete. Oh, have mercy.
Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah,
that one right there. Hello. I took John back.
Look at the housing projects in the back, where that is. Sam, you got a Rican like
that? Not quite. I'm working on stair stepping my way up to that. Back
Man, that girl looks like Pinky right there with the Wu-Tang shirt
God
on.
damn.
Yeah, that looks like
Puerto Rico.
Pinky, young Pinky. Wow.
Man, if I was a black woman outside all this kind of shit, I'd be like, close the fucking borders right now. Okay, I know.
Hey, I've been saying, if they were flooding the country with a bunch of bad bitches from everywhere, these women wouldn't be championing these open borders like that.
Hey, you know what? Let me go back to this right here. Goddamn. Like, listen. They keep bringing them bitches over here like that. Niggas gonna be nodding their head with this bitch. Hell yes. Send us out here to go get us some food. Yeah.
Deploy the BBC brigade. Let's go.
You know what she didn't mention on Universe?
What?
She didn't mention was in Puerto Rico. In freaking Puerto Rico. She mentioned the Beckett Lees.
Yeah, that's the pinnacle. That's the top of the mountain.
But you know what? I don't think.
She mentioned that.
I just think in general, I don't think, and maybe there's a lot of white women, so the few that are in the black dudes, you know, there's maybe enough to go around. But I just, in my recent years, I just do not see white women going for black dudes like that that are not athletes and very high status. You know what I mean? Except for on the lower end, but
right.
there's not this huge cohort of white women chasing after black dudes. And I'll say this: I kind of came to this thought or conclusion some years back, but I almost don't want to date a white woman who likes black dudes, which is weird to say. Well, because they're attracted to a certain type of dude that's not me. And
Hey, so you know what's interesting about that? But Tweet said the same thing. Like, he doesn't want white women to date black men. Like, if they say, "Ooh, I date black men," like, I don't want that. Like,
yeah, because to me that says that they're kind of chasing to leech on to the black culture and other things. I take it as we're interested in the more negative aspects of black culture, and I'm not that. I won't be that for them, and they'll probably end up being dissatisfied with me. So I'm just not interested.
A Queen of Spades. John, you know what a Queen of Spades is?
So, I'm just gonna have to be blunt in saying I hear a whole fuckload of toxicity in some of this bullshit.
Why is that, Stanley? Because I have my own
yes.
opinion on this.
Yeah, elaborate, Stanley.
You know what? Why is that? Talk about, well, fuck. If I'm pro-black, they're anti-black. I almost don't like white women who like black guys because that means they're accepting more of the, negative aspects of black culture. Well, you know what? Why would you assume a white woman is dating, some hood guy? It's bullshit, is what it is. And the other thing, there's a lot of interracial dating and marriage in the military, a whole hell of a lot of it. So it's not as unusual as all that. And you know what? I dare a motherfucker to challenge me on the toxicity that, and not you specifically, but you know what? This is a hill I'll die on. And it actually pisses me off to hear some of this shit being spewed over there.
Well, you know what, Stanley? The pendulum of cringe swings both ways in this topic.
Let's go, Virgo. Let's go. Turn up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't
because
no.
Well, you guys already know I'm married to a white guy. Okay, you know that.
Really? I never heard that.
Yeah. What? This is the first time you mentioning your husband, Virgo. What?
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. He's just been misbehaving lately. Didn't want to talk about him.
Ah, damn. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That is Puerto Rican.
That's the ex-husband.
All I have to say is the poor black community, we got some toxic motherfuckers in our brew.
No, but let me tell you why it switches for me, right?
Well, wait, hold it. No one was talking about you or your relationship. I was talking.
No. I'm because I have an opinion about what they said.
How did you get included in what they're talking about on the panel?
Because I have an opinion on what they said.
Why are you bringing into Mr. and Mrs. Virgo's relationship?
I'm just using it as an example, and there's plenty of people who
What you're
feel the way
doing
that I
is
feel.
talking about something totally different.
Lord have mercy, Stanley. Are you gonna let me finish making my point or
You
not?
know what? I might just let you finish as I leave the panel because it has nothing
Oh,
to do with
come
me.
on, Stanley. Okay,
It
so then
has
I won't mention my
nothing.
relationship then.
Okay, well, just say I want to change the subject. I
Well,
could
why is everything
understand
on
that.
Stanley time?
Okay, maybe you don't quite understand that.
Oh, here come the
call it,
pimp hand.
I'll call it subject drift. What's happening in your house has nothing to do with what Sam
And I
said.
said I'll just keep it general then.
Okay, again, nothing that you are talking about has anything to do with what Sam just said.
Okay, Stanley.
Does it?
I'll just mute.
No, wait, Virgo. Hold on a second. I do just get to your point, Virgo.
I guess I didn't have one.
You did have a point. Didn't you have a point? I thought you were getting somewhere.
I was just saying that when he was talking about like a lot of black men don't like women that only date. Well, I said
No,
it goes
he
both.
said that
It goes
he almost doesn't like, would want to date a white woman that likes black men because that means the white woman is into basically guys from the hood and the toxic elements in the black culture. That's a paraphrase. Now I'm
there's an
curious
umbrella
to
of people
know,
who feel the
I'm
same way.
curious to know what's on the other side of that pendulum swing.
Yeah. So what about that Virgo kind of piqued your interest or made you think of something?
I kind of agree with him in a sort of way.
In what
because
way?
it kind of brings in like fetish.
What?
So
You know, you
so what you're saying is you wouldn't date a white guy that's only into black women.
Well, it has to be. That's why there's a pendulum swing. It has to be somewhat in the middle. I wouldn't date a black guy who never dated a black girl either. I mean, I wouldn't date a white guy who never dated a black girl either. So it's kind of iffy. Like you don't want to be the first.
You sure?
And you don't want to be a fetish.
On the other panel with all the other toxic logic.
Yeah,
oh Lord,
that doesn't. I could see you saying you wouldn't want to date a white guy that only dates black women, but you wouldn't even want to date a white guy that's never dated a black woman.
What?
No, because I don't want to be the first.
Why not?
Ain't that something special for black women though?
Oh, because how do you know how you gonna be received as in the family and stuff like that? I want to at least know that even if you never dated a black woman, at least you had black friends that came over, or, something. I don't want to. I don't know. It's something just seems cringe about it.
Yeah, this is honestly, this is why I stay away from those the white black dynamics. It's too confusing to me. I don't really think about that shit. That shit is wild.
Oh, I have a different word for it.
Oh God, he's gonna say loony.
Oh no. It'll just piss a bunch of people off.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Yeah, say it.
Hopefully not me, Stanley.
I'm just gonna say that HB's right. If you actually don't understand this sort of stuff, and I'm by no means Universal Jones, but it's like it's like living your life by assumptions with no facts ever.
Yeah, because I couldn't.
It's like I wouldn't date a white woman who dated a black guy. Now, what if the motherfucker was like some upper class white guy, the son of Robert Smith?
Yeah.
He could be like infinitely more wealthy or whatever than I don't know. Just I wouldn't date a white woman who dated a black guy.
I thought he meant exclusively dated a black guy. Sorry, I thought he meant exclusively. So he wouldn't
What
date.
does it matter? What does it matter whether it's exclusive or not?
Because of what I said previously, but
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking give up and mute.
Yeah, Virgo,
God,
it's
Stanley.
it's one of those things where it's like, why even put yourself if you have these preconceived notions of different races. Like me personally, if I was attracted to white women, I wouldn't even care about none of that shit. Like I don't know, I just really wouldn't care about any of that stuff.
Well, that's why you're supposed to just to date, like not look at.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
everybody has their preference, I guess, in some sort of way.
Now look at
But
this dumb motherfucker. Living by assumptions is more realistic probably than living by ego like Stanley, I'm assuming. You know what? We got a bunch of literary geniuses in the chat. You know what? You know what? Let me just be flippant about it and say it's a fact that I have a big ego. You don't have to fucking assume it, Maven.
Yeah, I think when you make assumptions about people, it really just is a reflection on you as a person. It shows.
No,
It
it's
really just shows.
essentially it's essentially stereotypes.
Yeah.
well, don't we all make
No.
assumptions?
No,
We all do.
I think
you should never
subconsciously.
make assumptions about people.
when it comes to dating, you don't. I don't think it works in dating. I think when you make
I
assumptions about
assumed
people,
What are red flags for then, HB?
I assumed he wasn't an axe murderer.
yeah, right, exactly. In dating, I think assumptions actually create toxic relationships because you're going into it like having these preconceived notions of the person.
Well, what if the assumptions are positive? I mean, you could also make positive
Yeah,
assumptions.
that could
Well,
make
it
it
means
that can
he
make it
lucked
even
out.
worse. That could make it even worse. Like, what if I date a white woman and I'm just automatically thinking she's like, like her food is just gonna be terrible, and then I always avoid her
Oh
cooking.
man,
I always avoid her cooking, and then come to find out this bitch is a Michelin chef. Now,
5-star Michelin chef.
right.
Well, what if the white woman is a chef in a soul food restaurant and it turns
right.
Right. At a barbecue joint.
It
Now I'm
turns
all
out
fucked
that she
up.
doesn't like hot food at all and just makes you eat mashed potatoes all the time.
Like I think when it comes to dating, making assumptions like that, it's just counterproductive. People are so like intricate. Like if you don't take the time to get to learn somebody specifically, you just have assumptions because of what you see on TV or your own personal experiences. I don't know. I think it just takes away the
And
point
I
of
was
dating.
about to say that too. I was about to say that a lot of people do make assumptions based on past experiences just so that they won't go through the same things again. But
Like trauma.
I could well, I guess, but I
that's
can see
trauma.
where you're
Yeah,
coming
that's
from
trauma.
too, HB. You should
Yeah, that's
enter
trauma.
a
I think
relationship
that's
with
just
a
trauma.
clean slate.
Yeah,
You should
that's
enter
that.
any relationship with a clean slate, no matter if it's romantic or friendship, whatever,
Like
employee.
I know there's black guys that don't date black women because their moms used to beat on them and shit. And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I've heard that a lot too.
yeah,
But
Like,
see,
yeah,
now
she
that's
remind me. I've heard the excuse like, "Why'd you break up with her?" Oh, she remind me of my mom, man. I don't want to deal with that shit.
yeah. It's a lot of trauma. That's what I
or
think having
cognitive
assumptions.
dissonance.
That's what that having assumptions does to you. You looking through a lens of your mama or a lens of some movie you saw or what you're seeing on TV instead of taking the time to actually get to know the person. Nah, Samuel, I think assumptions can also be like a positive thing too. Like you could think this woman, just because she's a certain race, she's gonna do something better than another race. And I think it can end up being negative.
That can backfire too, yeah.
Yeah, that could
Okay, well,
definitely
here's the
backfire.
deal. Okay, pattern recognition is literally built on top of either experience or data. It's a pattern and you recognize it for a reason. Okay, some woman and maybe maybe if I allowed him or he developed that idea a little more, um, I just assume he meant, hey, if he heard some white girl say, "Oh yeah, my last boyfriend was black," that would be enough just to turn him on. I'm sorry, turn him off on. I just think the premise of pattern recognition is not what Sam described.
Yeah, yeah. I honestly, I think it's kind of like a insecurity thing too. Like, I hear a lot of times white guys say they won't date a white woman if she's ever been with a black guy. And I think that's
Yeah,
like I think that's very insecure for white guys to even say stuff like that or feel like that. And I feel like that's the same thing for some black guys. Like, they don't want to date a white woman who's been with a black guy. It's like, bro, you sound just like those insecure white guys.
uh, HP.
Yeah, go ahead, Asperoon. Go ahead. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking about race, right? Isn't it good actually if race is mixed and the child that's born of a mixed race will be healthy, intelligent, and smart and good to look at? So, what is the problem in having a mixed race child, whether it's black and white marrying, or black and Asian marrying, or white and Asian marrying? It's actually good, right, for the child.
Yeah, no, no. I honestly, as Varun, I kind of agree. Like, I really don't see the problem. I just think that what ends up happening is, a lot of people do feel left out, and a lot of people use that as an axe to grind. And you hear it on both sides, where you'll hear guys try to shame black women for dating white guys, and then you hear black women try to shame black men for dating white guys. So
Yeah,
it's just, to me, it's just like a shaming thing. And I really do think, maybe like in a 500 years, everybody will probably be mixed race to a certain extent.
yeah,
So
yeah, correct.
I want to address this question right here. Samuel. Well, Sam, I do understand what you're getting at here, but what I want to say is, say you are a child, and your parents tell you that, hey, black people, when you move to America, don't associate with black Americans. Just don't. Okay, well, that child is basing something on people he trusts, and they might be right, they might not be, but basically that child is assuming his parents are right, and so he goes to school and just, doesn't associate with black people. Well, that's an assumption that's not based on data or experience. So assumptions and pattern recognition is always based on something, data or experience or something similar. Assumptions are not necessarily fact or experience based. Hopefully that's a clear explanation.
Samuel Jerome. uh
Oh, is that meant for me?
no, no, Samuel Jerome is just basically saying he doesn't want it. He doesn't want to get lumped in with Mavic G. He's trying to.
Nobody, Sam, I'm not lumping you in with anyone. That would be based on an assumption. Ha 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 ha. Okay,
Oh, Stanley.
hopefully I explained why assumptions aren't necessarily fact or experience based. Target recognition, which I had to do a lot of in the military, is always based on data or, experience. So enough of that.
Yeah, I heard the
quote unquote think is out of your league and you bag her, you
yeah,
will start changing some shit real quick.
yeah.
And you notice that a lot of these white, the upper echelon, not upper echelon, but let's say average and above, even tiny bit below average, white women, Spanish women, whatever it is, those brothers always, the dudes that they're with, the black men they're with, they always got a job. They on the construction site. They here, they there. They just have a whole different way about them, and they seem to be a lot more productive.
Very interesting. Very interesting. University, you think we should come back on this, and what should we go on the next series installation of this right here?
Yeah, we should go into black parenting, black women, and how they treat their daughters versus their sons, and help them prepare for relationships.
I like that. I like that idea.
Oh shit! I bet I'm gonna have a heart attack on that one.
Spades is a racially derogatory term.
It is.
Never heard of it. Me either. I never heard it. Any other suggestions, guys?
I'll get the defibrillator ready, Stanley.
On a regular.
You promised to give me mouth to mouth, though, right?
Oh, Stanley, come on now. RESPECT.
Oh, wait, hold it. It would be a life-saving procedure. She's getting all catty now.
I'm back.
Oh.
Kimmy, Kate, you up here?
Oh, Kimmy, we're about to listen to you now. Okay.
Oh yeah, they said they want to make a series out of this. And I just can't. He wants to stick his dick in a rainbow. Who cares? Like, why is that?
Yeah.
Well, before we answer, I would encourage you to ask black women the same question.
I don't know.
I feel like it's like pocket watch in the man's bedroom.
You should ask black women that same question. Yeah, play that.
No.
You know the thing too is like, it's just that I see men do it.
What is she saying? Why does she care who
like they have
why does she see their
terms? They call them swirlers and stuff.
She said, if I can't get it, go fuck somebody else's life up.
Roll the white women, the Beckleys, and the Bentleys, and the Emilys to vote for Trump. This is what I say to you. Whenever your little Emily comes home full of Tyreekuses, come shop.
I mean, I don't even need to play more. Like, she's putting down the men that she probably desires.
I remember her, and I don't like her, and I don't like how she thinks people should be A, punished for voting for President Trump, and then B, she talks about killing white women, like, or raping them, whatever. She was real crazy. Like, this is insane.
And this woman has a misunderstanding of. She's thinking that there's all these MAGA white women who date and accidentally get pregnant by black men, but I would dare say that your MAGA woman is probably not unlikely, but least likely to be messing around with the type of black dudes that she's thinking of. So I think,
exactly.
Well, I think she's saying their daughters and shit like that.
Their daughters too.
I think she's thinking about those guys like deadbeats that like ruin their lives because they will abandon them and the child at some point.
Well, we were watching Kevin Samuels the other night. He asked a woman, he said, if you're fat, you're not so attractive, is it over for you? Does anyone remember that? We were watching Kevin Samuels. He was asking the women, is it over? Women said, maybe one of them did think he was giving up on dating and stuff like that. And so you look at that woman that I just showed you, has she really just given up, right? Like, has she given up? And now she wants to use black men, the ones that she can't get to go and just tear down other societies and cultures. That's more than how she referred to them.
Well, the funny thing is, you could get plenty of black men. There's a lot of black men that's not going to turn down no coochie. What I think she is, but the thing is, a lot of those types of black men aren't going to be productive in the same way she would like, or at least thinks that white men and other types of these dudes are. But there's also a bit of not willingness to look in the mirror to understand. And I think a lot of black women misunderstand this, which is a lot of other women are conforming to what their men or cultures want of them. They're not constantly trying to be contrarians or fight against this or that. And black women are just rebellious, a lot of them. And so I think a big part of it too is their rebellion. This woman could walk down plenty of streets and talk to plenty of black dudes, but are they going to be the doctors, lawyers, this or that with her looking like this? Absolutely not.
But why does it matter? That's her problem. Like, we should have no concerns about that.
Well, one of the things that I talked about it in previous stream, I went down the Facebook ads of people, as an example, who were looking for housing, and women would post their pictures, and clearly the better looking women are going to get chosen by the landlords. And I think unattractive women are going to face roadblocks and obstacles at every turn. And I think the Black woman faces probably more of those than every other group. She faces them internally as well as externally.
But I would argue, John, that has less to do with their color and more to do with what's the stereotype or the common experience of people that have that similar look. You know what I mean? For better or worse, you know. I see this woman, I already see problems. I don't want to be arguing this, that, and the other.
I don't know. Like, as a Black woman, like, I guess I can't say, oh, I've lived a life of struggle. I can't even claim it.
You're married, Kimmy Cakes. How many of your friends are married?
Good question.
Out of my friend group, I'd say I'm the only one.
Exactly.
I don't know. Other guys
No. How about your friends?
Now, I know your sister, Kimmy Cakes. I know she's not married, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And remember the girl that moved down to DC?
Sherry.
She's not married. Sherry. No children either, correct?
No. She doesn't want children.
She's about 40 something, correct?
I believe so. I didn't know her that well, but I think so.
And on it goes, right? You said, right? Would you say that's Kimmy Cakes?
Yeah. Like most of the girls we used to hang out with, I don't think any of them were married. But even the white girls too, though.
You want to explain that universe?
Even the white girls we hung out with back then, John, they weren't married either.
What do you think about that universe?
I think Kimmy's a special case.
I mean, clearly she's one of the few married ones, right?
Yeah, but also I think that there's a cultural influence here that's different than Black American women. I know you grew up here, but you have a Caribbean influence. There is a difference there.
Yeah.
It's a big difference, Kimmy. And I know a lot of women don't accept that. You just accept yourself as Black women collectively, but it's a huge difference. Huge difference.
I agree. I was actually saying that on the other live, and I was also saying being in New York City, like no one cares about colorism out here. I'll be honest with you. Like my landlord gave me my apartment because of my credit score. He didn't give a fuck what I look like.
Let me ask
money,
you,
let's go.
Is your husband Caribbean?
He is, but he's like me, born here.
Probably the universe.
Yeah, see, and I think a lot of people don't realize or understand the impact of that. Because I'll even go a step further. I've seen a lot of dark-skinned Black women with white men, but 9 times out of 10, they're African or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
Let me ask you this question, Kimmy Case. Did he mostly date Caribbean women?
I would say mostly like American women.
Be a little bit more specific.
Like he would, like the girls would be like have like generations going back in America. And then he dated some Caribbean women, but I think mostly like American women.
But he married a Caribbean.
Yeah.
And you are very Caribbean. I know you don't act like it, but you know.
I am. I think I act like it, but John knows me very well, and you're right. I'm not gonna do.
I mean, you can assimilate, and then people won't know it, but then you get in your comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the real me, so you know.
Yeah, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. I actually appreciate that. I think that being able to, I would say that's code switching. I think that's an asset and a skill, honestly. But Black women don't code switch well unless they're around white people. That's the difference. Like Black American women. And you asked the question earlier, Kimmy. Why do we care? We care because this commentary is shared publicly.
So Black women don't code switch as well as did he say as well as it is what?
I think he said as well as Black men. Yo,
Whoa.
you know
what?
like,
I gotta ask him about that. Because I mean just anecdotally, more Black women graduate from college these days. So they're coding, they're switching to something.
Right. And I think honestly, Stanley, I think everybody code switch to a certain extent. I see white dudes code switching, man. They'll get around a bunch of black guys and start, talking with a little slang. Hey, what up, brother?
What up, my nigga?
No, they don't say that. But
I know.
Well, you know what? What are Black women doing when they marry a white man? Is that code switching?
I think everybody does. You go to a I don't know if you guys ever hung out with like actual like Asian people, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I didn't go to their house and say, "Hey, where the chair at?" I sat on the floor like everybody else. Like, where the fucking chair at, nigga? Like I didn't do it. Sometimes you got code switch a little bit. I had to sit
It
on the
would be
floor.
funny
Like,
if you asked where the chair at and they go stop acting white. We don't sit in chairs.
yeah, right. Like if you ever been to an actual Asian person's home, like a Vietnamese or something, they really do that shit. They really sit
Yeah,
on
they
the
be
floor
sitting
and
on the
eat.
floor, or they have those little. I forgot what they're called. I think like futons or something like that. Those little pillows that they sit on.
Yeah, no, it was right on the floor. They had the whole spread right all on the floor. We all had to sit on the floor. You know, you got a code switch when you're around. I think the better term would be cultural switch. When you're around different cultures, you kind of gotta adapt a little bit. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, like you know. Go ahead, Asverum.
No. I had come back from the gym, so I'll need to go and rest. It's 11 o'clock almost now over here. So thank you for having me on your show, Stanley. Thank you for having me on your show, HB. And bye, Virgo. Bye, all of you. Thank you for having me on your show.
Good
Hey,
talking to you.
Asverum, man. Salute,
See
man.
you, man.
Appreciate you,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. Bye, everyone.
Bye, man. Asverum is such
He's
a nice
probably
guy,
going,
man.
those crazy ass Americans.
Nah, Asverum is Asverum. Like if we were talking about something Asverum likes to talk about more, because he's very like red pilled. You know, like he's
Oh, is he really?
yeah. When he talks
Oh,
about
that's
Indian
funny.
women, he sounds worse than a lot of guys over here,
Yeah,
man.
I wonder if they got chair. I wonder if they got chairs in India.
No, they have chairs in India. They sit on chairs in India. But yeah, those Asian cultures, you got a code switch. But like you know, Universal saying who does it better, that's I don't know, man. I don't know how you can really prove that. Who switches codes better?
I think
Publicly,
the
and it's
code
creating a
switch just
mindset,
stands
and
out
that
more.
mindset.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting.
It's creating the outcomes and the results that we see today. That's why we care. Yes, she's
What
gonna
are
have
those
her own.
outcomes and results?
Well, I'll give you a good example.
Okay.
You married. You go to work. Shit, you throw a little extra effort and you go around the niggas up, right?
That is true.
This angry motherfucker ain't going to work around nobody else. Mad as hell, right? She mad. She come to work mad as hell. She not putting no extra effort in. I think it's those little things magnified times a million. Small cuts in life. Right? That can't find a man, bring that anger to work, and only go take it out on any children that she may have by something. Man, like the shit going on. Like sometimes I'll be in front of my house, and I hear women walking their children to school, cursing in the phone. Or at the church.
I've seen that. I've seen that too. It's really disgusting.
Right. And I think all this shit is interconnected to me. You know what I'm saying? You know, I tell you about the
I
woman.
think those are the
and
kids
bring
that
her to
wind
bed.
up smoking pot in bank atriums.
That shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
I agree.
You know, I don't think black women see, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but black women aren't seeing white women and other groups of women struggle like this.
Wait, Phoenix Fish,
Am I wrong?
where
If anybody
can you
disagrees,
pause
I
it
would
real
love to hear
quick,
Stanley.
Stanley?
What you got to say?
Can you
Am I
where
wrong
are
about
these
that?
statistics for code switching? You know, I would think that's a very hard
How the
demographic.
like how the fuck do you even calculate that?
Yeah, that's a very tough thing to calculate. Do you calculate it by how many black women listen to like rock music or something? Like like is that how you calculate it? I don't even
Do
know
you
any
just
rock bands, so
ask them questions about like how do you act? Do you act differently between when you're around black people and when you're around white people, and be like, what are the differences? Now, is that it?
yeah, Samuel Giroux, that is the biggest thing he doesn't really get, man. You know, the debate bros have made it to the chat too, man. It's kind of sick, but
Well,
but yeah,
I
Phoenix.
actually kind of forgive Mavid for that because I'm kind of that way sometimes too. So it actually doesn't bother me that much.
Yeah,
believe
but
it
at
or
least
not.
you get up on the panel, Stanley. You know, if you're gonna be a debate, bro.
Well, okay.
Yeah, if you're gonna be a debate, bro, at least hit the panel, man. Don't act like you're so, you know, you got all this intellect in the chat. It's just like, bro, just stop it, man. And it's like, what is anybody winning? An argument? What are you, a woman? Are you won an argument?
Well, yeah, you get a prize.
Yeah, what do you get for winning an argument?
Exactly.
So, what are you pat yourself on the back?
And I guess I think you get a little dopamine when you win. I guess a little dopamine hit.
Phoenix
I
Fish,
think
I don't think
he
statistically,
wins
I
the
don't think
date with 12th man.
I don't think that's true at all. Actually, I think Asian people date outside the race more than anybody.
yeah, Phoenix Fish,
But
I
not
don't think
now.
Oh
that's
wait,
true.
hold it. I love this.
Yeah.
Not a debate, bro. I'm obsessed with true things.
Yeah.
Boy, have I got some truths for you.
But I feel like my whole issue with this is I feel like people are just living behind the lives of other people's lives. And that's concerning to me. Like, I could never pocket watch a man's bedroom or like, I don't know. I just don't get it.
Sam, at least you're honest.
Yeah. I do. I feel the same way about women too. Like,
Oh
I
wait,
can't.
hold it. Now this is awesome. This is gonna be like I gotta find a place to just put this. I actually don't like being right like Stanley. Does it mean I'm always right?
Yeah. Honestly, maybe I feel like you're just as egotistical as Stanley is, man. And it's
well, hold it.
I
The
mean,
way
everybody
I'm
got a little bit.
reading it is
everybody
I
got-
don't like being right like Stanley. The right like Stanley part is where I'm concentrating. It doesn't. Hey, you can be
honestly,
right like me all the time.
To be fair, everybody got a little bit of ego in them. It's not that. It's
yeah,
not
no,
a
but I
bad thing.
think Mavid is actually even more egotistical than Stanley because he thinks we're all supposed to dislike him. Like, bro, not everybody is supposed to think like you.
Wait.
He said, "Hold on,
Wait, hold it.
look at the next comment right there."
I'm dead serious. I feel guilty when I win.
Oh, you need therapy, man.
Well, man, you are pure as the driven snow then, because you never fucking win. Don't your soul is guiltless, sinless.
Hey, Phoenix Fish, I think statistically more black men do date black women. I don't think that's true.
You're gonna say, Fish, you're gonna have to show them numbers, man. If anybody dates outside their race, it's gonna be Asian people.
Yeah, I think Asian
Or
women date
Indian.
out
Well, no,
more than
yeah,
any other group
Asians,
of people.
Yeah. Indians count.
No, but I'm talking about specifically like
Southeast Asians.
no, not even Southeast Asians. I'm talking about like the Koreans, the Japanese, the Chinese. Like they date out more than anybody.
Yeah.
I think the Indian women are a lot harder to get than an Asian woman. I've dated an Indian woman before, and they're a lot harder to date than Asian women. Asian women, man, they'll, I'm not trying to be rude, but they'll date anybody, honestly.
Yeah.
They don't really care. I think black men statistically. Black men don't really date out as much as it's being portrayed. It's just that when you look at celebrities and athletes, that's where black people get confused. But most black men are married to black women.
But Asia, you got the Chinese man dating the African women. You got the
Yeah,
Japanese women dating the white man. I was like, God damn,
man, it's a whole
y'all
thing.
dying.
It's a whole thing. Samuel Jerome, I'm looking. If you look at just the marriage rates, most black men are married to black women. That's what I'm basing it on.
Yeah, this Pew research right here. I think this is saying what I think it. I think. Hold on one second. Let me see.
American Indian, like Native Americans or Indian Americans.
No, American Indians are Native Americans. They actually call them. Many do actually call themselves that. According to this, 25% of black men marry out, 12% black women. So 75%, if this is to be believed, of black men marry black women. Of course, the marriage rate is low, so that might not be, such a.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it scales to the marriage rate anyway.
And I'll put this link in the chat. And I think that you know what? Let me check the dates on here.
Yeah, Phoenix Fish. I just don't think you can really quantify the code switching thing, man, because code switching is such a.
I think I could maybe see how you could. 19% of black marriages are interracial. That's not a very high number.
Yeah, it's not really.
You know what? I think these numbers are old.
Even if they are old, Stanley, do you think a drastic change would happen whenever these?
Not I don't want to rule out that it couldn't. This is
it says 2013. I see.
Yeah, this is way old. Let me see, can I find a new one? It popped up when I did a search.
You can just type in the date and it should
Oh
give you some
yeah.
update.
Okay, yeah. You young folks.
He's a piece of shit. Oh man. I think he's like 16, Samuel Jerome.
Could be. I mean, at most, it's got to be like Lasagna's age, right?
Yeah.
I think Mavid is a black female.
That would actually make a lot of sense. That would make a lot. That would make a lot of sense.
Hold on, it's got the numbers right there. The second bullet point.
Which one?
The second bullet point.
Oh, excuse me.
No, wait, Stanley, go up a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, free zone, Lou. I'm telling you, man. I honestly think code switching is a strength.
Okay,
especially like when the police are pulling you over.
Let me put this.
Code switch.
I'll put the link in the back for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it seems like your young eyes are better than mine.
Okay, at the second bullet point, you know where it says top 10 interracial marriage statistics of 2024? The second bullet point, I think that's it right there.
Here?
Yeah.
So 18% African Americans marry someone of a different ethnicity or race according to the interracial relationship stats. I'm going to put this in the back anyway, though. Oops.
Dang, 26% for Hispanics.
Well, Hispanics, a lot of Hispanics identify as white. So, I mean, that doesn't surprise me so much. What's up, Lou? You're muted.
Nah, what's good? What's good, y'all?
Oh, nothing much.
Yeah, I think, like I said with the comment, yeah, I think code switching is something that everybody does. I don't know when it became like this black thing, but every group does it. And especially if being in the military, Stanley, you've probably seen it. Like I've seen rednecks turn into proper, start hitting proper speech when they get into different groups.
Hey, Lou,
and then when this, what's up?
When I was in college, I had this guy from I think he was from Brooklyn. He came down to the University of Georgia, and like the first quarter, it was, hey y'all. He was just trying so hard, to do the Southern thing. By the third quarter, he hated the place so much he had gone back to his Brooklyn, New York accent. It was F this and F that. It was like he reverted from trying
Yeah.
to be, it was a slow code switch back to his normal behavior. He didn't come back the next year. He fucking hated it.
Now, okay, so my question would be, is there a difference between code switching and assimilation?
Well, I would think assimilation is permanent.
So you actually never revert back.
Well, I mean, you might still code switch, but it wouldn't be code switching. You would be code switching from the culture you're assimilated into. It would basically, the assimilated culture would be your base. It would be your culture. And then when you code switch out of it.
Right. Oh yeah, man.
Like let me just be honest. Like when I try and talk ghetto, I'm code switching into something that I wasn't raised in. I'm switching to a culture that I don't know that well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, so based on my experience, let's take street dudes, right? Guys from the hood in the streets do what they do. The ones that typically make it out are the ones that code switch.
Interesting.
The ones that, hey, I'm gonna keep it real, no matter what group, they the ones that usually end up dead or in jail, and they just, because they don't have that ability to adapt to any type of scenario. They expect every situation to adapt to them, which works in some cases, but in a lot of cases, it just doesn't work. It don't work. But the ones that,
point.
Yeah, but the ones
same with the black women too. Same with the black women. They the ones that end up renting from John, the ones that can't code switch. Like, man,
there you go,
ma'am.
A little aggressive there.
Man, what the man? I should have gotten you. Man, I meant to text you to get you up on there. We had some fun on the other channel. I'm sorry, jump in, man. I'm so sorry, guys.
No,
what up, John?
No.
We were watching your show. You got a lot of explaining to do.
HB, I meant to get you up there, man. Man, I meant to see. God damn, boy, you to be perfect.
No, we were watching.
Nah, but we need your commentary, HB.
No, it was.
What you think, Kim K? We need HB commentary, huh?
Is Universal coming over?
Sally, you probably scared to come over and know you.
Believe me, I lost.
You watching like, man, I ain't fucking with. I ain't coming with Stanley.
Oh no! Y'all wouldn't have liked me if I come over there.
I know that. He was watching. He probably like, wait, but I ain't going over there. Said he probably going back to work.
No, honestly, I think it was better that Stanley was over here just having his own commentary, because it would have. It probably would have.
It would have went left.
Yeah, it would have went. It would have went.
It would have went left.
I actually like this setup
he coming.
better.
He coming up here.
I like this setup better, where you guys have the conversation and let Stanley have his own commentary. That actually works a lot better.
I just thought of something, HB. You know who would be a good lineup matchup if we could make it work? My business partner that called in. Did y'all hear the lady that called in last?
Yeah.
Oh, Stanley. Oh, Stanley. Boy, you see, she was like, yeah, call me back. I want to talk about these black men. Right? Did you hear her say that, Stanley?
No, I didn't hear that part.
No, that was towards the end. Yeah, I popped over there for a little bit.
Oh, Stanley.
That nigga John on the phone is the funniest. That is his own segment of on himself. Or y'all should just be like, hey John, go call somebody, man. Just call anybody.
You gotta hit the link if you want. You want any answers like that? I don't know what you're
You
talking
need to
about.
tell
You gotta hit the
you need
link.
to tell your groupies to chill, bro.
Oh, Stanley, I
Yeah,
would
you gotta
love
hit the link, man.
Stanley, I would love to match you up with her. Oh my God, that would be like dynamite.
To do
that'd be
what?
like up here together. Oh shit, that would be dynamite. Cause she don't back down, and you don't back down, and she got some ghetto in her. You know,
Well, you know what? You better hope we don't agree.
But that's what I'm saying. Y'all kind of agree. She's a woman and you're a man.
Oh, look at this.
Y'all about to
Now
create a
this-
monster.
This is awesome.
Two
Stanley
Kamala
is upset that he simps for low quality women, and I called him out on it.
And then my lovely lady Lisa called in, and she's a Kamala voter too. Oh, Stanley, we might got a cult following you. Oh,
You know,
Stanley.
I can imagine the feminism comments I would get if we agree on anything. Eclectic.
But you know what's crazy, Stanley? You know what's crazy, Stanley? I don't mean to cut you off. But
go ahead.
They don't like weak men.
Well, who would?
Like, and the last woman to call it. I mean, if we get her to come up here, and I think she will, like, she would really dress a nigga down, right? Like, seriously, like, you know, not in a ghetto ass way, although she can go there. But you know, like all the shit you say, you like weak man, like you be calling hood weak, like she itching to like call a motherfucker weak.
Now, see, I'd pay for that.
Say what, HB? What you say, Stanley?
I would pay for her and Hood to talk.
Nah, I think if you and her together, oh, you and her together, because see, we mostly had Hood talking with a man. Oh shit, we get a woman up here. Oh, a woman that can go ghetto and shit. Hey, nigga, you ain't hitting me, nigga. You might hit these other bitches, but you ain't hitting me, nigga. You know what I mean? Oh, that might be something. That might be pretty good. That's saying what you think. You know, like, because there's certain women you know not
what?
to hit.
Just let me know. I'm gonna make
certain women you ain't gonna hit.
I'll make 2 batches of popcorn.
But you know what I'm talking about, like Stanley, like HB is probably a better coach than HB. It's some bitches you can hit and some bitches you know not to hit. They kill your ass.
Well, you shouldn't hit any bitch.
Am I wrong with HB? HB.
I mean, if it
but there's some
gets to
bitches that you can hit and they hit you back and y'all fight and fucking make up. There's some bitches you hit and they put your ass.
Yeah, there's some that'll make you fall asleep and slit your throat, man. Yeah, nah.
Remember Lorena Bobbitt?
Oh, HB breaking up.
I don't want to be Bobbited.
Right? Cut your dick off.
That's right.
Put your ass sleep, shoot at your motherfucking ass. And, you know, she's one of the motherfuckers that you, I think she's one of the people that you ain't going to hit. You know, she's not going to tolerate that kind of shit. And I think that kind of mentality coming on with you, that shit might be gold, Stanley. You two would be a match for Hood. Oh my goodness. I would love to have you two and Hood up here.
You know what?
Anyway.
Hood will just start crying.
Go ahead, guys.
You know, it'll be a shame to have a woman pass him a Kleenex to wipe his tears.
I think Hood will be all right. I think I still think that yeah, I think he'll be fine. I do still think that I know Lorena Bobbitt was crazy, but I think the husband is still the star of that story because she did what she did, right? She threw it. Police had to go find it. They attached it, and then what business did the husband get into after all of that happened?
So you're saying he won by becoming a porn star?
He turned the weakness into strength. Stanley, you should respect that, right?
Something out of nothing.
Yeah, it made something out of nothing.
Can you see where I'm going here? Like, I think, you know, within the, you know, and and I'm not focusing on black community, but I do know these things a little bit. Within the black community, you remember Shatterika when that fuck nigga? Damn, I'm so sorry. When that guy came down and he had them fucking ragged ass shoes on, and he sat his black ass down. Understand, right? He broke, we broke, right? Understand?
Well, I just
She
don't
could
think
slap.
you should be making broad-based statements.
Hold on, Stanley. Because this is clear, we've already established there's some areas of this shit you don't understand, right? You
Oh,
don't
no.
you're
We
not really
haven't
familiar with.
established anything like that. I think
I-
what
I-
it is,
but remember,
there are some areas of this argument that you get horribly wrong to a point to where it's dysfunctional.
all right. Let me talk to HB
As
folks.
far as I'm concerned, I haven't gotten anything wrong yet.
Let me talk to HB for like 2 minutes. HB, can I talk to you for like 2 minutes? Stanley,
Yeah,
can I
yeah,
talk
yeah,
to
yeah,
HB
yeah.
for 2 minutes?
Oh, please do.
Right. And so so we saw with Shatterika, that nigga did them ragged ass shoes on. He did, right? He did, right? Them ragged ass motherfucking shoes on, right?
Yeah, he did.
He's sleeping on the couch. We showed that, right? We showed that too, right?
Yeah.
That bitch will slap his ass upside the head and he ain't gonna say shit. But he better not slap her, right? Nigga, I'm paying for this room, right? Ain't much. It's a room, but I'm paying for it, right?
Yeah.
Now, my friend that called in later in the channel, she could pay for the room too. She could pay for a whole house. She got a real nice house, right? And she can cross, code switch, go a little ghetto, go real ghetto, and then, clean up enough to go work like Kim and Kate. They work in the same industry, school system. But she's hardcore enough where it's like a balance where ain't no nigga whooping her ass, and she ain't got threatening to whoop no nigga.
Yeah.
Here for the T said, like, he'll hurt, she call the police, right?
And she not gonna deal with a dude that she can put hands on in the first place either.
Right. And I think in the black community, is what I'm saying. There is like this kind of balance where like she hood to where the niggas that might whoop some ass ain't gonna fuck with her and gonna whoop her ass. You know what I'm saying? There's a balance. You know what I'm saying? Now she might not get the go ahead.
That's why I feel like a lot of women do mess with those hood guys. It's not necessarily an attraction thing. I think it's a power thing. Like that guy with the dirty feet, dirty shoes and stuff. He probably a hood guy, probably in the streets and shit. But he don't have any power. He doesn't command any respect. So she could do whatever
Right.
she wants with him.
Right. And
All she got
he
to
got
do
kind
is
of
call
take
his probation officer. He up out of there.
right. Oh yeah, look, nigga, I'm moving on. You ain't coming with me, and you're gonna be on the street, right? I'm the one that bringing in most of the money here. Like you see, most of the women are paying the rent, the room for the rooms, and I think that's something I think that Stanley doesn't really see a lot. Probably never really seen. Like the dynamic has been switched so upside down, right? Where the women are paying for the rooms, they calling the shots, right?
Okay, well, John, I personally think that you tend to view the world in the black community specifically through your hood lens. Okay, the black community is not defined by the hood. So
Well, that's why
what you're seeing is not happening in the larger black world.
Well, that's why I wanted Universal to come up.
Well, you know what? I'll shit on him too.
Well, Universal gave an example from an employer's perspective. Right?
Okay, everything you know what? I want to see it statistically from now on. Okay, if Universal thinks it or John thinks it, I'm just going to go prove it.
But again, like
that way there can be no back and forth. You either prove it statistically or I'm just going to call bullshit.
But here's the thing, Stanley. I'm not disagreeing with you. Who's requesting statistics from me or Universal? Right?
Oh,
we're like a bunch of little, we're a bunch of little data points that's never being collected, right?
That's exactly my point.
Nobody's coming out polling the Universal. Universal's got some statistics that he can give you, but
No,
nobody's
you're going to tell me statistics are white?
Well, they're calling IBM and Microsoft and people like that, and they're getting statistics from them, but they're not calling the Universals of the world. They're not calling me, right? Like no one's calling and asking me, hey, what percentage of your tenants have a hard time paying their rent?
Okay, you do know that Universal profession is very data based. So
But
they
again,
are actually calling the Universals of the world.
Well, the Universal will be up here in 15 minutes. We'll be able to clarify it. We won't
I hope so, but somehow I doubt it.
We'll see how many statistics, how many studies he's contributed to, right? Where someone calls and say,
I hope one of them would be his master's thesis.
Well, that would be one, okay, but what about the rest that have occurred since then, right? He's been out of college 20 years.
Okay, all I have to say is psychology is supposed to be very data driven.
Well, he's in the employment sector now, where he's probably utilizing some of his psychology training into how to best motivate and.
Okay, you can spare me the down home bullshit. Okay, I actually have been out in the world quite some time.
I don't think so, Stanley. You just said psychology is supposed to be data driven. Are you out your mind?
Okay,
do you know when that ended?
Now you're literally going to tell me that psychological studies are not data driven?
No, not anymore. They're used to push a specific agenda.
Yeah.
The psychology field has been completely hijacked. You don't think so?
Apparently,
you don't think the psychology field has been hijacked?
You live a data-free existence. I get it now.
What you mean?
The motherfucker, figure it out.
What you mean? That shit been hijacked, bro. That shit been hijacked.
Universal. I just made the statement that psychology is supposed to be data driven. Is that not true?
Is that not true? No, that is not. Yes, no, you're asking the question wrong. It is true.
And you make assumptions based on, psychological studies are nothing but data.
Yeah, but everything's not psychologically studied, Stanley, and especially when we're talking about dynamics like what me and John were just discussing.
I thought
what PhD is gonna go and say how fucked up are black male and female relationships? Let me get a grant and go study that. A lot of this is anecdotal and it's true.
Well, you can probably guess what my attitude is. I thought pretty much all the interview was full of shit.
Amazing.
Yes, you shouldn't be amazed.
I'm not. So you wanted data, and we just
no. I don't want data on the code switching part. Will you say that black women aren't as good as black men? Did I get that right?
I did not say that. John, did you hear me say that?
Black women are not good at code switching. Did I get that part right?
Yeah, no. Universal, you said black men are better at code switching than black women.
In the workplace?
No, you just said it in general.
Yeah.
You
That's
didn't qualify it.
That's what we were trying to. We were like, how do you even quantify that?
I would say in the workplace, yes.
Okay, you would say so. Therefore, it is.
Based on my experience, which I was referring
you're one
to.
Person.
So then, why are you taking so much account to my one perspective? Then,
well, you know what? You just did a YouTube show, and the two experts got up there and pontificated.
Well, thank you for watching, Stanley.
Oh, I watched it, and I was commenting the whole time.
Amazing.
Oh, you know what? You shouldn't be amazed.
I'm not.
Actually, I was more amazed than you are.
Thank you. That's flattering, Stanley.
You know what? I'm glad you're taking it as a compliment.
I am.
Hey guys, how's everyone?
Okay, basically what I want to say is that there is almost nothing I saw on that show that would convince me that you two aren't full of shit.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Can somebody? And hi, Lo. What's up?
Hi, I just had a question for you guys. Obviously, I'm going to be on the panel for a second, but I just had a question. I'm going to camera up really quick. So basically, I'm customizing this like liquor bottle for my friend for her birthday, right? And I'm going to like add glitter and like whatever to it. And I couldn't find silver like rhinestones. So do you think gold rhinestones would go with black and gold glitter? Because like this is all going to be covered up like the front. That's going to like, I'm going to like write happy birthday with her name and paint and whatever. So that green won't be there. I was thinking about covering the back all full with rhinestones and then the green top. And then the whole bottle will be like glittery, whatever. But I don't know if gold will go with it. I don't know. What do you think?
Kimmy, what do you think?
Wait, what kind of liquor is it though? What kind of liquor?
Hornitos.
Vodka. Isn't that vodka?
And I got her this little baby bottle of Don Julio Blanco because that's her favorite also.
Hornitos.
I don't know because I'm like, if I am adding the rhinestones, I have to add the rhinestones first before I add the glue and the glitter. So I'm like, I don't know.
Wow. I think you would have to show us.
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to see it. But if I add the rhinestones on before I add the glitter and then it doesn't look right, then I'm gonna have to remove the rhinestones and then find.
No. I think you gotta add the rhinestones first and then the glitter.
That's what I'm saying. So if I add the rhinestones first and then the glitter and then they don't look good together, I can't remove the glitter. I can only remove the rhinestones. But then there's gonna be like open spaces of where the rhinestones. I don't know. I'm having a hard time.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys can go back to your thing. I mean, that's kind of it. You guys can give me an answer, but it's fine. I don't have an answer myself. So,
John, I texted you an article you might be interested in.
Maybe you should just double up on the rhinestones and
I would
fuck the glitter.
Yeah, I would agree. Double up on the rhinestones. Here comes Chat GBT Gary.
Ooh, my favorite.
Don't you dare.
What's up, Gary?
Fuck the glitter.
Black Knight says, I think once you get
here comes the AI.
Yeah, the AI. We need your help.
Black Knight, high electric, get crack, here for the tea.
All right. So Stanley, we've looked at this chart. We've talked about this chart over the last few days. And if you look at the black household income, and this is just one measure. If you look at poverty and working class poverty, right? We got 46% of black households are in that space. There's subcultures that come with it. That's almost half of our population. This is not a unique thing to just what John has experienced or myself.
The chart. I'm the one who introduced blackdemographics.com. I got it from Kevin Samuels, never heard of it before. You're seeing the 46%.
Yep.
I'm seeing the majority not in those subcultures. So we have approached this from opposite ends.
Hey, hold on, Stanley. I got a call coming in. Give me 1 second to patch this guy in. Give me 1 second. Hello?
Yes, hello.
You want to call in about the topic that we covered on the other stream, right? The black
Yeah,
women
yeah.
dilemma. Okay. And you're a landlord, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right now.
Yes, sir.
Now you told me a theory that you have about pretty women. And I want you to I want you to tell me your theory. Tell the audience your theory. Now you're a landlord. You decide who gets to you do the
Where is
choosing.
he a landlord? What kind of neighborhood?
You don't want to tell, but let's just go. If you want to,
Is it rich? Is it working class? Is it the hood?
Let's just say it's in a neighborhood where the shit is expensive, right? And so tell us your theory.
I can answer.
Okay,
it's
go ahead.
It's a up and coming neighborhood.
That's what he called it.
Gentrifying neighborhood.
Gentrifying. All right. Now, you had a theory that you wanted to
Which
tell
city
me.
can that be given?
Yeah, it's up to you. Hello?
I'm sorry?
He said, what
was
city,
the
if
question?
you want to answer it? Stanley wants to know what city, if he can ask.
We'll hold that.
All right.
Okay, well then you know what? If we're just gonna do that, then I'll go ahead and mute because I know I won't have any questions. I need data when I fucking answer when I ask questions.
Okay, good. Now you have a theory about neighborhoods and shit. I want you to tell me about it, to tell the audience about it. You're a landlord. Tell me.
Well, without, but you brought up that pretty women thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's basis of your theory, right?
Well, yeah, we've talked offline. If you take a look at neighborhoods, right, you can tell a gentrified neighborhood based on the women in that neighborhood. I'm talking about the women, and I'm talking about the way they look, right? So if you're prospecting a neighborhood, like, hey, is this gentrified? Is this up and coming? Is this full blown? High end. Just take a look at the women around.
Hey, let me.
You might see some pushing the stroller.
Okay. Are you looking at the stream right now?
Nah.
Well, we have a big fat black woman with a tattoo on her titty. What would that, if you saw her waddling through the neighborhood, what would that tell you about the neighborhood? I'm just curious.
Say waddling.
Damn, Josh, you got to be waddling.
I'm just asking you a question.
Well, if it was littered with people that look like her, that would be a.
To me, like
a distressed area.
Just based on the look of her.
That'll probably match. If there's border, that'll probably be line up with boarded up houses.
What?
And police on the corner.
What?
Yeah.
Just based on the look of that woman, right there, would tell you it could be.
Wait, which one? The one with the tongue out?
Well, how about this one, nigga? All right, does this one look better than you? How about this one?
This one looks real professional. This one looks more professional.
Is that right? Is that right? Okay. Well, tell me.
But she's not a good looking woman.
Okay, so what you think that nigga look like? Mr. Landlord.
She's older.
Hey, nigga, Mr. Landlord. How would you think the houses look like? Well, you see women look like that one around. Tell me.
Well, I would, in all fairness, she's a little bit older. I would say.
Okay, so what you think her fucking children?
Area.
Okay, nigga, so what you think her children look like?
Oh, not the children.
What do you think the children?
Well, she might not have. She probably don't have children.
Okay, what do you think her sister's children look like?
Where are you going with this? Yeah, I mean they're not attractive though. They're not attractive.
Okay, so what do you think? What do you think the neighborhood gonna look like?
It's gonna be distressed, my friend.
So you make your decision based off the look of the women.
I don't do this in practice, but I've noticed over the years. Like, so if I'm making a real estate decision, this is not really a fully in my determinant. I don't use this as a determinant factor. But over the years, I have anecdotally have seen the pattern, right? Like if you the high end neighborhood, with the nice stores and whatnot, look at the women that are walking around.
Yeah,
like it's not. If you really pay attention,
right.
You look at the women.
So what you saying?
Look at the women pushing the baby stroller.
And you think that was it?
I'm hearing some.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm saying, take a look at the women pushing the baby strollers. Take a look at the women walking their dog. And you compare that. You could go from a high-end neighborhood to a middle neighborhood to a low-end neighborhood. Just look at the women.
You think it's all about the women, how they look.
It's a dead giveaway. It's a dead giveaway.
So if you see a white woman like this jogging through a motherfucking neighborhood, what you think?
Well, she might be judged. Depends how far she can jump. But in all reality, where she started, where she started and ending her job, so where she lives, right? Like she's gonna live in a nice part of town. Just a fact. Listen, and let me expand on it. A woman that looks like the one you got on the screen here. There, at the end of the day, whether or not she has a high income or not, there's going to be some man that is willing to upgrade her.
Say what?
No matter
what?
Yes.
Say what?
So listen.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So
I upgrade
listen.
this motherfucker. I upgrade this
Listen,
motherfucker
exactly.
right now.
No matter
Lord
what
have mercy.
level she's
I will
at,
upgrade.
no matter what level she starts at, whatever her baseline is,
Lord have
let's just say she's dumb and works at McDonald's. There's going to be a guy that's willing to upgrade her. That's it. That's as simple as that.
Yeah.
As simple as that. She might, she gets a little upgrade here.
Yeah.
6 months later, she gets another upgrade. 6 months later, she gets another. Next thing you know, she's in the nice part of town. That's how it works.
That's a fact.
That's how it works.
Lord
Simple.
have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Hey, so let me ask you this question. Since we got this motherfucker right up here, this motherfucker come to you, she says, "Sir, Mr. Landlord, sir. I ain't got much money, Mr. Landlord, sir. I can pay you $900 a month, right? A month. $900 a month, right?" And he said, "Well, damn, the rent is a little high. That's not really within the range of what I'm looking for." And then this big blubber ball, this big roll of blubber show up, and she said, "Sir, I pay you $1,500. Fuck what she talking about. Fuck with me, you know I got it. Which one you going with, nigga? Who you going with? I want you to explain to us why."
It's Karina. What's her name?
Karina Vetrano.
Karina.
Get it right. Say her name, nigga. Karina Vetrano. Say her name, nigga. Say her name. Her name deserves. Did you tell I find that motherfucker? Oh yes. Lord.
Didn't she get deleted or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I thought she looked familiar. Go ahead. I'll meet up.
She's a helper, nigga.
Nah, let me break this. All right, 900 and 1,500 probably is not a fair comparison.
Okay,
because I'm probably choosing
900
because I was choosing 1,500.
Okay,
right?
nigga.
But listen,
9 and 12.
hold on.
All right, nigga, go ahead.
Hold on. But like, here's the thing. Let's say I'm trying to do something specific with my property, right? Like where you can call loss leader, or you could whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm depending, right? I might say, you know what? Let me take a loss to get the $900 one in here, so she can attract other friends and whatnot.
Rewind, nigga.
Right.
Rewind. Rewind. She can do what? What can she do?
She could attract other clientele, other renters.
That'd be like a tester, like a dope man giving out a tester.
Let's say I'm trying to set a trend for my units or whatever.
What a trend? Say it again.
Maybe I'm gonna give her a shot, right?
So that bitch will set a standard. You saying the bitch like that?
Right. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, and that's probably not something I personally has dealt with, but I could see that being in the calculus of somebody for sure. Like I haven't done that, right? But, I could definitely see things like that. Just persuade it. Let's just say I was a single guy, obviously. Well, then there you go. That clearly is a motivator.
Yeah. I know what you mean, my nigga. I know what you mean. The bitch ain't got that money, nigga. Yeah, I got one for the night, nigga. Go ahead.
And obviously, you could find examples in every neighborhood. You'll have young women, that look the part. But long term, they're not going to stay in a distressed area.
But if shit hit the fan, they daddy, they mama, they sister,
Exactly.
somebody gonna pay that rent. Is that right?
Well, it's not even a daddy.
That nigga, huh? Some a nigga.
It's any exactly. Any dude. But But
She
granted,
could
she's
go.
probably
Hey,
gonna have a daddy, an
she
uncle,
could go to
a
work one day.
coworker, a boss.
She
Right.
could go to work one day. A pretty woman could go to work one day. Understand? We talking inside baseball here as a landlord. A pretty woman can go to work one day as a bartender. Nigga, I did live streams at goddamn anybody remember that fine ass bartender at Busmore and Poet? Remember that HB? You remember that?
Yeah. East African.
Yeah, the one
Lord have
you were trying to hold her. You're trying to run your fingers through her
Your
hair.
hair,
Yeah.
That bitch go to work and she tell all the customers, all the men come on a little short on the rent. I'm working out here trying to get there. That bitch gonna get it.
That's
she can
true.
pull that fucking jig every day of the week.
That's
right?
true.
Am I wrong?
Yep.
A pretty woman.
No, you're not lying.
Am I, man, shit.
You're not lying.
But what are the avenues for an ugly ass woman? Anything? What can they do?
Oh man.
What can they do? You
Strong and independent.
You gotta bust it down.
So
they
what
dating
you
niggas in
saying is-
prison. they
So as a
dating niggas in
landlord,
prison, man.
so as a landlord, you factor in the look of these motherfuckers. Is that what you're saying to me? As a woman, right? For a woman, right?
Like I said, I'm not gonna say I've done that in practice, but I mean,
But
it's
you
definitely
would,
a fact.
nigga. But
Come
you
on.
would. You would. You
And
would.
anecdotally, I use that to, survey a neighborhood.
You know where my properties are, right? You do know where that is, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What if I told you there are no ugly women that book in the ghetto? Not even the black one be ugly.
You said there is ugly or no?
Yeah, there's
or
only
they're all
ugly.
pretty?
Only the uglies.
Oh.
Right. Only the uglies.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Super ugly.
Yeah, I believe that.
Who said that, HB? Was that Jay-Z? This is super.
Yeah, that's super ugly. Super ugly. Yeah.
Put it like this for everyone. Super. Put it like this for everyone listening. Right? Put it like this for everyone listening. Housing, like anything else, is an option, right? So if the scale's from 1 to 100, and let's just say your property's at a 50, right? Because of the neighborhood, whatever, 50%. So there's 50% better, 50% lower. A pretty woman is just naturally, she's not going to go for that 50%. Like, I don't want to say she individually is not going to go for it. Her options are just going to, it's like someone with $100 in their pocket. Well, why are they going to go to McDonald's when they can go and have a steak dinner, right? Like, she just has more options. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, we had this discussion earlier, and from the price of the rent they get charged to the getting chosen, right?
Getting chosen,
right. The getting chosen is the main thing, right? Go ahead.
But listen, I think I'm not even talking. I'm taking it a step further from getting chosen. They wouldn't even look at your place, honestly. By and large.
You mean pretty women?
Pretty much correct, because of the neighborhood.
But I'm saying
for lack of a better term, they got better options.
But I'm saying everything being equal, right? In a nice neighborhood where my property is, right? Everything being equal, everything being equal. You're gonna put a white girl there, right? Over a black girl. Is that fair?
I don't know about all that.
Well, you've heard some of the problems that I've had. You remember I had a nigga break a bitch jaw in my house. Remember I told you about that? White people, by and large, don't break bitches' jaws in houses. Is that fair? Have you had a bitch break a bitch's jaw? A white person break a bitch's jaw in your house? Would you break this bitch's jaw right here?
I'm staying on the pretty and ugly realm. I don't know what you're talking about, the white and black.
Yeah,
that's what I'm there.
Would you break this bitch's jaw right here? Could you see a motherfucker breaking this bitch jaw right here? On the screen right here. Anybody on the pedal? Could you see yourself breaking her jaw?
No.
I could see a black guy breaking her jaw, but
So that's what happened.
Hey,
is that what happened? Is that what happened to her?
That
Universal?
nigga killed that motherfucker.
In one way or another, he didn't break her jaw, but yeah, he deleted.
Oh yeah. Well,
Who's that? That Greg Hardy? Greg Hardy or something?
No,
Hey,
no,
Greg
no. This
Hardy.
wasn't Greg Hardy. This was some other
HB, you know
deranged
the reason
Negro.
why. HB, you know the reason why a black man will break her jaw. HB, you know what? And one reason why. And I showed Universal earlier today. Universal, remember?
She look like she talked back crazy.
No, it wouldn't be that.
Remember why I showed you why she broke? Why a nigga? Oh, Universal. You remember this?
Yep. Yeah.
That'll make a nigga break a bitch jaw.
Yeah.
Right? You
can't get it back.
Bro, nigga, you let a dog a light skin red ball a light. What did Lil Wayne say, nigga? What did Lil Wayne say, nigga? What did he say? He said, what did he say?
I like a young, thick, red
What
bone.
did he say? No, I know.
Light skin, thick,
long head, thick, red bone.
Long head, thick red bone. Y'all niggas.
Hey John, I'm gonna drop off, but I just want to all your listeners definitely pay attention to the neighborhoods where you at and look at the women, man.
That's a fact.
That is.
All right.
Nigga, looking for the red bone. That's what you look for if you look for a big neighborhood nigga. You look for a red bone.
A long head, thick, red bone. Hey John, put Stefiano back on the screen real quick. Now I want to make a point. Now I typically don't hire attractive women like this, but if I did, the only position I would have her in is development. I would have her outwardly facing, building relationships and bringing funds into the organization.
She can do that thing.
She will make it happen.
She will lift the money right up out of somebody's pockets if you train her the right way. See, tough guy, he got these hoes out here fucking for $30, $40. Shit, nigga, send her ass into a corporate office somewhere.
She can make it happen.
That motherfucker there to make it happen. Hey, you know what? And you know, I was saying earlier, man, this is what, like, this is it. HB, have you seen this? HB, is this it? No, this ain't it. What is it? Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is it. HB, this is a back and forth exchange between Offset and Cardi B. That Puerto Rican. That Puerto Rican. That freaking Rican.
Cardi posted it.
Oh, damn. Cardi posted it. Damn.
Yeah, HB, you know what a driving nigga to break a motherfucker jaw. You know what it is.
This type of shit. This type of shit to do it.
HB, he takes her. He said, "Damn, you look purty. You look purty. Come on over here, let me jump on your ass." She said, "Nigga, huh? What you say, HB?"
Well, yeah. You gotta read it for me. What she say?
She said, "Nigga, you never getting this pussy ever again. This red. What? And she said, nigga. She said, nigga. She said, nigga. Lord have mercy.
Damn.
Lord have mercy. He saw
This
that.
nasty work.
HB, you know what he saw? What he saw was shit like this just flashing for his eye. Gone. He
still got it up.
Yeah, I gotta give me some more of this shit. I don't give a fuck where you find it, nigga. I gotta find me another one. Right?
But a pecan Puerto Rican.
I mean, I'm sure for Offset that's not a problem. He'll find another one. He probably has another one right now. But
I got one.
But not on that level though. Yeah,
I'm
not
sure
on
he
that
does.
level.
I'm sure he does.
Not on the Cardi B level.
What is the Cardi B level?
Financially.
See, Kimmy,
Status.
Kimmy, yeah. See, I feel like a guy like Offset.
But he doesn't need her money.
That's not the.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. Because when it really came down to it, Cardi B gave Offset everything that a man could want. She married him. She was loyal. She gave him kids. What else does a man
That's
really
why
want?
I don't know why she's telling him no. I mean, you don't gave him 3 children. What do you think?
Because he didn't honor his side of it. He was cheating on her the whole time.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't really know their lives that well.
HB, let's be honest. Universal, as men, let's be honest. That motherfucker so fine, to a lot of men. Nigga might take that, man. With the baby, she got money. Hey,
Well, yeah, because
Oh,
you don't have to
easy,
take
easy.
care of it.
but she might still got a little flame going, right?
Oh,
You know what I'm
easy,
saying?
easy, easy. Most
Nigga,
man,
right?
most guys would
Look,
still date Cardi B. Most guys would still date her.
nigga.
Like she
Wait,
Chirp.
not.
How that bitch be chirping, HB? Girl, you
Yeah.
chirping. Bird calling
Wait,
it.
so what makes her different from the girl that was with the NFL guy that y'all said that she was?
Because
Which one?
she has her own thing. Like she's not just some, she done came a long way from being just a stripper in New York. A lot of these guys, they just strippers right out the strip club. Cardi B built herself up an empire. I mean, Kimmy
yeah,
Case, let's keep it real. This woman spoke at the DNC. This
yeah.
ain't just some regular
Oh my
woman.
god.
She provides
hilarious.
she provides status, access, and influence.
Yeah,
No one heard a joke
Yeah.
in that.
Status,
No one heard a
access, influence.
Yep. HB, but what she also provides is listen what he says. Listen what he says. He says, she says, you never getting this light skin, red bone status.
Tattooed kitty.
Long hair, thick, red
Well,
bone.
wait.
You never getting this. I've been showing you on the
So does it matter if the
Instagram.
girl's a former sex worker as long as she brings status and income? Because
If-
y'all really went in on the other girl. Y'all
At
really
that
went in on the
level,
other girl.
yeah.
Kimmy, we talking about Offset. Let's not
Hey,
make it like a
yeah.
we're talking about Offset. Like we're not.
The answer is in his response. You have to understand. If he had it like that, he wouldn't respond back after she told him, "You never getting this pussy again." He said, "I want to fuck."
I mean, technically, that's still his wife.
Oh
That's still his
shit!
wife, though.
I want to fuck, man. I want to fuck. I want to fuck you and nobody else. That's what he said. I want to fuck you.
It's
That's still his wife. They're still married.
I want to fuck you. That's what he's saying. I want to fuck.
Sugar pie, honey bun.
Why did he go into his ebonics and shit? He really trying to eat all this shit. Why you being like that to me? You withholding that pussy. Like, man, that shit, man.
Yeah.
Right there, this is when a nigga wanna like that red skin. Ooh, that light skin. Lord, nigga, I know the feeling, nigga. I know the feeling.
Think about it. They're still married.
And why
and
you
there's
have
been
more than
several
one,
times-
nigga? Why you have more than one? This is why you gotta have more than one, nigga.
Yeah, but
They're still married, and there's been several times that
nigga, I ain't never
she
seen
left and went back and left and went back and left and went. So why would you think it's anything different?
because she actually stepped out too now. So I think I
What
think
you
it's
mean by
different
that?
now.
Hey, but what did that say? What did it say?
What do you
That
mean she
nigga-
stepped out?
It don't matter. What did that say though? That nigga don't give a fuck if she's that light
Yeah,
skin.
you want her back.
They got extra privileges, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. If a black ass motherfucker step out on this nigga, he be rapping about this bitch. Nigga, pull out fucking bitches anyway.
Wait, she cheated on him?
He ain't writing no text like this.
Yes, Kimmy.
Big jet black.
It's Stephon Diggs. He plays in
So
the
then why
NFL.
is she mad that he cheated on her? I'm so confused.
Because that's how these toxic relationships are.
Yeah,
These
that's how
days.
these relationships work.
Don't rationalize it.
The bigger point is
Your head's gonna hurt.
Some shit probably only the men are probably gonna explain something to you, Kimmy, right here. And here for the
Yeah.
and here for the T, she red bone. She probably already explained.
And she did.
Mhm. As a matter of fact, I'm hearing the same kind of thing going on with the who is it, Remy Papoose?
Yep.
Remy Ma Papoose.
Yep.
It's literally the same thing. It's literally like he held her down while she was locked up. They came out, they were like this power couple, made money together, and then all of a sudden she started stepping out, and now it's escalated to the point where she's like basically etched Papoose out the picture, and now he's like, okay, I'm gonna go holler at a young Clarissa.
But the funny thing is,
Hold
that guy
on.
looks like a young Papoose, and the girl looks like a young Remy.
Hold on.
That's the funniest part about the whole thing.
Hold on, go ahead.
But here's the crazy part. She was doing all that craziness, right? The moment Pap decides, hey, I'm gonna go explore my options. she fucking loses it, goes crazy, starts telling the internet all kind of business, all kind of nonsense.
Universe, we're gonna talk about this motherfucker and your shit on no stream. Go ahead, HP.
Hey, no, but I think the thing too about the Cardi B and Offset thing is in that relationship they were he benefited way more from that relationship than she did,
Right.
and I think him begging her back, it ain't just because she light skinned and pretty, it's also because that money's starting to dry up. They had their own McDonald's meal together. Like any bitch that can get you into the McDonald's world, like you breaking deals like that, that's the type of woman you gotta be
That's money.
loyal to.
But
Yeah, you gotta
I
be
think
loyal to her.
hold on. I think all that's connected though, HB. It's not.
Hey, real quick though, John.
It is.
Real quick, John. How that text message that you just showed us? How old is that? Because Offset been begging for a long time. Like he do this. He actually does this a lot. He'll cheat on her and beg for her back. She'll get with him, and then he'll cheat on her again. And he's done this at least 4 or 5 times.
Wait a minute, hold on. Hood for the season, John, are you a colorist? No. What I'm saying is that I do know the way of the world, right? And there's a lot of the black men put a lot of value on a pretty woman, and oftentimes lighter the prettier in their eyes, right? That's just the way of the world. And so when she tells him, like, I ain't make this video, are these niggas colorists? Right? Caramel, pecan, butter pecan. Hey, look at that shit right here. God, I didn't know. Can't get over that shit. Can't get over
Butter pecan Ricans.
Dr.
Yo, the shit they let niggas get off with on the 90s, man, that's crazy. Yo, they let 90s rappers say the wildest, just but it's creation. Good old ice cream.
Is he a colorist? That nigga say he like a light skinned thick rip on. You never heard me get up here and say no
Wait,
shit.
so can I ask a question? Is it because of complexion, or are these people just nasty? Like, are they just disgusting? Like,
what do you mean?
I think man's preference. What do you think?
like
HB?
disgusting and dysfunctional. Like they all sleeping around with God knows who, going back to each other, cross pollinating with other people, going back to each other, putting it out for the world to see. Does that have to do with complexion, or just like they're just low quality people?
I think it's a combination of all everything you mentioned.
Yeah. I think the light skin thing, girl, like I think a lot of times it is like a status symbol. You know, you got light bright. But I think when you're talking about these celebrities and stuff, it is just kind of a reflection on the overall society, like the sentiment of the overall society, because people look up to these people.
So let me finish reading the rest of it before you HB. You might get a kick out of this shit. He said, I want to fuck. Why you didn't go to E-Bunny? Why you being like that to me? You feel like you gonna be on me if you do. I don't know that. I miss that red bone pussy. I miss your face you make when we fuck.
Damn.
That's a wild statement. I miss the face you make when we fuck.
Like thick red bone. The light skin.
You know that face free zone?
Damn, man. Hey, John, I ain't gonna lie. Offset is down bad, man. He down bad. He down bad, man.
Yeah, man.
Ain't no way I'm sending that text.
Yeah,
she fucking somebody else, and I'm gonna send that text. This nigga down bad, man.
Yeah, he hurt.
I need that pussy. I need
Yeah.
Fuck, I ain't got no
Offset he in the middle of the desert in leather. just you're everything.
Getting his case on.
Yeah, man.
He gonna be standing outside her. He gonna be standing outside her house with a boombox soon, man. Like it's that type of situation. This nigga down bad, man. It's why, you know, when you got a good girl, man, don't cheat on her. I don't know why it's so hard for
That's a
niggas.
fact.
You know, like you got a good girl. That's your relationship. I mean, this woman married you, had your kids. You couldn't give her that much respect. Just don't cheat on her.
Yeah, I
Like, I
don't
mean,
think he can upgrade from her either. That's the
no,
biggest
he
issue
can't.
for him.
He can't. She in that realm, she was the best that he could do. There ain't no upgrade for him, man. He gonna be right back down to the stripper bitches and the IG
Yeah.
models.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
Hey
bro.
guys, what did you think about the chat we had earlier? You think Universal now? You think we should do more of that? What do you think, HB?
Yeah,
Give me
yeah. I like the with you and Universal covering certain topics. I think it was very interesting. And like with Stanley too, I think it was better to have Stanley kind of commenting from on the other channel where
Yeah.
on the other so he
From the
could pause
bleacher.
it. Yeah, so he could pause it, give his take, and I think it's better that way. It's
Yeah,
way
I think
better
it's
that
pretty
way.
good. What did you guys think of Stanley like this? They just said, I wish I could have heard
Yeah.
Stanley. What the fuck was Stanley saying? HB?
He was pretty much just shitting on Universal. He was but
Damn.
yeah, he didn't really like the light skin versus dark skin topic, but I think one thing we did kind of all agree on was that the whole colorism thing really only applies to women. I don't think guys really necessarily have to go through the colorism aspect when it comes to dating.
You know what's interesting about that is that if the women want the lighter hair, the stringier hair, the looser coiled hair, and I would argue that if they're looking for success, man, I want to tell you something. I can't tell you now. I would bet you. I've been a big proponent of what physiognomy, right? We've talked about it here on the channel. I would bet you that many women instinctively, maybe not like round the surface, are factoring in the physiognomy of the man into how they choose a man. And I think that there is a high causation between the physiognomy and a man's how far a man can go in life. And I think that is kind of what women are choosing as well.
Yeah.
Get your paper up.
What do you think about that? You know what I'm talking about with physiognomy?
Yeah. I think instinctually women do look at certain traits.
Right.
They look at height, they look at hair texture, they look at skin complexion, they look at the build. They look at all that if they want to have a baby with somebody.
Right. And I think they also look at it in terms of survival and how they're going to maintain long term, if that's what they're choosing, if they're choosing a relationship.
What do you think about the physiognomy of Travis Hunter? Kimmy Case, all you guys up here.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. I was preoccupied. I just heard my name.
What do you think about the physiognomy of Travis Hunter?
Who? Oh, this guy?
The man on the screen.
Physiognomy of Travis Hunter. This Gary Yellow, kick this nigga. Kick this nigga out.
Let it go.
Well, I don't think he's ugly.
I'm gonna change this nigga's name to Gary Yellow.
I can see young girls wanting to date. I can see young girls wanting to date him.
Nigga's name. What do you say?
I can see young girls wanting to date him.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Wait, is Lolo still up here?
Yeah,
Lolo's still there?
Still here.
So what do you think about that when it comes to picking a could you see yourself like dating a guy that's unattractive or having a baby with an unattractive guy?
Definitely not.
Yeah.
What do you think about these guys' physiognomy right here?
What do you mean What are you saying?
How he looks. His facial features. How he looks.
He's not cute.
What makes him not cute? You know, before you answer that,
His head is very square. You guys know me. I don't like to judge people, but if you're asking that on a
no. Okay, well, I know who you do like to judge.
Who?
I know you like to judge. I know you motherfucking nigga. I know you boy, but I know you like to judge. I know that boy. That boy. Yeah, I know that you like that boy. Judge this nigga then. Judge this nigga physiognomy then for me.
King Von is definitely cuter than the last one, but
the last time we had this nigga up on the show, you like that nigga fun.
I said that? That's a lie.
No. That wasn't Lolo. That was that was Ava. Yeah, that wasn't Lolo. That was Ava. That was
now
Lolo.
we got two. So
I
now
was
we
about to say
got
that wasn't for me.
That
so
was
now we
Lolo.
got
That
two.
was
So the Lolo say he been looking at the Ava said that nigga falling. That nigga fine.
I mean, he's
Am I wrong?
better looking than the last one.
Well, what make him better looking then? Tell me.
Better looking than the last one. His facial features, he has like just
What
nice.
about his facial features then? What you tell us what? Don't
Like
be
his
shy.
nose is nice. He has like nice.
Keep on.
He's less African. He's less African.
Motherfucker, I done had too much.
Untrue.
Too much smoking, too much motherfucking.
I'm not saying that guy, whatever, but it's not about. I'm not saying his nose. His nose could be.
This. I'm in the studio getting blows. Yeah, a little too much here, right?
I need some weed.
Go ahead, break that nigga down right there. Break him down for the people in the audience. What you got?
You talking to Lo?
Low.
What'd you say?
Break him down.
What do you ask?
Break them down. Break the two Negroes down. The physiognomy.
Compare the looks of both of them.
Okay, hold on one second.
I'm gonna show you. Do I need to show you one more time? Both of them again?
Yeah.
I need to go one time. I'm gonna show you a mass murderer.
Oh, come on, John. Don't do that. Don't do that, John. That's not
It's
fair.
the truth, man. It's the truth. Fuck it.
Yeah. But she's just talking about attractiveness. She not
All right, guys.
saying.
I decided I'm gonna do ombre, so I'm gonna do like black to pink at the top. It'll be real cute. Oh, here.
Look. So what we got here right now? Look. Oh, look at that, Lolo.
Ooh.
It'll be cute. Just wait a second. Once I get going.
Well, okay. Well, which one of these niggas you gonna make a blanket for first?
I mean, the fact that you said he's a mass murderer, I'd make the other one a blanket.
Forget about that. Which one of these niggas would you? If a nigga, both of these niggas came up to you and came, hey, Lolo, will you make me a blanket? And here's the first guy.
I mean, that guy also looks like he's in high school.
What you got for me, Lolo? What you got? Come on, Lolo.
What their differences are? I mean, I like the other guy's body better.
Like, you see this nigga's body? This nigga been in jail. This nigga.
The answer is simple. Whoever's paying and whoever is buying the most. Business is always first.
You got body that low.
I like the other guy's body style more. He gives he's like a young boy, bird chest. You know, I don't.
Which
really
one?
Like
which one body style you like more?
I'm talking about King Von.
You like King Von the body?
No, King Von has the bird chest.
Pull up a current photo of Travis, John, and let her compare them two.
Okay.
You know, Travis is filled
before
out. Got it done.
Before I get to Travis, I want to see if you can give me some on this one right here. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Hold up. I want you to give me an opinion on this one right here.
Kimmy is so analytical. I love it.
What Kimmy is?
Kimmy said, make the blanket for whoever's paying and submitting the orders most. She's straight to the business.
Give me 1 second, Lolo.
Oh, man.
1 second, Lolo. I want you to give me.
We're taking this conversation far as hell today.
Should I move on?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You got it.
It's just funny. This is from a text message. You don't hear the whole fucking 5 hours of content.
No, I think the bigger thing is, man, don't cheat on your wife, man. You gonna make a promise to God in front of God and all that. You gonna cheat on her, and then have the gall to be begging for the pussy afterwards. Like, bro, have some goddamn honor about yourself. God damn.
I agree.
I ain't about to cheat on a girl and beg for the pussy after. God damn.
All right, Lola, I got 3 people I want you to compare with. So we looked at King Von.
Mm-hmm.
We looked at Travis Hunter. And I got one more. And I want you to rank them.
All right.
Let me see. Give me 1 second. No pressure. Kim, you still up here too? I want both of y'all to rank them. All right. And see if we get some consensus here. Is that something? Let's see. All right. Give me 1 second. I thought I had it. All right. I wanted a better picture. All right, so you seen King Von. So you picked King Von so far, right? Is that right?
Over the other one,
Right. I think I got it. Hold on All right. And then I want you to compare. Let me see. All right. Let me see if I can blow it up. 1 second. And then I want you to compare the physiognomy. And I wish I had a better picture of him. But of him.
Geno Smith.
Can someone find a picture of him from the side, by the way?
You want a profile photo?
Yeah, like from the side, though.
Geno Smith. That might be a little difficult. Oh shit. I got a couple. It's not like full profile, but it's enough, I think.
Lolo, who you choosing? Which one you choosing? Of the 3, you got the King Von, Lolo.
Can I see this guy's like front profile or?
Nah, you gotta stick. That's all we got.
Someone's front profile is what makes it or breaks it for me, though. Fuck a side profile.
That's all we got. You gotta go with that, Lolo. Unless Universal come up with a better side.
I put a link in the back chat. It's a little better. But that's an old Geno Smith photo too, by the way. So he looks a little more homeless these days.
He's better looking than the first one.
All right, what you got right there, Lolo? What you give me something?
I said he's better looking than the first one, but King Von is still cuter, I guess.
The theory stands, John. The theory stands.
I am that nigga, John. Hey, this is a fucking Rick. This is how I do a credit check right here. You just did a credit check right there. See, Lolo, when them niggas start calling, you tell them, motherfucker, hey, send me a picture. Do you look like that nigga Geno Smith? Send him away. Send him away. Lord. Send him away. Right? Lolo, you know who we want to rent to, really, honestly, Lolo.
Who?
Oh, you know we want, Lolo. This is who we want. This is who we want, Lolo. Yes, Lolo.
I was about to say that. I should have said it. We want the Russells of the world.
We want him, Lolo. You find him. We want him. We need you. We need him. Right? We need him. We don't need Geno. Leave Geno out there.
Who is that? Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is not cute. You want to
I ain't care if he's cute or not. Look at these two niggas and tell me what's different between these two. Lolo, this is how we do credit checks, Lolo. Honestly, on the fly. On the fly.
You want to know who my favorite, sexy football player is?
Nobody cares, Lolo. We talking about chicken right here. Do you see what I'm? Do you smell what John Galt is cooking right here? Do you see? This is a credit check 101. HB, you get it right. HB man stepped off. Lolo,
no, John. I get it from your perspective, but from women's perspective, they do a whole different type of credit check. They gotta.
They want Gino. Well, they want King Von.
They want King Von. Hey, man.
Hey, look, we pick King Von too, right? King Von might be able to sling dick for a living, but Gino can't sling dick, and he probably ain't gonna work. Right? I was here, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Look, Lolo. I just broke this shit down for you in the most simplest terms. Look,
someone control this guy.
John is.
What the fuck are you doing?
Man, listen, hey. Yeah, man, hey. Am I drinking and smoking too much?
Nah, do more, bro.
John, if you gotta ask, man, it's probably you gotta ask, man. Come on.
It's not even 2:30. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, we gotta end the stream. That's why I came on here to remind you guys. You gotta end this.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize.
Dude.
Already. Yeah. We'll do like 10 more minutes on this stream. And then
What was I saying, Lolo? So you do a credit check, right?
Mm-hmm.
King Von can at his voice.
King Von isn't getting in if he's doing a credit check.
What? This is a ghetto credit check, Lolo. Ghetto credit check. Right? Okay, right? Ghetto credit check. Right? It's a world out here. Right? It's different shit.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm teaching you. I'm honestly, I'm teaching you something different. Everybody listening. We got 34 motherfuckers in the audience. King Von at his lowest can sling dick, right? You able both.
Yep. He can get that rent paid.
He can sling dick.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Right? And he's attractive enough, nigga. He can sell cell phones. Right? He can do something.
He can do both.
Right. He probably halfway intelligent, right? Enough to do something. Now, Geno Smith, he sling them bowls. Right? I don't want no nigga sling them bowls. I ain't throw the bowl. I don't want no nigga really throw some bowls with me. So if I can't get King Von, Dick Slinger, right? Then give me Russell, nigga that can work out here in corporate America.
Consistent.
America. That's right. He ain't gonna throw no bowls, and he ain't gonna be trying to sling that much dick. Any pussy he get could be taken from him. Right? Is it gonna happen?
And he might pay in advance too, John. He might pay in advance.
Yeah. And the nigga might go off and get married or something, right? You know, that type of nigga, right? So again, Lolo, King Von, Russell Wilson, and Geno Smith show up. They send you a picture. They say, "Hey, Lolo, interested in the room? How you sort these niggas?"
Let's see if she learned anything. It's gonna be amazing.
You guys got me while I'm not even paying attention, bro.
Oh, come on, Lo.
I'm trying to pay attention, but I literally told you guys I came in here to do my job.
To be pretty and get some attention.
We're gonna let you be pretty.
No, where's the attention? What I'm literally making a bottle. Come on now.
Ah, there we go. There we
Top
go.
Lowe's Customs.
Hey, this is be a part of Lowe's Customs. Don't play with me.
Now, what are you doing right there, Lolo? What are you doing?
Well, I'm making the bottle. I'm making it ombre, black to pink, because those are her favorite colors. But
what's going to be in the bottle?
Liquor.
Is it the same liquor that was in the bottle?
Yeah, I bought the bottle and then I am customizing it.
I'm thinking
customizing it outside of the bottle.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm thinking about 12th man now. Maybe you could bedazzle a wine box from.
No, he does say he buys barrels, so barrels would be better.
Yeah, damn.
Barrels. Oh
Nah,
shit.
he gets the
Oh
bag. He gets the
shit.
bag.
That
guy is
What the fuck? He
Don't
bought
put that on
barrels. He
12
buys
bag.
barrels.
No,
Hey,
he
hold
doesn't.
on.
He
Hey,
buys boxes, man. Don't put
hold
that
on.
on
Not prohibition.
Barrels.
Man, what's going on in Wisconsin? In their way, he said, "What's going on in Wisconsin?" Man, he said, "Check the live news in Wisconsin."
Oh
What's
shit.
going on?
Close to
happened?
home.
Where are you right now, HB? You might be in Wisconsin.
Nah. I'm in Pennsylvania right now. I'm headed out though. I'm headed east.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
School shooting.
You say you in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
And you headed east, which means you headed where?
I mean, I'm headed west. My bad. I'm headed west.
Okay.
God dang, it's a
Yeah.
Christian school?
Yeah, school shooting.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. All right. Wow, that's wow. That's
But back to this
How many-
credit check though, because
how
I don't
meen
think
wait.
she caught it.
Wait,
I
how
didn't.
many?
I
How
wasn't
many?
listening.
How many kids died though at this school shooting?
Four confirmed kills. I don't know if they're kids or not yet.
in a way
Before
for 5.
Christmas too.
Actually, it says 6. I found a headline that says 6. This
You
stuff
got
is
a-
ongoing.
You got 6? Okay. Yeah, it's happening live, so they're counting them up.
This is live.
Damn. We might have to pull that up on the next stream.
Yeah. We're gonna pull it up at
Madison.
Yeah, damn.
That's too close to where I'm at. We're gonna feel the
Yeah, you might
ripple
have to
effect.
go down there. Universal, get us some on-site investigation.
I ain't about to drive 3 hours for that shit.
So then they do some
There's black kids dying every day. HB, there's black kids dying every day.
But then they do some counseling in university.
They don't get no news.
Yo, it says 5 killed, 1 juvenile suspect. Yeah.
Oh shit! What kind of? You said it was a Christian school?
Christian school.
Black police chief.
It doesn't say. It doesn't give any good pictures. They're all just environment shots.
Yeah, they're probably not close enough just yet.
Damn, it is fucked up.
Yeah, they already got a press conference.
Christmas ever, bro. Would probably be the worst Christmas ever.
Yeah.
It's tragic.
Yeah, that happens a lot for some reason. Kids get killed right before Christmas.
Hey, John, Universal, could any of y'all look up Abundance Life Christian School, K through 12?
Yeah, what about it? What do you want to know?
That's the school.
Yeah.
God,
I see that.
They mixing all these damn schools up. K through 12. Yeesh.
Yeah, it's in Madison, Wisconsin. River.
I know exactly where that's at. Damn. Yeah.
Right
So this is
right
this
between
is
Milwaukee and Chicago.
Yeah, this is a white school. Probably.
Absolutely.
It's definitely not a black school.
Yeah, nah. Black schools don't get shot up for
Shut up,
some
Lola.
reason.
Black kids don't shoot up these guys.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
What are you talking about?
They don't hit the numbers like
I mean, yeah, okay, duh. But I'm talking about school shootings. Black kids don't do school shootings.
Yeah.
It's classified differently, but black kids be shooting
it
at schools all the time.
No, they usually shoot after school. But you know, it's crazy.
I've seen them shoot. Oh, I've seen them shoot
Are you
around.
hearing this crack?
Yeah, you know what's crazy though? I would argue there's way more guns in black schools than there is white schools. But
That's a
white
fact.
schools,
All the niggas bringing blicks. Switch on them.
we was bringing them in my school growing up. We was bringing everybody. They would be showing them in the locker room and shit. Look at this shit I got. Like,
Hey man, you want to buy some ammo, bro?
nah, a lot of times niggas will have guns with no ammo though, because we couldn't. But we
Couldn't afford
weren't
it.
old enough. Yeah, nah, it wasn't even we couldn't afford it. We just couldn't buy it.
Yeah.
Like you had to buy it from somebody else. Can't just go and buy ammo. But yeah, everybody used to.
So
have
yeah,
it.
before you show this, John, you should close this stream down and start the next one because you only got about 6 minutes.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna
5
start
minutes.
the next one. I'm gonna start the
2
next
minutes
one. You guys come
actually. They cloud out the last 5.
Oh damn.
Yeah. You guys come over to the next one. I'm gonna start the next one up.
Yeah.
Yo, they're roasting Christians in the chat. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I end this one right here, Adrian.
All right.
Feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should go.